In a dilapidated area, children were scavenging for scraps of junk. But not to sell. They trade it with a golem, hoping for a little food. No one knows where this golem came from or who its master is. All that matters is that if you give it junk, it gives you food. That's what everyone in the neighborhood believes. So as soon as he saw the golem, a child ran up to it and held out a rusty flashlight. Golem, I'll give you this, so hurry up and give me some food. The golem's eye turned red. Then, just a few seconds later, it went dark and turned away, which made the boy angry enough to shout, "Where are you going? You took a lamp yesterday." The golem just kept walking straight, making him even more furious. Damn it, why won't it take it? I ought to teach it a lesson. His friend standing nearby heard this and quickly stopped him. Calm down. It'll fight back if you attack it. There have been cases of golems attacking or even killing people on the streets. Jay, sitting on a pile of scrap not far away, jumped down, blocked the golem's path, and opened his shoulder bag. Take it. The golem's eyes lit up again. But unlike last time, it reached out, took Jay's bag, and poured the contents into its mouth. Then, from the golem's arm, a pile of food was dropped, to the admiring and envious gazes of the other kids. That's ridiculous. How does he manage to get so much every time? That's enough for 3 days. Why don't we do this? As soon as they heard the boy's idea, his friends vehemently objected. Are you crazy? That's him, the ghost of 17th Street. At the same time, on his way back, the sharp-witted Jay noticed he was being followed. 7 of them. Thinking this, Jay stopped in his tracks. Show yourselves, he said. How long are you planning on following me? John, the ringleader, grinned and said, You're pretty sharp. We were following you so carefully, too. Jay turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on John. John, I remember warning you last time that if you ever showed your face to me again, I'd make sure you could never walk again. You think I'm going to let you off as easily as last time? Put the bag on the ground. Do it, and we'll let you leave safely, John threatened. Lies. You're lying. You won't let me go, Jay said, his face expressionless. You arrogant bastard. Let me fix that mouth of yours, John said as he swung his steel-knuckled fist swiftly toward Jay. Jay dropped the bag to the ground and, with a slight tilt of his head, easily dodged John's attack. Then, as John lost his balance from the missed punch, Jay grabbed his collar and delivered a kick that made John scream in pain before landing on his butt. Seeing this, the other 6 furiously charged at Jay, but they all ended up getting punched without a single miss. After dealing with them, Jay turned back to teach John a lesson. I told you, I'll make sure you can never walk again. Watching Jay slowly approach, a terrified John quickly pulled out a hidden dagger and threatened him. Stay back, you monster. The word monster made Jay stop. A monster. Maybe John was right. Since he was 10, Jay had realized he was different from others. Whether his leg was bleeding from an injury, his friends were being bullied by kids from another neighborhood, or even when they passed away, he felt nothing at all. Back then, he had realized he couldn't feel what others called emotions. He wanted to be like everyone else, but 6 years had passed, and he still couldn't feel a thing. Back in the present, Jay looked at the dagger in John's hand and said flatly, There's an unwritten rule here, no knives. You brought that because you planned to stab me from the start, didn't you? I just found it in the trash, John stammered in reply. There's a saying among the kids here. There's a ghost living on 17th Street. A white ghost that silently passes by with an expressionless face. Don't look into the ghost's eyes. If you do, your lies will be exposed. And in reality, that saying was true. Because Jay had a special ability. He could see a world that others couldn't. Everyone has a small jar in their body, and when they feel emotions, certain colors of mana fill that jar. Emotions like anger, hatred, and love create red mana. Mockery and indifference create blue mana. Joy and excitement create yellow mana. And there are countless other colors. That's why, right now, Jay could tell John was lying, based on the color of the jar in his chest. If you come any closer, I'll really stab you, John yelled, trembling as he pointed the knife at Jay. Deep black mana. That's intense fear. Thinking this, Jay continued to approach John, causing John to back away in terror. He kept backing up until he was blocked by the wall behind him. A liar like you deserves to be punished. After dealing with John, Jay continued home to a tattered hut deep inside a cellar, a shelter for a group of children. Jay, You're just in time, said Pale, the leader of the cellar kids, with a smile. Brother Jay. The children, seeing Jay, ran over joyfully and clung to him like little monkeys, making Pale laugh. Come on, kids. Don't hang on Brother Jay like that. You're heavy, you know. Only then did the children obediently let go of Jay. Afterward, they all sat in a circle around a candle, starting to review the results of a day's wandering. A piece of bread, a piece of chewing gum, 2 chocolate bars, and a few small coins. How are we supposed to divide this among 7 people? Just as Pale was at a loss, Jay brought out the bag full of food he had traded from the golem. It immediately made the children cheer with joy. Wow, you're the best, Brother Jay. Awesome. Did you get all this from the golem? It wouldn't even take anything I gave it. You're amazing. That's because the golem only takes items that contain residual mana. You can't get anything from it if you can't see mana, Jay replied calmly. Now, shall we divide the food? Thanks to Jay, we won't have to go hungry today. All right, we'll start with the youngest. Josephine. Hearing Pale, the children, without being told, automatically lined up in order from youngest to oldest to receive their share from Pale. Meanwhile, Jay quietly slipped outside. We've never been able to find enough food for everyone. Do I have to go to the warehouse? I have a duty to take care of this group. I owe them my life. A year ago, these children found and saved Jay when he was buried under a thick layer of snow during a blizzard. Jay's principle was to repay all debts, whether they were favors or grudges. Therefore, he had a duty to take care of these children. Jay. Pale came out of the hut, smiling. You get your share too. Pale's voice pulled Jay out of his thoughts. He looked up at him, then turned away and replied, It's okay. I'm not hungry. But Jay's stomach betrayed him, choosing that exact moment to rumble loudly, making Pale chuckle. Your stomach doesn't seem to agree. Let's share. With that, Pale broke off half the piece of bread and gave it to Jay. Hey Jay, have you noticed? The rainwater is black now. Yeah, I know, Jay replied. They say it's because the mages have been using a lot of magic. It seems like the mages live in the lower numbered districts. I'm also pretty sure the golem was sent here by a mage. It might just be some kind of machine. No, I'm sure it moves because of magic, Pale said, then looked up at the sky, his eyes sparkling like the night stars. Jay watched Pale intently, thinking to himself, I actually agree with Pale. When the golem moves, it absorbs the surrounding mana into its core. Then, it mixes it inside and expels it as black gas. Black rain and black gas. I can't help but think there's a connection between the two. Of course, right now, what's more important is, I'm going out for a bit. Jay left with that one sentence and ran out into the black rain, despite Pale's attempts to stop him. When it rains, everyone stays indoors to take shelter. They believe that even the smallest drop of rainwater can bring illness. However, Jay could shield himself from the rain, so for him, working in the rain was easier. He ran straight to the Hecker food warehouse. Just as Jay predicted, the guards were busy playing cards. It was their habit whenever it rained. And of course, lax security was the perfect condition for him to operate. Jay slipped through the fence and crept cautiously to the familiar hole in the wall, successfully getting inside the warehouse. It's so dark. Jay gathered mana, creating a small spark. There are hundreds of different types of mana in the air. Among them, Jay gathers mana of a specific color and blends them together according to a precise formula. Just like now, he condensed red mana to create light. Although I don't fully understand the principle, I can use this method very well. But controlling red mana is more difficult for some reason. I wonder if I could create a bigger flame if I could fully start to feel the emotion associated with it. Jay thought as he took a few cans of food from a crate. Just as he extinguished the flame and was about to leave, a knife suddenly flew out from nowhere. Fortunately, Jay's reflexes were top-notch, so he only got a slight scratch on his face. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. After that close call, he immediately hid behind a crate. The rat has finally shown its face. Trying to take our food. Are you, kid? You're quicker than I thought, a voice said from the other side. Have they been hiding behind that pillar and those 2 stacks of crates this whole time? Jay thought. The little rat is hiding. How pathetic. Struggle all you want. Hearing the footsteps, Jay could tell there were 3 of them in total, and they knew his exact location. I didn't expect them to have equipment like night vision goggles. Hide all you want. You're right where we want you. With that, The short-haired man aimed a knife straight at Jay's head. Jay quickly dodged, his eyes glowing. Then, he moved in a zigzag pattern, approaching his opponent. What? This kid? The short-haired man was still in shock when his accomplice scolded him. You idiot. Aim properly. No, there's something not right about this kid. The short-haired man had just opened his mouth to explain when he took a kick from Jay. You bastard. How is this possible? Can he see us? Don't be so cocky. One of them shouted, raising his knife and charging at Jay. By observing the flow of mana from their jars to their arteries, Jay could predict their next actions. So, very quickly, both men were knocked out by Jay in a flash. But it wasn't over yet. The warehouse door was kicked open, and a bald man walked in. Well, I came to check because it was so damn noisy in here. Looks like all 3 of my brothers have been taken down. At this, his expression turned ferocious. And by a little rat, no less. Jay pulled his hood down low, glancing at the newly arrived bald man. The operator of the heater organization, Hambry. He's as scary as the rumors say. I have to get out of here now. With that thought, Jay took the initiative, rushing toward Hambry and throwing a punch. Hambry stood motionless, taking the punch from Jay, but his body didn't budge an inch. Try dodging this, he said, and Hambry's hand shot out toward Jay like lightning. Jay quickly leaned to the side to dodge, and then jumped back. Hambry spoke up. Not bad. Jay's face was serious as he thought. He's on a completely different level. This time, it was Hambry's turn to charge and attack Jay. Jay could only use his agility to continuously dodge. My instincts are telling me I can't win in a direct fight. In that case, I'll strike at his weak point. With this in mind, Jay once again dodged one of Hambry's attacks, and then used magic to create a small flame, striking directly at the opening in his opponent's chest. Hit by the attack, Hambry frowned, let out a small cry of pain, and took a step back. By the time he recovered his senses, Jay was nowhere to be seen. Lost him. Not long after, the entire warehouse area was turned upside down by the heater organization's men searching for Jay. He just fought with Hambry. He can't have gone far. Find him. Where did he run off to? That little thief. Jay hid in a secluded corner near the iron fence. Seeing 2 people approaching, he whispered, I'm going to be discovered. Jay didn't wait any longer. Before the 2 could find him, he decided to climb over the iron fence. But just as Jay had climbed part of the way, a surveillance camera detected him and sounded an alarm. Near the exit. That brat. I'll get him. After him. The men from the heater organization rushed toward the sound of the alarm, but it was too late. Jay had already managed to climb over the iron fence, picked a direction, and quickly ran off. He thought to himself, I stole from the notorious heater organization's warehouse. If I get caught, I'm dead for sure. I'm not afraid of dying, but without me, the kids won't last long. I won't be able to repay my debt. Due to the multiple fights and constant running, Jay's stamina was draining quickly, and not long after, he had to stop to catch his breath. There he is. A shout suddenly came from behind. Jay turned his head to see that men from the heater organization had caught up to him. This is bad. Oh no. Jay could only continue to flee, exhausted. Seeing this, the 2 men behind him also sped up, shouting, Get him. After a while, Jay was forced to stop, whispering, Dead end. Behind him, the 2 men from the heater organization had also caught up. They took out their daggers, staring menacingly at Jay. Nowhere to run. Either you cough up what you stole, or I'll poke a hole in your stomach. Jay's face remained emotionless as he observed the 2 men, thinking, Hambry's not here. In that case, I can win. Across from him, the 2 heater men, seeing Jay's silence, charged at him angrily. The first one lunged with his dagger, shouting, Are you deaf? Jay calmly used one hand to parry the man's knife arm to the side. His body also shifted to dodge, and then he delivered a hook punch to the jaw, knocking the first man out. What the? He quickly spun around, grabbing the second man's hand as he charged and squeezing hard, causing him to drop his knife in pain. With his other hand, he summoned yellow sparks of electricity and aimed for the second man's face. A few seconds later, the second man's face was blackened, white smoke rising from his mouth, as he lay motionless on the ground. Over there. There's a noise over there, another shout rang out. Jay knelt to pick up the dagger from the ground, thinking, there's no end to them. I can't use magic forever. Then, His gaze fell on a nearby trash can. That place. Very quickly, a group from the Heater organization arrived. Damn it. Where is he? Don't lose him. After a fruitless search, they ran off to check another area, completely unaware that the person they were looking for was hiding in the trash can right there. Inside the trash can, Jay heard the footsteps fade away and knew he was safe for the time being. They won't find me here. I'll spend the night here. If they follow me across the bridge, the kids will be in danger. When will this rain ever stop? With these wandering thoughts, Jay gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, rays of sunlight peeking through a narrow gap in the trash can lid woke Jay up. I fell asleep. There should be no one around now. With that thought, Jay jumped out of the trash can. But then, he heard an unwelcome voice. Found you. Jay turned his head to see a member of the Heater organization pointing a knife at him, smiling. Good thing I came back, huh? Jay defensively held up the dagger, thinking, judging by his color, he's extremely angry. I still haven't fully recovered. Seeing that Jay also had a knife, the other man grinned ferociously. What? You got a knife too? How manly. Guess I don't have to hold back anymore. Dot. With that, he charged at Jay, but Jay managed to dodge. The man's eyes glinted. He swung back with a reverse slash. Jay was caught by surprise and dodged a little too late. A few strands of his hair were cut and fell to the ground. His body also lost balance and fell backward. Seizing the opportunity, the man lunged forward to attack. Farewell, you little punk. Jay could only watch as the tip of the dagger got closer and closer to his eye. But just as the blade was about to pierce his eye, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A hole appeared in the man's head, and he collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the blood splattered on his face, Jay looked toward the young man holding a gun not far away. The young man with the gun smiled and said, "That was close." Then, he lit a cigarette for himself and asked, "What's all this commotion so early in the morning?" Recognizing the other person as none other than Nice Stalker, the boss of 17th Street, Jay wiped the blood from his face and asked, "Did someone call you? You're not usually up this early." Nice laughed and replied, "Yeah, I heard some of Hecker's guys were snooping around. But putting that aside, you got that stuff from Hecker, didn't you?" As he spoke, Nice looked at the pile of goods Jay was holding. Jay chose to remain silent. Although Jay didn't speak, Nice already had his answer. He said, "That was pretty close." Jay replied nonchalantly, "Thanks." That wasn't a compliment. Jay replied again, "It was still difficult." Looking at the color of the mana in Nice's chest, he thought to himself, people like this are hard to deal with. People like him have emotions so dull they can never fill their jars. Nice spoke again. "You could get yourself killed like this. Not just anyone can mess with them." Jay said, "If we don't do this, we'll all starve." Nice said with resignation, "Well, I've already repaid the favor for you saving me." Jay explained, "I pulled you out because I thought you were an object. I didn't intend to save you." Nice laughed and said, "Come on, you saved my life either way." Jay said, "And you've already repaid the favor." A year ago, Jay had accidentally pulled Nice out of the river. It seemed he used to be the operator of District 46, but was betrayed. He didn't think Nice was lying about that. The way he taught him to fight as repayment was quite methodical. Remembering this, Jay hesitated before speaking. "Nice, what you said before, about wanting me to join an organization. I'll join yours." He thought to himself, if I join his organization, the kids will be safe. Nice looked at Jay thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke. "Jay, you can use magic, can't you?" Jay asked in surprise, "You know about magic?" Nice smiled and thought, "So it's true. I thought I was seeing things when the kid started a fire without a lighter." Beside him, Jay pressed again. "Tell me, what do you know about magic?" Nice looked at him and smiled. "Just a little. I asked a mage from my old organization. You need mana to use magic, and mana is in the air. Only a few people can identify and use mana." Jay asked again, "Did he say anything about colors?" Nice sounded suspicious. "Colors? No. He also said you can't see mana with the naked eye." Hearing this, Jay looked up at the various colors in the air and wondered, what am I seeing? Not giving up, Jay pressed, "Is that all? Are you forgetting anything?" Nice asked, annoyed, "You want a punch?" Seeing the other's expression, Jay knew he wouldn't get any more information, so he said nonchalantly, "Thanks." His attitude made Nice even angrier. "You little brat. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" As he spoke, Nice tried to flick Jay on the head, but Jay dodged. After the banter, Jay asked seriously, "So what about my request?" Nice replied bluntly, "No." Jay asked, "Why the sudden refusal?" Nice fell silent, lost in thought. All the districts are spread along the Eden River. Going upstream, you'll find other districts. You can escape the slums to find opportunities up there. It would be a waste to let a kid with so much potential stay here. Thinking this, Nice looked at Jay and asked with a smile, "Have you ever thought about leaving District 50? I can get you a car." Jay replied, "No. You know I have to take care of the kids here." Nice smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm thinking of building an orphanage here." Jay asked in surprise, "An orphanage?" Nice ruffled Jay's hair and said with a smile, "Yeah. I'll take all the orphans like you off the streets so you don't have to wander around." Jay instinctively looked at the color of the mana in Nice's chest and thought, "It's yellow." I don't know if he's telling the truth, but it's probably true. He always keeps his word. Then, Jay remembered something and said, "Oh, and be careful. It looks like Hector is preparing for war. I saw him receiving truckloads of weapons." Nice's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I know." Seeing this, Jay was a little surprised. But when he remembered Nice firing his gun earlier, he understood. Firing a gun in any dispute is equivalent to a declaration of war. Jay said, "The people in the shops will suffer if you lose. I thought your protection fees were reasonable." Nice said, "That's just because there are a lot of people who look worse than me. And don't act like I'm so old. I don't even have a wife yet." Jay said with a matter-of-fact expression, "But you are old." Nice angrily swung at Jay, but he dodged. Just then, a black car drove up. The driver looked at Nice and said, "It's time to go." Nice replied, "All right, let's go." Before getting in the car, Nice didn't forget to remind Jay, "This place is about to become a battlefield, so find a place to hide. Take this." With that, Nice threw something to Jay. "This is..." Nice, sitting in the car, pointed to his hand and said with a smile, "Hand sanitizer." After parting ways with Nice, Jay went to the central square of 17th Street. There, he found Josephine sitting on the curb with old Viola. When Josephine saw Jay, he said happily, "Why didn't you come back yesterday? Why are you so battered?" Then, the boy walked over, crying as he asked, "Did you get in a fight? Who did this? It must hurt a lot." Jay said, "It's nothing. I just fell." He looked at the vibrant, multicolored mana in Josephine's chest and thought, "It's truly magical. How can one person have so many emotions at once?" Afterward, Jay took out the pile of goods, gave them to the boy, and said, "Take this and go back first. Tell Pale I'll be there soon." Replying with a yes, Josephine took the goods and ran off. After the boy was gone, Jay spoke. "Viola, have you been telling Josephine things?" Viola smiled and replied, "Is that you, Jay? I just told him stories about rainbows." Jay said, "Don't tell the kids things like that. If you keep talking about fantasies, the kids won't get used to living here." Viola said, "Children need to have dreams." Observing Viola, Jay thought to himself, "What is this emotion? Purple mana. I've never seen anyone but Viola with this color." Before leaving, Jay turned back to remind her, "You should move to another street. A war is about to start." Hearing Jay's footsteps fade away, Viola thought, "What a kind child." The next morning, Jay knocked on the door of an abandoned house. "Delivery." A man quickly opened the door. When he saw Jay, he said in surprise, "Oh, it's you, Jay. Don just said he was going to handle the delivery." Jay replied, while thinking to himself, "Not a chance. Don has 2 broken legs." Then, Jay brought the box he was carrying into the house and asked, "Aren't you going to evacuate? When the war breaks out, there won't be any customers here." The man replied, "If I leave this shop, where else can I go? Besides, it's not certain there will be a war." Jay asked, "What do you mean?" The man pointed to a blue door and said, "Hector and Nice are talking in there. If they reach a deal, there won't be a war." Just then, the blue door opened. Hector came out with a smile, followed by 2 of his men. When the man saw them, he bowed. Jay pulled up his hood to hide his face. When Hector saw Jay, he said, "A working kid. Have all the adults run off." He walked over and placed a hand on Jay's neck. With his other hand, he took out a few coins and dropped them into Jay's hand, smiling. "Good job, kid. Keep working hard. That's how you survive. Take this money and buy yourself a snack." Then he walked toward the door and called out, Let's go, boys. One of his men immediately replied, "Yes, sir," and followed. Only Hambry stopped, casting a suspicious glance at Jay, specifically at the bandage on his ear. Jay noticed and quickly used his hood to cover the wound, thinking, he recognized me. Just then, Hector called from outside, "Hambry, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Hambry stared at Jay for a few more seconds before replying, "I'm coming." After they got in the car and left, the man let out a sigh of relief. They're gone. Jay remained silent, taking off his hood. He looked at the wound on his ear and wondered. He recognized the wound on my ear. Why did he leave without saying anything? The man, not seeing Nice come out, grew suspicious and went inside to ask, "Nice, what happened?" Jay followed him in and saw Nice with a grim expression. Negotiations failed. Prepare for war. The shopkeeper spoke up. "Is this for real?" Nice said, "I can't accept such unreasonable terms, like them wanting to take over our organization. This is truly the worst outcome." The shopkeeper clenched his fists and said, "It's not your fault. I won't be able to open the shop for a while." Nice said to Jay, "Jay, don't leave your hideout during this time." Not long after, Jay left the man's shop. He walked slowly down the street alone, lost in thought. I won't be able to move around if war breaks out. I need to get as much food as possible before that happens. As he was thinking, Jay suddenly saw a car speed past in front of him, and the driver was none other than Hambry. "Hambry, I've never seen a car like that in District 50. This is suspicious. I need to investigate." With this in mind, Jay quickly chased after the car. A little later, at the entrance to the Heater organization on 18th Street, Jay hid in a bush and saw the men of the Heater organization standing respectfully next to the car Hambry had been driving. Not only that, but he also saw Hector personally open the car door, smiling. "We've been waiting. We will escort you inside, Mage." Next, Jay saw the person Hector called Mage step out of the car. It was a man wearing a monocle. Who is he? Deep blue mana, almost black. An absurdly large amount of mana. That color looks like the mana of the golems when they move. Also, what are those circles around his jar? There's a lot of mana around those circles, too. It's like he's using those circles to keep the mana from escaping. That man is very dangerous. I need to tell Nice. With that thought, Jay left and ran to Nice Organization's place on 17th Street. When he arrived, he saw the organization's members busy unloading boxes of weapons from a truck. Not paying them much mind, he walked up to a man with red hair and asked, "Where's Nice?" The red-haired man looked over suspiciously. When he saw Jay, he exclaimed, "Jay, how did you get in here?" Jay replied, "The gate was open." "Anyway, where's Nice?" The red-haired man replied, "The boss is out preparing for the war. It's dangerous, so you should leave too." Unable to meet Nice in person, Jay could only say to the red-haired man, "Then give Nice a message." The red-haired man asked, "What is it?" Jay thought to himself, "I can't tell him about the mana." So, Jay said, "Tell him to be wary of the man with the monocle." That evening, Jay returned to the children in the cellar. After the children were asleep, Pale and Jay went outside the tent to talk. Pale peeked through the tent flap at the sleeping children inside and said, "The war can't last long." Jay said, "But you don't think it will be over in a week, do you?" Pale asked, "Who do you think will win?" Jay replied, "I don't know. The two organizations are pretty evenly matched." In his heart, he thought, "But Nice has to win for the safety of the children. If Heater wins this war, the street children will be sold into slavery." Pale said, "The war must have started already." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise echoed from the distance. Pale asked worriedly, "Did you hear that?" Jay stood up, clenching his fists. "Yes." Pale said, "I've never heard anything like this before." Jay didn't answer Pale. His mind was now thinking, "This is strange. Something's not right." Meanwhile, in another part of 17th Street, two members of Nice Organization were frantically firing at a golem in front of them. As their clips ran out, fear and despair were clear on their faces. It didn't even leave a dent. What's suddenly wrong with this golem? Just then, the golem across from them raised an arm and fired a beam of blue-black light, killing one man instantly. Then, the golem walked toward the other man, who was sitting on the ground in fear. It reached out, grabbed the man, and squeezed hard. A few minutes later, the golem walked over to the man with the monocle. The man with the monocle looked at the blood on the golem and said, Smells like garbage. That's right, Mikita. Clean up everything here. Back at the cellar where Jay and the children were hiding. The sound is getting louder. As he was speaking, Pale suddenly saw Jay about to leave and quickly held him back, saying, "Where are you going? This is different from usual. If you're going, let me come with you." Jay said, "No, Pale. You wait here." Just then, a boy rubbing his sleepy eyes came out and said, "Why is everyone still awake?" Pale turned around, ruffled the boy's hair, and said with a smile, "Sorry, did we wake you? We'll be back inside soon, so go back to sleep." "Okay." With that, the boy went back inside. After the boy went in, Jay said, "Pale." Pale turned around and solemnly placed both hands on Jay's shoulders. "All right, Jay. I'll stay here with the kids. We can't leave them alone. Don't go too far, and come back when you know what's going on." Jay said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." A little later, Jay arrived on 17th Street. All around him was nothing but smoke and fire burning the houses on both sides of the road, along with bodies on the ground. Not long after, Jay saw the red-haired man he had met that morning, seriously injured, slumped over on the ground. Jay approached him and said softly, "What happened here?" As if hearing his voice, the red-haired man looked up and whispered his name. Jay asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" The red-haired man replied, "Those bastards, they brought a golem. The man with the monocle was controlling it. We weren't strong enough to fight it. Run." After saying that, the red-haired man took his last breath. Jay stood there in silence for a moment before kneeling down and closing the red-haired man's eyes with his hand. Then, he picked up the red-haired man's dagger, wiped it clean, and left, thinking, "At this rate, Nice Group is going to lose. I need to help him." At the same time, under the bridge where Jay and the other children were staying, Pale, covered in blood, was holding a child in his arms. Around him were the still warm bodies of the children lying in pools of blood. In front of him, a golem raised an arm and began to gather blue-black light. Seeing this, Pale made no move to dodge, knowing it would be futile. As he waited for the blue-black light to strike, only one thought remained in his mind. "Jay, don't come back here." On 17th Street, in the central square, Jay stood with a small knife in his hand, witnessing the destruction around him. Looking at the people lying all over the ground, he told himself, "I'm too late. They were all nice subordinates. I don't know what took them down." After searching for a while, he realized he still couldn't find Nice's body. Maybe he's still alive. Behind Jay, a massive explosion occurred. The deafening sound made him freeze. He quickly turned his head. That direction. It's the tunnel area. Jay hurriedly ran towards the explosion, worried about the orphaned children. Below the stone bridge, smoke was billowing. The massive golem was standing there. It started to rain. Jay stood frozen to the spot. He was panting from exhaustion. The rain fell, cold and wet. Before him now, the camp had just been attacked. Smoke billowed up. The golem, covered in blood, stood there. There were large pools of blood in front of it. Jay was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. In an instant, he jumped down. With the knife in his hand, his eyes burning with fire, he prepared to stab the golem. It noticed the movement, immediately raised its hand, then turned. Its eyes were glowing red with a deadly light. Then it threw a powerful punch, giving Jay no time to react. The blow made him cough up blood in agony. His entire body was slammed into the wall by the immense force. Then Jay fell to the ground with a thud. A large crack had appeared in the wall from the impact. Though he continued to cough up blood, he told himself, "I have to confirm if they're still alive." In his mind, he replayed the kids' voices calling his name, the times he traded for food, and returned to the tunnel area. The kids would all run out to greet him. They were excited, smiling, and happy to see Jay. They would even ask him questions. "You're back, brother Jay. You're back." Just remembering it made his heart ache slightly. He stood up. A voice called his name. "Jay, I didn't want you to come back." It was Pale's voice and image. It snapped the present-day Jay back to reality, and he stared wide-eyed at the loss before him. The children had been killed, lying on the ground. Coloran and Leah were holding each other tightly. Gordon and Millels, too. All of them were lying still, motionless. And Josephine was in Pale's protective embrace until the very end. Jay's hand trembled as he reached out, unable to believe what was in front of him. He said with regret, "I still haven't repaid you all for what you did for me." Jay tried to reach for them, as the golem moved closer to him. From the golem's large hand, a dark blue mana circle appeared. This sound, it was exactly like the strange noise Jay had heard during the battle. He stared at it. So it was this golem. It killed all of them. The children under the tunnel, and nice subordinates, and all the people on this street. Though he had no emotions, Jay now showed anger. He told himself, I will avenge them. With that thought, facing the immediate danger, he had to act now, because the golem was continuously gathering mana. Jay's whole body trembled as he urged himself, hurry up. Suddenly, a car flew down from above and crashed straight into the golem. Jay's eyes widened in shock. The golem was sent flying. The car skidded to a stop in front of it. Then Nice knocked the golem into the river. From the car, Nice opened the door and asked, Jay, are you okay? Then he quickly jumped down and ran towards him. Nice put a hand on Jay's shoulder to support him and said, looks like none of your bones are broken. Thank goodness. Jay dug his hands into the ground and called Nice's name. He stammered, the children. Hearing this, he seemed to understand the situation. His eyes went wide. Nice stood up and looked over. The night was silent. Tonight, the loss after the battle was too great. He clenched his fists. Then he bowed his head slightly to him. I'm sorry, Jay. I was too late. As someone without emotions, Jay's tears were now falling along with the rain. He replied, how could it be your fault? Looking at the boy with the losses before him, Nice called his name. Then he sat down and pulled him into a tight hug against his shoulder. Jay unconsciously reached up and gripped that shoulder. A moment later, Jay sat there and asked, Nice, what about your subordinates? He replied, they're all dead. Nice ran a hand through his hair and cursed, Hector, that bastard. I can't believe he called in a mage from another place. Damn it. Jay looked up again and asked, what are you going to do now? Nice answered, I'll go back to the street and look for survivors. As for Heater, for now, he'll have to. Before he could finish, he cried out in pain. A dark blue mana beam shot straight through Nice. Blood flowed. Jay's eyes widened. Once again, he had to watch someone fall right in front of him. The golem behind them had just fired a powerful mana beam. A large hole appeared in his body. Its hand was still in the same position. The emotionless golem with its familiar red eyes. Jay called Nice's name. His body was still standing there with a large hole in his abdomen. Blood splattered onto Jay, but he still had no emotion. Nice smiled, ready to accept it, and mumbled, damn it. Then his body collapsed onto Jay. His face fell onto the boy's shoulder. Jay wrapped his arms around him. He could feel the red blood flowing from Nice's body. He didn't understand what was happening. In a flash, his heart pounded. Jay recalled the days Nice taught him how to fight. The times they sat and ate donuts together after trading items. And the gentle smile when he called his name every time they met. Jay's emotionless heart was now on fire, blazing and full of agitation. He stood up and faced the golem, his body radiating a blood-red aura. The golem continued to raise its hand, accumulating dark blue mana. On this side, Jay was also furious, his entire body filled with killing intent as he shouted, I'll kill you all. In the pitch-black night, rain fell, mixing with blood and sweat. The two were sitting there, in front of the golem. Jay held Nice tightly, calling his name, but there was no response. That wound had taken his life. Jay bowed his head, thinking, if this is just a dream, I want to wake up right now. The golem moved closer. The rain was like tears for this night of loss. Jay gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, even though he had no emotions. The golem didn't care much. Its mission was to kill every living thing it saw, and now it continued to raise its hand and channel its power. Similarly, Jay also raised his bloodstained hand. His eyes were now glowing red with a deadly and resentful light. Two streams of mana, blue and red, shot out from their hands. In the golem's hand was blue, accompanied by a dark and deep black. On this side, in Jay's hand was the blazing red of indignation and hatred. The mana shot out and collided, creating a dazzling white circle of light. They clashed, the outcome undecided. Jay looked straight into its vacant eyes and told himself, I'm not like you. His eyes also turned red. Jay now realized he was human and he also had emotions. His power gradually overwhelmed and crushed the golem's blue mana, then blew away the mindless monster before him. Its metal body was melted, gradually dissolving and evaporating. The battle ended, and Jay's face remained unchanged. A long, blazing red streak appeared on the ground where the burning mana stream had just passed. Jay laid nice on the ground, trying to call him, hoping he would wake up. No matter how hard he tried, with that wound, Nice couldn't possibly survive. Jay looked at him lying there and said, "You can't die." But strangely, Nice suddenly spoke, startling Jay. "Stop shaking me, you bastard. I'm already in enough pain, cough." He tried to speak, continuing, "I knew I wouldn't have a peaceful death, but I didn't expect it to be today." Nice thought to himself, "I have no regrets. A piece of trash like me managed to come this far. But if I had tried to struggle a little sooner, would things have been different?" He remembered himself as a child, caught in a spider's web, unable to escape. Looking at the boy in front of him, Nice was about Jay's age back then, just 16. Seeing him awake, Jay was about to stand up. "Wait, let me get some medicine from the car or something." But Nice quickly grabbed his hand. He smiled and said to him, "You should leave this place." He tried to use his last bit of breath to advise him to go to a better place. Nice had always considered Jay as his younger brother. He hoped that he would swim against the river's current and not get swept away by the swift water. He believed that the boy in front of him now could do it. Nice used his last bit of breath, trying to hold on to Jay's hand tightly. But what was meant to be happened. His hand fell limply. He left him a key and a small piece of paper. Jay stared blankly at the object in his hand and glanced down at him lying motionless there. His eyes widened, turning a bright white. Deep inside, he felt a bit breathless and suffocated. It was hatred and despair. Jay threw his head back to the sky, screaming in pain. Those were the first emotions he had ever experienced. The next morning, still at the tunnel area, Jay was sitting there. He slowly opened his eyes. Did last night's events make him feel empty? Now Jay could feel the pain in his body, the wounds left from yesterday. His body trembled slightly, and he let out a soft groan. He looked at his hands and thought, "It feels like I've just been through a very long dream." Just remembering what happened yesterday, the bodies lying everywhere, along with the image of Nice being pierced through, and that golem full of mana, was enough to send his mind into turmoil, just like that time. He squeezed his eyes shut and felt the blazing red aura radiating from him. Something has changed. After summoning the mana, a flame burned in the palm of his hand. Jay realized, the greater the anger, the stronger the fire I create. So the power of emotions really does affect my magic. Then, with a puff, the flame in his hand went out. Jay clutched his head. It seemed he had overexerted himself. Then he sat in silence for a long time, thinking. Afterward, he went to clean up, arranging the bodies of the children and Nice neatly. He put his coat back on, pulled up his hood, and set off. "It's time to go." He told himself, "I need to get revenge. Whether it's right or wrong." Back on 17th Street, in the Central Square area, Hector's soldiers were ordering people to clean up and take away the bodies. The residents of 17th Street were talking amongst themselves. Hector won. "Life is going to get harder." The other person immediately stopped them. "Speak softer, they'll kill you." Jay was standing in a small alley, looking out at Hector, who was standing across the street, laughing and talking with his subordinates. He said to his underling, "Nice, that bastard. If he had just listened." Jay channeled his mana again. His whole body turned red. Holding the knife, he looked towards him and mumbled, "Found you." Suddenly, a large hand grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. "Hey kid, wait a." As a reflex, he spun around and swung the knife behind him. It turned out to be Hambry. The knife just grazed his neck, almost taking his life. Blood spurted from his neck. A small scratch, but not deep enough to be fatal. He jumped back a distance, then spoke to calm him down. "Calm down." Jay raised his knife into a defensive stance. He recognized him, the leader Hambry, who had almost caught him the other night. Jay continued to charge and attack with the thought, all of Hector's men must die. Continuous cuts struck Hambry. He raised his hands to block, worried. What are these crazy moves? The knife is aimed directly at the vital points on my body. Hambry looked at him and realized, this kid wasn't this strong before. He worried, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose. So he accepted a stab from Jay with his shoulder. Jay was surprised to realize he had used his shoulder to block. Hambry took the opportunity, grabbed his shirt, and then gave him a powerful punch. He looked at him and asked, "You're not going to choose death just for something as trivial as revenge, are you?" Ghost of 17th Street, J. He left him lying there and added, I have a proposal for you. The two went to a nearby alley. Jay stood with his back against the wall, listening to Hambry's presentation. Jay, I've been watching you for a long time. So listen to me. He glanced at him, his eyes still holding a hint of suspicion. He was known as Silent Hambry. They called him that because he was quiet, but always completed his missions perfectly. He observed carefully, and that expression seemed to indicate he had no intention of backing down. After checking his emotions, Jay said, If you have something to say, say it. Hambry replied, I want you to leave District 50. He immediately asked him for the reason. He was blunt. I want you to find my younger brother, whom Hector sold to the city of Magic. Hambry continued, Hector said that if I worked for him for 10 years, he would tell me where my brother is. That's why I've been working for him all this time. He's probably about your age now. But it's not that simple. Jay asked him, So why should I agree to help you? Jay, you know how to use magic, right? Hearing him say that, he was slightly startled. Hambry gently pulled open his shirt, revealing the wound on his chest, and continued, After the fight at the warehouse, I was sure of it. But even if you can use a little magic now, you can't defeat Hector. Jay crossed his arms, listening intently to what he would say next. Hambry continued, He always has a terrifying mage by his side. The dark black mana in Hambry's chest radiated a fear that made him tremble. He's a demon in a mage's guise. If anyone goes against his will, he'll freeze them instantly. He even trapped someone in a water sphere and drowned them on the spot. He's terrifyingly strong and unimaginably cruel. Hambry held out his hand, trying to persuade Jay. Leave this place. You need to survive if you want a chance at revenge. He also thought Hambry was right. Jay thought to himself, I've never studied magic. I just use it instinctively. Meanwhile, my opponent is an expert. In this situation, I have no chance of winning. Hambry continued, I heard the city of Magic is located upstream on the Eden River. Only mages can set foot there. Then he gave him a bag of money. This is all the money I've saved my entire life. Inside is a piece of paper with my brother's name and description. Jay looked at him and asked, Why do you trust me enough to give me this money? What if I break my promise? I know you. You're not the type to break a promise. Besides, from what I've seen of you, you definitely have what it takes to advance to the higher level districts. You can do it. His eyes and expression showed a fierce belief. Jay was a little moved. His eyes focused, and he fell silent for a moment. Hambry quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. The other members are coming soon. Decide. He replied, I have one condition. Jay grabbed the bag of money and said, Bury all the bodies in the cellar. Only then will I go find your brother. Hambry nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. Jay turned and said, Wait for me. He ran quickly down the alley, leaving Hambry with hope. I'll be back. A moment later, Jay stopped, tired, at an intersection leading to 4 streets. He carefully checked behind him and was relieved. No one is following me. He went to see old Viola, the blind woman who used to tell stories to the children. Tossing a coin into her can, Jay spoke. Viola, I have a question. I don't have much time, so please answer quickly. Hearing his voice, she looked up and smiled gently. Oh, Jay. Of course, what do you want to ask? His question made her slightly startled. That story about the rainbow, is it true? Jay was completely serious now as he continued, that if I find the rainbow, I can make a wish. He remembered Josephine once saying, Brother, they say there's a rainbow somewhere in the sky. He himself didn't know what a rainbow was. The boy had excitedly told him, It's a really long strip with all sorts of colors that appears when the rain stops. It's like a really beautiful donut, but with a bite taken out of it. And if you find where the rainbow touches the ground, you can make a wish. Isn't that cool? That day, he had even teased the boy. A donut? The kids at the orphanage also said they wanted to eat donuts. This made him furious. He ignored those words, causing Josephine to repeatedly punch him and call him an idiot. Right now, standing before Viola, he became serious when talking about the rainbow. The blind old woman said gently, The rainbow exists, whether you can make a wish or not. Jay observed and noticed that her mana flow showed no fluctuations. It was still the same transparent purple as always. I don't know if she's lying or not, but at least there's some basis for it. Come to think of it, Hambry had said earlier, now that you mention it, a mage once came here looking for something. Could it be the rainbow? Jay clenched his fists and thought that Mage was also looking for the rainbow. They must have concrete evidence of its existence. He seriously asked the old woman, "If I find this thing called a rainbow, can I resurrect the dead?" Viola just smiled and answered briefly, "Who knows?" She continued, "They say you can make a wish, that anything can come true." It seemed the answer gave Jay a glimmer of hope. But no one knows where the rainbow is. Perhaps it's in a very distant place. He bowed politely. "That's fine. Thank you." Jay pulled on his hood and left, not forgetting to remind the blind old woman, "Oh, by the way, you should probably move." At the edge of District 50, 23rd Street. Jay sat there with a piece of paper. This was the location Nice had marked on the paper. In the paper, at the red dot, there was an old, crooked building right next to it. A moment later, found it. Jay saw a white car. Jay remembered Nice's words from before. "At least I should prepare a car." It turned out to be a four-door sedan. Just as he grabbed the door handle, a sharp voice came from behind. "Who are you? You look like one of Nice's brats." He swaggered forward. He was one of Heater's men. With a needle in his hand, it looked like he had just shot up. He walked up and asked Jay, "Were you ordered to bring the car?" He asked menacingly, "Where's Nice?" Jay didn't answer, thinking, "I thought I had shaken off all of Heater's men. I can't waste any more time." Then he quickly pulled the handle and opened the car door. Seeing this, the Heater soldier's eyes widened. He lunged forward, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" At the same time, Jay quickly got into the car and started it. He quickly closed the car door, his hands on the steering wheel. But the man still managed to grab the car door to block it. He wasn't done yet. He used both hands to try to open the door while Jay struggled to pull it shut. He roared angrily, "Open the door!" But by now, Jay had used too much mana before. His enhancement magic was running out. He tried to gather mana into his hand one more time. Then he raised two fingers in a gun-like gesture, and bang! A blazing red mana blast shot straight through the Heater soldier's head. Then Jay kicked him to the ground, quickly closed the car door, and shifted the gear. He stepped on the gas. The white car shot forward. Leaving the body behind, he looked ahead. Finally, Jay left District 50. With the car Nice had left him, Jay drove along the Riverside Road towards District 49. It was still the same familiar scene of ruins and desolation, a place where even crows had to search for food in the garbage dumps. Jay stopped and got out of the car. He opened the trunk and looked at the things he had prepared. With this much food and water, it was quite sufficient. But at this speed, it would take a few more days to reach the next district. Night fell. Jay started a fire and sat there thinking, "I need to learn more about magic when I get there." Currently, what he knew was quite basic. Jay closed his eyes and began to feel. There are two types of mana. Red mana can be used immediately without any special preparation, and other mana requires combining colors. Mana is not easy to control, but if I focus on a certain emotion, I can use some mana more easily. He thought of anger first, the scene of the people closest to him being killed and lying there. Just by thinking of anger, the emotional sphere inside him lit up with red mana. It accumulated, but it still looked incomplete. Jay stopped, placed a hand on his chest, and thought, "This is my limit. If I lose focus on that emotion, the mana will slip away." He raised his hand, and different colors appeared. "Now, let's try combining them." Jay swirled his hands together, gathering mana between his palms, trying to focus on harmonizing and combining them. However, they couldn't bond. Moreover, they immediately dispersed. Jay looked at his empty hands, confused. He realized that incompatible types of mana repel each other. Combining colors requires skill and also consumes a lot of mental strength. But in return, there are combinations that will definitely be effective. I'll just keep experimenting. Come to think of it, I didn't need to do this before. But now it's different. Jay's eyes widened as he looked at the colors before him. Now he had a reason to do so. Jay continued to drive the car forward, driving and resting, stopping to eat and drink when tired. At night, he continued to study the combination of colors. Mana forms appeared in his hands, like snow, or wind, or fragments that looked like earth. Jay sighed in relief. It was probably quite exhausting, so he decided to stop there for now. Lying on the roof of the car, Jay thought, "Can I channel mana more gently? If I can keep mana in my body and use it when needed, the whole process would be much more efficient, just like the circles around that mage." He closed his eyes, planning to rest. And when I get to District 49, I'll find a way. Back in District 50, 17th Street, near the bridge, Peter's men were turning the whole area upside down, as if looking for something. The mage, sitting in his car, asked, "Still nothing?" The soldier stammered, "Sir, I'm sorry. If you give us a little more time, we'll find the golem." Sitting in the car, he pointed his staff straight at the soldier's face and demanded he keep his hand still. Terrified, he trembled and stammered, "I'm sorry, sir. Please give me more time." The mage replied coldly, "I don't like people who don't understand my words." He dropped to his knees, his face tearful and pitiful. Knowing he was about to die but unable to resist, he tremblingly reached out his finger to touch the staff. A blinding, icy light flashed. He screamed in agony as he saw his arm freeze over in an instant. Then it spread to his entire body. He was turned into a block of ice before the terrified eyes of the men standing there. The mage used the tip of his staff to push the block of ice over. Cracks appeared and it shattered. He cursed through his tears, useless. From outside, a report came. "Sir, there's something over here." A long trench left by Jay. The soldier presented something to the mage and said, "It seems the golem fought here. There's a fragment of it left here." He glanced over at the trench next to it. Observing meticulously and sensing, the mage realized mana still lingers in the air. A magic powerful enough to leave a trace. He stepped to the side. "It seems there's a remnant of mana over there too." The mage knelt and touched the ground, then called a soldier over. He asked, "Did anyone ever live here?" The soldier answered, trembling, "Ah, yes, sir. Stray children used to live here." "What? Orphans?" The soldier continued. "Yes, sir. This area was quite suitable for shelter. They must have left to avoid the war." The mage gripped his staff tightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Could an orphan really use magic? Heh. Then he threw his head back and let out a loud laugh, confusing the soldier. He thought to himself, an orphan on this street knows how to use magic? To have figured out the incredibly complex combination of elemental magic on their own, among the countless possible combinations in this world. That's impossible. The mage didn't believe a child could do that. He walked away and said, "Clearly, another mage came here and destroyed the golem. Find out what happened." The soldier acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." He remained calm, still considering the small possibility that if the impossible had indeed happened, then it was surely a genius who could become the greatest archmage in the world. As for Jay, he had reached District 49. From the outside, the area was filled with palace-like castles in a Western style. He remembered back in the tavern, Nice and Jay were sitting there. Nice raised his beer mug and talked about where he was born. District 42 was just like this place, a mess. He recounted, "If I had to point out a difference, it would probably be that it's bigger than District 50. The buildings are taller, there are more streets." Jay listened intently with a cup of coffee in his hand. "It's the same in the lower districts. The further upstream you go, the more the scenery changes. Right now, in Jay's eyes, District 49, it's huge." He walked in and looked around. Jay silently observed the orphaned children on the street and noticed something strange. He wondered to himself, there are no golems here. Do they only appear in the southern districts? As Jay walked down the street, he heard people asking each other, "How's the pay at the mine?" The other person laughed loudly and replied, "Great. I've got money for drinks again." Jay looked up. He was on 36th Street. The number of streets here was at least double that of the southern district. He reminded himself to hurry. Jay told himself, "I need to learn about magic as soon as possible. Especially about that mage and his mana circles. That will be the key to my revenge." He pondered, "I also need to investigate the prism colors and the city of magic. And most importantly, I need money." He sighed. The money Hambry gave him was still there, but he didn't know how long this journey would last. Something on the side of the road caught Jay's attention. He stood in front of a house. On it was a sign that read Veronica's Bookstore. Jay looked up. It sounds like someone's name. He wondered, what's a bookstore? Back then, while the other kids had to scavenge for food and others fought for survival, Jay sat there listening intently to nice lessons. He drew a circle and said, "This is brothered." Then he asked Jay to repeat after him. "Now, repeat after me. Brother." But he acted indifferent. But it was thanks to Nice that Jay learned to read. He looked inside the bookstore. There were things he had never seen before. In Jay's eyes, the inside was full of squares with letters on them. He didn't know they were called bookshelves. As he was engrossed, a voice from above startled him. From the window, a red-haired girl pointed down and scolded. "It was you who broke the window, wasn't it? Here to steal our books again." The girl raised her fist, looking a little scared. "Get out. Why do you keep targeting us?" Hearing that, Jay looked back inside. "Books? Is that what's in there?" The red-haired girl became aggressive and shouted, "I won't say it a second time. Get out." Jay focused on analyzing the girl's emotions. Red for excitement, yellow for joy. Jay found it annoying, dark green for frustration. Can she feel all these emotions at the same time? The girl's voice still echoed from above. "Didn't you hear what I said? The adults are coming down soon. Are you just going to stand there?" Jay didn't understand what the girl was saying. He mumbled, "What a weirdo." Hearing that, the red-haired girl turned purple with anger and snapped. "What? What did you just say?" She raised both hands and screamed, "Do you know who my grandfather is?" Not caring at all, Jay turned and walked away. He told himself, not now. He walked down the street. This area was quite crowded. Jay glanced around and saw on the side of the road a few kids, about his age, sitting there silently watching him. Jay noticed their wary gazes. He thought, it's understandable. I'm a stranger passing through their street. They probably think I'm here to cause trouble. In Jay's eyes, this place was no different from District 50. Night fell. He decided to park his car outside for safety. Jay lay in the car, thinking, I've been through so many streets, but I still haven't found any clues about magic. He closed his eyes to sleep, deciding to continue his search tomorrow. But a sound from outside alerted Jay's keen senses. The kids from that afternoon were lurking nearby, weapons in hand. Jay opened his eyes. They're finally here. He could sense 4 of them around. A moment later, thinking he was fast asleep, they silently approached the car. They conferred with each other. Should we kill him? The one in the hat dismissed the idea. Take him alive. Don't let him scream. The other one suggested, look for the car keys too. There might be food in the trunk. While they were talking, from above, Jay silently gripped a piece of cloth in his hand. Then he suddenly struck down on the red-hatted one's head. Then he gave him another blow to the face, sending him sprawling. The other 2 were startled. Damn it! What was that? To maintain the element of surprise, Jay immediately jumped down behind one of the 2 remaining boys. He turned around and realized, but was immediately struck in the chest. These kids were no match for Jay. They screamed in pain when hit. But he remained completely calm. With just a flimsy piece of cloth, Jay had knocked out 2 of them. The last one, with a club in his hand, jumped up and swung down, shouting, You bastard, die. Jay reached out with one hand and caught the club, stunning him. He tossed the club aside and approached. The boy stumbled back and fell to the ground, stammering, Damn it. Stay away from me. Jay twirled the cloth in his hand and looked at him. Grit your teeth and bear it. Fear was clearly visible on his face. His body trembled slightly. He looked at him with a tearful expression. In the dead of night, besides the chirping of crickets, were the miserable cries of the 3 kids. After the beating, their faces were swollen as they knelt before Jay. He crossed his arms and asked, How many streets do you control? Seeing their silence, Jay snapped, Answer me. Jay repeated, I'm asking how many streets you've taken over. The red-hatted one, with a lump on his head, glanced away without opening his mouth. Jay whipped the cloth across his face, startling him. He stammered, 3 streets, all of them. Jay asked again, which ones? His eyes stared at him intently. The red-hatted one whimpered, from 23rd to 25th Street. Jay looked at his emotions. Anxious, uneasy, scared. He slapped his hand and shouted, Liar. The other 2 knelt there, trembling as they heard the miserable sounds next to them. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Jay turned to the person next to him, looked at him, and shouted. Before he even had to ask, the boy quickly spoke up. I'll tell you everything. We have a total of 14 streets. 52 members in total. He lowered his head. Our leader is Sidrid. Our base is an abandoned house. Jay thought, 14 streets, huh? Bigger than I thought. Hearing him shout, Look up, he quickly complied. Jay continued the interrogation. What's your name? He replied, I'm Mizu. He asked, So, what mission did your leader give you? He answered honestly, Beat you half to death, then take all your food. and that he was watching everything. Behind Jay, the fourth one had appeared with a sharp knife in his hand. He gripped it tightly, lunged at him, and shouted, "Die!" A mana aura radiated from Jay's entire body. So he was watching me. Wind swirled around him, creating a cloud of dust, blowing back the ambusher. He raised his hands to cover his face, wondering, why is there wind? The dust is stinging my eyes. Immediately after, he was hit in the mouth and stomach. The last one fell right by the car. Jay slowly approached with the cloth, a rock wrapped inside. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling, unable to say anything. Jay stood there. "Tell your leader." He grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Then he continued, that he's not the only one watching. The next day, walking down the street, Jay realized, just like District 50, the people in District 49 know nothing about magic. I heard that books are bundles of paper filled with information. If there's all sorts of information, there must be books about magic too. Lost in thought, someone blocked his path. A group of 3. The one in the middle smiled and said, "Can you come with us?" He looked at them. The guy explained, "We're not here to fight, so calm down." Jay asked, "Are you the kids who were looking for me yesterday?" He replied, "That's right. You beat Anthony, On, and Melborg half to death last night." He continued, "And in a pretty spectacular way too. So our leader, no, our boss, has taken an interest in you. You're a really good fighter." Then, he took out a piece of paper and asked the guys next to him, "Hey, do you guys know how to read this?" The 2 next to him were confused. "I can't read." "How would I know how to read? He told me to read exactly what's written on this to you." Jay snatched the paper from his hand. "Give it here. I'll read it myself." They wondered, "You know how to read?" Jay held up the paper to read, then answered, "A little." The kids were curious. "He's not a street person? How does he know how to read?" "Only the boss and Webb know how to read." The note read, "Work for me. I guarantee you'll never go hungry." Jay asked the group in front of him, "How do you choose your leader?" They were stunned. He repeated, "I'm asking how you choose your leader." They answered dazedly, "By fighting. The strongest becomes the leader." "No, the boss." Jay walked past them and said, "All right, let's go." They wondered, "Huh? Go where?" Jay turned his head and replied, "To meet your leader." A little later, the 4 of them stood in front of a warehouse, the base of Sidrid's group. An abandoned factory. The guide pointed and said, "We're here." Then he slowly pushed open the warehouse door. The 4 of them walked inside. The door slowly closed behind them. A rather large group of people was standing around a fire, and one person was sitting on an armchair. He spoke. "So it's you." Jay appeared calm. He stood up and walked towards him, introducing himself. "Hi, I'm Sidrid." He seemed tougher than the others. He replied, "I'm Jay." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at him. The ring on Sidrid's hand was radiating a dense mana aura. Sometimes mana would leak from scrap metal, but Jay had never seen an object with so much mana. He had Jay sit across from him and said, "I invited you here not as an enemy, but as a guest." Behind him was a crowd of his underlings, as if to create pressure. The lackeys didn't take their eyes off Jay. He realized he was trying to assert his authority. "He's my age, but his leadership skills are already so solid." Sidrid continued, "Seeing you in person, I like you even more. You've got guts. Where are you from?" "I heard you came here by car." Jay answered briefly, "District 50. The answer stunned the entire crowd. They murmured among themselves, "Is he lying? I've never heard of anyone coming down from District 50. They say it's a very distant place." "So that means he drove here himself?" Sidrid raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. "Enough." He crossed his arms and looked at Jay thoughtfully. "If that's true, it's quite amazing. You're more than qualified to join our organization." He was a bit curious. "Organization?" Sidrid smiled. "That's right. We're an organization. We plan to join a real organization. The name of that organization is Mage. It's a very famous organization in District 45. We have an agreement that once we have 66 members, we can join their ranks." He was excited. "What do you think? Isn't that a convincing enough reason for you to join our organization? This is your chance to raise your status." Jay said coldly, "What an interesting story. Joining a group isn't a difficult thing." Sidrid nodded. "That's right. It's a wise decision. Once you join this family." Jay interrupted, "However, I don't work for someone weaker than me." His challenging answer made the entire warehouse fall silent. Sidrid's voice deepened as he stood up. He was a little angry, his voice rising. "Did you just say that I'm weaker than you?" Jay replied. "In District 50, we choose our leader by strength, not by talk." With that, he cast a challenging look at Sidrid. One of the lackeys couldn't take it and rushed forward to defend his leader. "You bastard, how dare you?" But Sidrid grabbed him by the neck and stopped him. Lifting his underling, he asked, "Who gave you permission to speak? You know I hate being interrupted, right?" Seeing his leader's terrifyingly angry eyes, the lackey quickly apologized. Jay noticed the enhancement magic appearing on Sidrid. However, thanks to his special ability, Jay realized he didn't seem to be using the magic himself. The ring on his hand was emitting mana. He turned to the guy next to him and asked, "When is this going to end?" He whispered, "It won't end. It only stops when one of them is down for the count." Jay pointed slightly. "I think I can break that ring." The mana on the ring seems to be gradually fading. Sidrid let go, dropping the underling in front of him. He coughed and laughed it off. "Sorry, got a little heated." His mood changed abruptly. He walked back towards Jay. "Now, let's get back to where we were. You said I was weaker than you, right? Let's test that." Jay challenged. "You are weaker than me." A chair flew past his face. Once again, he was furious and roared, "You son of a bitch." "Say that again." He asked his lackeys, "Do you guys also think he's stronger than me?" They stammered in fear. "No way. Of course you're stronger. You're the strongest one here." Jay realized the ring was reacting to Sidrid's emotions. Seeing that he didn't react when the mana from the ring was cut off, it seems he doesn't realize what the ring is doing for him. He raised his hand and asked, "All right, Jay, you want to see my strength, right?" He challenged, "A fight for the leader's position, Sidrid. If I lose, I'll work for you." He was smug and confident. "We'll fight in a week." He clenched his fist cunningly, right in front of everyone. "My people and people from other gangs. That way, it'll be clear who's stronger, right?" Jay agreed to that. He asked further, "But where did you get that ring?" He looked up and replied, "Beat me, and you'll find out." But that's not going to happen. Along with that was the fiery red gaze he gave Jay. The next day, on the streets of District 49. As he walked, Jay thought about the ring. What exactly is that ring? Lost in thought, something was aimed at him. Jay was sharp, raising his hand to catch the rock. Another group of street kids approached with weapons in hand, asking Jay, "Huh, you noticed it? Who gave you permission to walk around here freely?" On the other side, another group of 3 blocked his path. "You must be out of your mind." They surrounded him and issued a warning. "Don't expect to escape. We control this area. We'll teach you how to behave." Jay interrupted and told them to shut up. He raised his hand and said, "Come on and fight." A moment later, the whole group was lying on the ground. Jay thought, "Everywhere I go, someone wants to pick a fight with me." The news about the fight with Sidrid must have spread. Even though Sidrid's people aren't attacking me on his orders, the other gangs are different. Letting a stranger walk around freely is an insult to them. They've even formed alliances to hold me back. But it's all going according to plan. My magic gets stronger the more I use it. The more experience I have, the faster I can cast spells and the less energy I consume. Actively provoking fights was the right choice. After taking down that group, Jay realized there was one left, silently observing. He looked towards the small alley and said, "How long are you going to spy on me?" A kid with glasses and a hat was hiding there. He came out and said, "Gray hair, expressionless face." The kid asked Jay, "You're the hunter, right?" An innocent face, big round glasses. He looked healthier than the street kids. Jay observed, "He's smaller than others his age. And he's alone. Doesn't look like he's good at fighting. How strange." Jay clenched his fist and approached, demanding, "Take off your glasses. If they break, it'll hurt my hand." The kid quickly raised his hands to stop him. "What? Wait." He was startled, crossing his arms to signal. "I didn't come here to fight." Jay felt a bit confused. The kid also predicted, "He seems confused about why I'm here." He explained, "Calm down. I'm not the fighting type. Look at this skinny body. How could I possibly fight?" Jay wondered, "Then what do you want from me?" He regained his composure, adjusted his shoulder bag, and then introduced himself. "I'm Phillip, and I have a proposal for you." He looked extremely serious. Phillip led Jay through a garbage-filled area. "This way. I work at the East Side junkyard." The kid turned back and smiled. Hunter, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Everywhere I go, people are talking about you. Jay thought, Hunter? It seems I got that name after defeating those guys. Even though I'm just a stranger in this land. The two walked in silence. Jay didn't say much. A moment later, they stood before a building in the middle of the junkyard. Phillip pushed with his hand, flinging the door open. Inside, everything was noisy, a stark contrast to the silence outside. It was so large that Jay was a bit surprised. People were chatting and trading quite comfortably. The kid was excited. Welcome to Hotel Phillip. He was the owner of the hotel and had named it after himself. Jay said, It looks like there are over 100 people here. Phillip replied, To be precise, there are 186 people, including those working outside. Jay observed his surroundings and said, Everyone here has one thing in common. Phillip asked, You noticed? Jay replied, It seems they would have a hard time joining other groups. Most of them are young or have small builds. Phillip exclaimed, Oh, you're right. You're very observant. The kid raised his hand and continued, There are a lot of mines in District 49. Jay noted, meaning many adults have died. Phillip replied, That's right. That's why there's a lot of work here. Shops are willing to hire even children. The number of homeless people is so large that even the gangs controlling the streets can't handle them all. Phillip acts as a middleman, arranging labor exchanges with a few groups. The kid agrees to pay a small kickback and sends them workers when needed. Phillip grinned proudly. I'm a kind of broker. I even provide lodging. Not for free, of course. Jay asked in admiration, You created all of this yourself? Phillip answered confidently, Of course. You have no idea how hard I worked to set up this system. Another kid ran up and called for Phillip. It was Jonathan. The kid asked how the job at the restaurant was going. The kid was excited. It's great. No one bullies me at work. Then, Jonathan gave the kid this month's rent money and walked away, not forgetting to wave thanks. Phillip took out a notebook and pen. Then he wrote down the rent payment he had just received. Jay stood by, observing. The kid was startled. Sorry, I have to write it down right away. Afterward, Phillip handed the notebook to Jay, saying, This is the hotel management notebook. You seem curious. Want to take a look? But you probably won't understand it. Jay took the notebook in his hands, flipping through the pages. He reached the section about himself. Hunter from District 50. Often drives through the southern junkyard. Shows very little emotion. Fights with terrifying skill. Approach with extreme caution. Jay said, You've investigated me quite thoroughly. Phillip was a bit worried and surprised. You can read? Then the kid quickly apologized. He seemed a bit tense. Phillip's whole body trembled slightly. It's not an excuse, but I like observing people. So please forgive me. Jay replied, You're the complete opposite of me. No matter how hard I try, I can't understand. Returning the notebook, Jay waved it off. No need to apologize. I don't mind. Hearing that, Phillip sighed in relief. All right. A moment later, the two arrived in front of a room. In front of it, two people were standing guard. Seeing him with someone else, they were a bit surprised. The one in black asked, Who is he? The one in white added, You know we can't just let strangers in here. Phillip smiled brightly and introduced, He's the hunter. The one everyone's been talking about. I said I would bring him as a guest. The two entered the room. Phillip said bluntly, I use this place alone, so make yourself comfortable. Have a seat. While the kid was getting something from a safe, Jay said, At first, when I heard about you, I thought you were a pushover. Holding a bag of money, Phillip replied, Come on, I don't lie. Reputation is the most important thing in business. He put the bag of money on the table and sat down. The kid continued, You can always make money back, but once you lose your reputation, it's very hard to get it back. Hearing that, Jay felt he didn't seem to be the same age as him. He wondered, So what is this? You said you have a proposal for me. Phillip's hand trembled slightly. The kid thought to himself, He's still a bit scary. But if I want to make a profit here, I have to overcome that. Phillip's eyes lit up, radiating confidence and seriousness. The kid held out his hand and said to Jay, I have a serious proposal for you. Become my business partner. After you defeat Sidrid and become the new leader. The two sat opposite each other in Phillip's private room. Jay used his eyes to observe the kid's emotions. The kid had less black mana than before. At first, he was afraid of me, but now he's full of courage. Jay asked, You don't think I'll lose? Phillip answered honestly, I can't rule out that possibility, but your chances of winning are very high. He wondered why. Phillip replied, because of my intuition. The kid explained, I told you, right? I like observing people. If you watch a person's behavior and habits long enough, you can guess their nature. For example, when talking to others, you have a habit of lowering your gaze. Instead of looking into their eyes, you look at their chest. The kid put his hand to his chin and reasoned, I don't know the reason. Maybe you have some kind of psychological trauma related to people's eyes or faces. Anyway, back to the main point. I'm a very good judge of character. I can see that you. Jay cut him off and asked, anything else? What other habits of mine have you noticed? How many? Tell me. Phillip continued to comment on Jay. When you turn a corner, you always step with your right foot first. It's probably a defensive instinct, to be ready in case you encounter an unexpected enemy, since you're right-handed. And your fighting style, too. Jay listened intently. This is the first time I've heard such a detailed analysis. Until now, people have only looked at me superficially, and they think of him as too scary, and something's not right with him. They only see Jay as cold or scary. Even now, except for anger and sadness, I have to concentrate hard to feel emotions. So why does he give me the feeling, like a key to developing my emotions? Phillip stared at his notebook. Anyway, Sidrid has a habit of letting his emotions control him when he fights. But you're different. You fight by observing your opponent's movements and calculating carefully. So I believe your chances of winning. Jay replied, I agree. The kid was quite surprised and asked back, huh? I haven't even finished explaining. What about the payment? Jay let the kid decide for himself. Just don't take this lightly. Phillip was delighted, rubbing his hands together and replying, all right, of course. As he walked out, Jay added, also, I have one condition. The kid was a little worried. Jay looked down and said bluntly, Phillip, you seem to have a lot of connections here. I need you to find something for me. 2 days later, Jay was sitting by his car in the middle of the junkyard. Under the car, a person fixing something spoke up. Is it true you're from District 50? He added, looking at the state of your car, if you told me you crossed a desert, I'd believe you. By the way, it seems Phillip really likes you. He rarely sends someone with my skills out. Jay sat there, observing coldly. The mechanic requested, hand me that wrench. And a 6mm bolt. Jay saw them sitting on the toolbox. He used blue mana to move the items next to the mechanic. Glancing over and seeing them, he was quite surprised. Did you put it right next to me? When did I bring it with me? It seems Jay has become quite proficient with mana. A moment later, the mechanic stood up, wiping his sweat. All done. Besides the engine overheating, there's nothing serious. I replaced the coolant with the best kind. It should be fine from now on. He whispered in Jay's ear. I secretly took it from work. The most expensive kind. He nodded. Good job. The mechanic put away his tools and smiled. No problem. This was Phillip's request. Phillip is our savior. He spoke about the hotel owner with enthusiasm. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to find jobs in the first place. So, giving a portion of our income to him, we have no complaints at all. Jay had to admit, he's quite popular. The mechanic handed him a piece of paper and said, oh, right. Phillip asked me to give you this. He picked up his tools and continued. He said it's hard to remember all the messages, so he told me to write it down. He waved goodbye to Jay. See you later, Hunter. He held the paper in his hand, looking a bit thoughtful. He remembered the day before. He had told Phillip his condition. I need information about mages. The kid replied, mages, huh? I've heard of them. I'll look into anyone who shows suspicious signs. It won't take long. Phillip smiled confidently. Who do you think I am? Sitting in the car, reading the contents of the paper, Jay was quite surprised. I didn't expect him to be able to gather so much information in just 2 days. Some of the information in it, 2nd Street, Gup's Bakery, male, 42 years old, baker. 8th Street, Kenny Andrews' shop, male, 23 years old, sales clerk. And there was another piece of information that made Jay pause. He focused. This person is worth checking out. Jay went into the street following the directions on Phillip's paper. A chef, with 2 crates on his shoulders. Jay stood behind, silently observing him. He wrote on the paper, Lennon is ruled out because there are no signs of circles on his chest. The other subjects had been crossed out, so there was only one person left. According to the description, abandoned shopping mall on 32nd Street, male, between 30 and 40 years old. Frequently moves between the surface and underground, carrying food. High probability of living underground. Once, when a steel pipe fell due to an accident, with just a strong gust of wind, he narrowly avoided the accident. But he didn't seem surprised at all. High probability that he is a mage. With that thought, Jay went to find him. As he was moving, something in front of him made him stop. Two kids stood in front of the bookstore, talking. They're closed today too. At this rate, they won't be able to reopen soon. How can they stand it when we throw rocks every day? If we stop now, we'll lose our job. The one in blue said sharply, "You idiot. They'll pay double if we force the store to put up a for sale sign. So we can't stop here." He held a large rock in his hand. "This time, I'll throw it at the second floor, not the shop. We'll force them to leave. Now let me show you how it's done." With that, the kid swung his arm, preparing to throw. It was the red-haired girl again. She opened the window and shouted, "Hey, get lost, all of you." With the same sharp tone as last time, the girl scolded, "I heard everything. So it was you guys throwing rocks at the shop. Get lost, you bastards." Jay saw her emotions from afar. A light yellow color representing courage and belief, but it was shrouded in black mana. It seems she's very scared. The two kids ignored her words and replied, "You think we can't see you're trembling with fear? You have a nice house, huh? We don't even have a place to sleep." The girl clenched her fists and shouted to scare them, "Shut up. Our adults will." Before she could finish, a rock was thrown straight at the wall, right next to her, making her scream in surprise. They challenged, "You think we don't know there are only kids and a few sick old men in there?" The red-haired girl still tried to shoo them away. "Shut up and get out." Jay stood in the alley, watching. The one in white threw a rock and shouted, "This time, I'll aim for her face." Jay was about to rush out to help, but what he saw surprised him. The girl raised her hands, which were filled with blue mana. Then she blew the rock back at the two kids below. The rock returned. They wondered, what the hell just happened? The mana dissipated. The red-haired girl still stood by the window, her face pure, a little angry but also a little helpless, as if she was about to cry. Jay was surprised to realize, maybe she's a mage. The two kids asked each other again in amazement, "What just happened?" The one in blue patted his shoulder to reassure him. It must have been a hallucination. Try again. Unlike them, Jay realized it was clearly magic. The girl continued to point and scold, "You're crazy. Get out of my sight." The two kids ignored her and continued to throw rocks. "Acting tough, huh? What can you do to us from there?" Two rocks were flying closer. The girl's worry was clear on her face. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact, thinking, "I can't block them all." At the same time, Jay's magical hand rose towards the window. He created an even stronger gust of wind than before. The two kids raised their hands to cover their faces and asked each other, "What's going on? Damn it, the wind is so strong." Suddenly, something flew straight into the blue-shirt kid's face, knocking him over. The white-shirt one standing next to him was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He was asking his friend, "Hey, are you okay?" when he himself was hit in the face by another rock. Jay walked over, tossing the rock in his hand. He walked past the two kids lying there and looked up at the surprised girl, greeting her, "Long time no see." The two kids were thrown into a corner of the street, lying there trembling and bloody. The girl had invited Jay into the bookstore and bowed her head to thank him. Jay waved it off. "No need to thank me. By the way, I have something to ask you." The girl also wanted to ask him something. They both asked at almost the same time. "Are you a mage? You used magic just now, right?" Their faces were strangely close. The red-haired girl was a bit flustered. She immediately raised her hand shyly and asked, "Do you want to come inside and talk?" The two went into a room in the bookstore. The girl closed the door and smiled, introducing herself. "I'm Veronica, the owner of the bookstore." "And you're Jay," he said curtly. Veronica replied, "Jay, huh?" With that, the girl bowed slightly and said sincerely, "I'm sorry for yelling at you last time. I thought you were one of those kids throwing rocks." Jay waved it off. "It's fine. The situation made it easy to misunderstand." The girl seemed flustered. "Anyway, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble." Jay, still expressionless, replied, "You don't need to thank me so much. I just wanted to check out this bookstore." He thought, "I originally just wanted to learn about magic, But meeting a mage here is an even bigger gain than I expected. Veronica seemed surprised by Jay's answer. She thought to herself, people here are usually more accepting of gratitude. This kid is strange. The two sat down at a table to talk. Jay took the initiative to ask, Veronica, where did you learn magic? The girl answered honestly, my grandfather adopted me and my siblings. Hearing that, he leaned in, looking surprised, and asked further, your grandfather knows magic too? Veronica answered, a little worried, of course, he's a mage. Jay immediately asked, can I meet your grandfather? The girl smiled. I think so, but let me go tell him first. She noticed the wound on his face and took the initiative. Wait a minute, your cheek is scratched. Jay gently brushed his hair back. A cut on my hand. It probably just grazed me, it's fine. Veronica was worried. But if you leave it like that, it could get infected. With that, she placed her hand on the wound and told him to wait a moment. From the girl's hand, a strange light emanated. In that instant, white mana entered and healed the wound. In just a short time, the wound on Jay's face had completely disappeared. Veronica pulled her hand back, relieved. All done. Jay stood up abruptly, wondering, how did you do that? The girl was startled and shrank back, asking, what do you mean? Jay moved closer, a little agitated. You just moved white mana, then used it to create light to heal me. In Jay's mind, he was thinking, no matter how much I concentrate, I can't move white mana. White mana. It only reacts when someone has sincere care and devotion, when they sacrifice for others. All of those things are far from me. Someone who is almost emotionless. Veronica replied, I just used healing magic. So what do you mean by white mana? The girl's question reminded Jay of something from before. Nice had told him, colors? I've never heard of that. They say mana is something you can't see. Now he had another question. Even mages can't see mana? Veronica said, I know what you mean by white mana. Are you talking about the healing attribute? This was the first time Jay had heard such specialized terms. Veronica began her lecture. The attribute used in the magic just now is called the healing attribute. Usually, healing magic only uses a single attribute, which is healing. But you can also add one or two other auxiliary attributes. Jay was curious. How many attributes are there in total? The girl was a bit confused and explained, actually, if you only count the natural attributes, there are quite a few. But if you also count things like amplification, interference, control, and healing, there must be at least over 100 attributes. Jay clenched his fist and thought, I've learned something new again. If I meet her grandfather, will I be able to learn even more? Jay asked, is your grandfather on the second floor? Veronica replied, yes, he's very sick, so he can hardly leave his bed. Then the girl walked up the stairs and told him, can you wait at the table for a moment? I'll go up and see if he's awake. Veronica ran quickly and called back, I'll be right back. In the meantime, Jay walked around the bookstore, browsing the titles on the shelves. He skimmed past them and remembered, I heard books are extremely expensive. Touching them with these hands would only decrease their value. So he pulled his hand back. He thought again, the last time Jay bathed was when it rained and there was clean water. He didn't mind the smell much, but it probably bothered many others. Jay remembered Veronica and wondered, did she not smell it, or was she just trying to endure it? Something on a board caught his attention. Jay saw some notebooks on the table. These don't look like books. They look more like journals. There was one titled, A Study on the Distribution of Attributes by Region, and another on The Cause of the Expansion of the Black Rain. They made Jay curious. A moment later, Veronica came clattering down the stairs. She glanced around the first floor and, not seeing Jay, was a bit surprised. Veronica wondered, did he leave because I took too long? Then Jay, who had been standing right behind her all along, spoke up. I'm still here. The girl jumped and screamed, a complete contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Veronica slowly calmed herself down and said, oh, you were looking at the books? Then she told herself, I had no idea he was standing right behind me. Jay asked, are there any books on magic here? I looked but couldn't find any. The girl seemed quite surprised and asked back, you can read? Have you checked the titles? Veronica thought, this kid is more interesting than I thought. Jay asked, how's your grandfather? The girl replied, you probably can't talk to him right now. He's sleeping very soundly. The girl blushed slightly and asked, can you come back tomorrow? Jay agreed. He then left, promising to come back tomorrow. He opened the door to leave, but Veronica called him back. The girl asked, "By the way, why do you want to see my grandfather? It seems like that was your goal from the beginning." Jay froze, not knowing how to answer. Then, he opened the door, turned back, and answered Veronica, "The prism. I'm looking for the prism. At a restaurant somewhere in the neighborhood, at 4:30 in the afternoon." Jay continued to look at the list of suspects from the information sheet Phillip had provided. There was one subject who always went out between 7 and 8 in the morning and 6 and 7 in the evening. Every time he came back, he carried a basket full of food and went down to the basement. The place where that person lived was right across from the restaurant he was sitting in. Jay sat there, hoping he could gather some information related to magic. The note said, "Information provided by Johnny." At the same time, the waiter with the name tag, Johnny, brought the food over. He smiled and said, "Here's your order." Jay recognized the familiar name, the same as the person who provided the information. He refused because he hadn't ordered this dish. Johnny smiled. "It's on the house. You're the hunter, right? You're a hero in the eyes of the kids now." Jay nodded. "All right, but I have something to ask you." Johnny was happy. "Go ahead and ask. I can even tell you the password to the restaurant's warehouse." Jay thought, he probably shouldn't go that far. He held up the note and asked directly, "How accurate is this man's schedule?" Johnny replied, "Almost 100%. In the 3 months I've worked here, I've seen him go in and out of that building's basement at the same time every day." The kid remembered, "It's almost 7 in the evening now, isn't it?" Johnny added, "Thanks to him, I don't even need to look at a clock." The manager shouted, "Johnny, what are you slacking off for again?" The kid quickly apologized and said to Jay, "I have to run. If you have any more questions, just call me." With that, the kid hurried inside. Looking at the clock, it was a little after 6 in the evening. That means there's about an hour left. Jay would have to wait. In the meantime, he would enjoy the restaurant's food. In a moment, the steak was devoured. Jay picked up his glass of water and drank, his eyes never leaving the entrance to the basement of the building across the street. He was startled to realize the mysterious person was walking past him. Jay looked at his chest and realized he has the same mana circles as the monocled mage. He must be a mage. The opportunity had come. He quickly left, not forgetting to thank Johnny for the meal. The kid also replied enthusiastically, "It was my pleasure to serve you." Jay quickly arrived at the entrance. The guy would be gone from the house for about an hour. He had to find clues about magic during this time. Jay went down into the basement tunnel. However, the door was securely locked. Jay thought, "I can't turn back now. I have to find a way inside, no matter what." Suddenly, the colorful mana streams in his body reacted violently. The mana streams in his hand were flowing into the lock. In a flash, the lock was opened without leaving a trace. The door opened, and Jay stepped into the mysterious man's room. He looked at his hand and wondered, "What did I just do?" Focus. Now's not the time to think about that. He took advantage of the time to learn about him. The trash can inside was full of waste paper. The important thing now is to find information about this mage. He noticed some scrap paper on the floor. He read the contents. "The fierce flame of my life. How long has it been since?" He concluded, this seems to be a letter he was in the middle of writing. On another piece of paper, "The red bloodstone I was given. It can make me stronger. I dug up 66 orphans." Reading this reminded him of Sidrid. He had promised to let them join the organization if they met the requirement of 66 people. He wondered, is this the former operator of the mercenary group Sidrid mentioned? Based on the content of this letter, he was expelled from the organization. Jay noticed something else unusual on the table. In a white box, red mana was radiating intensely. He picked up the box and opened it. This was the same kind of stone that was embedded in Sidrid's ring. This must be the red bloodstone mentioned in the letter. Jay picked one up to examine it. Mana is still mana, but unlike the mana in the air, this stone can absorb it much more smoothly. He wondered, what would happen if I used magic with this? A massive flame erupted from Jay's hand. This is the most brilliant red flame I've ever created. Normally, casting a spell takes much longer. Outside, there were footsteps coming down. Jay was worried. Put out the fire. He turned to the door. He's back already? It hasn't even been 15 minutes. The mysterious man opened the door and walked in. He mumbled to himself, "Damn it. I can't believe I forgot my wallet. I'm getting dumber by the day." That's why the boss threw me out. Jay hid behind the door. He promised himself, but don't worry, Walter. Just finish this, and you can go back to the organization. He continued outside. I need to buy more food than usual. That way, I won't have to go out for a while. Jay peeked out to observe. He kept walking. Suddenly, he stopped and said, Wait, there's one more thing I need. He pulled open the door where Jay was hiding. With a murderous look and a sinister smile, he said, I need to buy some more rat poison. He shouted, You think I don't know you're hiding here? He immediately took out his knife to defend himself. He swung the knife across his face. Blood splattered. He jumped back a distance, holding his face. He leaned his other hand against the wall and cursed him. You bastard. He asked angrily, Who are you? I thought you were an assassin from the organization. Turns out you're just a kid. He worried. Damn it, the blood is getting in my eye. Walter continued to ask, How the hell did you open the door? Without a word, Jay continued to attack. With the knife in his hand, Jay thought, I'll subdue him and get everything out of him. Everything he knows. However, he was stronger than he thought. Jay was shocked. He cursed him, You little brat. He was using his bare hands, along with red mana, to grip the knife. He continued to shout, Ignoring an adult and pointing a knife at me, huh? He roared, And why are you so damn strong? Jay snatched the knife back, then jumped back a distance to maintain space. He was slightly worried when he saw him channeling mana into the hand holding the blade. He was using magic to prevent the cut from reaching his skin. Walter pulled out an iron hook and shouted, I was going easy on you because you're a kid. But now I'm going to tear your face apart. With that, he immediately launched into a frenzied attack. Jay was thinking, Can I use magic that way too? The iron hook was swinging straight down at him. Walter suddenly froze, speechless. He wondered, How can you use that magic? Jay clearly remembered the color combination and ratio of the magic he had just cast. So now he was using his bare hands to block the hook knife. Walter frantically attacked, forcing Jay to retreat. He found it strange and thought to himself, What the hell is this? Metallization is a unique magic that I invented. Could this kid? He focused his observation, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Noticing a slight opening, Jay didn't hesitate to slash straight at his face, forcing Walter to lean back to avoid it. But that left his side exposed. He took the opportunity to stab him once. Blood spurted out. The hit made him cough a few times and glare at the boy. Blood dripped onto the floor. He knelt down, his hand on the wall to keep himself from falling. His eyes were bloodshot. He smiled dangerously and said, I guessed right. The boss must have sent you. I heard there's an assassin who can copy magic. Just as he finished speaking, Jay's knife pinned his hand to the wall, making him scream in pain. He told himself, I need to lower my voice to hide my identity. Then he said to him, There are many things I need to ask you. From now on, answer all my questions. Walter gave a wry, bitter smile. I can't believe the rumored assassin is so young. Jay found himself experienced with this type of person. It's very difficult to talk to him. If I can't get any information out of him, maybe it would be better to kill him here. However, the unexpected happened. Walter fought back. His body was on fire. He said, All right, I get it. I'll make the boss have no choice but to acknowledge my abilities. Let me burn you alive, you damn assassin. Jay was thrown back. From under his feet, a tall pillar of fire appeared. He pulled his blackened left arm from the knife and shouted, Tell the boss that Walter the Blood-Eyed is coming for him. He stood up, his entire body now engulfed in red flames. He looked at Jay and continued, Of course, that's if you can get out of here alive. The boss must be regretting it now, regretting throwing me away. With that, Walter threw his head back and laughed loudly. Jay focused on his chest. The mana was swirling violently around the magic circles, and because of that, the red mana was spreading rapidly throughout his body via his blood vessels. That was truly dangerous. If he hadn't used mana to protect himself, he would have been in trouble. Walter raised both hands to the sky, two long pillars of fire in his hands. Assassin, you came here to kill me and take the red bloodstone, right? Then try to kill me. Just as he finished speaking, he launched his fiery hand at Jay. He quickly put both hands in front of him, creating a multicolored mana circle for defense. A mana shield appeared, blocking Walter's attack. Seeing this, he became excited. A shield, huh? Good. If you're an assassin sent to kill me, you should at least be able to use magic of this level. Walter attacked frantically and roared. Are you just going to keep defending? But for how long? Cracks had appeared on the shield. Jay couldn't get close to him now because of the flames covering his body. This shield wouldn't last much longer either. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had found a solution. Walter laughed loudly, challenging. So what's next? Then he used all his strength to launch a much larger pillar of fire to attack. Jay pulled back his hand. He couldn't block this attack. But first, he had to put out the fire. Seeing this, he became even more confident. You're dispelling your shield? Are you crazy? But Jay silenced him. He used magic to create water, which made him wonder, what did you just do? Using two main types of magic at the same time. Jay didn't explain, focusing on creating water to douse the fire in front of him. He raised his water fist to counterattack. Walter's eyes widened in horror. The water element too? Could it be that you're not an assassin? A blow filled with water struck him. The flames were extinguished instantly. His entire body was submerged in the water element. A moment later, with familiar footsteps on the street, Jay walked slowly, looking quite tired. Blood dripped from his nose. This was the aftershock of using magic beyond his mental limits. He wiped it away and thought, the destructive power of that magic just now was completely incomparable. The mana circles spun so smoothly. The speed of color mixing was also much faster. This Walter guy is really strong. I can't imagine how terrifying that monocled mage must be. Jay told himself, with my current strength, I can't get my revenge. However, he was still very determined. He clenched his fist. If I have enough time, I can still become stronger. Jay put his hand in his pocket and mumbled, if I had known things would turn out like this, I would have taken it all. In his hand was the bloodstone he had taken from Walter. The next morning at Veronica's bookstore, a quiet footstep approached as promised. Veronica was carrying a stack of books. Seeing him, she beamed. Jay, you're here. Welcome. Jay looked a bit strange today. The girl asked, did you change your clothes? You were wearing a raincoat yesterday. He said bluntly, I got rid of it. Jay told himself, even though the room was too dark for him to see my face, if I wear those clothes again, he might recognize me. Veronica led Jay inside, saying as she walked, I told my grandfather about you, that you used magic to help us, and that you're looking for the rainbow. As they were walking, Jay noticed something as if it was watching him. Behind them, two boys were hiding behind a door, watching them. The boys were discovered by him and looked a little startled. They slammed the door shut. Veronica said, they're my younger brothers. Grandfather brought them here from the orphanage. Just like me, Monta and June Finn. Jay immediately asked, to teach them magic? Hearing that, the girl was a bit startled. Huh? How did you know? He said calmly, because there's no other reason. Besides, you also said you learned magic from your grandfather. The innocent girl realized, oh right. The two stopped in front of a door. Veronica's grandfather was inside. The girl called out, Grandfather Greyu, I've brought Jay. He's the one who helped us. The two entered the room. In front of them was an old man with white hair and a beard, holding a book. He said to the girl, Veronica, can you step out for a moment? The girl obeyed, stepped out, and gently closed the door. Jay sat there, right by the old man's bed. To break the slightly somber atmosphere, Greyu spoke up. First, I want to express my gratitude. He looked at him and continued, I heard you helped Veronica chase away those kids. That should have been my job, but as you can see, I'm not strong enough anymore. Jay waved it off. It was nothing difficult. He focused on the old man's chest to verify, and realized he had 4 circles. Red for anger, orange for comfort, yellow for excitement, green for shame, blue for indifference, and dark blue for sorrow. These emotions are very difficult to appear all at once. So this isn't mana, but colors imprinted on the soul. The dense waves of emotion over the years have left their mark. Jay understood that it was very difficult to read the emotions of someone as old as the man before him. Anyway, I heard you have a lot of questions. Jay was blunt. I've been looking for a mage for a long time. Greyu asked, you're a mage, aren't you? According to Veronica, you use magic very skillfully. However, there are many things you still don't know. The old man continued. Jay, right? You must not be from around here. Where are you from? Jay was silent for a moment. Seeing this, the old man realized, you seem to have a very long story behind you. If you find it difficult to answer my question, then why don't we do this? Greyu created a light and proposed, "Let's play a game. The winner of each round gets to ask the loser a question." The two looked at each other. His quick reaction showed that his senses were very sharp. He asked further, "Can you feel the mana between us right now?" Jay's eyes widened as he answered, "Yes." Not only could he feel it, but he could also see it. The old man realized Jay's reaction had completely changed. Then he explained further, "Each type of magic uses a different element. When elements meet, they can even create new elements." Jay listened intently as Greyu explained, "The element between us right now is, this is the element that helps magic maintain a stable state without being affected by external factors. And because of that stability, it's also the most difficult element to control." After saying that, he gently stroked his long beard. Jay asked immediately, "What about the element next to it?" Hearing that, Greyu was extremely surprised. He asked in alarm, "You can feel two elements, not just one?" He replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, one is a light gray and one is a darker gray. They are definitely two different shades. Greyu clutched his head and laughed loudly. How can this be? In his mind, a jumble of thoughts. I don't need to search through hundreds of orphanages anymore. He immediately recognized the two elements of maintenance and continuation, something an ordinary mage couldn't do in a lifetime. Looking at the boy in front of him, Greyu could only sigh in admiration. Oh, fate is so ironic. I don't have much time left, yet I've found a true genius. Jay asked him, "So what is the name of the element next to maintenance?" He smiled and looked at him. "If I tell you right away, it won't be fun anymore. Win the game and find out for yourself." Greyu explained the rules. "Right now, there's a sphere between us, made of two different elements. Try to pull that sphere towards you. When someone touches it, the game will end. I often play this game with Veronica." He pushed the sphere towards Jay. "So, to be fair, I'll place the sphere a little closer to you from the start." Jay thought with a hint of worry, winning against a mage with a higher skill level will be very difficult. But thanks to this advantage, it won't be impossible. Greyu raised his hand and prepared for the game between the two. In the first round, the sphere flew quickly towards the old man. Jay didn't have time to react. His eyes widened in surprise. Greyu held the sphere in his hand and smiled gently. Almost in an instant, that speed left Jay stunned. He had to admit, he's too fast. Greyu looked at him and said, "I'll be the one to ask the first question. Who did you learn magic from?" Jay answered briefly, "I'm self-taught." Hearing the answer, Greyu smiled. "You've surprised me twice in one day." Jay blurted out, "Are self-taught mages that rare?" He replied, "I'll answer that question if you win the game, because that's also a question." Hearing that, Jay didn't hesitate to raise his hand. "Then let's continue to the next round." In the room, the old man's loud laughter echoed. Jay sat there, emotionless. The sphere was once again not in his hand. It was in the old man's hand. He had won this round again. Greyu didn't forget to explain, "The outcome of this competition depends entirely on each person's ability to control mana. The number of circles doesn't matter." Jay clenched his fist and thought, "I'm just giving him information. At this rate, I won't get anything from him." He focused intently. "I need to use a different method." Greyu continued to push the sphere towards him and said, "So, let's continue the game." This time, there was a change in Jay's approach. His other hand was using blue mana. This surprised the old man a little. This time he got the sphere. Greyu exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems you've changed your strategy." Jay replied, "There's no rule against me making it difficult for my opponent." He accepted and smiled. "Ask whatever you want." His question was very brief. "What is mana?" Greyu closed his eyes slightly, preparing his answer. "Mana is the most fundamental element that makes up everything in this world. You can't see or touch it, but like thunder, fire, or hail, we can observe its movement through secondary phenomena. Furthermore, a very small number of people are born with the ability to sense mana. From the sound of it, you seem to be one of them. However, just being able to sense mana doesn't mean you can use magic, because the ability to sense mana and the ability to control it are two completely different fields." Jay immediately asked, "When you talk about talent, you mean the ability to control mana, right?" Greyu realized this was a second question, but he would ignore it and continue to explain. "That's right. That talent refers to the ability to separate the elements that make up mana and combine them in precise ratios. Usually, those who understand themselves well have a greater talent for using magic. In a way, magic is a discipline of exploring one's own self. That's why they say, mana calls to those who are true to themselves. Greyu explained with happiness. Jay repeated his words. Mana calls to those who are true to themselves. The next round, the sphere was pulled towards Jay again. The old man was astonished. The maintenance element is considered the most difficult to control, yet he's learning how to handle it by understanding its properties in real time. Jay held the mana in his hand and sighed in relief. Greyu spoke up. So, what's your next question? He was blunt. I want to know about the rings that mages have in their hearts. He answered, rings? You can think of those circles as a container for mana. The mana in the air will automatically accumulate in the created rings. After one refinement, the distribution of elements in here will be different, depending on the mage's constitution. Jay was curious. Does the refinement process make the mana easier to use than the remaining mana in the air? Yes, but there's another important reason for this process. Using mana from the air a few times is fine, but if you do it continuously, it will cause mana poisoning. Usually, a reaction occurs as soon as a mage uses mana from the air. They might feel vague, sleepy, or unable to stop laughing, or unable to stop crying from sadness. Some even experience a decrease in their tolerance for anger. The symptoms of mana poisoning differ from person to person. Jay listened intently. When these symptoms accumulate, it will develop into a permanent psychological illness. Jay remembered Sidrid's behavior and wondered, can mana and emotions influence each other? Using unrefined mana will make the user go berserk. So this explains why I don't get mana poisoning. Because until recently, I couldn't feel emotions. Jay hesitated for a moment, then said, if someone could use mana from the air without getting mana poisoning, they would have a huge advantage. Greyu replied, that's a unique idea. However, I've never met anyone like that. If there were such a person, they wouldn't be able to compare to mages who only use refined mana for safety. Because there's an infinite amount of mana in the air. Greyu asked Jay about his dream, about what he wanted to become in the future. His eyes were serious. I have something I want to do. There are people I want to kill, and people I want to save. He smiled. I've heard many people talk about the first thing before. However, this is the first time I've heard about the second. Greyu raised his hand and asked, Jay, do you want to learn magic from me? The unexpected offer made him slightly startled. Jay wondered, why would a four-circle mage want to teach an orphan from the streets? I don't understand his purpose. What does he want from me? As if reading his mind, Greyu said, I don't want anything from you. He was silent for a moment, as if to think more carefully. Then he looked at him and said honestly, all right, I want to learn. He propped his hand up and looked out the door. Veronica, come in. The old man's voice rang out. The girl outside the door was startled. She walked in and explained, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Greyu knew that. He understood what kind of person she was and told her to sit next to Jay. He asked Veronica, do you remember why I adopted you, Monta, and June Fin from the orphanage? The girl replied, to pass on your knowledge as a legacy. He nodded. That's right. And this is a part of my knowledge, so you must listen too. Greyu began his lecture. This is about the rainbow. Jay, I hear you're looking for the rainbow, right? The rainbow is a story that has been passed down since ancient times. Even now, there are many people who wander the world in search of it. There are hundreds of theories about the rainbow, but they all converge at one point. The one who finds the rainbow can become a godlike entity. Veronica quickly asked, so what are gods? Greyu answered, simply put, they are omnipotent beings who can do whatever they want in this world. Jay pondered, so that's why the monocled mage is also looking for the rainbow. Veronica continued to ask, so that rainbow. But before she could finish, a rock shattered the window and flew in. The girl was surprised and couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Jay was there. He held Veronica in one arm and caught the rock with the other. Unintentionally, the girl was held tightly in his arms. Veronica's eyes widened as she slowly regained her composure. The girl stood up, observing the spinning shards of glass and wondering, is this wind magic? Jay also walked over and looked outside. Come to think of it, he had clearly warned them by paralyzing one of their arms. But they still took the job to vandalize. The two kids were running hastily down the alley. Greyu smiled. You've saved us once again. Thank you. He looked a little worried. This should have been my job, but I'm not strong enough. Veronica, heal Jay's wound. From the girl's hand, a white light with a hint of pale yellow appeared again, slowly entering Jay's hand. Veronica carefully wrapped a bandage around him, saying gently, "It'll be done in a moment." Jay thought to himself, this is just a small wound. Besides, it's not even on her. Looking at the girl in front of him, with tears welling up in her eyes, Jay wondered, is this worth crying over? Veronica was still very concerned. If you don't treat it right away, it'll leave a scar. Actually, Jay thought a few scars would be good. They are honorable marks left by the enemy. It doesn't sound too bad. Grayu reminded the girl. Veronica, don't use magic without drawing a circle. It seems you've used too much mana from the air. Hearing that, the girl adjusted her control. A moment later, Veronica was cleaning up the broken glass. Jay sat there and asked him, I heard they've been throwing rocks for a long time. Grayu replied, for over a month. I think someone is behind this. The old man held his head. Someone keeps offering to buy the bookstore, so it's very likely them. He immediately asked, You're not planning to sell the bookstore, are you? He stroked his beard thoughtfully. That's what I've been thinking until now. But this is really becoming unbearable. Grayu recalled, half a year ago, I opened this bookstore to teach my students and complete the research I've dedicated my life to. At that time, the kids even congratulated him on opening the bookstore. He had happily accepted the flowers from them, and he himself was quite satisfied with this life. I can meet children and people who need books. However, because of my illness, Veronica has to manage the shop for me. Jay was still listening intently. If I die, things will only get worse. A bookstore with only children will be the easiest prey. With that, he looked at the fragile girl before him. The old man stroked his beard and continued, I have to sell this place and find a suitable home for the children. Hearing that, Veronica reacted strongly. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly as she said loudly, You can't sell the shop. The girl clutched her skirt and continued, This place holds your dream. You said you wanted to run a bookstore since you were a child. Grayu tried to calm the girl down. Veronica, thank you for your concern. But not everything in life goes as planned. The girl collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered. But I don't want to. I don't want to close the shop. I don't want to see you disappear. The girl's tears flowed endlessly as she looked at him. Looking at Veronica, the old man also had trouble controlling his emotions. The girl came and buried her head in his lap, sobbing. It seems I've placed too much of a burden on you. Jay witnessed all these strange and unfamiliar emotions. That night, it was raining outside the bookstore. The old man was sleeping. Veronica's soft voice came from outside. It's permanent sleep sickness, a rare disease. The girl sat there, slumped over, and continued. It started 2 months ago. His sleeping time will get longer and longer, until he never opens his eyes again. He can't move anymore, and can only wake up for 2 to 3 hours a day. Jay glanced down at her. Veronica looked up, smiled at him, and asked, Can you come back tomorrow? He usually wakes up in the morning. A moment later, the girl gave Jay a raincoat, flustered. Thank goodness, my raincoat fits you. Veronica didn't forget to say she'd see Jay tomorrow. Stepping out the door, he remembered the times the orphaned children cried. He couldn't understand others' sadness, but he also knew a few words and actions to comfort them. Before leaving, Jay said to Veronica, Don't worry, everything will be fine. First surprise, then emotion. The girl thanked him. Jay left, and the girl stood there, wiping her tears. Jay made a round of the streets, looking for the vandals and wondering, where did they go? 8th Street, where Ox store is located, is the territory of the Jeffer gang. The kids from back then must have come from there too. Jay thought to himself, did they all go back into hiding because of the black rain? I was planning to deal with Jeffer, but it seems I'll have to adjust my plan a bit. Jay ran quickly down the street. The rain was still falling relentlessly. First, he had to find Phillip because he had connections with other gangs. Maybe he could arrange a meeting with Jeffer. Jay stopped short when he saw some familiar yet strange faces. He hid to one side, observing the people over there. He recognized them as Sidrid's gang. He didn't know what they were doing here. The guys standing there were talking to each other. When will he be done? Our boss. He'll be at it until morning. Jay used his ability to try and see inside. He saw Sidrid inside a container, and with him was Phillip. Jay was quite surprised to see that. Sidrid was standing in front of Phillip, cursing. "You arrogant bastard." Furious, he raised his fist and shouted, "Looking at you makes me want to." A sound from outside cut off his anger. Sidrid didn't understand what was happening outside. After cleaning up the soldiers, Jay kicked open the door and stormed in. His men were lying all over the ground. He called Sidrid's name. Jay showed no emotion, but inside, he seemed quite annoyed to see Phillip being bullied. Sidrid sneered and asked, "Jay, what's going on? You have business with this guy too?" Phillip was sitting there, trembling all over. His body was covered in wounds and blood. His face was pale, his eyes shut tight. Jay looked over and wondered, "Phillip? Is he unconscious? I have no obligation to be loyal to him as a business partner, but he's helped me more than once." Jay was a man of principle. Debts must be repaid. He immediately stepped forward to protect Phillip. Sidrid smiled wickedly and said, "You're really impatient. We're supposed to fight tomorrow." The ring on his hand continued to fuel the anger inside him. He challenged Jay, "You want to fight right now?" He quietly observed him. Red mana radiated out. His eyes turned red. Jay looked at Sidrid's chest. He's changed. Both his body and the mana of the ring are stronger and clearer than before. It's as if he's gotten stronger just by keeping it with him. Jay spoke up. "I didn't come here to fight. I just heard something." He asked Sidrid, "Why did you do that to Phillip?" He asked back nonchalantly, "What? You know him?" Jay stood there, listening calmly. "So this little brat came looking for you too? Babbling on about some stupid business partnership, right?" Sidrid continued to laugh as he talked about Phillip. "That's all this bastard knows how to do. Cling to the strong to survive." With that, the red mana almost completely consumed him. Sidrid roared in anger and charged forward to attack. Seeing him makes me sick. Phillip sat there, motionless. Unable to stand by and watch, Jay grabbed him and threw Sidrid back. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Both his feet slid across the ground. Sidrid formed a mana fist. His face was filled with anger. In a flash, his fist shot out, closing in on Jay. He gently raised his hand, catching his fist and blocking the attack. The two were face to face. It seemed this battle was unavoidable. Jay's grip was quite strong, making Sidrid's hand tremble slightly. He said to him, "Get out. This has nothing to do with you." Jay insisted, "Tell me why you did it." He gritted his teeth. "Why?" Then he pulled his hand free from Jay's. He became angry again and roared, "Just seeing weaklings is enough to make me sick to my stomach." Outside, the rain was still falling. Inside the container, Jay asked him, "You hate the weak?" Sidrid raised the hand with the ring to his face. A wicked glint in his eye was visible through his fingers. He replied, "I despise them. They make me sick. But that's no reason to harm others." Hearing Jay say that, he slammed his fist against the wall. Then he told him to get out immediately. Then he looked down at Phillip and warned, "Unless you want to end up like him." He declared, "I'll show you what happens when someone trespasses on my territory. I'll make it a lesson for everyone." Jay was silent for a moment, thinking, "If I use this gem right now, I can easily resolve this situation. But I don't know what side effects it has, so I can't use it." So, he decided to try and reason with him, hoping to change his mind. "I don't understand. If you want to make an example of someone, there's a much better way." Hearing that made Sidrid slightly startled. Jay crossed his arms and repeated, "I said, if you want to make an example of someone, there's a more effective way." He continued, "From what you're saying, it seems you plan to kill Phillip. But what's the point of doing it in the dark where no one will know?" Jay proposed, "If it were me, I'd do it in front of everyone. Wouldn't that be much more effective?" Jay's very persuasive reasoning was music to Sidrid's ears. He imagined the scene of dealing with Phillip in front of everyone, and to him, that method did seem more logical. He thought and replied to Jay, "Not bad at all." Jay added, "If you're going to execute him, it's best to do it on the day of our fight. All the strongest people in District 49 will be there." And Sidrid agreed. However, he pointed at Phillip cautiously. "But what if he runs?" Jay accepted responsibility for the boy. Sidrid smiled. "All right. You don't seem like the type to go back on your word." Then he walked to the door, not forgetting to warn, "Jay, I trust you won't do this, but if you let Phillip go or he escapes from here, then you'll have to take his place and be punished." He left with a smile and a very dangerous look in his eyes. Inside, now, only the two of them remained. Jay quickly went over to where Phillip was sitting. He shook the boy in front of him and asked, "Phillip, are you okay? Can you talk?" The boy's body moved slightly, and he let out a soft groan. Jay realized, the boy is more seriously injured than I thought. A moment later, it was still raining. Outside Phillip's hotel, there was a knock on the door. Jonathan was startled. "What? It's so late." The boy opened the door, still sleepy and mumbling. "Don't you know we don't open on black rain days?" Then he was horrified when he saw the person outside. It was Jay, carrying Phillip on his back, covered in wounds and blood. Jay opened his mouth slightly. "Help!" Outside the clinic, the continuous black rain fell, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Jay sat quietly, waiting for Frank to treat Phillip, outside in the hospital corridor. Hearing the sound of the door sliding open behind him, he looked up to see Frank Holt step out of Phillip's room. He beckoned for Jay to come inside, and said, "Phillip is awake." Jay looked at Phillip on the hospital bed, assessed him, and then said, "You look much better." Phillip looked at him gratefully and replied, "Thank you. I heard what the kids said. You brought me back here. Thanks." Jay said dismissively, "Being alive is good enough." Phillip smiled and replied, "You're right." Jay, confused, voiced his question. "But why did Sidrid beat you up over there?" He lowered his head, somewhat helplessly, and replied, "It was a surprise." He recalled the situation and recounted, "I was going to scout ahead, so that later, when I could take control of the street, I could bring people from the hotel to that commercial area. Unfortunately, I ran into Sidrid." At that time, Phillip was diligently taking notes. 4 taverns, 2 restaurants. Jay was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "I thought you were a coward." Phillip replied, flustered, "I'm still a coward, but there are times when you have to overcome your fear." Jay, hearing this, looked at Phillip with a slightly disbelieving expression and asked back, "Huh? When?" Phillip's face lit up with a bright smile. He made a sign with his index finger and thumb. "When there's a chance to make money." Jay looked at the mana in Phillip's chest and thought, he says he's doing it for money. In his jar, pink is more prominent than yellow. He looked at Phillip, confused, and wondered, why does he need to save every penny like that? Jay temporarily put aside his thoughts and asked, "It seems you've known Sidrid for a long time." He scratched his head shyly and replied, "You noticed that too? I didn't intend to hide it." Suddenly, Phillip's voice dropped, full of nostalgia. He said slowly, "Sidrid and I." Phillip's eyes were distant, remembering his childhood memories as he continued. "We're friends since we were little. He and Sidrid were always together back then, and he always protected Phillip." Remembering the times they stole to get by, Phillip said nostalgically, "We were both just little kids on the street." He continued his story. "It wasn't until after I built this hotel that our lives became more stable." At that time, Phillip was filled with determination and anticipation, thinking, "I can finally open the hotel." He turned to Sidrid, who had been standing quietly all this time, and said excitedly, "Sidrid, what do you think of this place? Do you like it at all?" Now, looking closely at his expression, Phillip realized that Sidrid's attitude wasn't quite right. His eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and growled, "Are we considered rats? How much longer do we have to avoid them?" Phillip's eyes widened, startled by Sidrid's violent reaction. He recalled and told Jay, Sidrid was always full of dissatisfaction. At that time, Phillip was always carefully observing Sidrid. He was always angry with everyone. After every job, he would train frantically. Their relationship gradually grew distant from then on. Phillip only dared to secretly watch him from afar. Sidrid, he recalled sadly. Half a year ago, Sidrid left the hotel on his own. Phillip was confused by Sidrid's actions. After that, he went around picking fights with everyone on the street like a madman. Jay asked skeptically, "And he could win all his fights just by simple physical training like that?" Phillip, hearing this, replied with some helplessness, "No. At first, Sidrid still lost. His build was quite small compared to the thugs." Jay continued Phillip's sentence, seeing his bewildered expression. But then the situation changed. Phillip nodded at Jay's suggestion and continued his story. Suddenly, he became much stronger. Remembering Sidrid's fights, Phillip said doubtfully, "You could say his strength increased suddenly." Jay rubbed his chin and asked Phillip, "Did Sidrid wear any rings before?" Phillip thought for a moment and replied hesitantly, "You mean the one he's been wearing recently?" It seems he got it after becoming the leader of the gang. He never cared about those things before. Jay quickly continued. Sidrid's personality wasn't violent before, was it? Phillip secretly admired and assessed Jay. He's very observant. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. His personality changed after he left the hotel. Jay had some suspicions of his own. He thought to himself, could it be? Jay suspected Sidrid met the man in the basement while wandering the streets. Just as Jay suspected, after leaving the hotel, Sidrid faced many difficulties and was beaten black and blue. Just then, he met Walter. The man looked down, assessing Sidrid's shabby appearance at the time. Suddenly, he smiled menacingly. His eyes lit up as he found his next prey. Jay continued his line of speculation, thinking, and he received the ring from him. Sure enough, after seeing and possessing that ring, Sidrid's eyes slowly changed. Phillip continued to speak, pulling Jay out of his thoughts. After Sidrid left, he became even more distant from me. Even if I called him, he would ignore me and even look at me with contempt. Looking at the mana color around Phillip now, Jay had a slight suspicion, thinking, this pink color. Around him was now covered in a light pink color. Phillip trembled and sobbed sadly, saying, and just now, he was about to kill me. Jay silently assessed, that's the color of sadness and longing. He suddenly spoke up and asked Phillip, have you tried talking to Sidrid? He was startled and stammered, talk to him. Jay bluntly suggested, you said you were childhood friends. You two must still have a friendship. Do you want to reconcile with him? Phillip bowed his head in thought. His inner self was struggling fiercely, his brow furrowed in distress. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he clenched his fists and shouted with determination, if I can, I want to. At this moment, the color of the mana around Phillip changed. It shone with a brilliant yellow. Jay stared intently at this change in Phillip. Finally, he spoke. Then let's go to the arena. After the match is over, I'll create an opportunity for you to meet Sidrid. Hearing that Jay could help him meet Sidrid, he was overjoyed and exclaimed with gratitude. However, his voice suddenly dropped in disappointment, saying, that's impossible. Phillip sadly bowed his head and sighed, continuing, I can't enter the arena. He helplessly analyzed. Only those belonging to large gangs can get in there. Phillip had to admit, how can someone like me do that? Jay cut him off and confidently replied, don't worry about that. I said I could get you to see Sidrid. Phillip was both surprised and overjoyed, asking, really? He held his chest and sighed in relief. He looked at Jay gratefully and replied, thank you so much. Jay's expression didn't change as he looked at Phillip and said seriously, no need for that. He informed Phillip of the price to meet Sidrid. If I lose in front of the entire gang in the arena, you will be publicly executed. Hearing this, Phillip's face turned pale with fear. He stammered, publicly execute me? Jay, ignoring Phillip's gaping expression, calmly affirmed, that's right. If Sidrid beats me, you will die. Jay continued, it will probably be a rather miserable death. Phillip asked, trembling, are you kidding? Jay quickly replied, no. Phillip still couldn't believe it and asked again, are you kidding? Jay affirmed once more. Jay looked at the terrified Phillip and suddenly asked, are you scared? Phillip covered his face, feeling a bit helpless, thinking, I don't know if I'm scared, but the person who could get me killed is standing right next to me. Jay patted his shoulder, cutting off Phillip's train of thought, and said confidently, you won't die. His eyes were emotionless but full of confidence as he continued to affirm, because I won't lose to Sidrid. Phillip was moved and looked up at Jay, emotionally calling his name, Jay. In Jay's mind, he was silently calculating, if Phillip owes me a favor after this, he'll have to help me in the future. Phillip, unaware of Jay's thoughts, regained his composure and replied with determination, all right, I'll go with you. Jay thought with delight, all right. He nodded at Phillip and encouraged him, you're doing the right thing. Jay looked at Phillip and continued, there's one more thing you need to do at the arena. Seeing his anxious expression, Jay informed Phillip, this is my second proposal for you. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the clinic, shattering the silence of the black rain night. Are you kidding me? In the hospital room, Phillip repeatedly waved his hands and said excitedly, you're going too far. No matter what, that's. Jay crossed his arms and looked at Phillip questioningly, which made him feel a bit guilty. Didn't you say you can't pass up an opportunity to make money? You'd overcome your fear for that. He looked straight at Phillip and persuaded. This is a business opportunity for you. You can make a lot of money. Phillip's resolve began to waver. He silently calculated, this isn't wrong. The audience for those matches is all kids from the 3 gangs. Phillip imagined the day of the match and speculated, the leaders of the other groups will surely be there, like Jeffer and Russin. Imagining the amount of money he could make, Phillip thought, in other words, there will be a huge source of capital, much larger than usual, gathered there. But on the other hand, he was also worried. However, will everything go according to plan? If he loses, I'm done for. Jay, understanding Phillip's thoughts, spoke up to reassure him. All I have to do is beat Sidrid. He confidently affirmed. The rest of them are nothing to worry about. As soon as he finished, he immediately looked at Phillip with a determined gaze. Looking at that gaze from Jay, Phillip's eyes widened, and he was somewhat speechless. Then he quickly turned back, pulled open the drawer of his bedside table, and took out a stack of documents. Phillip seriously handed it to Jay. Jay looked at his action, a bit confused. Phillip's expression changed to one of excitement as he thrust a pen into Jay's hand and said, "All right, I'm counting on you. This is our contract, please sign it." The scene quickly changed to 2 days later. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. At this time, in District 49, at the southern junkyard, Sidrid's hideout. It was the day of the match between Sidrid and Jay. People were gathering here to watch the match. The stands were packed with a noisy crowd. In the middle of the arena, surrounded by flames, were the 2 main characters, Jay and Sidrid. The atmosphere in the stands grew hotter. The cheers of the excited spectators stirred up the entire arena. Next to it was the VIP area for the leaders of the gangs. They were also looking forward to today's match. In the middle of the arena, Sidrid gave a provocative look, smiling as he assessed the calm Jay standing there. The murmurs in the stands didn't stop mocking Jay. Is that the hunter? Someone from District 50 wants to be the leader. An outsider dares to act so recklessly? This guy is arrogant. Someone taunted, shouting, "You think you'll win?" The crowd chanted, "Sidrid will probably win." Someone said doubtfully, "But he's no pushover either." Another person immediately denied it. How can Sidrid possibly lose? They continued to discuss. That's true. Sidrid will win anyway. The staff quickly collected the bets. The crowd roared. I bet 10,000 Clin on Sidrid. I bet 30,000 on Sidrid to win. Alger, sitting next to them, spoke up. Everyone's betting on Sidrid, huh? The odds aren't high, but it's a sure thing. Excel also spoke up mockingly. Who would bet on that outsider? He smiled slyly at Alger and said, Everyone came here to make money. Excel raised his hand to his neck and made a cutting motion, saying mockingly, That guy must have come here to get punched by Sidrid. On the arena floor, Jay remained calm, looking at Sidrid's mana color and assessing him. Red and yellow. Excitement and greed. Sidrid looked at Jay and questioned, You came alone? This is not at all what you promised me. His eyes became enraged as he growled, You ignored my warning. Jay was not at all fazed by Sidrid's presence and slowly replied, Don't worry. He'll be here. Just as he finished speaking, the door outside the arena slowly opened. Chris pushed Phillip, who was in a wheelchair, slowly forward. On his lap was a small suitcase. The murmurs in the stands grew louder. Someone asked doubtfully, Who else is there? Seeing the face of the person who had just been pushed in, everyone became even more agitated. That's... A shout of confirmation came out. Phillip, though a little scared, had a determined look in his eyes as Chris pushed him inside. Those in the stands gossiped with a mocking tone. What's going on? This isn't an infirmary. Why is a cripple like him here? Someone even said maliciously, There's no reason to come here in a wheelchair to get punched. Sidrid suddenly became angry and shouted furiously, No more noise. Shut up. He nodded and stared at Phillip, saying, He's my guest. I was planning to show him a bloody battle of mine. Sidrid turned to the newly arrived Phillip, extended his hand, and said in a strange tone, Is that you, Phillip? Phillip's expression was not good, but he still looked straight at Sidrid and replied, It's me. Jay turned to glance at Phillip, then nodded at him meaningfully. Their eyes met, like a starting gun signaling that the plan had officially begun. Sidrid confidently raised his hand and said, Everyone's here. Shall we begin? Phillip's voice cut him off. Wait. Phillip then slowly spoke up. I'm placing a bet too. With that, he began to lift the suitcase he had brought. Phillip slowly opened the suitcase in front of hundreds of spectators. His soft voice slowly came out before the disbelieving eyes of everyone. A total of 2,250,000 Klen. Phillip confidently turned the suitcase full of cash towards everyone and declared, I'm betting it all on Jay to win. Back when Jay and Phillip were planning in the hospital, Phillip asked Jay, startled, You want me to bet my entire fortune on you? Jay affirmed, Yes. Many people will bet on Sidrid to win, so the odds on me will be quite high. Phillip considered, asking, If I bet everything on you, it would be quite risky, wouldn't it? Back at the match, a roar of discussion erupted after Phillip's announcement. How much did he bet? Someone shouted with joy. This guy is an idiot. I'm going to make a fortune. They all started discussing. Then I'll bet everything on Sidrid. The crowd, as if incited by Phillip, swarmed the staff to bet everything on Sidrid. Sidrid bowed his head, clutching his forehead, and asked Jay, who was standing opposite him, Did you send Phillip here? He didn't hesitate to admit. You could say that. Sidrid suddenly looked up and smiled with delight. All right, if you want to bring me money, I won't turn it down. He quickly turned around and shouted to the match coordinator, Ring the bell. He immediately replied. Without waiting another second, Sidrid raised his fist and charged straight at Jay, shouting, Die. Faced with his powerful and frenzied attack, Jay simply tilted his head slightly to avoid it. His eyes flickered over Sidrid's fist, sharply assessing, He's much faster than before. Immediately after, Jay used only one hand to grab Sidrid's right hand. He gently controlled him, thinking, but, compared to Hambury, he's still very clumsy. Jay raised his elbow high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Sidrid. This blow will break your arm. Sidrid looked up. It seemed he also realized Jay's intention for the next blow. Sidrid quickly shifted his center of gravity. He forcefully pushed Jay away, then pulled his right hand back and retreated. Jay quickly stabilized himself after the push. Sidrid assessed him with interest. You fight pretty well, as expected. He looked at Jay excitedly and said, You've got real skill, Jay. But I'll show you my full power in this fight, Sidrid declared, his eyes terrifyingly focused on Jay. Jay's eyes remained incredibly calm as he looked at Sidrid and the blazing red of his mana before him. In a flash, Sidrid bent his knees and charged straight at Jay. Sidrid swung his leg, launching a kick at Jay. He quickly dodged to the side, swiftly avoiding the attack. Jay raised one hand, his body leaning forward, his sharp eyes fixed on the enemy. Jay swung a powerful punch at Sidrid. He smiled and tilted his head slightly, dodging the blow. In the stands, Alger clenched a fist. He exclaimed, They're both crazy. Excel placed a hand on his chin. He mumbled, TCH, they fight well. Phillip frowned. He thought cautiously, neither of them is backing down. Down in the arena, Jay and Sidrid continued to fight. Phillip's mind flashed, because if they do, they'll be toast. Sidrid glared, his enraged gaze fixed on Jay as he shouted, Die. Sidrid raised one leg, his body spinning backward. He was about to attack Jay. Sidrid kicked hard at Jay. He quickly ducked to avoid the attack. Jay glanced down at Sidrid's leg. He thought, a direct confrontation with him will just waste energy. First, I have to take him down. Jay moved his feet, his body starting to move. He ran quickly towards Sidrid. Jay lunged, wrapping his arms around Sidrid's body. He was pushed back. Sidrid's eyes widened. He was startled by Jay's sudden attack. Sidrid placed a hand on Jay's back, his face showing a hint of surprise. Sidrid gripped Jay's shirt tightly with both hands. He cried out angrily, You think I'll let you do whatever you want? Jay pushed up, and Sidrid's entire body was quickly lifted into the air. Jay swung his arms forcefully, throwing Sidrid hard towards the pillars of fire. In the stands, Adam saw what had just happened. He exclaimed, Did you see that? Mark, next to him, added, With that kind of force, his bones are broken. A voice rang out in astonishment. How is that small guy so strong? Phillip looked towards Sidrid. He said worriedly, Sidrid. Jay stood motionless, raising his hand to wipe a drop of sweat from his cheek. Someone's voice rang out. Is this possible? One person said, The hunter is better than I thought. After that blow, Sidrid lay still on the ground, as if he had been knocked unconscious. Someone exclaimed, More importantly, Sidrid is down. Another person added, at this rate, Sidrid will probably lose. Sidrid suddenly opened his eyes. They were bloodshot, filled with rage. Sidrid pushed himself up, slamming one hand on the ground. He mumbled, "You damn dogs." Jay narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. He calmly looked at his opponent. Sidrid slowly stood up, a formidable power radiating from his body. He clutched his chest with one hand. Sidrid looked up, his teeth clenched, his eyes bloodshot. He said loudly, "There's no way I'm losing." As soon as he finished speaking, Sidrid bent his knees and charged aggressively towards Jay. Sidrid raised one hand, his fist clenched. He let out a roar. Sidrid swung his hand at Jay. He raised both hands, his body twisting slightly to the side to dodge the attack. Sidrid swung his hand down. Jay was pushed back. He thought, every one of his blows is heavy. Sidrid continued to attack. Jay raised one hand to block the blow. His mind flashed, if this keeps up, this fight will never end. For a moment, an image of Nice appeared in Jay's thoughts. He said, "Usually, your body weight will be the deciding factor in a hand-to-hand fight." Sidrid threw another punch at Jay. He quickly raised both hands to block the attack. Sidrid flashed a sinister smile, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jay. Jay frowned, thinking helplessly, I can't use a protective shield to block the full impact of his attacks. The conversation with Nice continued in Jay's head. His voice echoed, however. Nice crossed his arms. He said, "There's a way to overcome the difference in weight." Jay looked at Nice, curious. "What is it?" Nice raised a finger in the air. He smiled and concluded, "A joint lock." Back in the fight, Jay suddenly spread his arms wide and lunged forward. Sidrid was startled. He realized something. Jay wrapped both arms around Sidrid's head. He bent his knees and then launched his body into the air. Jay and Sidrid went down. He used his limbs to lock Sidrid's body tightly. Sidrid placed his hand on Jay's arm. His voice trembled. "You bastard." Sidrid began to struggle. He yelled, "Let go. Let me go, you son of a bitch." Jay held Sidrid tightly. He whispered, "Surrender and admit defeat." Suddenly, Sidrid clenched his jaw. The ring he wore on his hand flashed with a red light for a moment. Sidrid struggled to his feet, pulling Jay, who was clinging to his body in confusion, with him. Jay narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, he's going to destroy his own body like this. A stream of mana was released from Sidrid's ring. He was startled, his eyes wide. In an instant, Sidrid gradually passed out. He collapsed to the ground. Jay slowly released his grip on Sidrid's body, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. The mana stream in Sidrid's ring gradually dissipated. He remained motionless on the ground. Jay bent down, reached out, and took the ring from Sidrid's hand. In the stands, a voice asked in confusion, "So he fainted?" The voices of the audience began to rise. So Sidrid lost. He couldn't get up. It's over. So the hunter will be the leader of their gang. What about our bets? I bet a mountain of money on Sidrid. Damn it. Jay glanced down at Sidrid. He thought, he won't be able to move for at least a week. Phillip approached Jay in his wheelchair. He called out, "Jay." Jay snatched the box from Benny's hand. He said sternly, "I'll hold on to this until the duel is completely over. Who knows what tricks you guys will pull." Phillip looked at Jay. He thought with concern, so his priority is money. On the other side, Sidrid was slowly waking up. He gritted his teeth in anger. Jay glanced behind him. Sidrid slowly stood up. His voice trembled. "It's not over yet." Sidrid looked at Jay, his voice breathless. "I didn't lose. I'm not weak." Suddenly, a can of water flew from nowhere and hit Sidrid in the head. A voice shouted in anger, "You lost." The audience in the stands began to throw things at Sidrid. They shouted angrily, "It's your fault I lost money. Useless. You failure. You made me lose everything." Someone shouted, "You're a good-for-nothing. Get lost." Sidrid's body trembled. His eyes were bloodshot. He mumbled, "No, I'm not weak." All eyes were on Sidrid. His mind pleaded, "Don't look at me like that." Sidrid reached out in front of him. He grabbed a nearby pillar of fire. Jay glanced behind him. He looked at Sidrid. Phillip, beside him, was startled and shouted, "Sidrid." Sidrid threw the pillar of fire at the audience. He shouted, "Damn it. I'll kill you all." The fire erupted fiercely. The audience began to scream in fear. "Oh no, the seats are on fire. Is he crazy? Run." Sidrid laughed loudly. He roared with pride. "That's right. I'll burn you all to a crisp. The fire blazed fiercely. Someone's voice cried out, "It's on fire. Run." The scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone began to rush out of the arena. One person shouted, "Get out of the way, quick." Another yelled, "Damn it, get down there, quick." In contrast, Sidrid placed a hand on his head. He laughed loudly as he watched the whole scene. Sidrid looked up at the sky. He forced a smile and said, "Now no one will dare to look down on me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Sidrid's body seemed to lose all its energy. He collapsed and lay motionless on the ground. A stream of mana rose from behind Sidrid's back. Jay closed his eyes slightly. He thought, Sidrid can't move. Jay turned to walk away. His mind flashed, if I save him now, both Phillip and I will be in danger. Suddenly, a shout from behind made Jay stop in his tracks. Sidrid. His face showed clear surprise. He turned his head, his eyes darting to where the sound had come from. Nearby, Phillip was trying to shake Sidrid awake. Jay was silent. He stood motionless, looking at the two of them. Phillip supported Sidrid's body. He said softly, "Let's get out of here quickly." The arena was engulfed in a sea of fire. Phillip helped Sidrid to his feet. He called out, "Sidrid, wake up." Phillip tried to both keep his balance and support Sidrid. His voice trembled. "We have to get out now." Jay walked over. He spoke up. "Are you planning to drag him out with that wheelchair?" He smiled faintly. He said softly, "I thought you would leave right away. You came back to save me, Jay." Phillip slung the box over his shoulder. He pondered. Just 2 days ago, he was almost killed by Sidrid, yet now he's willing to sacrifice his life to save him? Phillip supported Sidrid towards the wheelchair. He glanced back and said, "Can you give me a hand?" Jay was silent. His entire body was motionless. He looked at Phillip and Sidrid with concern. Jay placed Sidrid on the wheelchair. He was unconscious, his head bowed. Jay placed both hands on the handles. He turned to Phillip and asked, "Now that he's sitting, what's next?" Phillip replied, "Then let's push him out of here." Phillip's voice was low. He continued, "You can take all my prize money. Just save Sidrid. What about you?" Jay looked at Phillip. His voice rang out, "Anyway, I can't save both of you in this sea of fire." Phillip placed a hand on his chest. He forced a smile and whispered, "I'll be fine." Jay squeezed his hand slightly. He thought, everyone would put their own life first. Jay frowned. He asked, "What do you get out of this?" As if not understanding the question, Phillip exclaimed, "Get out of it?" Jay continued, "What do you get for risking your life to save Sidrid?" Jay frowned. He asked, "You're always good at calculating, Phillip." Phillip looked at Jay. He replied, "There's no benefit at all. I'm just acting on the thought that I have to." Jay showed clear confusion. He said in a low voice, "So what does that mean?" Phillip interrupted, "It means nothing." Phillip raised a hand to scratch his cheek. He smiled and said, "Sidrid and I have been best friends since we were little. I simply want to protect him." Hearing that, Jay froze. He opened his eyes wide. His face showed clear surprise. Jay stood motionless for a long time, his eyes still fixed on Phillip. His mind flashed, how strange. An image of nice family appeared in Jay's head. He wondered, friends who are willing to die for each other? A memory surfaced in Jay's mind. Anna handed him a cake. She smiled and said, "It's just a gift. Because you and Jay are friends." Kai, next to her, offered another cake to Jay. The boy interrupted, "Brother Jay, eat this one of mine." Rue handed Jay a cloak. He said, "Brother Jay, we fixed this cloak for you." Mon stood with his hands on his hips. He laughed loudly. She helped too. Rue was sewing a cloak from a distance. She spoke up. I just gave some advice." And I leaned against the wall. He said, "I only care because you're like my little brother. It's good to have a big brother like me, isn't it?" Pale put 2 fingers together. He said shyly, "The reason I used expensive medicine to save you? Because I can't let someone die in front of me. At that time, I just thought I had to save you." Jay's voice rang out in confusion. Pale smiled brightly. He continued, "I'll do the same next time. Because we're friends." Jay tried to reach for Pale. He thought, because we're friends. Jay reached out his hand. His mind flashed, just a little further. Jay's thoughts continued to race. I can touch the true meaning of friendship. The image of Jay, soaked to the bone. He stood in the middle. Jay thought, but no matter how hard I try. Jay collapsed in the darkness. His thoughts were filled with despair. I can't reach it. Jay frowned, his eyes fixed ahead. He stared intently at the endless space. The scene changed. Back to reality. Phillip walked beside him. He asked, "Are you really helping us?" Jay pushed the wheelchair, carrying Sidrid. He replied, "It's hard to get out of here now. The fire has engulfed everything. It's safer to stay here. At least the fire hasn't spread inside yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Jay took off his long-sleeved shirt. Phillip saw this and cried out in alarm. "Jay, why are you suddenly?" Phillip shouted in confusion. "Did you inhale too much smoke and lose your mind?" Jay tore the shirt in two. He denied, "That's not it." Realizing something, Phillip's eyes widened in surprise. He took a few steps back. A light appeared from within Jay's torn shirt. Phillip stood there, stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. Phillip's body trembled. He cried out, "Is that magic?" Jay held out the soaking wet cloth to Phillip. He said, "First, cover your nose with this cloth so you don't inhale the smoke." Phillip put the cloth over his face. He thought, "When I got the request to find a mage, honestly, I thought it was a fantasy. Like magic doesn't exist in this world." Phillip placed a hand on the cloth over his nose. He thought, "Wait a minute. If he has magic, can he create water and put out the fire?" Jay put the cloth over Sidrid's face. He said, "Magic isn't infinite. Ask questions after we get out of here." Jay turned to Phillip. He spoke up. "Now, you answer my question." Jay's voice was low. He looked at Phillip and wondered, "What are friends to you?" Phillip raised a hand. He asked, "Is that important right now?" Jay interrupted, "It is." Phillip raised a hand to adjust the cloth covering his mouth. He replied, "Friends just treat each other well." Jay continued, "I know." Jay looked at Phillip. He said, "But the friends I know seem a little different from what you're talking about." Phillip bent down to check on Sidrid. He thought, "Oh my God." Phillip replied, "So what are you?" Jay raised his hand to lift the cloth. He answered, "They're people you can only know for a certain period of time." Hearing that, Phillip stood motionless. He was silent for a long time, his eyes fixed on Jay. Phillip dropped his hands. His mind exclaimed, "So this is the feeling of distance I feel when I'm near him." Phillip spoke up. He denied, "Jay, you're not wrong, but it's not enough." He lowered his head slightly. His voice was low. "Friends can help each other unconditionally. And they're also people you can receive help from." Phillip looked up, pulling down the cloth covering his mouth. He said loudly and clearly, "That's what true friends are." Jay looked straight at Phillip, his eyes serious. "You don't regret it? You could die here." He smiled faintly, his eyes calm as if he had accepted everything. "No, because I'm just following my heart." He smiled faintly, his eyes calm as if he had accepted everything. "My heart." Phillip nodded and replied, "That's right. The feeling of wanting to protect my friends." He looked ahead, his eyes determined, without a hint of hesitation. "It's just the pure feeling of wanting to protect a friend." Jay nodded slightly, as if he had understood something in his heart. "I see." Suddenly, from high above, iron bars shook and then began to fall violently. In the scene of the raging fire, both Phillip and he froze when they realized the imminent danger. He and Jay opened their eyes wide, their bodies frozen in the face of an unavoidable danger. He clenched his fists, his eyes wavering. "It seems there's no escape. I'm going to die this time." A past image suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Jay to pause. Unlike that night, his eyes became deep as he recalled the previous battle. "Back then, I was only thinking about having to kill the golem." Jay gritted his teeth, his heart starting to beat faster in his chest. "Why?" He thought, "If the kids die, I won't be able to repay them." A chaotic emotion rose in his heart, making it impossible for Jay to calm down. Is it really just that feeling? He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a completely different look. Jay closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a completely different look. "Now I'm sure I understand." He raised his hand, and a stream of mana began to gather around Jay's body, then spread out powerfully. His eyes became determined as he thought about the life he had always longed for. To have a normal life like the kids. His hand clenched tightly. Jay's heart beat faster. "I want to protect the people I care about." He reached his hand forward, and a brilliant white light erupted from his palm. Phillip, sitting next to him, was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Jay looked down at his power. The brilliant white light enveloped the entire space. He spoke up in surprise as he witnessed the scene before him. "You reached out your hand, and suddenly." Phillip spoke up in surprise as he witnessed the scene before him. Is this magic? He turned back, his voice calm but firm in the critical situation. Don't move, just stay still. He asked, a little bewildered, why? Phillip swallowed, a thought flashing through his mind. Am I about to be stabbed? Jay focused his power, and the white light enveloped his injured leg. Phillip's eyes widened as he felt the pain completely disappear. Oh, my broken leg is healed. He didn't stop, continuing to direct the energy flow to Sidrid's body. He looked at Jay with eyes full of gratitude and deep emotion. Thank you so much, Jay. Phillip bowed his head slightly, his voice becoming sincere. I will never forget your kindness in helping me and Sidrid. He shook his head slightly, his expression calm, as if it were a matter of course. It's nothing. In his heart, another thought flashed. From now on, you have a lot of work to do for me. By the way, I also want to try using my white power. He looked around. The fire was still spreading everywhere. What do we need to do now? Jay turned his head, his determined gaze fixed on the escape route ahead. Let's get out together. Phillip asked, a little surprised. Are you going to use magic again, Jay? He shook his head, his voice calm, as if he had a clear plan. No. Jay raised his hand to signal, his serious eyes asking him to stop. Leave everything to me. Just wait here. He looked up at the unconscious Sidrid, his eyes darkening as he calculated. He was still unconscious, his body slumped in the chair, completely unaware of what was happening. Jay took a deep breath, quickly coming up with a plan in his head. I need to hold a defensive magic until the fire goes out. Lena stood there, stunned, her voice trembling. Our home, it's all burned down. La Fai's eyes widened in panic. Oh no, it can't be. He was horrified, his voice becoming rushed and desperate. What are we going to do? We don't have a home anymore. Refai crossed his arms, his cold eyes replying. It's all Sidrid's fault. He's the one who threw the flaming board and set the house on fire. The man turned his back, his tone dismissive. This isn't our fault, so we're leaving. You guys can deal with it yourselves. La Fai clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger as he watched their retreating backs. You bastards. Chris collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he thought, I left Phillip behind in there. He has a broken leg. How could he get out? Suddenly, he stopped crying, his eyes widening as he realized something in front of him. From within the thick darkness, a hazy space gradually appeared amidst the smoke and fire. The smoke and fire swirled with the wind, gradually dispersing to reveal an empty space ahead. He stood up straight, his eyes unable to leave the scene that was gradually becoming clear. Jay walked out of the burning house with an air of unbelievable calm. He pointed forward, his voice trembling with astonishment. Oh, look! In the thick smoke, his figure slowly emerged as if stepping out of hell. He stammered, his eyes unable to hide his utter amazement. Don't tell me. La Fai took a step back, his voice full of bewilderment and disbelief. Hunter, he's still alive? He survived that fire. Jay stopped, his cold eyes sweeping over everyone in front of him. If you're planning to rush me. He curled his lip, his voice low and powerful. Then come at me all at once. I'll take you all on. As soon as Jay finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere became heavy, making everyone tremble. The people in front immediately dropped to their knees, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. He fell to his knees, his face touching the ground, his body shaking with fear. Lena glanced at the people around him, his face pale as he looked at his comrades. Behind him, a massive explosion erupted from the raging fire. Jay stood proudly in front, his sharp eyes as if no one could touch him. Inside the White House, directly opposite the one that had caught fire, the air was still warm with the smell of smoke. Ava looked outside and said, The kids, they're coming. Ben narrowed his eyes to get a better look. Is that Phillip? Pow replied, his voice thick with smoke. Those are Sidrid's guys. Jay slowly walked towards the closed door, his cold eyes observing the situation. He walked proudly, while Phillip gently pushed the injured Sidrid forward. Jay raised his hand to signal, his firm voice ringing out. Everyone, stay right where you are. No one moves until I give the order. He quickly spoke up, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Wait, Jay, can you wait a moment? Phillip turned his head, his gaze fixed on Chris, who was hesitating behind. He spoke in a soft but clear voice. Chris, aren't you coming in? He bowed his head, his voice trembling with guilt and fear. But, Phillip, I'm the one who abandoned you before. How can I step in there? Phillip smiled gently, his eyes soft as if he didn't mind at all. It's okay. If it were me, I would have done the same. He took a step forward, his voice becoming warmer and more sincere. I don't blame you at all. Come on into our home. Chris clenched his fists, still unable to shake the feeling of guilt. Even so, I'm still so scared that I abandoned you and ran away. Phillip said with a smile. I said it's okay. Jay, can he come in too? He stood still, a strange thought flashing through his mind. This hotel is his. Why is he asking me? Jay shrugged lightly, his voice calm. It's up to you. He bowed his head slightly, his eyes full of gratitude for the approval. Thank you for allowing it. He walked away, crying, and said, You're too generous. La-Fi stood behind, watching the scene before him with astonishment. The hunter has a hotel too? Chat rubbed his head and said, and he even let the one who abandoned Phillip in. If we had done a good job, we would have. A gentle light gradually flickered in the space, spreading throughout the room. Ben approached and asked, Phillip, are you feeling better? Did you win that duel? Phillip raised his hand to signal a stop, his voice becoming serious. Everyone needs to get their injuries treated first. Paul glanced at him and asked, Who are those guys outside? Isn't that Sidrid? Nice frowned, observing him carefully with a judgmental eye. He looks pretty beat up. Seems like he's seriously injured. He gestured with his hand and said, Move aside. I'll explain to everyone. Phillip frowned, thinking, the medical room is on the second floor, but he's injured. How can he get up there? Jay stepped forward and shouted, Hey, move aside. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and decisively lifted Sidrid up. He hurried after him, his eyes never leaving him as Jay carried him. The two quickly entered the medical room. The atmosphere inside became strangely quiet. Phillip took a deep breath, regained his composure, and then asked, Now, can I ask what I'm curious about? I mean, what I saw in the arena. He shrugged slightly, his tone calm as he replied, What you saw is what it is. I can use that magic. He nodded slightly, his eyes darkening. Then I understand. Phillip thought to himself, Jay doesn't like to talk about himself at all, so I have to talk to him slowly. Jay took out the box, changing the subject quickly. Anyway, let's settle the payment first. He replied briefly, nodding in agreement. Okay. He calmly read out the total bet amount. The total bet is 424,000 Klen. Jay handed the money to Phillip and said, This is your share. He said in surprise, You calculated that fast. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes serious as he continued. I also need to ask you for a favor. Phillip frowned, looking at Jay curiously before immediately asking back, What is it? His voice became serious. Our base is all burned down. I want to ask you to find a new place for us to move to. Jay crossed his arms, his voice calm. If the rent isn't enough, just let me know. Suddenly, he cut him off and called his name softly. Jay. Phillip's voice became confident. I can take care of finding a new base. Even buying furniture is not a problem. He looked up, his eyes determined, his voice firm without a hint of hesitation. But I can't accept this money. He asked, not understanding, why? Phillip immediately explained, Because this division is not right. You should receive more. It's all thanks to you. Jay looked at him blankly, asking further, Why are you so stubborn? He sighed softly, his eyes showing a hint of annoyance as he pushed the money towards him. Just take it. He clenched his fists, his eyes becoming serious as he pushed the money back towards Jay. I can't accept it. His cold eyes looked straight at Phillip. I don't quite understand. He paused, his eyes full of confusion and wandering thoughts. Is he angry? Jay closed his eyes slightly, feeling the energy flowing in Phillip's body. The amount of yellow mana was very small, while the white mana was abundant. He's worried. He observed carefully, his eyes focused as he looked deep into the source of the mana within. Jay tilted his head slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of curiosity as he asked directly, Are you worried about me? He suddenly blurted out, his voice somewhat flustered. Me worried? About you? Phillip frowned slightly, admitting in his head, You're the strongest among the kids in District 49. His heart was in turmoil. If I have to worry, I'll only worry about the bad guys who have to face you. Phillip looked straight at him, his voice calm but firm. I have nothing to worry about you. I just think the division is unreasonable. Jay, not understanding, asked, I don't get it. What do you gain from this? He smiled gently and explained, "Think of it this way. I'm investing everything in you." He paused for a moment. "Investing?" Phillip nodded firmly. "That's right. This money will bring returns in the future. If you use that money to make the group stronger, the hotel can also focus on business without any worries." Jay was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly, as if accepting that explanation. "All right." He let out a soft breath, his eyes returning to normal as he said, "So, next is..." A person ran up, their face panicked as they delivered urgent news. "There's big trouble. Jeffer and Russin have shown up with all their subordinates." Phillip and he turned their heads at the same time, their eyes becoming tense at the unexpected news. He ran and said, his voice rushed, "They've sent people to watch everywhere. They know we brought the money back here." Jay curled his lips slightly, his eyes turning cold as he replied, "I knew there would be trouble with those guys." Phillip turned to look at him, his voice carrying a hint of reproach. "Then why didn't you stop them?" He stood up straight, his eyes calm but hiding a sense of confidence. "Anyway, the two sides were bound to clash sooner or later." He frowned worriedly. "But you just finished a tough fight." Jay tilted his head in thought for a moment and said, "Phillip, what did you say earlier? Something about investment returns." Phillip paused, his eyes confused by the sudden question. "Ah, dividends? Why are you suddenly mentioning that?" He curled his lips slightly, his eyes cold as he looked towards the enemy. "Well, you're about to receive your dividend." Jeffer approached from a distance, his eyes contemptuous. "Finally crawled out on your own. So it's true you survived the fire." Russin, standing next to him, sneered mockingly. "I thought you were burned to a crisp." He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion. "I can't believe you survived. How did you manage it?" Jeffer crossed his arms, his voice laced with suspicion. "A lot of people died in that fire. Did you guys intentionally set it? You probably wanted to pocket the betting money." He smirked, his eyes cunning. "How could you deceive us like that? You've really disappointed me, Phillip." Jeffer held out his hand, his voice commanding. "Now, no more talk. Hand over the money you won now. Do that, and we'll leave." Phillip clenched his fists, a feeling of indignation rising within him. "This is ridiculous." He hesitated for a moment. "That..." Jay stepped forward, his eyes cold as he decided to handle the situation. "I'll give it to you." He raised his hand slightly, then snapped his fingers decisively in the tense atmosphere. From Jay, a sparkling coin flew straight forward at high speed. The coins clattered to the ground right at Russin and the man's feet. He looked down at them with cold eyes, his voice laced with clear contempt. "That's all your share is." Jeffer gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes turning red as he looked at the meager pile of money at his feet. "You bastard." He stood tall in the crowd, his cold eyes sweeping over them. "If you want money, use your strength to come and take it. That's the law of the streets." Jeffer gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger at being directly provoked by Jay. "You bastard." Jay nodded, ordering him. "Phillip, go into the hotel first." He nodded quickly. The man turned his head and shouted, his voice rushed, "Grab the other one. Quick." Jeffer stepped forward, his eyes contemptuous as he looked at him like an inferior. "An outsider like you dares to speak up here?" Jay took a light breath, clearly feeling in his head, "My body is indeed not in good condition after the last fight." He squeezed his hand lightly, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. "But dealing with these two is no problem." Jay curled his lips slightly, taking out the hidden magic ring. "Because I have this now." He raised his hand to block the blow, calmly blocking the simultaneous attack of the two. The powerful impact immediately broke the wooden stake in Russin's hand in two. The man's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the bent pipe after the impact. "What the hell is this?" Jay put force into his arm, spinning and counterattacking both opponents strongly. The explosive power was so fierce that he pressed the two men to the ground, unable to resist. The underlings behind witnessed the scene and just stood there, not daring to advance. Their faces turned pale, their mouths agape in fear of the overwhelming power. He looked up, his cold eyes sweeping over the hesitant crowd in front. "What's wrong?" "Not coming at me anymore." One of the underlings shouted. "Shut up, you bastard. Keep attacking him. He's exhausted." They all drew their weapons, roared, and charged straight at Jay with fierce momentum. He stood still for a moment, then unleashed a burst of energy that sent all the enemies flying. Jay's eyes turned blood red, the magic ring glowing fiercely with pressure. His body seemed to be infused with strength, his stamina and speed soaring incredibly. Jay charged into the crowd, delivering powerful punches that knocked each one down. La-Fi, watching from the side, his eyes wide at the scene before him. This guy is crazy. He swallowed, his voice trembling. Fighting so many people alone, and he's not even being overwhelmed. Chat, standing next to him, couldn't hold back his emotions and let out a praise of utter amazement. So cool. La-Fi turned to him, his eyes annoyed. What? Get a grip. Our leader is Sidrid, Chat retorted, but he lost to that hunter. He took a deep breath and shouted, and everyone knows Sidrid is pretty annoying. Always doing things his own way, and then nothing comes of it. He hesitated slightly, his eyes wavering. That's true, but... A few other underlings sneered, speaking their true thoughts. Actually, when he got beaten to a pulp by the hunter, I was pretty happy. Another one added, me too. That way, he'll finally leave us alone. I'd rather have the hunter as our leader. It's more comfortable. Chat stepped forward and shouted, split into two groups. Break down the hotel door. He and Chat turned their heads at the same time, their eyes wide with surprise at the order that had just been given. Jay paused for a moment, his eyes sharp as he realized their intention. What? He gritted his teeth, a powerful killing intent rising as he looked at the group advancing towards the hotel. You bastards. Jay took a deep breath, his chest expanding as if preparing for a big move. He quickly took a breath, his eyes highly focused on the target ahead. Jay looked straight at the crowd. He shouted angrily, stop them. He and his underlings heard it. Their bodies immediately trembled as they sensed the danger. La-Fi was terrified and covered his hands, his eyes trembling as he turned to look at him. He swallowed, his voice trembling slightly as if he had just realized something extremely dangerous. Chat clenched his fists, his determined eyes charging forward. It's the hunter's order. Let's go. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Why? His firm voice rang out. Get them. Russin roared, his eyes full of indignation. What's wrong with you guys? Our enemy is the hunter. He's the one who took down our leader, Sidrid. He turned his head, his cold eyes declaring something that shocked everyone. Shut up. From now on, our leader is the hunter. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. You accept that guy as your leader? A group of Russin's underlings roared. Block the door. That bastard Phillip and him are in there. The people on Jay's side quickly responded. The hunter gave the order. We need to stop them. His underlings continued to roar. Attack. Break down the door. The people on his side immediately formed a line, their voices determined. Defend at all costs. He stood on the top floor of the hotel, his eyes observing the entire situation below. The people inside the hotel were buzzing with discussion. Sidrid's underlings are helping us. This is so ridiculous. What's wrong with them? Phillip suddenly opened his eyes wide, horrified, as he realized what was happening outside. Sidrid's underlings roared, raising their weapons and charging forward, preparing to break down the door. Charge! La-Fi gritted his teeth, his eyes full of worry as he saw the situation descend into chaos. Those crazy people, the ones in front shouted, try to push everyone aside to open a path for a direct attack. Get out of the way. A large pillar was lifted high, preparing to ram straight into the hotel door. Phillip and everyone else stared in disbelief at them. A low voice rang out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to freeze. Enough. The underlings all stopped in their tracks, their eyes turning to panic as they realized something. The dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing the image of a foot standing firm right in front of the attack. One of the underlings, his voice trembling, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him standing there. The hunter, he stopped the pipe. Jay let out a light grunt, his cold eyes sweeping over the entire crowd in front of him without a flicker of emotion. Another one took a few steps back, his voice trembling. But he was just behind us a moment ago. They ignored it and shouted, who cares? Pin him down and kill him. That's right, there are more of us. He tightened his grip, gathering all his remaining strength, and then suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. One of the group panicked and yelled as he saw the situation spiral out of control, his voice trembling as he shouted, keep your balance. Jay suddenly yanked the pillar towards him, the immense force sending the crowd flying. The people behind who were on his side stared in amazement, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. Phillip, standing on the upper floor, his eyes wide, his voice trembling, couldn't believe the power he had just witnessed. Impossible. Jay dropped the pillar to the ground, his breathing heavy, but his eyes still sharp as he stared at his opponents. The underlings trembled and retreated, some even collapsing to the ground, not daring to advance further. He stood silently in the midst of the chaotic space, his cold eyes as if wanting to pierce through every person in front of him. Jay narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over every terrified face of the crowd opposite him. A few of them panicked and turned to flee, shouting in terror as they ran. "Run! We can't beat him." He stood still in the middle of the battlefield, his breathing heavy. He began to realize in his head, "I've reached my limit now." Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted around him, startling Jay into a reflexive reaction. One of the allied group stepped forward, his eyes shining with admiration, and praised, "The hunter is amazing." Many others also cheered along, their voices full of excitement and trust. They all shouted in unison, "That's right, it's the hunter's day. That's right, he's our leader now." He stood amidst the cheers, his eyes flickering. "This is the first time I've seen this color. What is this emotion?" Jay frowned slightly, trying to understand the feeling in his heart. "I can't figure it out." Phillip pushed through the cheering crowd, trying to get closer to him with a worried expression. Jay stood there, his eyes gradually softening as the feeling in his heart became clearer bit by bit. But this feeling, just as he arrived, he saw him stumble. Phillip's eyes immediately became panicked and worried. Jay's body finally gave out. He collapsed to the ground after using up all his strength. In the moment his consciousness faded, he let out a faint smile. Not bad at all. He rushed forward to catch the collapsing body, shouting loudly amidst the chaotic crowd. In the quiet and hazy space, Jay slowly opened his eyes, his low voice echoing in the void. This place. He looked around, a sense of strangeness enveloping him. Jay mumbled in doubt. "Where is this? A dream? I don't usually dream." In the silent space, he unconsciously looked up and saw a stream of light in the distance. Jay put strength into his hands, slowly climbing towards the guiding light ahead. When he reached the end, he let go and landed on a ground covered in debris. Jay stood still, looking up ahead, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. A dazzling beam of light shone down from above, enveloping his face. Jay squinted slightly at the strange sight, his deep voice echoing in the space. White light in a dark world. He tilted his head slightly, clearly feeling the strangeness. His voice softened. A strange feeling. Jay slowly stretched, moving his body closer to the source of light radiating ahead. He watched the light intently, his eyes clearly reflecting the strange change. This light was already white. Jay slowly reached his hand forward, towards the crack appearing on the light source. As soon as his fingertip touched it, the light immediately erupted with brilliant colors, spreading everywhere. The surrounding space transformed, a multitude of colors intertwining like a garden of light, leaving him stunned. Jay's eyes widened, his voice filled with amazement at the unprecedented sight. What in the world is this? In his eyes, brilliant bands of color were reflected, the light dancing as if alive before him. Suddenly, Jay woke up with a start, his breathing ragged as consciousness returned to reality. He looked around, a thought flashing through his mind. Is this Phillip's medical room? Jay frowned slightly, trying to remember what had just happened in the strange dream. "I think I dreamed something." Frankel immediately asked, "Sir Jay, are you awake?" Baston stepped forward, his eyes concerned, his voice gentle as he inquired, "Did you sleep well, sir?" He looked at him, his voice full of worry as he continued to ask, "Are you hungry, sir?" He bowed politely, ready to serve Jay's request. "If you need, we will prepare food for you, sir." He sat up, waving his hand lightly, his voice calm but still a little tired. "No need. What day is it?" The two replied in unison, their voices clear. "Today is July 11th. Jay's expression darkened slightly, his eyes thoughtful. "I've been asleep for a day?" He stood up, adjusted his clothes, his voice brief. "I'm going out for a bit." The two bowed and replied immediately. In the lobby area, a few people were gathered, chatting. One person asked, "So, From tomorrow, Kopin and Nepin are the ones working in District 6, right? Another person nodded and replied, I've been free lately, nothing to do. Jay stood quietly, listening in, gradually understanding the situation. While I was asleep, Phillip took care of the work in Sidrid's district. Lin Su approached, scratching his head lightly, his voice a little hesitant. Ah, well, is there anything we can help with? He immediately added, his eyes lighting up, full of enthusiasm. You can order us to do anything. We're very strong, you know. Lin Su quickly waved his hands, laughing awkwardly as if afraid of being misunderstood. I'm not bragging. He then suggested, could you move the crates in the warehouse? He immediately nodded, his face bright, accepting without a hint of hesitation. Sure. Lafai stepped forward, crossing his arms and smiling lightly. His voice relaxed as he decided to join in. We'll help too. We don't have anything to do right now anyway. The person who had just asked for help smiled in relief. Thank you, everyone. He and another person standing next to him sighed in relief, their eyes full of gratitude. We were worried about how to move all these goods. He stood watching from a distance, his eyes focused as he saw the faint blue mana fluctuating in Netta's body. A strange feeling rose in Jay's heart, heavy as if being suppressed. A feeling of guilt. Hungu suddenly saw him and immediately spoke up, his voice carrying clear respect. Sir Hunter is awake. The people in the hotel quickly gathered around, their eyes worried and admiring. Sir Jay, are you okay? A few people couldn't hide their excitement, constantly praising him. You were so cool during the fight. Thanks to you, we won. The whole group began to chat excitedly, their eyes full of expectation. Please be our captain. If you need anything, just say so. Questions poured in from all sides, making the atmosphere chaotic with endless curiosity. We'll help. What size shirt do you wear, sir? How did you get so good at fighting? What kind of shoes do you wear, sir? Please teach us. He stood in the middle of the circle, his expression a little tense, gradually feeling overwhelmed. What should I do? This is too much. Jay glanced around, calculating how to escape the current situation. Maybe I should just slip away somewhere else. Suddenly, a chaotic sound erupted from the distance, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison. What's that noise? This voice. A man ran up, pointing ahead, his voice rushed. Stop! Get him! Sidrid appeared, a small knife in his hand, charging straight at him at high speed. He growled his name, his eyes filled with a chaotic emotion he couldn't hide. Jay! Another person standing nearby pointed in horror at the knife in Sidrid's hand, his voice trembling as he warned. His hand. A scalpel. Jinho stepped forward, preparing to act. We'll stop him. He raised his hand to signal a stop, his eyes serious. No, stand back. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his emotion into a shout, charging with the intent to attack. Die! Sidrid leaped off the ground, his body soaring high, the knife aimed straight down at Jay's position. The blade glinted, slowly approaching his face in a breathtaking moment. The distance between the blade and Jay's eyes narrowed, now just a hair's breadth away. But just then, he suddenly trembled, his body freezing in midair as if stopped. Sidrid roared in anger, but his voice trembled as if he were fighting a fierce internal battle. You bastard, I'll kill you. He stood still, his calm eyes looking straight at him, without a flicker of emotion. What's wrong? Jay quickly reached out, grabbing Sidrid's wrist, holding it tight, so he couldn't continue his action. He looked straight at the knife, his voice cold as if he already understood his true intention. Weren't you going to slit my throat with this? He gritted his teeth, his eyes wavering intensely, but he could no longer speak a complete sentence as before. Jay observed carefully and thought, he doesn't have any red mana at all. No killing intent. He's not planning to kill anyone. Sidrid suddenly turned the knife around, an action that stunned everyone around him. The underlings behind opened their eyes wide in fear, no one daring to intervene in the situation. He immediately acted, his eyes hardening as he realized the dangerous situation unfolding. Jay used his strength to knock the knife from his hand. It spun in midair before falling. He squeezed Sidrid's trembling hand, holding it tight so he couldn't continue his foolish act. Jay lifted his hand high, holding it in place to completely control the situation before him. He looked straight at him, his voice low and full of pressure. Stop it and follow me now. Jay's eyes became more serious than ever. I have a few things to talk to you about. He bowed his head in apology, his eyes full of remorse. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have cleared all the sharp objects from the medical room. Jay stood by, crossing his arms, his eyes calm, his voice gently reassuring. It's okay. No one got hurt, after all. The three of them sat in the room, no one saying another word. The atmosphere became heavy. Phillip took a deep breath, his voice serious as he asked directly, I've heard what happened. Sidrid, were you really planning to die? He sat there, his eyes empty but his voice firm. Yes, I was serious. He held back, unable to hide his confusion. But why? Sidrid clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. Because I lost the duel. Now everyone will think I'm weak. They'll look down on me and laugh at me. Phillip shook his head repeatedly, trying to deny that negative thought. That's not true. Even if that happens, you'll still get through it. He immediately reacted, his eyes becoming sharp, his voice harsh. What do you know? Sidrid stared at him, his eyes full of suspicion and anger. What do you know about me? He sat quietly beside them, his eyes observing, as he noticed the mana flow changing abnormally. In Jay's head, he quickly analyzed the situation. His rate of mana loss is abnormally fast. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, a familiar voice echoing. It seems to be an accumulation stone. He frowned slightly, repeating the phrase. Accumulation stone. In his memory, Veronica continued to explain. It's a type of magical tool that can automatically absorb and refine mana from the air. But accumulation stones also have their limits. Her voice continued to echo. It can't refine as perfectly as a mage's magic circle, so there's a risk of mana poisoning. Sidrid bowed his head, his voice choked. Why did you save me? It's over. Everything is really over. It would have been better if you had just let me burn to death. Phillip looked straight at him, his eyes sincere without a hint of hesitation. Of course I had to save you. You're my friend. Sidrid paused for a moment, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unexpected words. Friend. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he repeated. Phillip, have you forgotten? I once tried to kill you. Not only that, I also mercilessly beat and drove away the underlings in your hotel. And yet you still call me a friend? You can still say those words. Phillip calmly replied, his eyes steady. I think there must be a misunderstanding. You're not the type to do something like that without a reason. He immediately dismissed it, his voice becoming harsh. Don't say that. He remained focused, sitting beside them, thinking, there's no red mana in his jar at all. Is he just pretending to be angry? He took another step, his eyes softening, but still holding firm to his belief. We've lived side by side for half our lives. Don't you think I know you? Sidrid gritted his teeth, his eyes avoiding his. I told you not to talk nonsense. Phillip looked straight at him, his voice low. Then tell me now. Why did you do it? He clenched his fists, his voice growing softer as if trying to suppress the rising emotions. Please. He stepped closer, his eyes sincere, almost begging Sidrid to open up. Sidrid, please. Not giving up, Phillip continued to speak, his voice trembling slightly. If you still consider me a friend, please tell me. He stood silently, his eyes wavering as chaotic emotions surged within him. Why? Sidrid bowed his head, his mind blank as if he had tried to bury all the painful memories. I've forgotten everything. In his mind, an image of the two of them laughing happily together suddenly appeared. The times he had been praised by him made Sidrid so proud that he beamed with a radiant smile. A feeling of guilt rose up. He suddenly realized, I treated you like that. The image of the two of them laughing and talking in the past returned as clearly as if it had never disappeared. The two hands that had once been clasped tightly together, as a testament to an unchanging friendship. A sense of confusion rose in Sidrid's heart. So why can you still call me a friend? His voice trembled, his lips tightly sealed, as he finally managed to say, I'm sorry. Tears flowed endlessly. Sidrid bowed his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, Phillip. I'm sorry. He gently patted him. It's okay. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore. He sat beside them, observing, slightly surprised by his true self. Sidrid, so he's such a crybaby. He clenched his fists, sobbing as he confessed everything. I'm so sorry for treating you all so badly. I hate my weak self. I hate it so much that when I see you guys, who are like me, I get so angry. Sidrid continued to speak in regret, his eyes full of torment. I could have worked in another district under the hotel's name, but I hated having to bow and pay money to the strong. His voice became firmer. So I thought, I have to become stronger myself. Sidrid recalled the harsh days. I imagined countless scenes of fighting with other gangs in my head, and I trained my body rigorously every day. In his memory, a strange voice echoed. Let's talk for a bit. He, at that time, without a hint of suspicion, followed the stranger with a simple thought. Talk. Okay, let's go. In the present, Sidrid bowed his head, realizing everything. I thought my chance had finally come, but it was just my illusion. He bit his lip, his voice laced with deep regret. I should have gone back to the hotel then, but I didn't want to lower my pride. Sidrid's eyes became painful as he confessed. So, I deceived myself by hating you all. I told myself that I wasn't like you, that I wouldn't bow to power or accept my reality. He looked up, remembering the fateful moment. And then I met him. In his memory, Walter looked at Sidrid with an understanding gaze, his voice full of hidden meaning. You're filled with anger, like a powder keg about to explode. What has made you so angry? He, at that time, did not hesitate, bluntly speaking what he had always hidden. It's myself. Sidrid's voice deepened. I hate myself so much I can't stand it. The man shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile on his face. Oh no, that's not it. Walter smiled meaningfully, holding out his hand and offering the ring to him. Take this ring. His eyes became serious, his voice low. You are currently suffering from a terrible disease that prevents your muscles from exerting their full strength. This ring will help prevent that disease. Sidrid was stunned, clearly feeling the change in his body. What the man said was completely true. Walter frowned slightly, his voice carrying a clear warning. Absolutely do not take this ring off. Without the ring, the disease could relapse. He immediately nodded in response. The man continued. Also, form a gang, preferably with 66 members, all strong and robust. If you succeed, I will grant you an even greater reward. Sidric recalled, his eyes a mix of regret and bitterness. I happily accepted, because becoming a gang leader had always been my dream. Phillip suddenly called his name. Sidric, he looked straight at him, his gaze calm but certain. First, there's something you need to know. The reason you've gotten stronger isn't because you've recovered from your illness. Sidric was startled, his pupils contracting at those words. What? He held up the ring, his voice firm. It's because of magic. This ring is enchanted to enhance the body. He reacted immediately, his eyes turning fierce as he reached out to demand it back. What are you talking about? That's my ring. Give it back to me now. Sidric glared menacingly, his tense gaze fixed on Day without a hint of hesitation. Day remained calm, explaining slowly. There's a thing in this world called mana. With mana, people can create fire or enhance their muscle strength. You've been tricked by that, Mage. His voice trembled, unable to believe what he was hearing. No way, magic. Sidric clenched his fists, his mind in turmoil as he slowly realized the cruel truth. If that's true, if it was all magic, his voice broke, he could barely accept the reality crumbling before his eyes. Does that mean I didn't get stronger on my own, no matter how hard I try? Will I just go back to being weak like before? Day shook his head slightly, his gaze steady, as if trying to pull Sidric out of his negative thoughts. You don't have to go back. He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion, not understanding what he meant. What? Day took another step forward, his voice firm, as if offering Sidric a new path. You don't have to go back to how you were, from now on. Just do exactly as I say. His eyes sharpened, and I'll give you something even better than this ring. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief at Day's confident words. Sidric bowed his head, his sincere voice filled with deep gratitude. Thank you. I'm truly grateful to you. He turned gently, opened the door, and slowly walked out, his mind a mess. Phillip watched Sidric's retreating back, then turned to Day with a worried and uncertain look. Do you really want to choose Sidric as your second in command, and have him be in charge of everything from now on? He thought for a moment, then answered in a calm but firm voice. That's right. After everything is settled, I'm leaving. Day's mind flashed back to a previous conversation with him. Sidric had asked, are you planning to train him directly, like how you fought in the match the other day? He had replied, yeah, he's already trained his body fairly well, so his foundation isn't bad. Day's voice continued to echo in his memory, carrying clear and practical guidance. With the right techniques, he might even be able to make up for the difference in strength and physique. Got it. He looked at him, his gaze softening, sincerely expressing his deep gratitude. Thank you for worrying about me. Phillip continued, his voice thoughtful as he referred to the recent decision, and for using the reward to bring Cedric over to our side. I think that was a very wise move. He paused for a moment, then continued, defeating an opponent with force isn't always the best option. Philip's voice slowed, his eyes thoughtful. To be honest, that's how it is. Sometimes they hold on to their pride and will seek revenge. Day was silent for a moment, recalling, I can't remember the last time someone got revenge on me. Probably because I made them too scared to even try. He then spoke, his voice calm but carrying absolute confidence. Regardless, I still believe that strength is the most powerful tool. If people are terrified, they won't dare to oppose you. He shook his head slightly, his gaze deep as he offered his own perspective. But strength alone cannot create true loyalty in these kids. Day frowned thoughtfully, a hint of doubt in his eyes, as he asked, Then what should I use? Phillip smiled faintly, replying in a calm voice, The answer is a worthy reward. Like your promise to Cedric that you'd teach him how to fight. He crossed his arms, mulling over what he had just said. I don't completely agree, but I can't deny it either. After all, Phillip is very good at dealing with people. Downstairs at the hotel, Day turned to look at everyone, his voice becoming serious and cautionary. For now, we'll stay at this hotel while we find a more stable place. If any of you cause trouble for the kids in this hotel, I'll deal with you myself. He continued, his gaze sweeping over everyone as if re-establishing order. From now on, Cedric will be the second in command, or vice leader. Most of my orders will be passed through him. Consider his words to be my own. Lisu, standing beside them, scratched his head, looked around, and commented on the situation. Looks like yesterday's business was settled peacefully, Rafi said softly. Cedric was his own group's leader before he joined, right? His old group probably took him out for training. Day was silent, gradually piecing everything together in his mind. A worthy reward is probably the key to earning loyalty. He suddenly spoke up. Day took a step forward, his decisive voice catching everyone's attention. I will refund all the money you bet. I've made enough from the other groups. The boy's eyes widened in shock, his voice stuttering. Are you serious? You're really giving the money back? Well, either way, I'll always support you. Hunter, Phillip took a step forward, reminding Day of the old issue. Day, we still haven't dealt with the Rufus situation. He and Phillip left, walking quickly to where the man and his crony were being held. Day stood before them, his eyes cold. Let's get straight to the point. The Veronica bookstore. You know where it is, right? Rufus shook his head repeatedly, his eyes darting away as if trying to hide something. Before he could say another word, he was sent reeling by a powerful punch from Day. Day leaned down to look at him, his sharp gaze making the air heavy. It seems you still don't understand what's happening, the man asked in a trembling voice. What do you people want? Money. Before he could finish, Rufus was hit with another hard slap that sent his head snapping to the side. He cut him off coldly, his voice devoid of any patience. I didn't ask you that. Day stood up straight and ripped the gag from Roxanne's mouth without a moment's hesitation. He took a deep breath, then hurriedly confessed everything in fear. You mean the bookstore on 8th Street, right? I was hired to cause trouble and force them to leave. Someone wants that spot. Day narrowed his eyes, continuing the interrogation. Who hired you? Roxanne swallowed hard, his voice trembling. It was Fred, the owner of the grocery store on 3rd Street. Day nodded slightly, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. So that's how it is. He quietly bent down, grabbed a fistful of the man's hair, and yanked his head up without hesitation. Without a second's delay, Day put all his force into his arm and slammed the man's head into the cold ground. Blood dripped from Roxanne's nose. His head was pulled back up as he reeled in a daze of pain. Without stopping, Day continued his assault, his eyes cold and emotionless. In that moment, Phillip suddenly realized this was the real Day. But it wasn't over. A strange feeling was still rising deep within him. There's more. Phillip quietly observed the chaotic scene, understanding growing in his heart. When he punished Rufus and Roxanne publicly, It made the kids in the hotel feel much more at ease. A few people in the back began to whisper, their tones a mix of excitement and satisfaction. Serves them right. I still remember the ones he beat up. Messing with the hunter is just asking for trouble. He let out a soft breath, his eyes growing somber. And that act was also a big lesson for Cedric's group. He continued to think, an indescribable feeling about this person rising within him. If this was all part of his plan, it's so cold, yet so effective. Day stood straight before the two beaten men, his eyes cold. I'm giving you a private job. You are to destroy that grocery store at all costs. He lowered his head slightly, his voice low and full of pressure. Remember this, if we suffer any losses. Day took another step forward, his sharp gaze piercing the trembling man on the ground. I will hunt every last one of you down until none of you are left alive. Roxanne and Rufus cowered on the ground, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with terror. A few members of the group approached, quickly helped the two up, and dragged them away from the scene. The tense atmosphere quickly dissipated, replaced by the lively chatter of the crowd. Let's eat and drink our fill tonight. This is amazing, right? Did you see the look on their faces? They totally deserved it. It was like a joke. Sam glanced around, trying to find a familiar face in the crowd. Has anyone seen the hunter? Liam replied. He was just here a second ago. He looked at the tray of food and said, I was going to bring him some food, but now he's vanished. High up on a quiet floor, Day sat alone, silently gazing out at the distant sky. He rested his arm on the railing, his eyes somber as he remembered Phillip's words. Someone who can help without asking for anything in return, and who can also accept help without hesitation. That person is a true friend. Day closed his eyes softly, recalling what he used to believe. I thought friends were people you'd known for a long time. Then the recent events replayed clearly in his mind. But it turns out, someone who always worries about you is a true friend. Maybe those kids are the only people I've ever truly worried about. Day slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the vast sky ahead. And I want to consider Nice a friend, too. Is it possible to be friends even with a 20-year age gap? A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, as if he was asking himself, will I ever have the chance to call someone a friend again? Day lowered his head slightly, his hand clenching gently. Probably not. I'm different from everyone else. I'm someone who lacks emotions. He quietly closed his eyes, lost in deep thought. The only ones who treated me sincerely, without prejudice, were Nice, and the kids living under the bridge. It's unlikely anyone could ever truly understand me. From behind, he approached quietly, breaking the silence with a deep, warm voice. Still, silence is better than noise, isn't it? Phillip held out his hand, offering Day a steaming cup of hot cocoa. This is hot cocoa. I thought you liked sweets. Day looked at the cup in his hand and thought, I used to eat candy and chocolate to regain my strength. So that's it. That's why he thinks I like this stuff? He asked cheerfully. Can I sit next to you? Day nodded in response. Yeah. Day brought the cup of cocoa to his lips, taking a small, slow sip in the silence. As the sweetness spread across his tongue, he paused slightly, as if he had just realized something. Phillip saw his reaction and smiled faintly as if he had expected it. Day looked down at the cup in his hands. The warmth spreading through them felt comforting. It's warm. He fell silent, his gaze softening as he felt the warmth seep deep into his heart. Warm enough to make me temporarily forget the cold emptiness inside. Phillip thought for a long while before slowly making his final decision. In that case, I'll head north. I hear there are a lot of abandoned factories there. Day nodded slightly in response. Understood. He quietly blended into the bustling crowd, then gradually disappeared from sight. From behind, two strangers followed, whispering to each other urgently and anxiously. Hey, hide, quick. Day quickly navigated through several empty alleys before returning to the familiar house. He stood before the entrance, took a deep breath, and reached out to open the old door. As soon as the door opened, Veronica ran out from inside with a look of relief. Day, you're finally here. She came closer and said, I was worried because you hadn't come by in a few days. My grandfather and I were both waiting, you know. But as she was speaking, Veronica suddenly stopped, noticing something unusual. Her gaze turned serious as she looked closer. Something happened, didn't it? You've been in a fight. Your skin is even darker. He smirked slightly, acting unconcerned about his injuries. These wounds are nothing. Veronica frowned, her voice a mix of scolding and worry. How can you say it's nothing when you look like this? Day's eyes suddenly softened in a strange way. She's beautiful. In his mind, her image appeared, like a small, gentle sun. He lowered his gaze, a new feeling rising within him. I've never felt like this before. Maybe it's because I now know how to worry about others, that I can see things I couldn't see before. She rushed forward, her hands glowing faintly. Wait, let me heal you. My mana. Day gently raised a hand to stop her, his tone calm but firm. I've already given myself first aid, so I don't need treatment. Besides, if you keep using the ambient mana, you'll get addicted, right? Veronica sighed softly, her eyes still filled with worry as she looked at him. I saw you were hurt, and just reacted instinctively. Day smiled faintly, turning to walk inside the house with a calm demeanor. I'm fine. Let's go see your grandfather. She stood frozen in place, her heart fluttering. Were you worried about me? He suddenly stopped mid-stride and turned his head back. Oh, by the way, Veronica. Day's gaze became more serious as he asked an unexpected question. Do you consider me a friend? She was momentarily surprised, but then smiled gently and replied without hesitation. A friend? That's sudden. Yes, you're a friend. A vague, unnameable feeling rose in Day's heart. I was just curious what criteria people use to consider someone a friend. If I worry about someone, does that make them my friend? Veronica lowered her head slightly, her eyes wavering as she thought about their relationship. Is Day my friend? Day saved me twice, so I owe him. And we're both mages, so there's some common ground. But I haven't known Day for very long. To call him a friend. He stood silently, his gaze completely focused on her. Veronica turned away, her cheeks flushing from the jumble of thoughts in her head. After a moment of hesitation, she took a small breath and confirmed, Yes, you are my friend. Day nodded slightly, as if he had understood something quite clearly. I see. In that case, let's go see your grandfather. Veronica quickly stepped forward, reaching out a hand as if to stop him. Wait, Day. Day turned his head back, asking with a calm expression, What is it? She gathered all her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Do you consider me a friend, too? Veronica stood there, her hands clenched, her face flushed as she eagerly awaited his answer. Day was silent for a moment, looking straight into her eyes. He answered decisively, his calm, unwavering voice making the air stand still. Veronica's eyes immediately flew open, her face burning with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Unable to contain her emotions, she shouted in a frustrated and annoyed tone. After calming down, Veronica turned away and said in a normal voice, You go in first. I have to feed the kids. I'll be there in a bit. Day stood outside, wondering what had just happened. Why did she suddenly start yelling? He raised his hand, gently turning the knob to open the door in front of him. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice called out from within, It's been a while since you've visited. Gru lay there, speaking with a familiar, teasing laugh. They say the older you get, the less you sleep, but I just seem to sleep more and more. At this rate, I'll probably sleep all day. Day sat down, his gaze slightly serious. I heard you were sick, he chuckled softly, his eyes gentle. I suppose Veronica told you. Day clenched his fist slightly, his expression growing heavy. Are you going to die soon? Gru sighed softly, his voice calm, as if accepting his fate. Yes, probably in half a year at most. He looked directly at Day, his gaze more serious as he made a decision. That's why, starting today, I will teach you magic. Day bowed his head slightly, responding with a serious and respectful attitude. Day raised his hand, taking out an object, and looked at the old man with curiosity. But before we begin, please tell me what this item is. In his hand, the small ring emitted a strange, sparkling light. Gru looked at the ring, his expression changing slightly as he recognized it. It's a type of mana battery. He held the ring up, slowly explaining its structure and function. It contains a slight amplification and enhancement effect. Gru continued, his voice lowering. It's also enchanted. Under certain conditions, it will increase strength and reflexes. And also, he paused for a beat, his eyes hardening as he mentioned the dangerous part. It's been mixed with a siphoning type of magic. Day frowned slightly, confused by the type of magic he had just heard of. Siphoning magic. Gru nodded slightly, confirming, yes. He explained slowly. Normally, a mana battery will gradually deplete with use, eventually becoming an empty shell. Gru looked at the ring, his voice dropping as he spoke of its difference. But this type of battery is different. The ring is designed to absorb the wearer's life force and recharge itself. Day's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. Is that really possible? The old man chuckled lightly in response. Of course, the ring's energy source is mana, and human life force is just another form of mana, Gru asked in a low voice. More importantly, this formula is not something just anyone can create. Where did you get such a dangerous item? Day thought for a moment, then recounted his past in a calm voice. I used to be the leader of a group of street kids, and I got it from the previous leader. He said he received it from a man who claimed to be a high-ranking member of Micros. The old man froze, his expression changing drastically when he heard that name, Micros. Day looked up, looking at Gru with curiosity, wanting to confirm what he'd heard. You know of them, the old man said softly. Of course, who doesn't? Gru explained slowly, his voice heavy. Micros is the strongest and most dangerous underground organization today. They deal in everything from guns and illegal substances to human trafficking. He continued, his gaze distant as if recalling many unpleasant things. Compared to other large gangs, they have fewer members and their movements are much more mysterious. Gru paused for a moment, then emphasized, but what makes them truly terrifying is, all of their members are mages. Day frowned, showing his skepticism. Mages aren't exactly easy to find. The old man shook his head, immediately refuting it with a firm voice. Of course not. Gru pointed to the ring, continuing to explain the identifying mark. The red stone is the symbol of Micros members. The mana battery they always carry with them is proof that they have no fear of mana addiction, he said in a low voice, recounting an ancient legend that few knew. This is a well-known legend in the community of those who hunt the rainbow. It's said that a piece of the rainbow is in the hands of the Micros organization. Day stood frozen, his eyes wide with surprise at the information he had just heard. He frowned and asked, isn't a rainbow just a band of colors that appears in the sky? So how can Micros possess it? Gru acknowledged. Indeed, the common belief is that a rainbow is just 7 colors up high. Gru nodded slightly and continued. But as we delved deeper into the study of the rainbow, we managed to acquire a red stone from a Micros member. His voice dropped. Its quality far surpassed that of normal mana batteries. We began to wonder, how could they equip all their members with such items? Then an idea about the rainbow sparked in our minds. Gru lowered his voice, emphasizing the theory that made everything more frightening, that in reality, the rainbow is a gem that emits infinite light and mana. Day stood silently, the word echoing in his mind. Infinite, he asked further. Please explain more. The old man closed his eyes, as if recalling stories and tales. In ancient times, Gru's voice was deep and warm, as if leading him into a lost era. The sky was always clear blue, and the land was fertile and prosperous. At the center of the first city built by humans, there was a brilliantly colored gem that contained life force. The light from that rainbow gem made the land fertile, and diseases gradually disappeared thanks to its healing. Its miraculous benefits were slowly revealed. Gru paused for a beat, his expression growing heavy as the story took a turn, but then he clenched his fist slightly, continuing to tell of the events that changed everything. Many powers rose, coveting the rainbow gem. War broke out between the factions. After a long battle, the rainbow gem, Gru's voice dropped completely, as if in sorrow when mentioning the tragic outcome, was shattered into 7 pieces, scattered across the world. Day quickly connected the information, his gaze becoming much sharper. So Micros is holding one of those fragments. The old man nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The stones their members carry are shards of the rainbow. Gru sighed softly, his eyes showing clear caution as he mentioned the organization. We've met many others who think the same way. We long to learn more, but Micros is an extremely dangerous organization. Day bowed his head slightly, an image flashing in his mind. The man in the basement. Zay was lost in thought, piecing together the important information he had just heard. From this conversation, he was definitely a member of Mercrit, but it was unclear if he was a high-ranking figure. His gaze grew more serious. From now on, I need to investigate Mercrit more thoroughly. A glimmer of hope rose in Zay's heart at the possibility of uncovering a great secret. Perhaps this was the key to finding the Real Rainbow. Rao looked at him, a faint smile on his face as if he had already guessed. It sounds like you're about to embark on a dangerous adventure. I feel it would be useless to try and stop you, wouldn't it? Rao looked at him and nodded slightly, showing his acceptance and respect for his decision. He placed the ring in the boy's hand and let out a soft sigh. That's everything I know about Mercrit. Rao looked directly at Zay, waiting to see if he had any more questions. Do you have any other questions? Zay looked down at the ring, his eyes filled with contemplation and a hint of worry. About the enhancement and extraction magic on the ring. Is it possible to remove them? Just then, Veronica's familiar voice came from the door. Grandpa, I'm coming in. He turned his head, a smile appearing as he began the lesson for both of them. We have a new student today, so we'll start with the basics. Is that all right, Veronica? How are you feeling? She replied quite confidently. I'm fine. Rao nodded in satisfaction and began his lecture. Excellent. First, all types of magic begin with the creation of a circle. He raised his hand to illustrate, explaining clearly about the source of mana and how to use it. You can use mana from the air or a mana battery to cast spells. But, as you all know, due to the risk of mana addiction, creating a circle is mandatory. Rao continued his lecture. When the surrounding mana flows into the circle, it is purified. The elements within the circle will differ depending on each person's characteristics. He concluded, his voice firm to emphasize the point. This means that each person has their own limits on the types of magic they can use. Zay thought quietly to himself. Come to think of it, the mages I've met before, their rings also emitted different colors of mana. Rao smiled faintly and turned to Veronica as if to test her basic knowledge. Creating a circle is actually very simple. Veronica, why don't you try explaining it? She took a light breath, composing herself before she began. Zay watched Veronica raise her hand. She focused her mind and began to give specific, step-by-step instructions. First, concentrate mana in the palm of your hand. She continued speaking, her voice steady as if reciting a familiar lesson. Use the type of mana that you find easiest to control. Veronica closed her eyes, demonstrating as she explained. Then, guide the mana along your arm, toward your heart. After that, let the mana circle around your heart. A gentle blue light spread, gradually enveloping the area around her heart. Veronica kept her eyes closed, trying to maintain her state and not let the mana flow be interrupted. Don't stop. Gradually increase the speed of rotation. Suddenly, the stream of blue mana erupted violently and shot out from her body. But in the blink of an eye, all of that mana vanished without a trace. Veronica was startled, her eyes widening as she realized she had just lost control. She bowed her head, her voice sad as she admitted the result was not what she had hoped for. I failed at the very first step of creating the circle. I was supposed to hold the mana until the very last moment. He smiled kindly, gently reassuring her so she wouldn't lose confidence. Don't worry too much. You've been improving a lot every day. Veronica nodded slightly, regaining her spirits. A sense of determination welled up inside her. I still want to complete the circle this time to show Grandpa. It's really not easy. Rao turned to Zay, his eyes full of expectation. And you, Zay? Do you want to try? He nodded in agreement, his expression quite serious. Zay stood still, slowly closing his eyes and concentrating his entire mind. In his mind's eye, a brilliant space appeared with countless different colors. Zay told himself, first, draw in mana, the kind I can control best. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to limit himself anymore. Any color will do. A stream of brilliant red light, fluctuating intensely, gradually appeared before Zay. That stream of light slowly merged into his beating heart. Zay clenched his fists, focusing all his will on maintaining the swirling flow of mana. Sweat began to bead on his face, but he persisted, refusing to give up. Veronica's eyes widened, worried as she sensed the instability coming from Zay. She turned to Rao, her voice trembling with fear at the situation. Grandpa, what's happening? He gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. My body feels like it's about to break. Zay clutched his chest, trying to endure the rising pain. Only will and determination remained in his mind. But I have to endure it. I have to overcome it. At any cost. Zay silently told himself, there is only one goal I'm pursuing. For my goal. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open as if he had just escaped that dangerous state. Zay panted for breath, trying to calm himself after the pressure he had just endured. Zay frowned, not understanding what had just happened. Why did the swirling mana suddenly disappear? His heart seemed to stop for a moment, leaving his body stiff and confused. Suddenly, a stream of brilliant red light erupted from deep within his body. The light moved continuously, circling throughout his body as if searching for something. It gradually gathered, glowing intensely right at the location of Zay's heart. He stood silently, clearly feeling the power surging within him. Zay let out a soft sound, unable to hide his surprise at the transformation that had just occurred. A fierce gust of wind erupted from Zay's body, stunning all three of them. Zay stood before the terrifying power emanating from him. Zay placed a hand on his chest and muttered, "Did it work?" Veronica's voice rang out in praise. "That was amazing. Truly amazing." Then she grabbed both of his hands. Veronica couldn't contain her excitement. "You actually created a circle." She joyfully shook Zay's hands up and down. "You're a genius. You're so good." He muttered to himself. "A genius, huh?" Rao glanced at Zay, silently pleased. "Even I, who was once called a prodigy, took 3 months to create my first circle. And yet he did it on his first try." He spoke humbly. "Calm down. Calling him a genius isn't enough." Lying on the bed, he said, "The majority of your circle contains the elements of enhancement, weakening, and regeneration. But there are other elements as well." Rao thought for a moment, then continued, "In very small proportions, but almost every type." He explained in detail again. Red mana symbolizes anger, light pink mana for sadness, white mana for anxiety, and all the colors of mana that exist in the world. Veronica couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that really possible?" Zay asked seriously, "Can you really see the mana in my circle?" Rao calmly gave his answer. "I can't see it, but I can feel the energy. If you don't want others to see your circle, you just need to cut off the mana flow." He thought to himself, the flow. The magic circle on his chest stirred slightly, and immediately after, as if under his control, the magic circle gradually dissipated. After the magic circle on Zay's body had completely vanished, he spoke. "That's how you do it. In daily life, it's better to hide your circle. There's no need to show off that you're a mage in this harsh world." Rao looked at him, teaching him more. "When you use magic through the circle will appear, but the degree to which it's detected depends on the distance." He smiled, silently praising him. "You just created a circle, yet you don't look tired at all." Immediately after, Rao spoke while channeling his spiritual energy. "Well then, let's try it out. I'll cast a spell. You try to imitate it." He clasped his hands together. Rays of light shone from the gaps between his fingers. A few seconds later, a polyhedron appeared, floating above Rao's palm. He smiled and held it up in front of Zay. "Well, can you do it?" Veronica, sitting beside them, was panicking internally. "Grandpa." She rubbed her arms, still in a state of panic. "That spell just now used more than 7 complex elements. It requires precise calculation of elemental ratios and formulas, yet he's telling him to try it without any explanation. Even for Zay, that's..." Veronica broke into a sweat as she looked over at him. But astonishingly, in Zay's hand was that very same polyhedron. Both Veronica and Rao were simultaneously stunned. So shocked he was frozen in place, Rao couldn't help but praise him. "Excellent. Try this one too." "What about this one?" "This one too." Rao presented 3 models, and then had him follow suit. And Zay perfectly replicated all 3. Rao closed his eyes, completely satisfied. I thought he'd just be better after creating the circle, but who knew? On the other side, Veronica was shouting up a storm. "Are you really a genius?" Rao silently added, "He's far beyond my imagination." A moment later, Rao was lying neatly in bed, asleep. The two of them then quietly opened the door and went outside. She turned to Zay excitedly. "You were amazing just now. How did you do that?" He thought to himself, "I can't tell her I can see mana." After thinking, Zay replied, "I just tried it, and it worked." Veronica pouted. "You're hiding something, aren't you?" He calmly replied, "I'm telling the truth." She decided to let it go for now. "Fine." Veronica turned away, smiling brightly as she praised him. Either way, it was still outstanding. Truly impressive. As she walked down the stairs, she chattered on. You're probably the best mage I've ever seen, though the only ones I know are you and my grandpa. Zay had been silent the whole time. But now, he suddenly called out, Veronica. Veronica froze and turned her head back. Zay voiced his question. Are you jealous of me? She gave a forced smile. I guess so. Veronica silently cursed. Zay, you're just going to ask it that directly? Zay said coldly. Do you hate me? Or are you annoyed? Or angry at me? As he spoke, he remembered the hateful glares he had received. That guy is the only one the golem shares food with. We can't get along with him. Zay looked down again and continued. Or is it something like, it should have been you who created the circle, not me? He thought to himself, people usually react that way. Veronica asked back, are you asking if I'm jealous? Zay replied quietly, yeah. She touched 2 fingers to her head, closing her eyes to think seriously. After a moment of reflection, Veronica answered honestly, I admire you, but I'm not jealous. He asked, puzzled, why not? She smiled shyly and looked away. Because you're my friend. He hadn't expected to hear that answer and froze for a moment. Zay asked doubtfully, friends don't get jealous of each other? Veronica crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and replied, not always, but most of the time. She broke into a sweat, thinking, so you have to say I'm your friend too, right? It's not just me who thinks we're friends, right? An old memory of Pale suddenly flooded his mind. Don't starve yourself to give your share to your younger siblings anymore. Let's split it and eat together. It was as if a light went on for Zay. He spoke up, I see. I get it more or less. Veronica was taken aback by his expression. Expressionless, but it looked so sad. She turned away and said, you really are a strange kid. Zay's gaze fell, and he said to himself, but she's not wrong. He suddenly called her name. Veronica. She turned back, asking inquisitively, what is it now? Zay asked Veronica seriously, can you teach me to read and write? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, you can't write? He looked at Veronica, bewildered. She closed her eyes and thought, I've never taught anyone before, but I've helped my younger siblings with their homework. Can I really do this? Then, a flame of determination ignited within Veronica. All right, I'll teach you. Zay looked at her expressionlessly and replied obediently, thank you. I'll do my best to learn. Veronica thought to herself, this is to repay him for saving my life. So even if I'm a bad student, I'll try my best. She raised a finger, setting a condition. But first, there's one thing we have to do before we start studying. His face darkened as he calculated. Right? You can't expect advanced knowledge for free. She's probably going to send me to deal with the Zephyr gang. I have to be on guard. Zay cracked his knuckles and asked coolly, what do we have to do first? Veronica smiled and pointed a thumb towards the stairs. Go take a bath. There's a bathroom on the 2nd floor. Hearing her answer, he pressed his lips together in silence. She smiled, blissfully unaware, and continued, go get cleaned up. I'll prepare some new clothes for you. Scene change. At that moment, someone suddenly called out, Veronica. She was preparing something when she heard someone call her name. She glanced over and replied, Zay, you're done with your bath. Zay walked out, now wearing a bathrobe. As he walked, he used a towel to dry his hair and asked Veronica again, where can I put the towel? As soon as she saw Zay's appearance, Veronica couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Her cheeks immediately turned as red as 2 tomatoes. Looking at Zay's handsome face, Veronica couldn't help but think, he's so handsome. Zay saw that she wasn't answering him and was just standing there in a daze. He asked again, why are you staring like that? Hearing him ask that, Veronica was startled back to reality. She flusteredly threw the clothes at Zay's face and said loudly, no, it's nothing. Hurry up and get dressed. Confused by Veronica's intense reaction, Zay could only exclaim, what? After Zay got dressed, he and Veronica sat down at the table opposite each other. She then asked him, anyway, can I ask why you want to learn to read and write? Hearing her question, Zay simply replied calmly, because I want to read books. Zay continued to tell Veronica about the deeper reason he wanted to learn to read. If I'm to continue my journey up the Eaton River, I'll need more knowledge than I have now. At that moment, he remembered the time he was with Nice. He had taught him how to read. Zay thought, although I learned to read from Nice, it wasn't really systematic or thorough. After hearing Zay's reason for wanting to learn, Veronica became extremely. She shot up from her seat and said, I understand. Well then, since we can't open the bookstore, just stop by whenever and I'll teach you. Zay, on the opposite side, spoke up with some difficulty about that. Seeing him hesitate, Veronica replied with some confusion. Zay placed both hands on the table, his gaze a bit withdrawn as he said, You can open it now. Those kids won't be coming back. Hearing him say this, Veronica's expression changed. Her face turned pale as she thought, Come to think of it, I haven't seen those rock-throwing kids lately. Wait a minute, did Zay? A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She didn't dare to think further and asked Zay, Did you kill them? Hearing such a childish question from her, he immediately replied, I wouldn't kill someone just for throwing rocks at a store. Hearing him say that, Veronica collapsed onto the table. She let out a sigh of relief and said, Oh, you scared me. Veronica then continued to say to Zay, Then I'll open the shop right after we finish our lesson. Zay heard this and replied, That's a good idea. Soon after, the books were brought out. They were stacked in a high pile. Countless stacks of books were piled in front of Zay by Veronica. She pointed and said to him, These are the textbooks I used when I was learning to read and write. And these are my summary notes. Looking at the mountain-high stacks of books in front of him, Zay asked with a slight tremble, How long did it take you to learn all this? Hearing Zay's question, Veronica pondered for a moment, then raised one finger and said, About a month. Hearing her say that, Zay remained silent. Zay looked down. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. I understand. I'll do my best to learn. Seeing this, Veronica also clenched her fists in an encouraging gesture and said, Great. And I'll do my best to teach you. Soon after, Veronica and Zay began their studies. Veronica even took out a leather board, wrote on it, and taught him diligently. So, the subject and predicate connect in this order. Zay sat at the table, listening attentively to her lecture. After a while, Veronica turned back and asked Zay, This is a difficult passage. Do you want me to explain it again? Zay heard this and replied, I understand. We can continue. At this point, Veronica took out a worksheet. She held it in her hand and said, All right, let's try solving this exercise. Zay also took the worksheet from her and began to solve the questions on it. Very quickly, he finished the questions and put his pen down on the table. Zay handed the worksheet back to Veronica and said to her, I'm done. Veronica was still wiping the board. She turned around, a little surprised, and asked, What? It hasn't even been a minute. Veronica immediately started grading his paper. After carefully reviewing Zay's work, Veronica held the paper, her hand trembling slightly, and called out, Zay. She held the paper up in front of him, her eyes sparkling, and said happily, You only got one question wrong. At this rate, you'll finish the whole book in a flash. Zay sat at the table. Hearing this, although his face showed no emotion, he replied, That's good to hear. Veronica then spoke to Zay, Well then, let's stop here for today. I need to prepare more materials anyway. Zay, who was taking notes in his book, also nodded and replied, All right. At this point, Veronica hesitated for a moment and continued, I have something I want to ask you. Hearing this, Zay immediately looked up at her with a curious expression. Veronica looked away. She placed a hand on her blushing cheek and said in a small voice, Could you watch me while I try to form a circle? Hearing her request, Zay immediately replied, I don't think I can be of much help. I'm not as good at teaching as you are. Hearing Zay say that, Veronica hurriedly continued, That's okay. She was a bit flustered and waved her hand at Zay. You don't have to do anything. Just watching me is enough. But if you have any ideas while you're watching, feel free to tell me. Zay then stood up from his chair. He looked at Veronica and affirmed with certainty, Sure, I can do that. He was thinking, I'll consider it part of repaying her for the lessons she's taught me. Seeing that he had agreed, Veronica became overjoyed. She immediately smiled, her eyes crinkling and her cheeks blushing, and said, Thank you. After they finished talking, Zay stood up to leave. Veronica took the opportunity to put away the books she had taken out. Veronica looked at the books that had been put back into the box and thought, There's so much to clean up. I guess that's understandable since the shop has been closed for so long. At that moment, Zay called out to her again. Veronica, can I read some books here? Hearing this, she turned to look at Zay standing by the bookshelf and replied, Just make sure to keep them clean. But can you read them by yourself? Hearing her say that, Zay replied, I'll try. Veronica then told him, then let's start by getting a dictionary from that shelf. Hearing this, Zay reached out and chose a book from the shelf, asking, a dictionary? Veronica, while cleaning the bookstore, said to Zay, it's a book with the definitions of almost every word in the world. It'll be very useful when you come across something you don't understand. Hearing her words, Zay frowned and asked seriously, does it also have the definition of rainbow? Veronica heard this and replied, I've never checked, but since it's a term related to magic, it probably won't be in there. Zay held the dictionary in his hand. He looked at it and said, I see. At that moment, on the bookshelf, a book that was different from the rest suddenly began to glow. Immediately after, the brown book with a pattern on its cover flew off the shelf. Zay quickly caught the book with his magic. He held it in his hand. Other books were also quickly taken off the shelf by Zay using his magic. He looked at the levitating books and thought, before, I could barely lift a single book. But now that I'm using the mana from my ring, it's much easier. When I get back to the car, I should experiment with other spells too. Currently, the amount of mana stored in his ring, from most to least, is red, light pink, and white. Zay recalled using red magic and continued to think, I used to use light pink mana because it was rigid and hard to control, just like white mana. But it's not like that anymore. The layer of light pink energy in the ring doesn't feel rigid at all. Zay sat down on the floor. He flipped through the pages of the book. As he read, Zay thought, if I keep experimenting like this, I might even discover new spells. But for some reason, he didn't want to use it. Although the boy didn't realize it, Zay was reading the book. He then spoke aloud. Red and white energy are enough for now. In Zay's mind, he was thinking, it's because the emotion associated with light pink mana is sadness. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. A subconscious defense mechanism. He had formed a deep aversion to anything related to sadness. Zay was still engrossed in reading the book on the floor. He thought to himself, just as Veronica said, there's nothing here related to the rainbow. Zay ran his hand over the pages, scanning each line of text. Suddenly, Zay seemed to discover something. His eyes widened in astonishment. This is... The next second, Zay shot to his feet. He hurriedly ran off somewhere. As he passed Veronica, he said to her, I'll be back in a bit. Seeing this, she only had time to turn and look. Seeing Zay in such a hurry, Veronica asked with some concern, where are you going? Zay heard this and said to her, I'll read the books when I get back, so please leave them there. After instructing Veronica, Zay quickly put on his cloak. As he left, he thought, now I understand what that man really wants. That man. Zay muttered 2 words while reading the book, sacrifice. It is the act of offering an item, an animal, or even a person in exchange for something. He read the book with a grim face, thinking, that man seems to be plotting to use the stray children as sacrifices for some purpose. Considering the extraction technique on the ring, it's probably to enhance the power of that gem. And now, the number of gang members is about to reach 66. That man. Zay pondered and made a guess. He must be eagerly awaiting a report from Citric. Scene change. At a table laden with food, he stared silently at the dishes. Zay rested his hand on the table and tilted his head, stating, I only ordered a glass of water. Johnny brought out another glass of water and said with a fresh smile, and yet so many people have treated you to a full meal every time you've stopped by. You could eat like this 10 more times. He asked curiously, what about him? He recalled and answered, today, he was out for 3 hours longer than usual. That's never happened before. Zay asked further, any other unusual signs? Johnny covered his mouth and whispered to him. I saw him walk by. He was smiling. He was muttering something like, it's almost time. Zay held a spoon in his mouth, his face thoughtful. Scene change. A magnificent ancient city under a cloudy sky. Zay, wearing a cloak, stood before the basement. There's new information about Mercred in the basement, but it's unclear when he'll be back, so I can't just search it freely. He looked down coldly, wondering to himself, so what should I do? At that moment, not far down the street, 3 young men were laughing and talking cheerfully with each other. Zay quietly watched the 3 of them, as if planning something. The 3 of them were now at the bottom of the stairs. One of them spoke up. That's when I threw the punch. Just as he was laughing mockingly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Wait a minute. Look over there for a second. The guy angrily spun around and raised his fist. What the hell is this? Who's interfering? Seeing Zay's face, all three boys couldn't help but be startled with fear. That's the hunter. His face radiated a murderous aura as he glanced at the three of them. The other two stood whispering behind him. He looks really angry. That guy's done for. I told you not to go this way. The one who was about to punch Zay was now trembling uncontrollably. What is it, Hunter? He glanced away and thought. Phillip once talked about the stick and the carrot. After hearing Zay's plan, the three of them asked again. So when that person, the one you mentioned, shows up, we have to report it immediately, right? He crossed his arms and replied, That's right. Do a good job, and I'll reward you. One of them asked, What kind of reward? Zay pointed towards Johnny, who was carrying a tray of food and the table laden with delicacies. The three of them imagined the delicious food and all started drooling in unison. The three boys immediately shouted in unison, We'll do our best. He praised them with satisfaction. Good. Scene changed to below the basement. Zay was running quickly down the stairs. Reaching the end, he stood still before the closed door. Zay stared at the lock hanging on the door. He picked up the lock with one hand, while his other hand channeled spiritual energy. This wasn't here before. Zay channeled spiritual energy into the lock, and streams of it flowed in. But another source of power blocked his spiritual energy. Zay frowned and thought, Is it some kind of protective charm or magic? He turned around, calculating. If we break the doorknob, they'll know we've been here. Or we could remove the door hinges. A young boy rushed to the basement door and shouted, Hunter. He announced loudly, He's here. That person. As Zay walked up the stairs, he suddenly stopped, struck by a thought. Wait, will he recognize me? The basement was dark that day, and I disguised my voice. He probably won't recognize me. At this point, he had taken off his cloak and stood with his arms crossed in front of the basement. Walter, with his hands in his pockets, calmly walked towards the basement. He frowned and glared down at Zay from above. He remained calm, standing there silently with his arms crossed. Then, Walter, not noticing anything unusual, continued into the basement. Zay glanced at where he had just gone, secretly pleased. Just as I thought. He doesn't recognize me. So I've gathered some useful information. Scene changed to the next day at noon. At a dilapidated ruin. Zay and Citric stood in front of a house. He was as calm as usual, while the other boy was anxiously biting his nails. Citric turned and asked fearfully, It'll be okay, right? Zay reassured him, Don't worry. Just do as I say. Immediately after, he broke into a sweat and glanced towards the source of the sound. In front of them was Walter. He walked slowly towards them with his hands in his pockets. Walter looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them. They both bowed low at a 90-degree angle. Citric respectfully shouted a greeting. It's been a long time, sir. He looked at him and said, That's enough greeting. Show your face, Citric. Citric immediately replied, Yes, sir. He quickly continued, This report concerns the number you've been waiting for. Walter suddenly interrupted. Before that, wait. He placed his hand on Zay's shoulder, his eyes filled with a murderous and hostile aura. Who is this? I don't recognize him. A new guy? Citric placed a hand on his chest and hurriedly replied. He's the newly appointed leader of Team A. I thought I should bring him to meet you, sir. Walter still didn't release the hand on his shoulder and ordered, Look up. Zay immediately raised his head to look at him. Walter stared at him menacingly and questioned, What's your name? He silently glanced at the veiny hand resting on his shoulder. Zay looked directly into his eyes and said the name. Nice. My name is Nice. Walter put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Is that so? Do a good job. In his head, Zay thought, You don't remember meeting me yesterday? Outwardly, Zay replied obediently. As he walked away, he asked, So how many people do we have in total now? Citric followed and answered, Exactly 63 people at this moment. Walter said, Still 3 more to go, huh? The standards must be pretty strict. He smiled cautiously and replied, Yes, of course. We are very selective, only taking the best. Hearing Citric's words, he suddenly grinned. Then he burst into a crazed laugh. Excellent. Everything is going very smoothly. Walter clapped both of them on the shoulder and continued, When we have enough people, I'll bring you into the organization immediately. He forced a smile and looked up at him. I can't believe I'll actually be a member of the organization. Walter smiled and raised his hand. You're lucky. The organization has just planned to train a special task force. Citric gave a stiff smile in return. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. He thought to himself, how can someone be such a blatant liar? Citric looked at the clothes on the man and felt secretly annoyed. A guy dressed in rags like a homeless person is a high-ranking member of the organization? Or did I have a temporary lapse in judgment to believe him? Zay suddenly spoke up. May I ask a question? Walter replied, go ahead. He immediately asked, if there's a headquarters, how many branches are there? I'd also like to know where the headquarters is located. He replied, the organization has no branches in Mercrit. Members just move around, carrying out their own missions. Zay stared at Walter and silently came to a conclusion. That's the truth. There was no fluctuation in his mana when he said that. He glared down at him. The headquarters is in Area 43. All plans start from there. Sensing Walter's magic circle fluctuating, Zay concluded, but that's a lie. There was a fluctuation in his mana when he said it. He looked up and asked, so then, what kind of person is the boss? Hearing that question, his whole body froze for a beat. Walter's face darkened as he slowly turned and repeated, the boss. His body tensed up completely. Walter muttered aimlessly, the boss is. He hugged his trembling body, his mind echoing with the words, the boss. As if a massive figure was watching Walter in his mind. The boss. He bowed his head low and said softly, the boss is a powerful person. Walter was trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face like rain. Someone like me. I don't even dare to look him in the eye. He is a great man. Zay stared at his expression and silently confirmed, awe, but also terror. Walter suddenly asked, by the way, Citric, when are the others moving here? Citric respectfully replied, in 2 days, sir. He gave instructions, then I'll be back in 3 days. I need to carefully vet those who will join the organization. He broke into a sweat and replied with a single word. At that moment, a red glint appeared in Zay's eyes. A spark of mana appeared in Walter's palm. That spark of mana extended from his palm down to the ground. He coldly made a deduction. A tiny amount of mana, intentionally letting it leak. Walter used his mana to draw a part of the spell circle. Zay said to himself, this entire abandoned factory is being turned into a giant spell circle. After a moment, he stopped. The formation was complete. Walter reached into his coat, as if looking for something. He then held out some brilliant redstone fragments. Citric looked at the stones, bewildered. What are those? Walter bared his teeth in a sinister smile. He channeled his internal energy into the stones and replied, something very special. The stones combined with Walter's spiritual energy, becoming thick with a murderous aura. He gritted his teeth and looked worriedly at Zay. This looks dangerous. Will it be okay? At this moment, he calmly faced Citric. It'll be fine. The 5 stones shot up high and split into 5 directions. The 5 stones landed on their corresponding spell circles. Walter stood at the center, dripping streams of spiritual energy down. He looked up and smiled. Don't be so scared, Citric. This gem is the same type as the ring I gave you before. Walter looked at Citric and continued. It can prevent illness and enhance strength. He bowed and stammered in reply. Thank you for your concern, sir. He walked towards Citric, looking down at him from above as he instructed, it's good to be grateful. And remember, absolutely do not touch the gem. He obediently replied, I understand. Walter suddenly placed a heavy hand on Citric's shoulder. And another thing, he whispered threateningly, cherish the ring I gave you as you would your own life. Absolutely do not lose it. Walter asked in a low voice, understood. He knew the ring was on his finger. I will remember that. He stepped back behind the door and pulled down his hood. Well then, see you in 3 days. With that, the door slammed shut with an extremely loud bang. Citric dropped to his knees on the ground and shouted, he's gone. Finally gone. He looked up at Zay and asked, whatever he's doing, what is he planning? He replied coldly, we'll have to investigate to find out. Zay said to Citric, go back to the hotel for now. I still have some things to take care of here. He stood on the stairs, silently looking down. Zay looked at the formation drawn below and cursed internally. What the hell is this? It's clearly related to a magic formation. He silently and carefully wrote everything down in his notebook. Zay suddenly closed the notebook. Forget it. I already know what I need to know. Scene changed to a fresh, early morning at the apartment. On a piece of paper was a complex formation that Zay had redrawn in detail. Rao looked up from the notebook and called to him. Hey. He frowned and said, this thing you just drew, is it related to the person you said was the director of Mercrit? Zay was secretly astonished. I haven't said anything yet. How does he know? He muttered, how annoying. Rao's brow furrowed tightly as he closed his eyes. His old face showed a look of exhaustion. He opened his eyes and came to a conclusion. You've gotten yourself into something dangerous. This is a magic formation. Zay asked, bewildered. A magic formation? Rao replied affirmatively. That's right. He pointed to the center of the magic formation. It's a type of formula that greatly increases the power and range of a spell. Magic formations are very difficult to create. Not just anyone can do it. Rao frowned with concern and continued. At least, with the shape you just drew. He added, that is a perfect magic formation. Rao broke into a sweat and glanced at him, secretly horrified. What's even more amazing is that you accurately copied a high-level magic formation without any prior knowledge. A magic formation contains a large amount of mana in a very small space. So reading the mana on the spot and copying it is like untangling an extremely tangled thread just by the feel of your fingertips, separating each thread with precision. He touched the lines, drawing and thinking. Even a mage with super-sensitive perception couldn't do it without a thorough understanding of the formation. Rao looked pensive. This is too perfect. It's almost as if you can see the magic formation. Zay pointed a finger and asked, what does this magic formation do? He glanced at him and explained, this is extraction magic. It's similar to the type of magic on the ring you showed me before. Rao grimaced and thought to himself, I had a very foolish assumption that you could see mana. He spoke up, this spell has a much larger range and power, right? He bowed his head and replied, that's right. When the spell is activated, a brilliant red light erupted fiercely from the formation. A swirling vortex of rich red mana flared up, consuming the person standing on the formation. All living creatures in the area will be annihilated, and their life force will be converted into mana. Zay touched his chin, deep in thought. So it's clear now. The sacrifices and the 66 children, along with this magic formation, that guy plans to use Citrix's gang as sacrifices for the formation. Rao suddenly spoke, breaking his train of thought. However, he stroked his beard and continued. The amount of mana generated in this way cannot be used by humans. Zay asked, puzzled, why not? Rao explained in detail, mana created from life force carries a very strong toxicity. If used recklessly, one will suffer from mana poisoning. It cannot be refined again to be put into a magic formation. He concluded, therefore, it is usually used to power living creatures or enhance magical tools. He raised a question. Can it enhance a mana battery? Rao explained, mana batteries have a limit, so they usually can't be enhanced. He looked at him and added, but if it's that ring, it's a different story. After hearing this, Zay fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Rao called his name inquisitively. He looked at Zay and asked again, what are you planning to do? He closed his eyes, thinking silently for a long time as if analyzing a difficult problem. After a few short minutes, Zay opened his eyes and looked up as if he had found the answer. Scene changed to 3 days later, at the same location as before. On the appointed day, at 2 in the afternoon, he stood solemnly in front of the same house. Not long after, Walter casually walked up to Zay. He grinned and asked, where's Citrix? Why are you out here? He said coolly, the boss is inside, arranging the men. I came out to greet you in his place. Walter suddenly turned his head and let out a mocking laugh. So you're here to greet me, huh? All right then, let's go. He walked to the door and praised. I figured you'd gather enough people. You did a good job too. Zay stood behind Walter, his face now grim and incredibly cold. He spoke softly. It's all thanks to you. As the door creaked open, he curled his lips into a cunning smile and slowly opened it. The space inside was dark and empty. There was nothing else. Walter was bewildered as the scene inside was not what he had expected. What? Walter unconsciously exclaimed in surprise. Why is no one here? From behind him, a sword lunged forward. Walter sensed the killing intent and quickly spun around. He drew his scythe and blocked Zay's attack. Walter was astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at the person in front of him. He roared in fury, "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" He didn't bother to answer Walter, but instead channeled his power, creating a flame in the palm of his hand. Then Zay threw the flame straight at his face. Walter watched the flame hurtling towards him and thought in amazement, "Magic." He quickly leaned back, dodging the dangerous blow. After dodging, Walter shouted furiously, "You damn bastard! You dare attack me?" At that moment, the entire space went dark. He looked around in confusion and thought, "The door." Walter looked at his opponent and demanded, "Who are you?" Zay pulled up his cloak to cover his head and called out his name, "Walter." He prepared his attack stance and said coldly, "I've come on the boss's orders to deal with you." Hearing Zay's words, Walter burst into a crazed laugh and exclaimed, "The executioner." Walter looked towards the opposing Zay. "The executioner. Now I understand. You realized the magic formation was set up here, didn't you?" He quickly reached into his coat to draw his weapon, and that the magic would activate at exactly 3 o'clock. Expressionless, he bowed his head and stared at his watch. 2:14 in the afternoon. Walter's feet transformed, flames erupting from them. Actually, this is for the best. Instead of using those useless brats as sacrifices. With his body engulfed in red flames, he laughed savagely. "You'll be much more useful." Holding a sharp scythe, Walter charged forward. "Die, executioner." He gripped the sharp weapon tightly, his face expressionless. Back at Phillip's location, he was looking intently at something. Sitting next to him was a curious Citric. "Well? See anything?" Hearing the question, Phillip was confused. "I can't see anything clearly from here. We've blocked all the windows and doors as instructed." Hearing the result, he lamented, "Don't tell me. The hunter." A hand clamped over his mouth. "Citric." Phillip quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling to the still confused Citric. "Shoo." Citric whispered in his ear, "He's a mage too, right?" After rummaging through his memories for a moment, Phillip nodded. Zay brought him here. The more he thought about it, the more pensive he became. Are they that close? A question rang out, aimed directly at Veronica, who was leaning against a wooden post. "Hey, your name is Veronica, right?" She turned to look at them. "Yeah, and you're Phillip, right? The person next to you is Citric." He huddled next to Veronica. "That's right. Are you really worried about Zay?" A firm answer came from her. "No." This left Phillip a bit stunned. "Why not?" Back to Zay's location, continuous slashes appeared one after another. Walter raised his hand high, a flame heading towards him. "Zay is the most talented mage I've ever seen." Zay, with a blank face, lightly dodged. "And even outside of magic, he's amazing." He was angered by his action, screaming madly. "So I'm not worried." This little rat. Fueled by a surge of anger, Walter swung his scythe towards Zay below. Back to Veronica, she emphasized each word. "I believe Zay will win." This display made Phillip a little startled. Her hands are trembling like that, and she says she's not worried? Veronica's hands were clasped together, tremors running through her long, slender fingers. He thought to himself, she is worried, but she still trusts him. But Phillip still tried to smile and comfort her. "You're right. Let's believe in our Zay." Back to him. The small, sharp blade had shattered into pieces before his eyes. Seeing his weapon destroyed, Walter was visibly pleased. His mouth uttered each word with emphasis. "Give up." As soon as he finished speaking, the weapon in Walter's hand shot towards his face with incredible speed. Zay remained calm, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. Clang! A new knife was held tightly in Zay's firm palm. He just lightly swung the weapon, and the man's blade flew out of his hand. Just like that, Walter was put on the defensive, hastily looking at his weapon. Walter's eyes widened in astonishment. Stable elements. How can he control so many elements at once? Not giving him a chance, Zay, holding the knife, lightly grazed Walter's throat. Suddenly, he froze. Something seemed to be happening here. Zay crouched on the ground, facing the man who was lightly clutching his neck. Walter's neck was covered by a layer of metal. "You little rat." He was slightly surprised, looking down at his shattered knife. "Metal transformation. My attack is useless against a two-circle mage." Using the magic formation to deal with him is still the best way. His expression changed, his voice dropping. You're stalling for time until the formation activates, aren't you? His shirt buttons burst open, revealing a large, round, brilliant red barrier on Walter's chest. The two faced each other. Zay declared forcefully, "You think I'll let you?" From within the barrier, a fire serpent shot out, targeting him as its prey. "Give up, executioner." He remained silent, his feet beginning to move as he quickly retreated. It turned out Zay was trying to escape the dangerous fire serpent before him. Watching him, Walter laughed smugly. "It's useless. It won't disappear until it has devoured its target." Zay's feet moved faster and faster, the ground shattering under his power. Several minutes passed. Zay continued to weave and dodge the huge, aggressive monster. He planted his feet on the wall, then launched himself back to the ground to regain his balance. Zay's face was filled with concentration. This situation won't end. He looked over at the arrogant Walter. That guy has to stand still to control the flames. A plan formed. Zay's feet pushed off the ground so hard it cracked. Well then, he changed direction. The pulling force aimed straight at the man as he charged forward to attack. Seeing Zay overestimate himself, Walter sneered. "You think you can control an attack midair and hit me with that serpent? You think a cheap trick like that can take me down, executioner?" He remained silent, his hand channeling internal energy, a faint blue aura appearing. "I know full well he's a two-circle mage. A one-circle mage can't face him." Zay recalled the drawing he had discussed with Veronica. "That's why I asked Veronica." Snapping out of his thoughts, Zay recreated a magic circle, aiming it straight at the serpent. He held nothing back this time. "Teach me how to draw this magic circle." In just a few short seconds, Walter's fire serpent was completely destroyed. The result before him drove him mad. This isn't a first-level circle. Walter froze. It seemed he saw something a short distance away. Opposite him was Zay. He calmly raised a finger glowing with blue energy. "Executioner." A stream of blue energy shot like the wind, striking Walter who stood opposite him. Once it was done, he silently and calmly raised his head to look forward. A moment later, Walter had lost all his power. He faced Zay. He bowed his head. An incredibly cold silence enveloped the space. He was also silent, lightly rolling up his sleeve to look at his watch. The time on it was clearly displayed, without any deviation. 2:50. Over here, Walter suddenly jumped up, slightly surprising Zay. "I have to get out." He still kept his head down, sweating profusely as he pleaded, "To see the boss. I have to go back." Watching Walter's retreating back, he called out, "Walter, stop." Ignoring Zay's command, he reached for the doorknob. Zay quickly took out the ring, threatening Walter. "Stay away from the door. If you don't, I'll crush this ring." His hand on the knob, he remained determined to leave. "It's useless. The ones issued to officers are different from the supply items." At this point, Zay's body was exhausted. "My body has reached its limit. I need to stall for time." He tried to hold Walter back. "Who said so?" Zay's every word made his body tremble. "The red bloodstone issued to officers is indestructible." Knowing this method was effective, he continued, "If you add a specific combination of elements to the bloodstone, cracks will appear inside. At that point, just an external impact is enough to destroy it." He held up the quartz ring. He skillfully mixed true and false information, but it can still be broken. Hearing Zay's words, Walter's mouth clenched his teeth tightly. His face was like a monster's. He roared, declaring, "I'll break all your arms and legs. Then get out of here." He quickly put the ring away, clenching it in his palm. "Go ahead and try." Zay gathered his strength, pulling his arm back a considerable distance. Then he threw the ring that Walter cherished with all his might. The scene before him sent him into a panic, chasing after it to catch it. "You damn assassin." The ring hit the ground, causing Walter's heart to pound with fear. He tried to lunge forward and chase after it, reaching out to grab the ring. But Walter was too late. The ring slipped from his grasp, a good distance away. When Walter turned back, Zay was already standing by his only escape route. He floated in the air, holding 2 stones in his hand, manipulating them to spin around his fingers. Realizing he'd been tricked, Walter screamed until his voice was hoarse. "Damn you!" Over here, Zay had safely escaped the room. He clenched his fist, locking the door to prevent the other guy from getting out. Inside the room, he suppressed his panic. He ran forward. It's okay, Walter. We still have 5 minutes. Walter gritted his teeth, trying to spot his shadow. Follow that guy now. Suddenly, a red barrier appeared on the ground, surrounding him. Not a single gap. Walter was stunned. He was terrified. How? Isn't there still time before it activates? Outside, Walter's voice reached Zay's ears. Walter, don't you know? An image of Veronica and her warning appeared. 5 minutes. That's the limit. To shorten the activation time. Inside the room, a stream of red spiritual energy erupted from the barrier, swallowing him whole. Walter's face was blank, 2 streams of tears flowing down. The magic circle was set up beforehand. Boss. A moment later, Zay unlocked the door and entered the room, which was still filled with smoke. On the ground was the set of clothes, still quite new, that the man had been wearing just moments before. He reached down and picked up the ring from Walter's remaining clothes. Then Zay, with a soulless gaze, observed every detail of the ring's surface. Back with the 3, Citric was anxiously complaining. It's been too long. It's impossible. After slapping him, he chuckled softly. He'll definitely win. Just wait a little longer. His face swollen from the slap, Citric added, he's that strong. He can't lose, right? Veronica seemed to sense something, her eyes widening. She shot up, startling the other 2. The mana, it's surging violently. Citric looked after Veronica, worried. Wait, what do you mean? Phillip quickly suggested, let's just follow them for now. And so, the 2 of them rushed after her. Veronica, what's wrong? After a few steps, both of them froze, their faces pale. What is that? A foot engulfed in red flames appeared, standing perfectly still. The owner of those feet was none other than. He had returned. Looking at Zay's body, Veronica trembled and announced, he's suffering from mana poisoning. If this continues, Zay will be in danger. The news she brought stunned both Phillip and Citric for a few seconds. Regaining his composure, he grabbed something to shield himself. Citric. A steel pipe and a rusty metal plate were used by Citric. They said the boss is in danger. We have to do something. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the dazed Zay like a bullet. Over here, he was like a soulless person, extending his hand and launching mana at Citric. He was thrown back, his whole body terrified as he could only stare at Zay. He advanced, raising 2 fingers to take his life. Zay, wake up! Phillip charged forward like a bullet, using his own body to shield Citric. It's me, Phillip. Ignoring his shouts, Zay gathered more and more mana. Seeing the danger approaching, the 2 could only hug each other and swallow their fear. As the mana made contact with them, it was blocked by Veronica, who had risked her life to run out. She spread her hands and signaled to Phillip. Veronica, there are 2 ways to stop Zay. Veronica continuously explained the methods to him. One is for him to stop the activation himself. The other is to use external force to extinguish the flames. Phillip declared, I'll summon a water spout. Then he quickly carried Citric on his back. Can you hold out for 5 minutes? She hurriedly acted as a shield for them. Zay stood silently, raising his hand to gather a large amount of mana. Then he attacked. All the mana rushed towards Veronica. That horrifying scene gave both Citric and Phillip a terrible shock. Her eyes. Veronica's eyes were wide with a mix of terror and surprise. Veronica, this can't be stopped anymore. She smirked slightly, her face bowed. I'm fine. It's just. After a few seconds, Veronica raised her head, her hands intertwined. I hope you'll be safe. As soon as the battle with Walter ended, Zay had innocently picked up his ring. The red energy from it multiplied, and the amount of mana within it increased significantly. His eyes also gradually changed color. Although it couldn't compare to the mana level of the loop, it was enough. After a brief second or 2, Zay's pupils were filled with a deep crimson. An image of someone kneeling, their tone pleading. I beg you, please be merciful and forgive me. I'm truly sorry. Please don't torture me. A young Walter was tearfully begging. I didn't steal anything. Suddenly, a force came from nowhere, striking him on the side of the head. After observing for a moment, he immediately understood the situation. Could this be a memory belonging to that man? He was beaten horribly, collapsing to the ground unconscious for a long time. A few hours later, Walter pushed himself up with his hands. Bensa, I will definitely become stronger. He smiled, his forehead bleeding. And then I'll get my revenge on all of them. As Walter finished speaking, Zay's pupils blazed with mana, an image of a man embracing him, protecting him. Let the raging anger consume your body. It was that man who had protected him with his own life. Burn everything to the ground. Watching his loved one die, he screamed in madness. Annihilate. Destroy. Eradicate. Zay's mind was manipulated, turning him into a different person. Kill them all. Walter, his body enveloped in mana, whispered in his ear, kill them. Then he attacked. All the mana unified and rushed towards Veronica. That horrifying scene gave both Citric and Phillip a terrible shock. Veronica's lips were pressed tightly together. Someone was calling her name. Veronica. Her hands were clasped together, tears streaming down her face. Veronica's unpredictable action made Zay freeze. A stream of white spiritual energy was overpowering his mana. A white sun? Like a child, Zay reached out to grab that white sun. How wonderful. His hand grasped the strangely colored sun. Thanks to that, Zay returned to normal. He looked forward again. He opened his hand and looked at Veronica. Veronica. Her tears streamed down as she murmured, Zay. At a large house in an empty lot. 3 days later, at Phillip's hotel. In the room, clearly marked medical care area, Veronica lay on the bed and asked Zay, Zay, could you get me some water? Holding the glass of water, he lightly pushed aside the curtain. Here, take it. Seeing Zay, she was overjoyed. Thank you so much. Only his expression was unusual, looking at Veronica with a strange and pensive gaze. The image of her lying in the hospital bed flashed in Zay's mind. Veronica had been sick for 2 days due to overusing her mana. Because it happened while she was helping me, I ended up having to take care of her. And so, Veronica took advantage of her sick privilege to ask him for favors. Could you also get me the second volume of Light and Roses? I was in the middle of reading it. Also, if it's convenient, could you bring me 2 more pillows? Make sure to pick really comfortable and soft ones. You can take the glass back now. I've finished the water. Taking the glass to put it away, Zay silently agreed. I have a principle of returning what I've received. A moment later, sitting on the bed, she asked, that was mana poisoning, wasn't it? Leaning back in his chair, he nodded. That's right. Let's just call it that for now. With an annoyed mood, Veronica questioned, why do you always use unprocessed mana so recklessly? Remembering something, Zay put his hand in his pocket. But more importantly, I think this is the root of the problem. He pulled out the ring containing Walter's stone. It's that man's mana battery. As soon as she came into contact with it, she flinched. His mana feels strangely oppressive. Veronica broke into a light sweat. My grandfather said that the mana emitted by people is quite unique. Do you want to use it? Zay clenched the ring and declared forcefully, no, I won't use it. If it weren't for Veronica that day, I probably would have burned myself to a crisp. Seeing his determination, she felt relieved. Exactly. It's best not to touch things like that. But deep down, Zay thought differently. At least for now. Looking at Veronica for a long time, he murmured, and one more thing. Zay looked away and confessed, thank you, truly, for helping me. I'm sincerely grateful. As soon as he finished speaking, her face couldn't control itself and turned bright red. Veronica scratched her hands and stammered. Why are you suddenly saying that? Don't tell me you're still under the influence of mana poisoning. A hand appeared, pushing aside the curtain as a clear voice called his name. Zay. Phillip appeared. He looked at Zay. Do you have a moment? Back in the room, a box of information was handed over by Phillip. These are the belongings of that man you asked for. I had the kids open the basement and move everything up here. He reached out and took a piece of paper from the box to look at it. The information about Walter surprised Zay. So orphanage. Walter so. The words on the page and the picture confused him. It's hard to tell who's who. They all look so similar. I'll have to examine this more closely later. Continuing the story, Phillip pointed to a red notebook. This seems to be the notebook he often used. It looks important, so I kept it separate. Flipping through the diary pages, Zay frowned slightly. Area 43 Bon. Nutric withdrew from the area immediately after the deserter in the assassination was dealt with. G09, Area 58. Keto Money Bank seized the transport vehicle and used a barricade to block the escape route. Completed. S. 142, Area 47. Zero Fields contacted Permission granted for magic transaction. Completed. Are these orders from Mercrit? Reaching a page near the middle of the book, he froze for a few seconds. A handwritten piece of information was clearly visible. Area 31. Investigate the emerald at Kelly Go Auction House. Failure. No results. This is. The following pages continued with similar content. Area 48. Investigate the turquoise on Mount Gone. Failure. No results. Yellow gem. Failure. No results. Orange gem. Failure. No results. The rainbow was said to have shattered. A theory about the rainbow breaking into 7 pieces and orders to hunt down the gems corresponding to the colors. Is Mercrit searching for the fragments of the rainbow? Reading this far, Zay touched his chin lightly. Or it's possible they're not the real rainbow, but completely different gems. Either way, it's worth checking. Seeing his expression, Phillip guessed. It seems you've made a decision. He eagerly asked Zay. You said you're leaving this area soon, right? Then Phillip took out a large bag of money and placed it on the table. This is the payment for all your work up to this point. I've added a separate portion for myself as a personal thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to reconcile with Citric. He was a little surprised and just stared silently at Phillip. As long as you're still in this area, I'll have someone deliver your daily payment. If you feel the amount needs to be adjusted, don't hesitate to tell me. His face turned pink, and he scratched his neck lightly. And when you decide on a departure date, be sure to let me know. I'll come see you off myself. Phillip became unusually sad, his gaze falling, because once you're gone, we probably won't have a chance to meet again. A slender hand reached out, accompanied by his name being called. Phillip. Day sat up straight, his tone serious. When I leave this area, are you willing to come with me? His unexpected words left Phillip utterly stunned. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses before he screamed frantically, What? Phillip stammered for a few seconds. Are you serious, or are you joking? Sitting up straight, Day declared firmly, I am completely serious. Hearing this, Phillip became flustered. This is so sudden. I've never left Sector 49 before. If I go, I'll have to give up everything I've built here. Not letting Phillip refuse, he emphasized one point. What about your goal of saving money? The two faced each other. Day continued. Isn't leaving this place the only way to achieve it? Phillip recalled the past, when the two of them sat next to each other. What I said last time? Thinking back to that moment, Phillip held a cup, took a sip, and thought deeply. He was remembering the image of his mother comforting him when he was a child. At this thought, he clasped his hands together. You still remember that? Phillip bit his lip, swallowing hard as if to build his resolve. Placing his hands on his knees, Phillip nodded decisively. All right, then, I'll go with you. Then he slowly stood up, but give me a little more time. I need to arrange things at the hotel. Watching his friend, Day asked curiously, how long will it take? Phillip held up his hand to signal him. 2 weeks. 2 weeks is just enough. Day accepted. All right. Soon, 7 days had passed. He said goodbye to Cedric's group. After that, Phillip diligently instructed Cedric on every last detail. Meanwhile, Day also took care of his own business. Driving to a certain location in his private car, he had a conversation with Gru in a closed room, completely alone. After that, Jay went to see Veronica to finish the drawing of the magic circle. Holding the paper in her hand, she exclaimed, I have nothing left to teach you. Do I? You're truly a genius. He maintained his usual expression and denied it. It's only because you're such a good teacher. That attitude frustrated Veronica. There he goes again, with that typical Day-style compliment. As if having a sixth sense, Day glanced towards a nearby direction. Hiding behind a bookshelf were 2 kids, peeking with flushed faces. Upon being discovered, they bolted, making Veronica explain awkwardly, Sorry about that. The kids are a bit shy. She repeated what the 2 kids had once said about Day, but it seems they really like you. They said they dream of becoming a hunter. Did you know? Miss, what is the hunter like? What's life like out there? Slow down, you two. As she finished, Veronica made a new suggestion to him. Let's switch places. So she switched positions, sitting decisively in the chair he had just left. Veronica channeled her power, and white spiritual energy flowed from her body without stopping. Seeing Veronica performing well, Day praised her internally. You control your mana much more skillfully now. I didn't teach you anything too special, maybe just a little. Then he added, Hurry up. Being rushed made her annoyed. I have to go even faster. Day nodded slightly, and more. Just like that. Veronica's heart pounded from using so much internal energy. Sweat dripped down her face. I've always been in such a hurry. Veronica remembered the image of her grandfather, Gru, on his sickbed, because my grandfather doesn't have much time left. But now, then she looked at Day's stern figure and thought, I have a companion. The more she thought, the tighter Veronica gripped the hem of her clothes. Faster. I have to be faster. She remembered the time she spent with her grandfather and her two younger siblings. Because of that. Back in reality, Veronica closed her eyes tightly, focusing her internal energy. I don't want to disappoint anyone. Her heart beat rapidly, accompanied by a strange light emanating from her. With a look of utter astonishment, Veronica slowly looked forward. They had already realized the problem. The empty room was now filled with mana. After all her effort, Veronica had succeeded. She lost her balance and collapsed. I did it. He quickly ran over, using his body as a steady support for Veronica. Day held her and asked about her condition. Veronica, gently stroking her face, Veronica spoke. I'm fine, just a little tired. Seeing her in this state, Day's eyes widened in surprise, and he didn't know what to say. Veronica's tears fell, her hand gripping his shirt so tightly it wrinkled as she spoke softly. Thank you. Her tears flowed like rain. It's because of you that I was able to create that circle. Seeing Veronica like this, Day felt a bit flustered. I didn't do that much. Why are you crying? Then he reminded her. Hey, didn't you say you were going to show your grandfather as soon as you created the circle? Veronica quickly wiped her tears and replied, That's right. She quickly gathered herself, then moved swiftly up the stairs, calling out. Seeing Day standing still, Veronica was confused. Why aren't you coming with me? Looking up from below, he raised his voice. Why should I go? Holding onto the railing, she smiled. Because I only did it thanks to you. Come with me. Let's tell him together. In the end, he agreed to go upstairs with Veronica, climbing the steps together. She was like a child, so happy that her eyes curved into crescents when she smiled. As for Day, he sighed with a look of helplessness, but still kept a close eye on her. A moment later, they both reached the upper floor, standing before the wooden door of the room. Veronica raised her hand to the door, knocking lightly a few times to announce their presence to the person inside. Then she turned the knob and slowly entered. Grandpa, I'm coming in. Veronica smiled brightly and said to Gru, Grandpa, just now After taking a few steps, she froze, her expression turning strange and confused. Veronica's actions left Day utterly bewildered. Veronica. He quickly looked ahead, his pupils suddenly dilating strangely. On the floor, Gru was lying motionless, without the slightest movement. Seeing him like that, Veronica was stunned. She stood frozen in place and called out his name. The next morning, the city was bathed in the clear light of dawn. After 2 days in a coma, Gru finally regained consciousness. Looking at him, Day spoke, asking about his condition. You've regained consciousness. Seeing him, the old man mumbled. Gru wondered, how long was I unconscious? Sitting beside him, Day informed him, about 2.5 days. Understanding his own condition, he smiled faintly. Is that so? It seems my time is running out, Veronica. Next to Day was an empty chair, because Veronica had left earlier. Without needing to ask, Gru already had the answer. I see. It seems the child doesn't have the courage to face my final moments. She has a gentle soul, a bit fragile. He continued to voice his thoughts today. Day, I want to express my gratitude to you. My sudden offer to teach you magic must have surprised you. Thank you for being with me all this time. Day thought for a few seconds then replied, I just saw it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. You needed someone to pass on your knowledge to, and I needed someone to learn from. His actions made Gru assess him lightly. This child is as strange as ever. He got straight to the point. I think this might be our last lesson. Is there anything else you want to ask? Prompted by Gru, Day thought to himself, if it's now then. He straightened up and spoke his mind. I can't feel emotions. Listening to Day's question, the old man was quite calm. Is that so? Day suddenly understood. You already knew. His eyes shut tight. Gru nodded. I had my suspicions. Looking at his face, Day elaborated. I can't recognize emotions in daily life. I have to try my best to focus just to grasp a few specific emotions. He asked directly, is this a kind of illness? Staring into space, Rao explained, a problem of the soul is certainly worthy of being called an illness. An image of a crying body appeared as he spoke. There are those whose souls shut down after being tortured or experiencing trauma. They listened to Rao's words. And you, who can choose which emotions to feel, are perhaps a unique case. He touched his chin, deep in thought. I can't think of anything clear either. Zay asked Rao another question. Then I'd like to know what kind of magic you're using. This made him a bit confused. What do you mean? Zay began to analyze for Rao. Even though you don't say it, I always understand your thoughts. I know what situation you're facing and what you're thinking about. Hearing this, he covered his face and chuckled. Magic? Are you trying to say that wasn't magic? Raising his index finger, Rao explained, it's not magic. I'm just reading your expression. Zay crossed his arms. But I didn't show any expression. He pointed directly at him and continued. Every time you successfully grasp and perform a spell, the corner of your mouth curls up slightly. Every time you ponder someone's words, your gaze becomes sharper. Even now, I can see you don't really understand what I'm saying. At this, Rao's lips twitched into a slight smile. Of course, these expressions are very subtle, hard to notice. But they are still expressions. His hand covered Zay's face from a distance. Try practicing reading other people's expressions. If you feel that what I do is like magic and you want to learn it. A new problem arose for him. I can't distinguish other people's faces. They all look the same to me. I really can't remember anyone's face. Lying on his sickbed, Rao was dejected. Oh dear. After talking for a while, Zay left his room. He walked step by step, deep in thought, down the stairs he had just come up. Suddenly, Zay froze, his hand on the railing. He looked down at Veronica hiding by the old stove. He called out her name loudly, startling Veronica. Veronica. Zay got straight to the point. I don't think he has much time left. Hearing him, her hand clenched her own skin. I don't want to see it. I don't want to watch him leave. Zay emphasized his final words. This is your last chance to talk to him. As he finished speaking, Veronica shot up and rushed past Zay, running for her life. She rushed towards her grandfather Rao's room. Grandpa, please don't let me be too late. Veronica turned the doorknob, pushing with all her might to get inside. Grandpa, seeing her, her two innocent younger siblings, who were clinging tightly to his hand, suddenly burst into tears. Sister, Rao tried to sit up, using the last of his strength to turn his head and look. Veronica. He smiled and murmured a few words. This child you've come. Veronica tried to hold back her tears, so much so that her body trembled uncontrollably. Then she looked at Rao and boasted. Grandpa, I finally did it. I managed to set up the magic circle myself. Hearing these words, he proudly pointed at Veronica. I always knew you could do it. She quickly grasped his wrinkled hands with both of hers. Grandpa, Rao's grip on Veronica's hand tightened. You used to hold my hand just like this and tell me not to worry. Memories flooded back, making her remember when the three siblings were destitute. You said I wouldn't have to be cold anymore, that I wouldn't go hungry, and that I didn't have to wait for someone who would never come back. At this, Veronica placed his hand on her head. I was so happy when you told me to come with you. Her words made her two younger siblings cry even harder. Don't worry. You've taught us so much, haven't you? No matter what happens, we'll be fine. Lying on his sickbed, Rao closed his eyes and declared, I won't worry. His hand held Veronica's, while his other arm hugged the two children. I understand very well how strong you all are. Every word from Rao was heard by Zay. I am also incredibly content to have met you. Some time later, in the solemn grounds of a cemetery, a heavy rain fell. Rao's grave lay there. Veronica spared no expense on the coffin, headstone, and funeral arrangements for him. Rao was buried in the largest central cemetery in Area 49. Back at Veronica's house, she peeked through the door to check on her siblings. After seeing the two kids fast asleep, she quickly and gently closed the door. Then she looked at Zay and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for helping me. I definitely couldn't have moved it by myself. Through his eyes, Veronica's body was filled with white energy. Veronica didn't shed a tear, though she looked as if she could shatter at any moment. Her appearance made him wonder, what kind of expression is that? Memories of Rao's teachings flooded back. You can't perceive people's faces? Then try this. Following his experience, he brushed through her hair. Veronica, instead of looking at someone's entire face. Then Zay's gaze stopped at her tearful eyes. Focus on the individual details of their face. Indeed, Veronica couldn't hold back her emotions. She was crying. Over here, Zay watched Veronica, and his own tears unconsciously flowed like rain. He touched his cheek, a little surprised at himself. It's not like this. I didn't intend to feel sad. Having lost Rao, Veronica collapsed. She crumpled to the ground. Veronica's veiny hand trembled uncontrollably. Grandpa, Grandpa. Suddenly, Zay approached. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, comforting her. His eyes held an indescribable emotion, a mix of sadness and sorrow. Zay remembered the image of the man who had protected him years ago. Perhaps this is a good thing after all. He gently stroked Veronica's short red hair, earnestly comforting her. And just like that, an unfeeling person like Zay had come to understand his own heart. Because I can truly comfort someone out of my own desire. Citric stood behind. His voice choked as he said goodbye to his close friend who was about to leave. Phillip, I'll miss you so much. You have to promise you'll come back. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. I will. The car started to move. Phillip quickly got in and sat next to Zay inside. He looked out the window, then turned to ask, They don't seem to be coming. You said they'd already arrived, right? He replied calmly, as if everything had been arranged. I've made it clear to them. They already know. We're leaving today, 10 in the morning. Zay recalled Veronica's surprise when she heard his offer. Go together? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, Phillip and I are going together. Zay silently assessed. Veronica will be a great help with theoretical matters like magic formations. I'm still lacking in that area. Zay also thought about the mysterious power she had shown before. And also, that thing she has called the White Sun. I'm very curious about it. She could help me escape danger. She took a step back, clearly not mentally prepared for this. Wait, this is too sudden. I still have to take care of my siblings. He replied immediately, Phillip's hotel will take care of them. I've already discussed it with them. Veronica's eyes widened, unable to believe it had been arranged behind her back. What? When? Zay shrugged and replied nonchalantly. They said they'd do whatever you want. She asked again, but if I'm not here, who will manage the shop? He tilted his head, explaining further so she would understand that everything was taken care of. You just need to close it temporarily. Citric and his men will keep an eye on it every day. No one will touch anything. Zay looked directly at Veronica, wanting to know her true choice. Don't you want to leave? Veronica crossed her arms, her hesitation clear in her eyes. Is it that obvious? He nodded slightly. Yeah. She turned away, taking a deep breath to gather her thoughts. Give me some time. I need to think about it. Phillip looked at his watch, reminding them that it was time to depart as planned. Zay, it's 10 o'clock. He looked straight ahead, his voice firm as if he had been ready for a while. Let's go. Citric watched them go, his voice low as he realized they were really leaving. They've really left. From a distance, Veronica came running, her voice urgent as if she was afraid of being too late. Wait for me. She ran while waving her hand, trying to shout loudly to get their attention. Let me come with you. He glanced quickly in the mirror and spotted her hiding behind a rock. Looks like she's hiding behind that rock. Stop, Veronica shouted, running and signaling for the car not to stop. Don't stop. Keep going. Leave the door open. Phillip's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the reckless act she was about to attempt. Is she planning to climb into the car like that? He immediately stood up. Say, let go of the wheel. Take the wheel for a bit. He was startled, not having time to react. What? She ran while watching the approaching car, her face full of astonishment. He opened the car door, reaching his hand out with an extremely serious look. Grab my hand. Hearing those words, Veronica froze for a moment, surprised by his action. Tears welled up in her eyes. She laughed while unable to contain the rising emotions. Veronica reached out her hand, gripping Zay's tightly, as if clinging to her only chance. Lying in the car, she panted continuously after just escaping the dangerous situation. Phillip turned to her, a faint smile on his face when he saw Veronica's final decision. Looks like you finally chose to come with us. He tilted his head, still not understanding the reason behind her reckless action just now. But why did you tell us not to stop the car? She sat up, her voice slowing as she spoke her true feelings. I felt that if we stopped, even for a second, I wouldn't be able to leave. Zay and Phillip fell silent, turning to look at Veronica with thoughtful eyes. She let out a light laugh, teasing her to dispel the tense atmosphere. You're even more of a coward than I am. She immediately reacted, her voice a bit annoyed but still mixed with embarrassment. I had to muster all my courage for this, you know? After the car stopped in a secluded spot, he quickly checked the vehicle's condition. The car is completely fine. Veronica looked ahead, speaking as if ready for the long journey. We'll drive for 10 hours straight without a break. Phillip rubbed his stomach, his face contorted as hunger began to torment him. My stomach is still growling. Zay looked around the area, then made the decision for the group to rest. We'll set up camp here for the night. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Both of them replied in unison, all right. The campfire blazed up strongly, its light spreading to chase away the cold night. He sat down near the fire, his gaze distant as he mentioned his true goal. My goal is to find the rainbow. Hearing this, Phillip immediately turned, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Zay. She remained silent, her mind recalling the words she had heard about this journey. Back then, he also said he was hunting for it. He tilted his head, asking curiously, "Can I ask what that rainbow is?" Phillip thought for a moment, then took the initiative to explain. "Let me explain." He began to speak, his voice as certain as if he were recounting a familiar legend. It's like this. The rainbow is a gem that produces an infinite amount of mana. Currently, it's divided into 7 pieces and scattered throughout the world. If you gather all the pieces of the rainbow, you can make one wish. Zay nodded slightly. That's right. Phillip looked at him, recalling their previous encounter with a dangerous enemy. And when we faced that person, you also knew that Mercrit is also hunting for the rainbow. Mage's rumor that the boss of Mercrit is holding one of the fragments. He looked directly at Zay, guessing the next direction of their journey. So from now on, I assume you'll be tracking the rainbow related to Mercrit. He looked at both of them, his voice lowering. If you follow me, your lives will be in danger. Even so, I will protect you both to the best of my ability. I will also help you achieve your own goals. Zay paused for a moment, as if giving them a chance to reconsider their choice. If you're scared, we can still go back. Veronica looked into the fire, her reply short, but without hesitation. I guess so. Phillip smiled faintly, acting as if he wasn't too concerned about the danger ahead. I've faced death a few times already. He crossed his arms, accepting his share of the responsibility. You want me to handle the finances, right? I'll also handle situations that require negotiation. She nodded, calmly accepting a task suited to her abilities. I'll take charge of the magic instruction. He looked at the 2 people in front of him, a feeling he rarely showed welling up inside him. Courage. Zay looked into the fire, a stronger determination than ever before rising in his heart. And the light will shine brighter than anyone else's. Phillip sat up straight, his voice slowing as he began to share. I'll also talk about my goal. My goal is to find my mother. His gaze was distant, remembering a childhood lacking in affection. When I was little, my mother left for another land to earn money. In his memory, his mother's gentle voice still echoed clearly in his ear. Phillip, Mama's going to earn money. Until then, you have to stay here and wait for me. The image of his mother smiling gently before she left was still deeply ingrained. I love you, my son. Phillip bowed his head slightly, his voice low as he spoke of the unfulfilled promise. Mom promised she would come back. The reason I earn money is for that purpose. We were separated by poverty. Veronica wiped her eyes, moved by the emotional story. Oh my God, that's so sad. He sighed softly, glancing at him with a look of gentle reproach but also sympathy. Phillip, you made her cry. He waved his hands hastily, looking flustered by the unexpected reaction. My story isn't that sad. Veronica took a deep breath, composing herself before speaking. My goal is to complete my grandfather's research. She looked down at her hands, her voice serious as she mentioned the worrying issue. He was researching the black rain. The black rain discolors the land and causes many diseases. Her gaze became resolute, showing her determination to fulfill her grandfather's last wish. The diseases it causes are very severe, and current medicine can't cure them. The eternal sleep sickness that my grandfather had is one of them. I will complete his work so that no one else has to die from the black rain like my grandfather did. He nodded, his voice sincere as he promised to help to the best of his ability. I'll help you as much as I can too. I'm not good in that field, but I'll support you in other ways. She looked at Phillip, responding with equal determination. I'll also do my best to help. Zay smiled faintly, feeling the bond gradually forming between the three of them. Let's all help each other. Consider it a deal. He and Veronica turned to look at each other, surprised by the offer. Phillip looked at him, calling his name with a look of trust. Zay. He held out his hand, a smile on his face as if to mark a new beginning. From now on, we'll stick together. She didn't hesitate, immediately putting her hand out and nodding in agreement. Yeah. Zay sat there, a confused look on his face as he saw the two of them waiting for him to join. A practical thought flashed through his mind. What a meaningless gesture. Touching hands won't make our bodies stronger like magic does. Veronica softly called his name. Zay. Phillip grimaced, keeping his hand outstretched as he started to feel uncomfortable. My hand is getting hot. It feels like it's being roasted. He sighed softly, finally and reluctantly extending his own hand. Zay placed his hand on top, his voice still calm, but no longer refusing. Let's stick together. He and she both smiled, responding with clear unity and determination. Yeah, definitely. As they got into the car, the warning he had given them earlier flashed through both their minds. He said our lives would be in danger. Ahead, the ground trembled as a stampede of crazed rock deer charged towards them. The two of them hadn't even had time to react, their thoughts still unfinished. But it's already. Phillip leaned back in his seat, his voice weary. How many days has it been? Veronica replied, I don't know. It feels like it's been 7 days. Zay kept his hands on the wheel, answering calmly as if he had been tracking the time very closely. Today is the 9th day. He estimated the remaining distance and travel time. We should be arriving soon. It took me about 10 days to get from Area 50 to Area 49. The distance should be similar. Suddenly, his gaze stopped, focusing warily on something outside the car window. Phillip followed his gaze, surprised to see a large cloud of dust. What's that? A dust cloud. From a distance, a herd of crazed rock deer was charging towards them at an incredible speed. He was startled, not yet understanding what was happening before his eyes. What is that? She squinted to observe, quickly recognizing them. Those are rock deer. Phillip repeated, his voice still filled with astonishment. Rock deer? Veronica continued to explain, based on knowledge she had read. Their hides are like rock. To be more precise, it's a hard shell. They're exactly the creatures I read about in the book. He swallowed hard, asking nervously, are they dangerous? She shook her head slightly. No, they're quite gentle. But their migration season is still a long way off. Zay gripped the steering wheel, his eyes sharpening as he quickly made a deduction. Something must have happened, probably behind them. He quickly analyzed the situation in his head, looking for a solution. Even if we turn back, they'll catch up. Charging straight into them is impossible. He immediately gave an order. Veronica, prepare a defense. Veronica was startled. A defense? Where? He continued speaking quickly. Create a spherical shield with the car at the center. 3 meters in diameter. Adjust the elements so the shield moves with the car. She closed her eyes, trying to visualize the structure Zay had just requested. If I want it to be 3 meters and move with the car, then... He looked ahead, his voice urgent as he saw the danger was imminent. They're here. The crazed rock deer charged forward, the ground shaking violently beneath them. He spun the steering wheel quickly, maneuvering the car to avoid dangerous direct collisions. The car weaved through the herd of rock deer, moving into the gap in the middle. The continuous impacts caused the car to shake violently. Phillip started to panic. Zay didn't look back, continuing to give orders while maintaining their direction. Use all your mana to reinforce the defense. His voice became more serious. It absolutely must not break. Veronica clenched her fists, pouring all her strength into maintaining it. I'm doing it. She squeezed her eyes shut, concentrating fully to control the rapidly depleting mana flow. Zay observed the situation and thought, this still isn't enough. Veronica will be the one to run out of mana first. He turned to him, making a surprising offer in the tense situation. Phillip, you said you wanted to learn to drive, right? Zay continued immediately, not giving him time to hesitate or refuse. Now's your chance. Phillip froze, then quickly understood his intention in this situation. Wait, if you let go of the wheel now? Again, I get it. A brilliant red power began to gather under Zay's feet, radiating intense heat. He jumped onto the roof of the car, observing the entire herd of rock deer moving chaotically. His eyes darted around, searching for any abnormalities in their movement. He stopped, focusing on the left side of the charging herd. On the opposite side, a different color appeared, catching Zay's particular attention. Blue. Realizing that, he was immediately startled as he understood the reason behind it. Zay's gaze stopped, and the answer flashed in his mind after a careful observation. Found it. She gripped the steering wheel, her voice urgent as she tried to keep the car steady amidst the chaos. How much further do I have to go? He, still standing on the roof of the car, replied. Keep going in this direction. We're almost there. A brilliant light suddenly burst as the rock deer in front of them charged. Both Phillip and Zay were startled when they witnessed the unexpected phenomenon. He turned his head back, calling out her name in concern when he realized something was wrong. Veronica. Phillip looked closer, spotting an unusual sign on her body. You're bleeding. He observed quickly, realizing the limit Veronica had just reached. This is as much as I can use the shield. Zay quickly analyzed in his head. I can't create a shield as large as Veronica's. She can do it because her circle mainly contains white mana. His gaze became resolute, and he immediately began to formulate an alternative plan. So what I can do now is... Suddenly, the defensive layers surrounding the car shattered into pieces, stunning Zay. He panicked when he realized their only protection was completely gone. It's broken. He looked up, staring straight into the space where the shield had just vanished. Zay's face darkened, his eyes turning cold as he looked ahead. Amidst the sounds of collision and shattering, Phillip frantically called out his name. Zay. Veronica also looked up and out, her voice trembling with worry. Zay. She exclaimed instinctively, thinking the worst had happened. But as she looked closer, Veronica's expression suddenly changed at the sight before her. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing guard in front. She froze, not believing what she was seeing, and screamed. In his mind, the final thought became clear and unwavering. The thing I can do. Zay clenched his fists, pouring all his strength into the only remaining option, is to use metal transformation on the entire car. He turned back, his voice firm as he gave instructions. I've reinforced the car, but you could get hurt if you go outside. Get inside. Veronica didn't hesitate, quickly following his command. Zay turned back to the front, continuing to command while maintaining the enhanced state. We're almost there. Keep going. Phillip gripped the steering wheel and replied, Got it. Under the metal reinforcement, the car plowed through the chaotic herd of rock deer ahead. Once they were through, he immediately turned back to check on the group's condition. Is everyone okay? She replied, out of breath. I think. I'm okay. He also replied, I'm fine. Zay stood frozen, his eyes growing cold as he witnessed the bloody scene ahead. Phillip took a step back, his voice trembling slightly. My God, is this because of us? She observed more carefully, remaining calm as she made an assessment based on her knowledge. I don't think so. Rock deer have extremely hard shells, so this couldn't have hurt them. He bent down to examine them, quickly spotting an unusual sign. Veronica's right. These rock deer were shot. Zay narrowed his eyes, his mind beginning to analyze. This bullet wound is much larger than any I've seen before. Could it be a special type of ammunition? A strange voice called out from behind, putting all three of them on high alert. What are kids doing in this wasteland? Are you lost? Vector approached, a smile on his face. I'm sure you didn't come here on your own. Where are the adults? Vector tilted his head, his gaze lingering on each face as if assessing them. Looking closely, a strange smile appeared, making the atmosphere even more dangerous. You all have rather cute faces. She called out softly, her voice low and full of worry. He stepped forward, his voice calm, but his eyes never letting down their guard. I have a question. How far is Area 48 from here? He chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with mockery. You want to get home quickly, huh? But what's with that tone? Without warning, Zay lunged forward, grabbing the opponent's collar and slamming him to the ground. Immediately after, he pulled out a piece of paper, his cold gaze causing the opponent to panic. Zay held a knife behind his back, his voice cold as he gave the command. Here, take it. He stared intently at the target, continuing in a tone that allowed no hesitation. On my signal, cut his throat. Phillip stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, not expecting the situation to become so extreme. What? She stood between them, her eyes wide with disbelief at what Zay had just said. Though trembling, Phillip still bent down to take the knife, his grip tight but unsteady. The fear of never having done this before flashed through his mind. I've never held a knife to someone's throat before. Veronica stood behind, her eyes worried. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to do something he had never imagined. But I still have to do it. Phillip gripped the knife, his voice trembling but still trying to sound tough in front of the opponent. Stay still. Hand over everything you have, or this guy dies. He and she glanced at each other, thinking, he's pretty slick. The man behind them was furious. This kid is incredibly stubborn. His eyes were contemptuous as he sized up the three people in front of him. They looked like a bunch of street robbers. Cale stepped forward, his voice calm, but with a clear underlying danger. Let him go. Don't make things more complicated. He continued, feigning goodwill. We really just want to help. Zay didn't move, his voice cold. Cut his throat. Just enough so he doesn't die. As soon as the command was given, Phillip instinctively acted without hesitation. He stared at the opponent, his voice low but carrying heavy pressure. I'm warning you, don't even think about lying. One of the opposing group members stepped back, his voice panicked. That kid just cut Vector's throat. The other one immediately said, Captain, should we just take them all out? Cale stood still, thinking about their true identities. Where did these kids come from? He sighed lightly, then dropped his initial pretense. Fine. We didn't have good intentions from the start. Cale smirked, his voice casual as if everything was under control. So what? What's the difference? He gestured lightly with his hand, his eyes becoming dangerous. Aren't you the ones in the weaker position? All I have to do is say the word, and your bodies will be riddled with so many holes you won't be able to count them. Zay stood still, energy beginning to gather, making the air around them heavy. He looked directly at the opponent, his voice as cold as a challenge to all of them. Go ahead and try. Flames began to erupt around his body, clearly displaying the power Zay was using. He replied, if you can. Cale narrowed his eyes, recognizing his true identity through the energy source. So you're a mage. He immediately bowed his head, his voice lowered. I apologize. We have made a grave mistake with you. We would be very grateful if you would be generous enough to overlook it. Zay maintained his stance and continued. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Just answer a few questions, and I'll leave. He looked directly at Cale, his eyes cold as he began to interrogate him for information. What are you doing here? He swallowed, trying to remain calm. Nothing special. We're just looking for something. He paused for a moment, then elaborated on the group's objective. A deer with a blue stone embedded in its head. Zay narrowed his eyes, demanding he explain in more detail. Be more specific. A flash of annoyance passed through Cale's mind at having to explain. I really don't understand what goes on in the minds of these mages. He scratched his head lightly, reluctantly continuing. Well, Cale began to recount, his voice steady as if reciting a client's words. Our client is a man who was once famous for running a well water company in Area 40, John. He continued, providing context about the man's past. When he was young, during a critical situation in the desert, a small drop of water suddenly fell, soaking the man's sleeve. He looked up and saw the image of a glowing blue rock deer. Cale crossed his arms and continued the story. He met a blue rock deer, and he wants us to find it for him. He shrugged, his skeptical attitude clear. I remember him saying the rock deer flew down from the sky and gave him water to drink, or its body turned into water, something like that. It sounded so ridiculous I didn't pay close attention. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked a question that startled Cale. Where can I go to meet your client? He asked what? Worry immediately surfaced in Cale's mind. Damn it. I can't let that old man know anything unnecessary. He quickly adjusted his expression. It'll be difficult to meet him in person. Zay gripped the knife tightly, his cold gaze making the opponent dare not move. Cale swallowed, continuing to speak, but his voice had lost its initial confidence. He's in Area 42. He cut him off immediately, his voice sharp, not allowing for any lies. I told you not to lie. His mind was in turmoil. How does he know? Does he think I've been a mercenary for how many years? Kale started to panic for real, realizing his opponent was not an easy person to deal with. I don't know how he does it, but he sees right through me. Finally, he decided to tell the truth to save his life. Area 48. Gallet Hotel. That's where our client is staying. Zay's expression didn't change as he continued to ask directly about the more important issue. Are you the ones who caused the rock deer migration? Kale shook his head quickly, trying to explain clearly to avoid misunderstanding. No. Rock deer usually move in large herds, typically dozens at a time. The distance between herds is very far, so it's impossible for humans to gather thousands of them. We only followed them because we saw them moving so chaotically. He continued, recounting what his group had witnessed. We arrived in Area 48 5 days ago. On the first day, we scouted the outskirts and were shocked by what we saw. They were moving in large herds much earlier than usual. Kale's voice lowered, unable to hide his regret. Their horns and meat sell for a good price. It's a shame we didn't prepare enough transport vehicles beforehand. He thought for a second, then made his final request in a firm voice. This is my last request. Kale felt a sense of relief. Finally, he's going to let us go. He looked up, trying to stay calm. All right, what do you want us to do? Zay looked straight at him, his voice cold. The rock deer herd changed direction and charged towards us. That's your fault. And because of your actions, we were in great danger. He looked directly at the opponent, his voice calm, but with clear pressure. Even though we escaped safely, our car might have been damaged because of it. Therefore, I want you to pay a reasonable compensation to repair the car. Phillip, standing beside him, flashed a sinister smile. Money for car repairs. Zay turned to him, asking for his opinion as if giving him the final say. Phillip, what do you think is a reasonable compensation? He was startled, not expecting to be asked so directly. Me? He nodded slightly. MHM. After they left, Phillip couldn't hide his surprise at the amount of money they had just acquired. We robbed. No, successfully negotiated with them. I can't believe we made 250,000 Suling. He smiled faintly, continuing as he prepared to store the money. I'll put it in the safe in the trunk. Zay shook his head and said no. We'll split this money evenly. Phillip frowned, not understanding why. Even though we didn't do anything? Veronica spoke up immediately, expressing her agreement. That's right. He then explained clearly. We can't argue every time we make money about who did how much and how to split it. Zay thought, it's best to prevent arguments from the start. He continued, his voice firm as if setting a rule for the group. Even if it's not about money, we'll resolve everything as fairly as possible. He nodded, finally accepting this way of thinking. All right, I understand. She also nodded slightly, agreeing with the principle he had just laid out. Got it. From inside Veronica's coat, a small sound suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. Beep. All three of them immediately froze, their gazes fixed on the source of the sound. Philip's eyes widened, not understanding the small creature that had just made the strange sound. What was that? The small creature beeped again, as if trying to get attention. She was flustered, not knowing how to explain the sudden appearance. Oh well. Veronica looked at it, remembering the moment she had met the tiny creature before. It looks like a little one lost from its herd. At that moment, the small creature was trembling, its eyes glistening as if about to cry. She spoke softly, voicing her thoughts about leaving it alone. I thought it would be dangerous to leave it there. He tilted his head, asking again with a look of not being entirely convinced by her decision. And so you wanted to bring it along? It beeped again. Veronica gently stroked its head, her voice firm as she made her decision. Fan will definitely know if we leave it behind. Let's keep it with us, at least until we find its herd again. Phillip asked, You've already named it? He continued to wonder. Besides, Fan is a boy's name. How do you know it's a he? She smiled. Look how well he listens to me. He's definitely a boy. Fan beeped happily. Phillip was still hesitant, his eyes clearly showing his worry about this decision. Even so, bringing it along is. He looked over at Zay, who was still silently thinking about the matter. Zay recalled the scene from before, when he was observing from above. When I climbed onto the roof of the car, I saw a rock deer that looked like its parent. Zay continued, connecting the event with the story they had just heard. It reminded me of the story we just heard. Let's bring it along. Veronica nodded immediately, unable to hide her joy at the decision. Phillip sighed. Oh, for heaven's sake. The next day, she looked around the new area, her eyes full of curiosity. There really is another area. So there are places outside of where we used to live. He suddenly remembered the small creature traveling with them and turned to ask, "What about Fan?" Veronica smiled faintly, her voice gentle. "He's sleeping, so I tucked him in." She added, showing her carefulness and having checked everything. "I've already checked the car doors, so don't worry." A rough voice rang out, breaking the group's peaceful atmosphere. "Hey, you guys, can we talk to you for a minute?" Marcel stepped forward, his eyes full of challenge as he stared at the three of them. "Who let you into our territory?" He smirked, his voice full of sarcasm as if testing their rules. "Did you pay the toll to pass through?" A moment later, the sky gradually darkened. The air around them carried a strange, heavy feeling. Zay stepped forward, his eyes calm as he directly faced the opponent. "Who's the leader of your gang?" Marcel, his face bruised, replied immediately, "It's Rhaenys." He nodded slightly, his voice cold as he gave a clear message. "Tell your leader to come to the Gallet Hotel on 22nd Street. I have a favor to ask him." "Got it." He looked at his comrades, then nodded, not wanting to cause any more trouble. "We got it." After they left, Veronica sighed as she remembered. So that's the 6th time. She looked tired. "I wish they'd stop showing up." He replied immediately, his voice firm as if he understood the rules of this world. "No way. If they ignore outsiders, the whole gang will lose face." Hearing this, Philip's face became thoughtful. He thought for a moment, then came up with a somewhat different idea. "What about this way?" Phillip explained enthusiastically. "Clothes can completely change the impression of a person. If we clean up and wear nice clothes, no one will mess with us. They also said the place we're going to is a high-class hotel." She added, thinking of situations that required following a dress code. Having a suit or tuxedo on hand is also a good idea. Anyway, we don't know when we'll need to dress like that to fit the dress code. Veronica stepped out after changing, rubbing herself as if seeking approval. "How is it? Does it suit me?" Zay looked at his own clothes and thought, just by dressing differently, what can really change? Phillip stood at the counter, speaking politely to the staff. "Please leave the clothes you were wearing when you arrived at the adjacent lodging." The assistant bowed slightly, quickly agreeing to the guest's request. "I understand." Zay suddenly turned and asked, "But how did you get a discount?" Phillip smiled mysteriously. "That's a trade secret." After changing, the three of them walked out with a much more confident air. Suddenly, Zay froze as he felt an unusual energy around him. A familiar color associated with a special emotion appeared in his mind. Purple. Zay slowly turned his head, his gaze directed towards the source of that emotion. An intense feeling arose, making him realize the nature of that energy was desire and jealousy. Zay thought for a moment, realizing the change in how others reacted to them. So other people's reactions can change this much just from changing the way we dress. He turned to Phillip, asking curiously, "Are there any other tools to change people's reactions to one's presence, besides clothes?" He thought for a moment, then gave a general answer. "In general, anything that changes your appearance will do. Because when you meet someone for the first time, the only thing you can judge them by is what you see." Phillip continued, emphasizing a crucial factor. "However, the most important thing is a person's aura, like an energy field. That's why some people exude a special energy even in cheap clothes, and some people don't stand out even in expensive ones." He suddenly glanced at Zay, his eyes as if he had just realized something clearly. In Philip's mind, the image of Zay appeared with a different feeling from ordinary people. "And you're the first type. Even saying you look like the child of a rich family isn't enough. It's like meeting a completely different kind of person." Veronica, standing in front, suddenly spoke up when she saw what they were looking for. "Found it." She looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. "It's so tall. This is the first time I've seen a building this tall." Zay didn't hesitate, stepping forward with a decisive attitude. "Let's go in." Seeing this, Phillip hurriedly called out to him. He looked at both of them, speaking softly but with great concern. "We could get caught, so let's get our story straight." Zay replied immediately, his voice calm as if he wasn't worried about it at all. "We won't." He calmly walked past the guard, his gaze unwavering and without hesitation. The guard looked down at them, his eyes scrutinizing but showing no sign of stopping them. Veronica and Philip gave a forced smile, trying to remain calm as they walked past the man. The guard unexpectedly smiled, letting them pass without a word. She let out a soft sigh of relief. It actually worked. He also exhaled, still not completely over his tension. I thought I was going to get caught. Philip turned to Zay, curious and not understanding. How did you know he would let us pass? He answered briefly, his voice calm. Just a hunch. Zay glanced back at the guard, confirming his earlier feeling in his mind. I didn't sense any hostility or vigilance from him. At this point, Philip stepped forward, a friendly smile on his face as he started the conversation. Hello. The concierge looked them up and down, his voice calm. What can I do for you? Philip didn't hesitate, quickly offering an explanation. We were heading to our room, but we forgot the room number. He continued to ask to confirm their information. What is the name the room is registered under? He replied immediately, keeping his voice natural as if it were the most obvious thing. John Green. That's my grandfather's name. The concierge checked quickly, then announced, he is currently in room 207. Philip politely thanked him before leaving the reception desk. Thank you very much. The three of them quickly walked away, heading straight for the hallway leading to room 207. Her gaze held a hint of admiration for his recent handling of the situation. You're pretty good at that. He waved his hand lightly, feigning modesty. This is just a little street smarts. The door suddenly burst open, startling all three of them with the abrupt reaction. Lewis's eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. What is this? I think you've come to the wrong room. Philip remained calm, immediately giving a reason to avoid misunderstanding. We're looking for you through the Kale Mercenary Company. He got straight to the point. We want to hear more about the rock deer you're looking for. He frowned, his annoyance clear. Is that damn mercenary so talkative? Philip didn't back down, continuing to offer cooperation. We might be able to help you. Lewis crossed his arms, his voice cold as he refused. The representative is busy. You can't just meet him whenever you kids feel like it. Zay, standing behind, observed and thought, it seems letting Philip handle this won't work. He began to concentrate, the energy within him slowly and silently stirring. In Zay's mind, he quickly identified their positions. One person on each side of the room past the foyer. I can sense two more people deeper inside. Lewis took a step forward, his voice a warning. If you understand, then leave now, before I have to use force. Veronica sensed the abnormality, her gaze immediately turning serious. Why is the mana in the air fluctuating? By the time she realized it, the light from his hand had already begun to gather distinctly. In Day's thoughts, when what I want is right here, I won't hesitate to use any, means necessary. A deep, steady voice from inside instantly changed the atmosphere. Let's stop here. John spoke gently, dispelling the tense atmosphere. My guests. Lewis immediately bowed his head, showing clear respect. Mr. Representative. Veronica tilted her head slightly, speaking softly enough for only Day to hear. You were just about to use the mana in the air, weren't you? He gave an order, his voice calm. Bring them inside. The man had no choice but to comply. If you say so, sir. The three of them quickly followed, heading deeper into the large room. John smiled faintly, showing his hospitality as he invited them to sit. My guests, please make yourselves comfortable. Then he slowly observed each of them, as if assessing their worth. Let's see. John tilted his head slightly, getting straight to the point they had just mentioned. You want to hear about the beast I'm looking for, correct? He leaned back in his chair, his voice lowering as he began to recount the past. In Sector 40, John looked into the distance, as if remembering people from a bygone era. He was the leader, Walter, a drinking water company, so expensive the poor couldn't even dream of buying it. Day tilted his head slightly, asking a question to confirm the information. Was the El River already polluted back then? The man nodded slightly. That's right. John continued his story slowly, his voice heavy with memories. The water was toxic, always full of trash, not much different from how it is now. He paused for a moment, as if mourning something that was gone. Now there's almost none left, John sighed, and began to speak of his true identity in the past. I was once a nomad. Because we were rejected by the local population, we couldn't settle in the sector. His gaze grew distant, so we wandered the wasteland, living as nomads. When the oasis we occupied dried up, We would set out to find the next one. His voice dropped, because whether or not we found a new oasis would decide the fate of our entire tribe. Another voice echoed in his memory, filled with despair and helplessness. It's all over. Mohi's group also lost contact after they left recently. They must have died without finding an oasis. He had immediately retorted, his eyes determined. Not yet. The other person's voice was full of worry, John. John turned away. He spoke loudly to everyone. Everyone, wait for me. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination before the uncertain journey. I will find an oasis and come back. John walked through the vast desert, his body gradually succumbing to exhaustion under the scorching sun. His hands clawed at the sand, desperately trying to hold on as despair washed over him. John collapsed, his breathing heavy from severe exhaustion and dehydration. Even so, he still tried to continue, his hands relentlessly digging in the sand, as if searching for hope. The desert wind blew, carrying dust that covered everything around. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above, startling John out of his daze. He looked up and saw the image of a glowing blue stone deer before him. The deer stood there, its gaze calm as if observing John from a distance. He opened his eyes wide, not believing the sight before him. The strange creature began to move, stepping lightly onto the sand. It let out a cry, emitting a blue light that spread throughout the surrounding space. John raised his hand to shield his eyes, unable to bear the intensity of the blinding light. From afar, other stone deer cried out in response to the signal. When the light subsided, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A mystical scene appeared, far beyond anything John had ever imagined. The sky changed color, and then rain began to fall in the middle of the arid desert. He returned to the present, continuing his story in a steady voice. Based on that oasis, I started my water business. I tried to provide water at a relatively low price. John looked down at his hands, as if remembering the feeling, the thirst of not having clean water to drink. I understand that better than anyone. His voice dropped, showing regret, but things are not the same anymore. John continued, speaking of the harshness of reality and the ruthless competition. That water source has now dried up, and all the exploitable spots have been fully developed. Many companies rushed into the water business. He chuckled dryly, as if accepting the unchangeable law of the world. And that's how money works. John's eyes darkened, remembering the scenes, seeing my own flesh and blood go mad, stabbing each other. That's when I knew I should leave this industry. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. Well, I only have one wish left before I die. I want to see that deer again. John looked down at his hands, his voice lowering as he remembered the kindness from long ago. I want to thank it for saving my life. Dave frowned slightly, repeating the name with a thoughtful and considering look. That deer thing. His gaze was firm as he offered his assistance. We will help you find it, Dave continued, emphasizing his commitment like an unbreakable promise. That deer, you will have our help to find it. The man smiled faintly, appreciative but still maintaining a necessary distance. I'm very happy to hear that, but your kindness alone is enough. However, John tilted his head, his gaze sharpening. I'm still curious who you young people are. They didn't hesitate, answering immediately in a calm voice. We are a group of mercenaries. Veronica and Phillip were startled, repeating the surprising introduction in their minds. We are mercenaries. Michael and the old man exchanged a look, then sighed lightly, as if somewhat relieved. Suddenly from outside, Lewis heard a steady knock on the door. A voice called out from behind the door, polite yet wary. Sir, please excuse the interruption. He said in a panic, You already have guests. The old man looked towards the door, recognizing the newcomer. We've met before, haven't we? They are guests who came after hearing your story. Cale cursed silently. Damn it. He bowed his head slightly, trying to salvage the situation. I apologize, I accidentally revealed the request. If I could explain in detail. John waved his hand dismissively, his voice calm. No need. If someone like you spoke of it, there must have been a good reason. He shifted his gaze to Day and his group, continuing to scrutinize their identities. More importantly, these people claim to be mercenaries. What do you think, Cale? John smirked slightly, making a skeptical comment. Someone dressed so nicely working as a mercenary. The world of mercenaries isn't that easy, he stammered for a moment. Well. In Kale's mind, his thoughts were the complete opposite of what he was about to say. Foolish old man. The person standing before you is a mage. Day sat silently, his calm gaze observing the two people talking in front of him. He quickly analyzed the situation. We had an advantage at the hotel entrance thanks to these fancy clothes. Day silently adjusted his thinking, realizing his initial approach might have been wrong. But now it's the opposite. To avoid being seen as a fraud, I should have worn something more rugged. He let out a soft breath, then stated the truth directly with a calm expression. Of course, we aren't real mercenaries. John turned his head to look at Day, while Day held his gaze steadily, not looking away. The man chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with doubt. Impossible. If you dress like this and work as a mercenary. John paused for a beat, as if considering further before continuing his thought. It's not impossible, but... Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared above the man's head, changing the atmosphere in the room. Day's voice was firm, as if explaining a standard. Normally, mercenaries are equipped with weapons and have corresponding skills and experience. The man was slightly surprised. What is this? Day thought to himself. You mean weapons like this? Michael's expression changed slightly, a suspicion flashing through his mind. A mage, he frowned. What? I don't sense a magic circle. Day glanced lightly towards Michael, his sharp gaze as if reading his opponent. Day quickly assessed the skill level of the person before him. So you're a mage, and a second circle mage at that. He smirked slightly, asking a question as a way to test their reaction. With this level of skill, can I be considered a mercenary? The man immediately spoke up to stop him. All right, please stop. John looked straight at Day, his eyes sharp. Who are you, really? Day remained calm, his tone unchanged as he replied. At this level, can you call me a mercenary yet? The man nodded slightly as if he had his own answer. That's enough. Michael took a step forward as if to intervene. Sir. John raised his hand to signal him to stop, his calm voice reassuring the situation. No one was hurt. Calm down, Michael. He lowered his gaze, reluctantly obeying the command though still wary. If you say so. The old man turned back to look at Day, his voice carrying clear consideration. You want to help me? Phillip quickly interjected, his voice full of enthusiasm. We will definitely be useful. John was still not completely convinced, his gaze scrutinizing each person carefully. John turned to him, wanting to hear the opinion of the person who would be directly involved in the mission. Kale, what do you think? Since you'll be in charge of the search. He trembled, stammering as he spoke. You want to join the operation? Kale thought quickly. Keeping them close, building a relationship with a mage could be beneficial. He put on a social smile, his voice becoming friendly. Of course. Welcome. Kale emphasized the real value he could bring. Having a mage here will be a great help. He nodded, making the final decision. Then it settled. Once outside, Veronica's voice was low but full of worry as she asked, Hey, are you sure? She frowned, remembering what had happened before. Isn't that person dangerous? He'll definitely want to get revenge on those small gangs. Phillip also chimed in, his voice a little worried. He probably doesn't like us very much. We did trick him like that, after all. Zay crossed his arms and thought, offering a reasonable plan. It's better to have a guide than to wander the wasteland alone. You two handle the search in the city, and I'll find Fan's parents. This way is more efficient. She and he replied in unison. That's not what I meant. He reanalyzed Kale's behavior from the moment they met. He did seem hostile towards me. Zay continued his reasoning. But he doesn't seem to want revenge. He's more scared than angry. He narrowed down his speculation, focusing on the more noteworthy person. The one who showed stronger hostility was. Zay turned to him, wanting to hear the perspective of a more objective observer. Phillip, what do you think of the relationship between Kale and John? In his memory, his voice echoed with hidden meaning. You must have a reason. Phillip frowned in thought, trying to analyze. On the surface, John seems to trust Kale a lot. He continued to consider. But it's too early to judge after just one meeting. Zay asked again, wanting to hear her perspective as well. And what about you, Veronica? Veronica nodded slightly, agreeing with Phillip's assessment. I think so too. He didn't even know that guy abandoned the request and went hunting. She continued slowly, her voice filled with trust. But John seems like a really good person. He's dedicated his whole life to making the world a better place. He closed his eyes slightly, lost in thought after hearing Veronica's words. From behind, Marcel's urgent voice rang out as he spotted his target. Found him. It's him. He has the money bag. Reynes stepped forward, his eyes sharp as he heard the news. You got beaten by that kid? I heard it wasn't just one group that got taken down. He waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. Just tell him to show us the money first. That's why I'm here. Suddenly, a shiny coin flew out, stopping in front of the two of them. On the opposite side, Zay stood leisurely, casually tossing the coin. He looked straight at them, his voice calm, but with a hint of provocation. Do you guys know how much is in here? Reynes narrowed his eyes and asked, How much? Zay's lips twitched slightly as he continued to lead them on. Wanna know? He immediately said, Of course. He stopped his hand, stating a number that instantly changed the atmosphere. 1,000,000 Suling. Reynes's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly stunned by the enormous sum. Zay turned slightly, signaling them to follow him into a more secluded place. Let's go into that alley and talk. He stopped, his voice low as he laid out a clear condition. If you want the money, do exactly as I say. Zay glanced around. Don't waste your energy. From a distance, Veronica watched the scene, her heart filled with a mix of worry and helplessness. See? I told you we shouldn't have caused trouble. He turned back to face them, beginning to state his specific requests. I want 3 pieces of information. Zay's eyes became serious as he listed the things he was looking for. The rainbow, the black rain, and a middle-aged woman with brown hair who looks like the person behind you. He crossed his arms, his voice as firm as an unbreakable deal. You must come to my place every day to report. I will reward anyone who brings satisfactory results. He took a step forward, trembling as he asked the question. How much is the reward? Zay looked directly at Marcel, his voice calm. 100,000 Suling. But I will only give it to the person who brings back the best information. Understood. The soldiers immediately bowed their heads, their attitude respectful. Yes, sir. He stood behind, observing and quickly realizing the intention behind his actions. How clever. He's intentionally stirring up competition. After reaching an agreement, the gang quickly dispersed and left the area. Zay turned back to look at the two of them, his voice serious as he warned. I've warned the gang, but to be safe, don't go alone. Go together. Phillip nodded immediately in response. Yeah. She also agreed. He glanced at them, mentally assessing their ability to protect themselves. They should be fine without me. Zay continued to think more deeply. The mana energy in Veronica's ring, behind the white, is sky blue mana. A series of connections formed in his mind. The related emotions are joy and elation. The main elements are wind, change, speed, and connection. It's mainly used to enhance the body's movement or to speed up casted magic. Zay continued to reason, adding direct combat applications, or to create wind. He shook his head slightly, understanding that her personality would affect how she used her power. If Veronica wanted to, she could create wind blades and tear her enemies to shreds. But knowing her personality, that's unlikely to happen. Zay raised his hand, signaling for the two of them to come closer. You too, hold out your hands. She and Phillip complied. He quickly drew a connecting magic circle on their hands. Both of them felt a strange energy spreading, their eyes showing clear surprise. He looked down at his hand, curiously asking about what had just happened. What did you just do? Veronica observed carefully, quickly recognizing it and saying, That's connection magic. Phillip repeated, trying to understand better. Connection magic? She explained further, her voice as calm as if she were teaching a basic lesson. It's originally a magic commonly used by mages who control spirit beasts or creatures. By concentrating, you can sense each other's location. Veronica calmly explained further. If you channel mana into the formation, it will resonate, and you can use it to send a warning signal. He scratched his head slightly, a bit embarrassed. But I can't use mana. She smiled faintly, offering a simple yet effective solution in this situation. Then just don't leave my side. Phillip let out a breath and said, It's pretty convenient, anyway. Zay's calm voice continued. You two go back to the lodging first. I still have a place to visit. Veronica immediately reacted, her eyes worried. What? You're going alone? He chimed in, showing confidence in his abilities. If it's Zay, he'll be fine on his own. I'm also worried about Fan, so let's go quickly. She looked back and forth between the two, then reluctantly accepted. All right. Veronica turned back to give more instructions, her voice soft but still laced with worry. Remember to come back soon. After they left, Zay stood still for a moment, then suddenly spoke. You can come out now. From a hidden spot, Kale stepped out, his expression not at all surprised at being discovered. I wasn't planning on hiding. He crossed his arms, explaining why he hadn't appeared right away. I just saw you were talking, so I was going to wait until you were done. He looked straight at him, his voice steady as he asked about his true purpose. Is there something you need? Kale shrugged lightly, then switched to a serious tone. Regarding the upcoming schedule, I'd like to have a brief discussion with you, Mage. He tilted his head, signaling that he wanted to move to another location to talk. If you agree, shall we move somewhere else? Zay didn't answer right away, just silently looking at Kale with a cold and scrutinizing gaze. The scene shifts to a noisy pub. A full mug of beer is slammed down on a table by someone, splashing all around. He sat down first, speaking comfortably as if to create a more pleasant atmosphere. It's on me today. Kale pointed towards the private room he had already prepared, his voice polite but with a hidden meaning. I thought a private room would be more comfortable, so I booked one in advance. Mage, what would you like to drink? He pulled up a chair and sat down, his eyes still wary despite his calm demeanor. Juice. Inside the tavern, Kale held a glass of golden beer in his hand and exclaimed, This old stuff, huh? He looked deeply at Zay and said, It's a kind of potion that can turn a man into a dog. Kale teased, A kid like you can't drink this stuff. With that, he chugged the entire glass of beer. Kale's face turned red as he slurred, starting to get drunk now. Zay sat straight, looking at this strange man with a confused expression, wondering, why does this person keep calling me? But well, if he's treating me, it's to my advantage. Zay silently picked up his own glass, taking small sips as he watched Kale boisterously drinking beer. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at him, slowly speaking up. I'll introduce myself properly. Kale placed a hand on his chest and smiled, introducing himself. I am Kale, from the Kale Mercenary Guild. Zay didn't react, looking straight at him. His eyes were now filled with the golden hue of the man before him. Seeing the intense golden mana energy radiating from Kale, Zay couldn't help but marvel internally. I've never met anyone this greedy. Meanwhile, Kale's mind was also full of calculations. I have to build a relationship at all costs, anyway. He struck up a conversation with Zay. If you don't mind, may I ask which mercenary guild you belong to? Zay emotionlessly replied slowly. I haven't decided on a name yet. Kale was a bit taken aback by his answer. But with his vast experience, he quickly understood the situation and replied knowingly. So you plan to operate as a mercenary from now on? Zay nodded, confirming Kale's speculation. He suddenly spoke with some awkwardness and embarrassment. Thank you for not telling the client about the hunt. Kale thought of John and told himself it would be a lot of trouble if they found out. He imagined his disappointed reaction upon learning the truth. I never thought you'd be like that. Please leave immediately. Kale could only stammer in response. That's not what I meant. Zay cut off his train of thought and asked, Are you tracking the rock deer herd? Kale quickly replied, Of course. My subordinates are following them at a certain distance. He also continued with a bit of pride, and helping to control their numbers at the same time. Zay spoke thoughtfully about that. Zay suddenly made a decision that startled Kale, causing him to jump to his feet. Stop the hunt. He thought to himself, if the rock deer get involved, it'll be a huge mess. Kale calmed down and looked ahead, slowly asking again, What did you just say? He sat down, a fake smile on his face, but his voice and the now crimson mana betrayed him. He restrained himself and asked Zay, May I ask why? Zay sat opposite him, taking in all his expressions and thinking. He's starting to show hostility. His fingers slowly gathered a deep red mana and shot it straight at Kale. The beer mug in front of him shattered. At this moment, Zay seemed to transform into a different person. A powerful aura surrounded him, compelling his opponent to submit. He growled, Are you dissatisfied with something? Kale looked at the scene before him in fear, his pupils constricting as he stammered, Not at all. Kale took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the beer foam from his face, humbly explaining, That's not it. I was just curious about the reason. Zay watched as Kale's mana color gradually changed from red back to yellow, with even a hint of bluish-purple, and assessed internally, the hostility has lessened. Zay continued the discussion. After I leave, I won't stop you from hunting or not. But while I'm here, you can't. With the skill of a seasoned veteran, Kale quickly regained his composure, nodded, and smiled in response. Understood. That's not difficult. Zay maintained a cold tone and asked, when do you plan to depart for the wall? I hope it's soon. Kale immediately agreed. We can leave tomorrow morning. He spoke enthusiastically. More importantly, let's eat. Kale called a waiter to bring a full table of food and invited Zay. This place is famous for having the best food in Area 48. Kale continued to drink beer heartily, as if the earlier conflict had never happened. He laughed heartily and continuously flattered him. Whatever you want, I can help you with, Mage. With me here, registering as a mercenary will be taken care of in no time. With your skills, high-paying jobs will be no problem for you. Zay didn't say a word in response. He watched as his mana color danced with excitement at the mention of this business deal and thought to himself, I wonder how far this greed will go. Zay stared at Kale, thinking with interest, should I provoke him a little more? 5 million suling in the vault, that should be enough bait. He reconsidered his decision, calculating silently. No, revealing my assets recklessly is too dangerous. Zay stuck his sharp fork into the plump grilled sausage on his plate and thought. He looked at them and began to analyze. Mana follows where emotions are expressed. So what about the other way around? Glancing at Kale, who was eating heartily opposite him, Zay secretly planned. What if I directly force mana into my opponent's channels? With that thought, he secretly pointed his index finger at Kale. A shimmering golden thread of mana slowly gathered at his fingertip. Zay's mana stream slithered like a small snake towards him, then silently infiltrated Kale's mana center. It probed and tried to penetrate the opponent's mana, but failed. Zay silently realized, it's already full of other emotions. He wasn't flustered and thought of another way. Suddenly, Zay's hand clenched. He thought, if that's the case, I just need to force them out. He exerted more force, controlling his mana to rapidly invade his opponents. Soon, the outer defensive layer shattered under the pressure of his power. At the same time, Kale also felt the change in his body. He was startled, his pupils constricting in pain. Kale tried to maintain a calm expression and continued talking to Zay. If you sign a contract with our mercenary guild. But in his mind, he questioned himself. Suddenly, my head. Kale clutched his chest in pain, thinking, damn it, did I drink too fast? His body suddenly started trembling, and cold sweat broke out all over him. Kale clutched his head and muttered, but just now. The greed within Kale, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, grew even more magnified. He realized with fear, I can't stop thinking about money. Kale's inner voice was screaming, money. I want more money. As if he could no longer control his own mind. Kale, both scared and angry, lamented silently, damn it, why am I like this? Zay just silently witnessed all of his expressions from the beginning. Suddenly, he slowly spoke up. Zay quickly continued his question, if I join the Kale Mercenary Guild, can I make a lot of money? Hearing this, Kale looked up, his mind now seemingly extremely sensitive to that word. Kale thought frantically, are you asking if you can make a lot of money? Suddenly, as if losing control, he shouted, of course. With your skills, sitting on a mountain of money is just a matter of time. Of course, with a little of my business sense too. He extended his hand towards Zay, his eyes greedy as he invited. Mage, do you want to do a big job with me? Zay's eyes widened as he looked at the man who had lost control before him. His own eyes were now filled with a sparkling golden color. The swirling mana in Kale's body had been amplified to its peak by Zay. It seemed to want to swallow Kale whole. Zay looked at his work with delight and thought, finally, I've filled his channels with golden mana. Kale, on the other hand, was still uncontrollably shouting, we'll take all of John Ree's assets. At least hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. Can you guess how much his fortune is? Zay looked at his expression and assessed, now that he's filled with gold, has he been consumed by greed? Zay thoughtfully continued Kale's train of thought. He probably doesn't carry that much money on him. It's probably stored somewhere else. He immediately replied, of course. Kale continued to explain, in the surface world, the bank is City Morgan. But in the underworld, it's called Zit. His entire fortune is stored in Zit. He knew all of John's information. His company was completely liquidated 2 years ago, and he has cut ties with his relatives. All that's left are the bodyguards he hired with money. So if we can get the Zit card and the password, we're set. Zay continued to lure Kale into talking and asked, "How can we get the password?" He also pulled something out of his pocket. Kale pulled out a picture of a rock deer and placed it on the table, looking at Zay. With this. After Kale withdrew his hand, Zay was startled to see clearly what was in the picture and exclaimed to himself, "A blue rock deer." He looked closer at the picture and then realized, no, the one I saw didn't have a gem on its forehead. Zay looked up and asked Kale, "Is this a Photoshop picture?" Kale picked up the picture, smiled, and nodded. "That's right. You're very sharp." He spoke with a gleeful and calculating tone. "We'll use this as bait to get the card and password." Zay held his chin, looking at Kale thoughtfully. He was trying to figure out what he was planning. Zay picked up his glass of wine and asked Kale, "So what do you want me to do? If you've already planned it out so carefully, then we just need to get started." Kale picked up the picture. He closed his eyes and began to arrange the plan in his mind. Kale suddenly called out a name. "Michael," he continued, "I want you to take care of that young mage who's always sticking to that old man." Kale spoke with annoyance. "I've tried everything, but he has no intention of leaving that old man. He's always watching Michael and John. Not a single opening." Kale had to admit, he's completely loyal to his master. Even a real son might not be as devoted to his father as he is. He thought of Michael and said angrily, "If there's a fight, he'll be the most unpredictable piece." He smiled and said to Zay, "If you can take care of Michael, Mage, then the rest will be easy. When we succeed, I'll give you 10% of all the money in John's account." Zay took a sip of wine, silently calculating. "This goes against my principles. Debts must be paid fairly. Good for good, evil for." He thought deeply. "If I'm not attacked first or don't have a special reason, I won't harm anyone." Zay also didn't forget his original goal. "However, to pay the entrance fee to the Mage City, I need a lot more money than I have now." Zay recalled his past and his promise to Hambra. "Please find my brother. He always kept it deep in his heart, and I have to keep that promise too." At that moment, Kale pulled out a card and held it in his hand, then said to Zay, "This is my Zit bank card. That old man probably has a similar one." Zay focused on the black card in his hand. In the top right corner, there was a line of embossed text, which was Kale's name. Zay looked at it and thought for a long time. He was planning his next move in his head. After a moment of thought, Zay suddenly sat up straight and spoke. "All right, I'll do it." Scene changed to the next day. In front of a large mansion, a small Phillip was surrounded by a group of patrons. Seeing the mismatched forces, he could only manage a friendly smile and ask, "Have you all had lunch?" Phillip carefully and cautiously asked, "Sirs, why does everyone look so grumpy?" It turned out that before they split up, Zay had warned Phillip about this group. "I have something to do. You go listen to the kids' reports." At that time, Phillip had asked worriedly, "By myself?" The group was amused by Phillip's fearful reaction. "That's right. You should react like that when you're in front of us, trembling from the moment you see us." Another person thought excitedly, "We're the bloody cleavers of 13th Street." Phillip tried to remember Zay's instructions. "Be strong. If you show weakness, they'll swallow you whole. You're the inspector." Zay's voice still echoed in his head. "In your terms, they're just like contractors." One of the gang members, seeing Phillip's timidity, teased him. "Well now, this information is quite useful, isn't it?" Before he could finish, a hand snatched the information sheet from his hand and tore it to shreds. Phillip, as if possessed, tore the paper into 100 pieces and threw it up in the air in a rage, shouting, "You call this information? It's more like trash. Even the homeless would only use this pile of junk to start a fire." Phillip tore up one sheet after another, shouting, "Useless. Worthless." Over here, Zay seemed to sense something. He felt a pang of worry. "I wonder how Phillip is doing." As he walked, Zay thought to himself, "If I could, I'd like to put a little courage and confidence into his container." For the past few days, he had been experimenting all over with the street kids. After meeting Kale, he had tried injecting emotions into other containers. After several experiments, Zay concluded, "And I've realized a few things. First, I can't inject emotions into just anyone." Zay remembered their reactions. Passers-by, shopkeepers, orphans, the homeless. I could do it with most of them. Zay also realized, but there are still some people that, no matter how hard I try, I can't do it to. At that time, Veronica could only feel a little bit. I can feel mana moving somewhere. Zay summarized, and Veronica is a prime example. Zay continued his analysis. Second, the amount and type of emotions I can inject are also limited. He thought, I can only amplify the emotions that already exist in a container. In other words, I can't create an emotion that someone has never had. Also, the limit when injecting emotions is only about half the capacity of the container. Zay concluded, if I want to fill a container with one emotion, like with kale, I have to let the emotions be placed artificially, then slowly nurture them with words and actions so they can grow naturally. He continued his analysis thoughtfully. This leads to the third point. It's difficult. After experimenting, Zay realized injecting emotions is extremely difficult and mentally draining. I need to practice and get used to it to use it more effectively. He even experimented on himself. And finally, the most important thing. I can't inject mana into myself. Zay thought deeply. To increase the depth of my own emotions, I can only experience them directly. After walking and thinking for a while, Zay stopped at the end of the alley and slowly turned around. He looked towards a corner behind him and said coldly, "How long are you going to follow me?" Behind Zay, there was absolutely no one. There was also no reply to him. In the middle of the alley, the shadow of a pair of legs gradually appeared. A voice spoke. "Even though I used concealment magic, you still found me right away." The person took off their hood, looked at Zay, and couldn't help but praise him. "You really are amazing." Zay thought Michael. He sighed to himself, "I've been followed quite a lot lately." Zay leaned against the wall and asked casually, "Concealment magic?" Michael answered honestly, "It's a basic spell taught at the magic tower. But you haven't graduated, have you?" Zay thought with some suspicion, "Magic tower?" He turned to question Michael. "So why were you following me?" Michael immediately replied in confusion, "About that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you." He scratched his face awkwardly and stammered, "I just didn't get a chance to call out to you." Zay cut him off and asked directly, "State your purpose." Suddenly, he shouted shyly, "How can you use magic and hide your magic circle?" Michael confessed honestly, "At the hotel, I didn't sense any circle at all." Zay glanced at him. Michael continued to voice his suspicions. "I can't understand how that happened. I've never heard of any technique to hide a circle while casting magic." Zay looked at the color of Michael's mana and judged, a light purple light, curiosity. It seems he's genuinely curious. Zay calculated, I still have time before the appointment. He also shared frankly with Michael. It's simply that I don't need to use the mana in my circle. He asked, bewildered, what? Zay patiently explained, I use the mana in the air. Zay held out his hand as a demonstration. Like this. As he finished, a burst of fiery mana suddenly shot out from the air, leaving Michael dumbfounded. He looked at the scene before him in disbelief and said, Impossible. The mana in the air is extremely difficult to control. Even graduates from the magic tower only use it in emergencies. Michael marveled to himself. This level is completely different. Zay withdrew his hand and asked, You didn't feel any mana moving from my circle, did you? Michael's eyes widened as he stammered. Right. I didn't feel any fluctuation at all. He was secretly impressed. Even the professors can't do this. What circle is he, anyway? 4 or 5? Zay looked at Michael's mana again. The color of the mana had changed. Deep purple. Admiration. At that moment, he suddenly realized that emotion. I can amplify it. Zay quickly released a burst of mana to stimulate Michael's mana, but it was quickly repelled by its owner's mana. Zay withdrew his hand and looked at it, thinking deeply, or is he also someone whose emotions I can't interfere with? What are the conditions, anyway? Suddenly, Michael spoke up. I approached and questioned you so abruptly, but you still answered politely. Thank you. With that, Michael bowed to Zay and said goodbye. I must return to the representative now. Suddenly, Zay turned back and asked Michael a random question. You seem to respect him a lot. However, Michael's eyes still showed excitement and admiration as he replied, Of course. Michael replied with great reverence. There is no one in this world as righteous and dedicated to a better world as Representative John. He uses his wealth to donate, do charity, distribute free food, and even does it himself. He bowed. expressing his gratitude as he continued. I myself was saved by him when I was an orphan wandering the streets. Thanks to his help, I was able to enroll in the magic tower. At this point, Zay suddenly cut him off with a cryptic remark. But he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Hearing this, Michael suddenly froze. He quickly wiped the excited expression from his face. Michael questioned him with confusion. What did you say? Zay continued. It doesn't make any sense. A donation means giving without expecting anything in return. But the John the First No is not that kind of person. Zay, either not realizing or intentionally ignoring Michael's change, continued to criticize John. Does he really not receive anything from the people he helps? Or are the recipients actually John's friends? If so, that would be understandable. Who wouldn't be willing to help a friend? Suddenly, at that moment, Michael, seemingly extremely angry, shouted, cutting Zay off. What do you know? Following his emotions, eagles swooped down and circled Michael. A fierce mana aura emanated from him. Michael affirmed with certainty, he is a good person. He pointed angrily at Zay and ordered seriously, take back everything you just said. Zay's eyes widened, a hint of surprise on his face. He thought, just now, an eagle appeared from his cloak. What kind of spell is that? Michael held his hand forward, and the eagles all looked towards Zay. He warned, if you don't apologize, I'll tear you to pieces. Zay closed his eyes slightly, his mind flashing with the elements of manipulation, control, connection, and embodiment. The conversation with Rao replayed in Zay's mind. His voice echoed. Those who use the elements of manipulation and control are very rare, even among mages. An image of a hand controlling two creatures appeared. Rao continued. They can use their mage abilities to control creatures, from ordinary animals to dangerous magical beasts. It is said that mages can turn them into loyal servants. Michael looked at Zay. He urged, apologize. If not, Zay stood motionless. He replied coldly, I don't think I said anything offensive. Hearing this, Michael became even angrier. He gritted his teeth tightly. Michael swung his arm, and an eagle shot down and crashed into the ground. Zay quickly dodged the attack. He thought to himself, this speed and destructive power. Michael's eagle flapped its wings in the air. It looked up straight at Zay's location. Zay raised a hand to shield his face. He thought, magic enhancement. Michael moved a few fingers. From behind him, two more eagles shot up into the air. Michael swung his arm, simultaneously ducking low. The two birds behind him shot straight forward. Zay maintained his usual calm demeanor. He bowed his head, despite the two enemies charging at him like arrows. Zay raised his leg and stomped hard on the ground. The ground cracked into pieces. A stream of red magic energy flowed from his body. In an instant, Zay shot up into the air, just as the two eagles arrived. Zay landed on a nearby utility pole. He thought, so that's how you can use dominance magic. It looks pretty useful. Below, Michael swung his arm, and three chains gradually appeared. He shouted, what do you know about him? Michael's creatures continuously attacked Zay. As he ran from them, he thought, I think I can understand why Kale couldn't do anything to John even with a whole pack of subordinates. Zay jumped onto a rooftop, his mind flashing. If the eagles get close and move between them, they'll hesitate to use guns or blades for fear of hitting their own comrades. Zay looked at a nearby eagle. He pondered, even if they aim at their subordinates, the damage won't be great. Zay glanced down at Michael. His thoughts appeared, I don't understand why he's angry. Michael raised a hand. One of his creatures charged at Zay. He calmly watched the enemy. But first, I have to deal with these things. Zay raised a hand. A stream of pure white magic energy radiated from his palm. Zay summoned shields in front of him. They blocked the eagle's flight path. The eagle paused for a beat. It seemed hesitant after Zay's recent defensive move. Through the mask it wore, Michael's creature frowned. Its eyes were filled with anger. The eagle turned around. It flapped its wings and flew away from where Zay was standing. Zay looked up at Michael's creatures. He thought, it seems this method isn't effective. If possible, I want to take them down without causing serious injury. Zay glanced down. Michael's voice rang out loudly. Apologize. Right now. Michael drew his hand back to himself. He warned, this is your last chance. The chains binding the eagle's legs suddenly glowed. Zay looked at the chains. His mind was filled with helplessness. That's it. Zay held his hand forward. A power flowed out. He decided, I have to break those chains. The chains binding the creature's legs suddenly vibrated. They hung tilted in the sky. Zay launched a magical source at the eagles. Michael witnessed the entire scene, startled and shocked. The eagles were controlled by Zay, seemingly losing control, hovering in the air. Michael's face showed clear panic. He was confused. Is he attacking my magic too? How is this happening? Zay remained calm, trying to restrain Michael's power. Michael frowned, clenching one fist. He thought to himself, no, I've used almost all my mana. Michael's connecting chains gradually weakened. He thought in panic, if the connection breaks, I'll lose all my servants. Sweat poured down Michael's face. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Michael looked up at the sky. He shouted, and a huge amount of power was released. A flash of light appeared in the sky. 3 eagles shot past Zay's location. All 3 creatures swooped down, merging into Michael's body. He had reabsorbed them into his own body. Michael panted heavily. It seemed that after that last move, he had completely exhausted his strength. Michael's body grew weak. He collapsed to the ground. From above, Zay jumped down right in front of Michael. Michael's body trembled. A drop of sweat fell onto the road. He thought helplessly, damn it. Zay narrowed his eyes slightly. A sphere of energy appeared inside Michael's body. He thought, he's out of mana. Michael placed both hands on the ground. His voice was resigned. I lose. Do what you want. Michael frowned, his voice weak. But the representative doesn't deserve to be insulted like this. Zay stood motionless. He was silent, his eyes still fixed on Michael's location. Zay pulled his hood over his head. He replied casually, I'll ask the rest of my questions later. I don't have much time. Michael exclaimed in surprise, what? Michael was left behind. He sat motionless, watching Zay's retreating back. Scene change. In the middle of a vast wasteland, a herd of rock deer was in the distance. Zay's voice rang out. Their speed of movement is incredible. They got here in just one night. Kale smiled. He continued. During their migration period, they barely sleep. They push themselves to places with food to eat their fill. Zay looked back. He wondered, can you guess why this migration came earlier? Kale glanced at the rock deer. He replied, I assume it's because their habitat lacks food. Zay looked through his binoculars into the distance. He thought, because of the black rain, the soil has turned into black soil. Plants can't grow in such areas. Zay turned to Kale. He asked, the plan to lure John out will start at 1 in the afternoon tomorrow, right? Kale smiled and replied, that's right. Kale looked at the 2 towering cliffs nearby. He explained, at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I plan to drive a herd of rock deer into the valley and trap them there. I'll lure John in and get the card and password. Zay was impressed. He exclaimed, what a thorough plan. Kale beamed. He replied, it's an honor. Zay rested his chin on his hand. A thought suddenly occurred to him. It's a good plan. Scene change. In front of a house, Lewis and Zay were standing at the door. His thoughts appeared. If everything goes as planned. Lewis crossed his arms, his eyes cold. He suddenly spoke. Mage. Zay looked at Lewis. His voice rang out. Representative John wants to see you. Outside John's mansion, the lights illuminated the entire estate against the night sky. Lewis's voice rang out. Sir, I have brought the mage. I will take my leave now. Zay entered a room. On a nearby table, John lifted a teapot and poured it into a small cup. John poured tea into the other cup. He smiled and said, thank you for accepting my invitation at such a late hour. Have a seat. John gestured with one hand. He politely introduced, this is Lena, a specialty of Area A33. Then he raised both hands. He chatted, the night wind has been quite cold lately. This will help chase away the chill you brought in from outside. John gestured towards the teacup. He politely invited Zay. Please, have some. Zay lifted the teacup to his face. He was silent, his eyes fixed on the tea for a long time. Zay parted his lips slightly. He brought the teacup close to his mouth, preparing to enjoy it. Opposite him, John was just silent. He bowed his head slightly, a cunning smile on his face. Zay placed the teacup down on the table. He wondered, why did you call me here? John replied, all right, let's get straight to the point. John rubbed his hands together, his eyes affectionate. He said, I want to make you an offer. Zay was curious. What kind of offer? John's voice was low. He spoke with a hidden meaning. You know, a dog? People only keep it as long as it's useful, right? John clasped his hands together. He said slowly, when it's no longer valuable, you throw it away. Keeping it is just a waste of money. John narrowed his eyes. He smiled, his voice full of danger. To be blunt, I want you to take care of Kale. John sat up straight, his hands on his knees. He chatted. Honestly, I didn't expect him to actually find the blue deer. But when the dog is dead, there's no need to pay the reward, right? The earlier conversation with Kale replayed in John's mind. His voice echoed. Coincidentally, the canyon in the wasteland he suggested yesterday to corner the blue deer is the perfect place to dispose of a dog. Zay sat motionless, silent for a long time. A thought appeared in his mind. This guy? The memory of his first meeting with John flashed in Zay's mind. He thought, even in our first meeting, an image appeared in Zay's mind. He concluded, he's just as greedy as Kale. Zay's voice was low. He interrogated, why should I help? Michael seems to be a good mage too. John placed a hand on his head. He exclaimed in frustration, Michael is useless. An image of Michael suddenly appeared. John's voice rang out mockingly, like a rigid tree that breaks rather than bends. He's too naive, full of youthful passion. John continued, Michael would definitely oppose my plan. An image of Michael appeared in John's mind. He objected, what are you talking about? John continued, first, he'll be shocked, because he's always seen me as the kindest person in the world. John placed a hand on his forehead. He said slowly, actually, I'm not that kind of person, but changing the world alone is impossible. A memory suddenly flashed in John's mind. He said, everyone has to face reality as they get older, and eventually become a bad person. In John's memory, someone's body was lying in a pool of blood. John leaned on his cane. He smiled and said, if he was going to stab me in the back, he should have done a better job. John placed a hand on his head. He exclaimed, I thought Michael would eventually reach that stage too. But he didn't. After tomorrow's battle, I plan to fire him. John concluded, his tone cold. Useless dogs must be eliminated. Zay frowned. He interrupted, what if I refuse? John smiled faintly. He offered, then I'll promise you a huge reward. How much do you want? Zay bowed his head slightly. He replied, you probably don't have enough money. John was a little surprised. He wondered, what did you just say? Zay crossed his arms. He said in a low voice, you're broke. That's why you're planning to rob the mercenary guild. John burst out laughing. He said mockingly, I thought of you as a decent mage, yet you're so disrespectful. John opened his eyes, his mouth twitching. He said, if you knew what you just drank, you'd probably be shocked. Zay realized something. He interrupted, don't tell me you put something in the tea. John lifted the teacup to his mouth. He recounted, have you heard of digoxin? If you don't take the antidote regularly, you'll die of heart failure from the poison I put in. Zay glanced away. A thought flashed through his mind. I knew it. An image of Zay drinking tea appeared. He thought, he was too eager to make me drink the tea. Zay lifted the teacup to his mouth. He pretended to drink the liquid in the cup. I was just pretending to go along with it. The tea that Zay pretended to drink had actually seeped into the carpet. John's voice rang out. This is a rare poison with no antidote in these remote areas. And only I know where the antidote is kept. John looked at Zay. He smiled and said, now you understand the situation, don't you? John's voice echoed. Well then, see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The antidote is in my hands, so don't even think about running away. Zay walked out of the room. A thought came to his mind. How interesting. An image of Kale and John appeared in Zay's mind. He walked and thought, even if I don't get involved, they're already at each other's throats. Kale wants to pull me into his mercenary guild. John wants a loyal dog to replace Michael. Suddenly, Zay looked ahead. He recognized a very familiar figure. Zay glanced outside the balcony. A blue fire was floating in midair. Someone's voice rang out. That's right. Michael appeared. He sighed and thought, I was too emotional this morning and messed up a big deal. What should I do now? Zay approached from behind. He spoke, startling Michael. Is there something outside? Michael turned and took a few steps back. He exclaimed in panic, Zay, when did you get here? Zay looked at Michael. He thought, it seems he doesn't know I just met John. Michael took off his hood. He wondered, you said you'd ask the rest of the questions. So you came here for that? Michael nodded vigorously. He sincerely apologized. I'm really sorry about this morning. Even if I was angry, I shouldn't have acted so rudely. I'll accept any punishment. Zay stood motionless. He exclaimed, You'll accept any punishment? Michael bowed his head. He replied, Anything within my power. Zay looked at Michael. He said casually, Then tell me the activation principle of servant magic. Michael exclaimed in surprise, Understood. The principle of servant magic. Is that all? Zay replied coldly, Answer my question. Michael raised a hand to scratch his cheek. He said in a low voice, All right. Well then, I'll start by explaining the principle of elemental linking. Zay exclaimed, Okay. Scene change. Time passed until the middle of the night. Michael's voice rang out. That is the principle of servant magic. Michael raised a finger. He explained, The important part is to clearly understand the physical characteristics and personality of the servant. You have to understand them thoroughly. Zay listened attentively, taking detailed notes in the notebook he was holding. He asked, Are there any cases where a servant is abandoned? Michael replied, Yes. An image of a summoner's creatures appeared in Michael's mind. He continued to explain, If they are not compatible with the mage, or if they have completed their task, they will be returned to nature. Sometimes, if the bond weakens, the servant may run away first. Zay replied, I see. Zay bowed his head, one hand on his chin in thought. He spoke up, Well then. Zay lowered his hand, his eyes looking straight ahead. He wondered, Do you know anything about the rainbow? Michael bowed his head slightly. He replied, If you're talking about the rainbow. An image of a turtle appeared in Michael's mind. He smiled and said, Isn't that the turtle that spits rainbow-colored water and lives under the El River? Zay was silent for a moment. His voice held a hint of disappointment. Anything else? Michael raised a hand to scratch his cheek. His voice stammered, That's all I know. Zay asked again, What about the mad deer that Mr. John is looking for? Michael thought deeply. Zay continued to press. And what about the city of mages? Michael answered frankly, Isn't that just like an urban legend? Zay frowned, his mind filled with disappointment. This guy is no help at all. Michael placed a hand on the back of his neck. He said hastily, I'm sorry. I don't usually pay attention to gossip like that. Changing the subject, he asked, So can you tell me about the upper districts? Michael clenched a fist, his tone full of excitement. I can do that. An image of a map and a group of people appeared in Michael's mind. He explained, The distance between the districts shortens as you go up the Eden River, and the upper districts become more like cities than areas. Furthermore, from District 35 onwards, each district has its own manager. You could call them a type of servant of Cavan. So each district maintains its autonomy and operates as an independent small city. I'm from District 36, so I can clearly feel the difference. Zay jotted it down in his notebook. He nodded. I see. This information is very useful. Michael blushed. He replied shyly, It's nothing. I'm the one who caused the trouble. Zay closed the notebook in his hand. He spoke up, One last thing. Michael continued, Yes, please ask. Zay stepped forward, his voice suddenly dropping, full of seriousness. What does respect mean to you? Hearing this, Michael's eyes widened. Surprise was clearly written on his face. Scene change. The scene shifts to a towering canyon. A line of text appears. The next day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wasteland Canyon. David pointed around. He shouted, Find it quickly. It has a blue body. Hurry up. Vaughn pushed the rock deer aside. He roared, Get out of the way, you bastards. Nearby, John's group was watching. In front of him were also Kale and Zay. John leaned on his cane. He wondered, You mean the blue deer is among them? Kale looked back. He smiled and replied, Yes. There's no mistake. My team is searching right now, so please wait a moment. Kale suddenly leaned close to Zay's ear. He whispered, Mage, we're looking forward to your performance. Back to 2 hours earlier. Veronica couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God. Immediately after, Phillip's voice was heard. If it were Kale, I could believe it. But John, it doesn't stop. Zay replied calmly, We'll start this afternoon. You two stay in this area. We don't know what might happen. He quickly agreed. All right. I'll stay and continue gathering information. Hearing this, Veronica couldn't help but suggest, I want to go with you. Zay warned, It's dangerous. You could die. But she replied with determination, It's okay. If I die, I die. When Phillip asked back, You're not afraid of death? She trembled and replied, I'm very brave. I'm not afraid. A lie. A thought suddenly flashed through Zay's mind. Veronica specializes in defensive magic, so at the very least, she can protect herself. He thought, but many people will die. Can her spirit handle it? Wait, am I worried about Veronica? I didn't intentionally let these emotions show. On the other side, Veronica had made up her mind. Zay, let me come with you. Faced with her determination and desire to go, Zay was quite hesitant. Finally, he decided. All right. Receiving his agreement, Veronica's spirits lifted immediately. I'll get ready right away. Phillip sat to one side, silently marveling. She's pretty stubborn. But he said, oh right. Back to the present. The shouts continued to ring out. Hurry up. Find it. The one with the blue body. Find it now. There were even sounds of cursing. Get out of the way. From a distance, looking down, it was a scene of utter chaos. Fan, sitting in Veronica's lap, trembled at the sound of the urgent voices. Find it now? The blue body is easy to spot. Seeing this, she immediately stroked him and comforted him. It's okay. It'll be okay. Don't be scared. After calming Fan down, Veronica looked up at the scene before her again. Although she didn't say it, she told herself, Zay, be careful. Outside, the urging voice rang out once more. Hurry up. The client is waiting. In contrast to them, Zay just stood there silently without saying a word. Kale, after giving the order, glanced at him with a calculating look. He was remembering the words Zay had said while they were still in the car. It's possible the magic won't work, so shoot Michael when I give the signal. After hearing those words, Kale had quickly replied with a single word. He had even added firmly, we will wait for your signal. Behind them, John was looking at him with a thoughtful expression. He thought to himself, they said they would use lightning magic to destroy almost all of them in one go. Remembering that time, Zay had suggested, but just in case something goes wrong, why don't you shoot Kale yourself on my signal? John, while adjusting the gun hidden in his breast pocket, marveled to himself. This kid is young, but he's very useful. Now, both John and Kale had the same thought. That is, I can't let this skilled hunting dog get away. I have to bring him into my mercenary guild at all costs. Back to Zay, who was standing alone in front. He seemed to be deep in thought about something, so he just stared at what was in front of him. He remembered someone once saying, those beasts aren't dangerous. They panic and run away as soon as you get close. Then Zay thought to himself, the gentle blue deer doesn't attack creatures. Unlike before. Meanwhile, the strange man was impatiently urging, hey go, you're blocking the way. Seeing this, he asked himself doubtfully, wait, they're being attacked and they're still standing still. So Zay reluctantly had to summon his power to verify. As soon as he saw the red, dark auras, he calculated, with this level of anger. On the other side, the man suddenly discovered something. A second later, he immediately shouted, found it. Over there. The man's voice was joyful, as if he had struck gold. A blue deer. It really exists. Kale, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise. What? You found it? Only Zay calmly affirmed. It was there from the beginning. As soon as they discovered it, he immediately gave the signal. Now, Kale and John immediately remembered their earlier promises and shot friendly glances. His lips began to move, muttering mysterious words. It seemed everything was already in Zay's plan. Well then, let's begin. Kale heard the signal and immediately pulled out his gun and fired at the opposite side. John was no less competitive, smiling triumphantly as he pulled the trigger. But very quickly, both of them had to hold back. The subordinates, seeing Kale get shot, were terrified. Captain. Only then did he belatedly realize something was wrong. Damn it. John, on the other side, who was about to fall, also realized. We've been tricked. Michael, who knew nothing about their agreement, was even more stunned when he saw the scene. Boss. On the other side, Kale's subordinates began to raise their guns. These damn mercenaries. Wipe them out. The other side was no less fierce in their reply. Well said. Wipe out those bastards. The two sides fought fiercely with both guns and words. You son of a bitch. Die. The man on the other side hurriedly reassured. Don't move. I'm giving first aid. John, seeing him standing there motionless, shouted, what are you still standing there for? Come and save me. Michael, seeing this, advised, hold it tight. If your chest opens, the wound will tear open. But in his heart, he wondered, protection? Is Zay shielding me? Faced with this situation, Zay just asked coldly, "Why should I help you?" John immediately raised his voice and argued, "Because I have the antidote." Michael was extremely surprised to see his boss shouting orders. "Quick, use magic on my hand." It was only then that he realized something strange about the story. "Antidote? What do you mean?" Suddenly, Michael sensed something charging straight at them. A second later, a terrified scream rang out. The rock deer. Suddenly, run. As they were charging, they suddenly let out a sky-tearing scream. Immediately after, the rock deer fell, blood flowing all over the ground. Michael looked at the chaotic scene before him and thought, "Damn it. These contracted beasts aren't suited for fighting people. In this situation, they're useless. First, I have to evacuate the boss." With that thought, he said, "Boss, I know it hurts, but please bear with it." While tightening the cloth to stop the bleeding, Michael said, "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, he blamed himself. "If only I knew how to use healing magic." Then Michael began to glance to the side. This new car is still intact. Suddenly, he remembered something. His expression changed 180 degrees. On the other side of the road, ignoring the noisy scene, Zay was calmly getting into the car. Seeing this, Michael immediately shouted, "Zay." Then, while carrying John, he begged, "Please, let the boss into the barrier." Afraid he wouldn't agree, Michael added, "He's losing too much blood. I'm begging you." But instead of acting, Zay just coldly called his name. "Michael." Next, he asked, "This situation, do you know whose fault it is?" Michael heard him say, "Half of it is because of the person you're carrying," and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The scene suddenly shifted to a completely different place. The sky was gloomy, as if it was about to rain. A long line of people were waiting for their turn to receive help. John, while exchanging words, continuously replied to the "Thanks, don't mention it. We should help each other." Then he suddenly saw a chaotic scene in the corner. A heated argument was taking place. "This kid keeps telling me to give it back to him." "What? I don't know anything." "You? I saw everything." After words failed, violence took over. "This kid, you want a beating?" Michael, at that time, was so scared he curled up into a ball. Just as the fist was about to land, a hand suddenly grabbed it. John had arrived in time and questioned, "What do you think you're doing to a child?" He immediately denied it. "It's not like that." After speaking, Gabriel turned and accused, "This kid took my supplies. I was just trying to get them back." Little Michael automatically pulled out his empty bag to prove his innocence. "I didn't take anything. Look, I have nothing. I'm innocent." Seeing this, Gabriel became even angrier. "You must have hidden it somewhere." So John had to mediate. "Calm down. If you want, I'll give you more supplies. Don't worry." Only then did he gradually control his anger. "If you say so." After some negotiation, Gabriel finally agreed to leave. Then John approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Michael avoided John's gaze and replied. Unexpectedly, he just gently asked again, "So why did you take the supplies?" Hearing this, Michael immediately denied it vehemently. "I told you I didn't take them. My hands are empty." Hearing this, John just stared at him and gave a helpless smile. Finally, he spoke up and exposed him. "Not your hands. Behind your back." Now, little Michael was immediately exposed. "How did you know?" John replied nonchalantly, "I'm from a nomadic tribe." Then he wondered, "You could have just waited your turn from the beginning. Why did you take it?" He replied sadly, "You said one portion per person." Next, Michael said, "But I have a sick little sister at home. She can't stand in line because her legs are weak. So I took a portion for her too." After explaining the reason, he said shyly, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, John just thought deeply without replying. A moment later, Michael's cheerful voice rang out. "This way." Next was his helpless voice. "Wait a minute, you little thief." He, while holding the items, happily confirmed again, "You're really giving me all of this?" John heard this and said, "That's right. But remember your promise to that man earlier." Then Michael smiled brightly and replied, "Of course. No more bad deeds. I'll live a good life." Seeing a child so innocent yet in such a difficult situation, John could only sigh helplessly. After a while of walking, the two of them finally arrived at Michael's house. He said cheerfully, "I'm home. Look, you're going to be so surprised." Unfortunately, Brian didn't respond at all, just lay still. Her body was covered in spots. Little Michael, seeing this, couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "Brian, Next, he dropped the things in his hands, intending to run quickly to check on his sister's condition. But he was stopped by John. Among the homeless, it's unavoidable to get caught in the black rain. Their whole bodies were covered in black spots. An infectious disease spread, gradually paralyzing and killing them. Children were especially susceptible to this disease. In the end, Michael could only lean against him and sob. Late into the night, he finally spoke with a sad voice. "Thank you for taking care of my sister's burial." John replied, "It was nothing." After a minute, he suddenly called out, "Hey kid." John then offered, "If you have nowhere else to go, do you want to come with me?" Michael heard him ask, "It's lonely being alone, isn't it?" and was deeply moved. Back in the present, he was silently listening to Zay speak. "Last night, John called me to the hotel and made an offer. He said we should eliminate the mercenary group because they were no longer useful and take their advance payment and all their assets." John, lying weakly on his back, couldn't help but shout, "Don't listen to him, Michael." In the end, Zay revealed everything. Fearing I would refuse, he put poison in my tea. Have you never suspected? Remembering John's earlier words, he began to reconsider. Seeing Michael still surprised, Zay continued. Kale also made a similar offer, to lure John in and steal his assets. And of course, finding the blue deer was just a lie. All of this happened because of the greed of those two. Hearing this, John suddenly shouted, "Michael, don't listen to him." Now he stopped telling the story and just coolly remarked, "How interesting." Zay then added, "Even knowing everything, you still respect him." Finally, he had to give an order. "Veronica, lower the barrier and let them in." He immediately replied gratefully, "Thank you, Zay." But before Michael could rejoice, he said, "But I have a condition." He replied hastily, "I'll do anything." Zay just said, "I don't need anything from you." As soon as he heard Zay call his name, John, he jumped in fright. Immediately after, Zay said without any reservation, "Give me the Zit bank card and the password." Seeing his cold attitude, John could only grit his teeth and say nothing. After handing it over, he groaned with regret, "My money." Michael heard this and turned to comfort him. "I'm sorry. Please bear with it a little longer." Then he asked, "Zay, if you have a first aid kit, could I borrow it? Or if you know healing magic?" As Michael spoke, the car door quickly swung open. Veronica got out and asked, "Zay, can I heal your wound?" He immediately hesitated and replied, "Veronica." He thought, dealing with someone who tried to kill me is something I have to do. "But Veronica." Just then, John screamed, "That's right. It's here." It was because he had seen Fan nestled in her arms. John seemed to muster all his remaining strength and lunged towards Veronica, or more accurately, towards Fan. "Give it to me," he shouted desperately. "Just give it to me. I can restore my company. Revive it." Faced with John's madness, it was also quite frightened. Then Fan couldn't help but run away. He frantically chased after it from behind. "Stop. I need you." But after just a few steps, John was exhausted. "If I have you, I can restore my company." Suddenly, he froze. His pupils constricted as if he had just experienced something terrible. It was because of Kale. After shooting, he said, "Restore? It hurts." "Shut up." Seeing John fall, Michael immediately rushed to his side. This time, he could no longer control his emotions. "Chairman John." While supporting him, Michael shouted, "Chairman John, you can't lose consciousness." He pressed his hand firmly on the wound to stop the bleeding. He kept murmuring, "You can't leave us like this." Suddenly, a rock deer appeared, about to attack Michael. Now he could only watch as it got closer and closer. Next, Michael looked back at him. "Chairman John." He told himself, "I will be by your side until the end." Zay, witnessing everything from beginning to end, was extremely puzzled. "Why?" he asked coldly. "You can still respect that person, even risking your life?" Michael stammered, unable to speak. "Zay." And he calmly added, "I really don't understand." Hearing these words from Zay, he could only stammer her name, Zay. But he just calmly continued, "I understand why you respect John, because he saved you from the slums. But what I can't understand is, there were times when your respect for John should have collapsed." After speaking, Zay continued, "John tried to rob the mercenary team." His calm voice continued to echo in the chaotic space. "He poisoned me, turning me into his hunting dog." Remembering that time, John had mercilessly remarked, Michael is useless. Next, Zay bluntly revealed, he even tried to abandon you. But he didn't seem surprised at all and replied, is that so? So Zay exposed him again. John did countless dirty deeds while building his business. Even now, your emotions tell me something is still left. So why hasn't your respect diminished at all? Faced with his question, Michael answered thoughtfully. Yesterday, you asked me what respect is. After speaking, he said, I'm not smart enough to give a fancy definition, but I have my own opinion. After speaking, Michael suddenly gave a bitter and sad smile. This made Zay feel strange, and he was stunned for a moment. A moment later, Michael began to explain. The person I respect is different from everyone else. A child just growing up healthy is already a precious thing. And there are people who make us want to be like them. Then, he added faintly, but they shine from a place so high. Michael's voice seemed to catch in his throat. So high that we don't even dare to dream of being like them. He was that kind of person to me. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I could never shine like him. Michael tried to speak calmly. I know he's not the same person he used to be. He admitted that, the thought I once tried to deny. Today, I can't deny it anymore. At this point, Michael suddenly raised his voice. But so what? He spoke with a strange stubbornness. When I was chasing that star, I never lost my way in life. While remembering his childhood memories, Michael said, even though it later faded, the path I walked was not a lie. Of course, now, that star can no longer be my guiding light. He firmly asserted. But so what? What does that change? I swore to be loyal to him. Michael's hand tightened on the wound on John's chest. Since he took me in, he has been the person I respect the most. And to this day, he is still the person I respect. Although he was delirious, John had heard all those words. Michael, on the other side, Michael, crying and emotional, said, and the person I will continue to respect. That is my answer to your question. After hearing this, Zay fell silent. But then he called his name. Zay. A question suddenly stunned Zay. Do you have someone you respect like that? A person you want to become. A person appeared in Zay's mind. Remembering that time, Nice had instructed, you have to leave your opponent a way to retreat. Otherwise, when they're cornered, they'll fight you to the death. Then another day, he was talking to someone else. Don't even think about expanding the shop to 4th Street. That's an area Hector has been eyeing for a long time. Then he remembered the scene of Nice generosity. Take it. This is the public work pay you earned after a month of running around. We're all just trying to survive, so take care of yourself. In the end, Zay thought to himself, my words and actions, on the surface, they're no different from his. Now he just stood silently watching him being surrounded by people. Arrangements. Can I have a word with you, Nice? Or how about we go for a drink? And a thought suddenly flashed through Zay's mind. In the district, everyone likes Nice. Zay told himself, the colors reflected in the bowl are so vivid. He is a person with deep emotions, completely different from me. He wondered, if I were like Nice, could I fully feel that rich spectrum of emotions? A person who lives a life I can neither understand nor imitate. Gradually, Zay also had an answer. The emotion I had then, was it respect? I respected Nice. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. So you're here, our dear customers. Vector added with a sneer. More like dirty traitors would be more fitting. After signaling his men to stop firing, he asked contemptuously, you dare to open fire on our leader? Michael turned to look at the scene behind him in disbelief. The Kale mercenary team. All the guards have been taken down. Then Vector spoke again. The money and time lost because this mission failed, and the blood of our leader and comrades shed. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the barrel of his gun at Zay. Then he threatened, we will make you pay with your blood. Michael thought in panic, that's a special bullet. Even Zay can't block it all with a shield. So he said, Zay, I'll handle things here. Please take the representative and leave. Afraid he wouldn't leave, Michael added, please. But Zay said, no need. Hearing this, he turned in surprise to look at him. Then Michael was stunned to discover, mana is surging from behind. Zay's eyes gradually changed from emerald green to a mystical purple. Anyone can form their first magic circle if they try hard enough. But from the second circle onwards, things are completely different. Remembering that time, Rao had said, with each new circle, the required orbital stability increases exponentially. With normal training, you could never reach the next level in a lifetime. He said calmly, what you need to advance further, then, is enlightenment. As Zay summoned his magic, he thought, no one can pinpoint exactly when enlightenment occurs. He clenched his fist and said to himself, it varies from person to person, so you can't set a common standard. Remember this, Zay told himself. I must become stronger. Mana always responds to those who are true to themselves. Finally, he concluded with one sentence. To chase the rainbow. And so, Zay successfully summoned his mana. Chains continuously shot out from all directions. Zay's power had officially exploded. Its strength continued to increase, directly proportional to his mana. They flew towards the rock deer, immediately stopping them from running away. Vector, seeing things come to a halt, impatiently urged, why are you still standing there? Break the shield. The subordinate, seeing the rock deer suddenly run towards them, exclaimed in panic, what is this? Didn't all the beasts run away? So he had to give the order. Damn it. Shoot. You filthy animals. You dare attack humans. But because they had been imbued with Zay's mana, the rock deer had incredible strength and keen observation. So much so that the mercenaries exclaimed in surprise, impossible. They dodged all the bullets. Now Vector began to feel things gradually changing. He started to panic. The rock deer, as if injected with adrenaline, continuously attacked the mercenary team. Screams echoed constantly. Spare me. After him. How can they dodge everything like this? Michael, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. Impossible. He's recreating the summoning magic I just learned, just by watching and listening? And he's controlling multiple summoned creatures at once. Zay was now completely focused on controlling his mana. After some time, the mystical purple color finally faded from his eyes. The rock deer had also finished dealing with the vicious mercenaries. Now, in the vast space, only Michael's group and Zay remained. At this point, Michael could only exclaim in admiration, what a truly gifted individual. On the other side, after attacking the others, the rock deer returned to their normal state, now licking each other's wounds. The scene was so peaceful that one might mistake the recent aggressive rock deer for a mere illusion. While Zay was still observing the situation, Veronica ran over, frantically calling his name. After speaking, she immediately reported, the gem on its forehead is gone. On the other side, little Fan was crying and shaking his head, as if he was hurt. Veronica, on the other side, was anxious. Zay, are you okay? And John was bewildered, wondering to himself, it's just a mutant with a different skin color? After speaking, he added, I tried to catch it for research. Maybe it was sunstroke, so I misremembered. As soon as John denied it, Michael spoke up. Sir. He smiled gently and continued, perhaps you didn't misremember, because you're not one to easily forget what you've seen. Zay glanced down and thought to himself, he's about to die. Just then, she called out hesitantly. Then Veronica pointed upwards in extreme panic. Look over there. A scene that no one could have imagined appeared right before their eyes. A rock deer with immense power had appeared, carrying a dazzling light. There was even a gem embedded in its forehead, looking incredibly precious. Unlike the other rock deer, it was very calm when facing them. The sudden appearance of the special rock deer left Zay and Veronica wide-eyed. Michael, witnessing this for the first time, was also so surprised he couldn't speak. As for John, he could only widen his eyes and stare at the scene before him, his mouth agape. Before he could react, the special rock deer stepped down. It took firm steps towards them, to the astonishment of everyone. John's expression grew more and more reluctant, with an indescribable emotion. Despite his best efforts, he still couldn't form words, and could only exclaim, you. On the other side, the rock deer suddenly spoke. You are the one who saved me back then. Zay heard this and wondered, what is this? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Why is it that when I look at that gem, a feeling of familiarity suddenly arises within him? As the rock deer got closer, John's reaction became more intense. Seeing that he was about to touch it, his hand trembled even more violently. After many failed attempts, John finally managed to touch it. This moved him deeply. It really is you. So beautiful. But not for long, as the deer reared up, escaping John's hand. Suddenly, the gem in the middle of its forehead emitted a strange light. It seemed to have activated some incredibly powerful mystical energy. And it was true. Not long after, water suddenly gushed out from the side. The target of these streams of water was the other normal rock deer. Zay's group, witnessing this scene, could only gape in astonishment. Not long after, the water transformed into a downpour. Puddles formed accordingly, directly rescuing the arid desert. John remarked in surprise, just like last time. He immediately followed. "Sir, this is truly a magnificent sight." Just then, John's trembling voice rang out again. "Michael, take this." Michael asked in surprise, "What is it?" He replied calmly, "A Zit bank card, opened under your name." After speaking, John added, "The password is the day we first met. Since this is the end, I should at least give you a severance payment." This was like a bolt from the blue for Michael, leaving him utterly stunned. After reacting, Michael immediately insisted, "Please don't say that. You'll be fine." After speaking, he stubbornly added, "You will definitely be fine." Now Michael was painfully optimistic. "Then we can go back to work. Or if you're tired, we can go on vacation together." Then John couldn't help but interrupt. "Indy." He began to speak cruel words. "You're too naive and useless. That's why I can't even use you. You piece of trash." Fearing it wasn't hurtful enough, John added, "Michael, someone like you is no longer needed. Get lost." Tears started to well up in his eyes, but his mouth didn't stop. "Get out of here now, you useless thing." As soon as he finished speaking, John pushed him away. Seeing this, Michael's mood plummeted. He stammered, "Sir." But then his tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Serving you for the past 18 years. Michael stepped forward, taking his hand. "Has truly been a great honor, sir." After he finished speaking, his tears continued to fall, but a contented smile appeared on his face. Now John couldn't hold back anymore and admitted, "What a fool." Then he passed away peacefully in Michael's arms. The rain had not yet stopped. Veronica, witnessing this scene, was deeply moved. A mystical purple light suddenly appeared in the dark space. As soon as Zay saw him stand up, he asked, "Are you going to move John's body?" Michael immediately replied, "Yes. We need to give him a proper funeral. Luckily, the district's equipment is still intact." Next, he asked quietly, "Zay, was I really that much of a burden to him?" Veronica immediately retorted, "Impossible." He also denied it. "That's not it." Hearing this, she turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. "Zay." He spoke up at the same time. "John was strict with you because he was worried about you." Remembering that time, Zay thought, "The last time I spoke with John, he knew that when he mentioned Michael, his heart was filled with white manna. So he was sure that, to John, Michael was probably like family. That's why he didn't want to assign him dirty work." Finally, Zay concluded, "Simply because he cared about you." On the other side, Michael hesitated and said, "But without him." He sadly blamed himself. "I'm just someone who can't shine on my own." But Zay immediately refuted that self-deprecation. "That's not true." He continued bluntly, "You seem like someone who can live and achieve what you want." This surprised Michael greatly. "Are you talking about me?" Zay didn't confirm it, but in his heart, he said, "I can't inject emotions into Michael." He quietly recalled, "The people I can't inject emotions into all share one characteristic. It's a small, fingernail-sized star floating in the center of their soul. And that star most likely represents faith. The strength to steadfastly believe in what one thinks is right." In Zay's heart, it was that very star. It gives them a great advantage in achieving their goals. Zay believed, because that faith is not easily swayed. With that thought, he spoke up, "You'll do fine." Although initially surprised, Michael happily accepted those words. "Thank you." Then he also turned and left, leaving Veronica and Zay behind. Waiting until Michael was gone, she spoke excitedly. "Zay, you spoke very well just now." But Zay only replied, "I just said what I truly felt." On the other side, Veronica was still smiling as she spoke. "When you used the enslavement magic on the rock deer just now, you had a moment of realization, didn't you?" After speaking, she added, "There's no way I wouldn't have noticed such a strong mana flow. Have you placed your second circle already?" Hearing this, he immediately denied it. "It's a 1.5 circle, higher than the first, but not yet reaching the second." Veronica didn't understand and asked, "What does that mean?" But he just said, "I'll explain when we get back to base." She thought disappointedly, So you're not going to tell me right now? But she continued to ask, but that rock deer just now, what was it really? Veronica looked into the distance and continued. It disappeared into the sky with a flash of light. It was really beautiful. Just then, Kyoza's voice rang out. It really is beautiful. So beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off it for even a second. Then he said with a regretful tone, I should have caught it, but I couldn't. If I had tried, I probably would have shattered like an ice statue. As soon as Zay saw him, he wondered, where did it come from? Kyoza's smiling face immediately changed expression 180 degrees when he saw him. Veronica was extremely panicked. The shadow of the mask is moving? Kyoza, hearing this, said with a concerned look, this matter is just as important. After speaking, he raised his voice. What is your true identity? Seeing that he still didn't say anything, Kyoza continued. No matter how I look at it, I still can't understand. You're not even a homunculus, yet you're so emotionless. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. And you can even manipulate other people's emotions. That's a technique only the doctor can use. Hearing this, Zay silently assessed, this guy is dangerous. He used his skills and then discovered he was a fourth circle mage. So he immediately and silently informed Veronica, if there's a fight, run straight to the car. I'll follow. She replied, I understand. Seeing that he said nothing, Kyoza began to lose patience. Hey, why don't you answer? He kept urging, I told you to answer. Answer me now. But the only reply to Kyoza was a dead silent space. This ignited a rage within him. Kyoza repeated only one sentence over and over. Answer me. Answer me now. Answer me. He even launched a threatening attack. Before I tear you to pieces. But Zay just stared at the man, without a trace of fear. In contrast to Veronica, she was so scared her face turned pale. It feels like mana is crushing my body. Just then, Veronica's trembling hand was taken by another. She looked in surprise at the owner of that hand, silently calling his name in her heart. On the other side, Kyoza still maintained his fierce expression and said, if you don't answer right now, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. So Zay didn't pay any attention and even calmly challenged, go ahead and try. If you can. His emotional ratio is abnormal. Light purple mana is flooding his body, just like when Zay injected artificial emotions into Kale. And the emotion associated with that mana flow is, with that thought, he said, go ahead and kill me. Immediately after, Zay added, but if you kill me, the only one who can answer your question will disappear forever. It was curiosity. As expected, Kyoza had revealed an opening. You little brat. Stop with the cheap scare tactics. Zay replied calmly. You just spoke as if you could read my emotions. So do you think I'm the type of person to lie without reason? He calmly posed the problem. I'm the one asking the questions. You're the one who has to answer. You'd better answer. If you answer, I'll answer back. Suddenly, an attack appeared right next to the two of them, terrifying Veronica. Kyoza replied excitedly. Are you proposing a question exchange? All right. That sounds fair. As soon as he said, I don't know what you are, but I ask one, you ask one, Zay quickly cut him off. The exchange rate is 4-1. As if it wasn't clear enough, he explained, you ask one, I ask four. Hearing this, he could only grit his teeth and ask, you. But Zay just said, if you don't like that rate, I can adjust it a little. 3-1. I won't agree to anything lower. So Kyoza began to calculate. This damn brat, is he playing with me? Well, I have nothing to lose. If I don't like it, I'll just kill them all. After a while, he finally decided. What do you want to know? Zay's voice rang out again. First question, reveal your identity. He replied with a sneer. I am Kyoza. After speaking, Kyoza continued. To those who hold Walter's ring, I am a high-ranking member of Mercrit, the organization Walter once belonged to. Hearing this, Zay wondered to himself, a ring identical to Walter So's? While he was lost in thought, Kyoza spoke up again with a warning. Don't waste any more time. Lying is useless, because I can read your emotions. This made Zay think deeply. Kyoza, he recalled, that was one of the names that appeared in the photo Walter had. After confirming, Zay continued. Good. At least we don't have to worry about lying. Second question, where did you suddenly appear from? Were you following me before? Kyoza didn't bother to hide it and answered directly. I was hiding in John's shadow. I witnessed every moment John met you. Though in the end, I switched to the shadow of another corpse. Another question was posed. Third question, why were you hiding in John's shadow? He continued, I was just following the organization's orders. To watch Blue. Zay heard the strange name and instinctively wanted to ask, Blue. But he was flatly refused. Your turn to ask is over. Now it's my turn. As soon as it was his turn, Kyoza asked directly, how did you get Walter's ring? The answer he gave was also shorter and more concise than ever. I killed him. After receiving this answer, Kyoza was suddenly stunned. But very quickly, he returned to his normal state. So that's how it is. He was always a fool. Kyoza even took the opportunity to tease, a blindly loyal man. How pitiful. Hearing this, he thought to himself, as I predicted. No reaction at all. When he asked, Kyoza wasn't really interested in Walter, but the ring. Next, Zay asked another question. Your turn is over. It's my turn to ask. How did you know I had Walter's ring? He held up the ring and explained. Each high-ranking member has a ring like this. They are items bestowed by the doctor. Kyoza's steady voice rang out. Those rings can sense each other's location and are engraved with a modified binding magic. Hearing this, Zay couldn't help but think, binding magic? Back then, Mr. Rao only detected and removed the extraction magic from the ring. Could that binding spell be so sophisticated that even his eyes couldn't perceive it? The question he was most curious about right now was, if that's the case, then what kind of person is the doctor who cast that spell? But Zay didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked another question. Second question, tell me about the mad deer you call Blue. Why is your organization tracking it? He happily agreed. I'll tell you. It's not a big secret anyway. After speaking, Kyoza began to elaborate. The one we call Blue is a mystical creature that the organization has been tracking for a long time. The blue gem on its forehead is its source of power. Then he added, and it is said that the gem and memories are passed on to the successor when the current one passes away. Hearing this, Zay understood. So that's how it is. Veronica, on the other side, also began to think. Roger only lived for about 15 years. I don't think it can be the same one from decades ago. But if the memories are passed down, then it makes sense. Zay moved on to a new question. Next, tell me about the Mercrit organization. Kyoza replied with a bored tone. Mercrit is an organization founded by that doctor. Its operatives work independently across the continent, following his orders. There are too many to count, of all ranks and names. He calmly assessed. The people inside aren't very loyal to the organization. You only say things when I ask. But then Kyoza spoke up. Now it's my turn. What is your identity? Zay hadn't even answered when he quickly asked again. Are you a homunculus? Faced with this question, he just said, I don't know what a homunculus is. A second later, Zay calmly added, but I am human. Remembering the countless emotions and experiences from his childhood, Zay suddenly felt a lump in his throat, unable to say another word. Just then, Veronica's small hand gently squeezed his. Although she said nothing, her determined expression gave him immense strength. This was completely unexpected for Zay, so he was very surprised. Then Zay continued, just a human. I don't belong anywhere. Just a wandering orphan. Hearing this, Kyoza replied with some satisfaction. So, a human. There are a few things that don't add up if you're a homunculus. Not letting him be happy for long, Zay quickly spoke up. It's my turn again. Tell me about that doctor. So Kyoza began a long speech. The doctor is the head of Mercrit. He also raised all the current operatives. He paused for a second, then added, but no one knows his true identity. He always hides his face behind a mask and glasses and uses a voice changer. He thought to himself, the adult holding the children in that photo must be the doctor. However, he still asked out loud. The power stones that the members carry. I heard they are issued by the organization. Kyoza replied with some surprise. You're quite well informed. The doctor issues them as standard equipment, but they're fakes. This time, it was his turn to be surprised. Fakes, he revealed. The one the doctor keeps is the real one. After speaking, Kyoza added, he has a gem of the exact same shape and size as the one on Blue's forehead, just a different color. Hearing this, Zay exclaimed, a rainbow split into 7 pieces. Kyoza, not expecting him to know, said, so you know about the rainbow? Zay replied nonchalantly, there isn't a mage who doesn't. While Veronica thought to herself, you look so excited, Kyoza spoke carelessly, You're thinking the doctor's gym might be a piece of the rainbow, that he built the organization and sent his operatives to collect the remaining pieces. After speaking, he said playfully, I think so too. But Zay didn't pay any attention and just said, next question. You have the ability to read other people's emotions. So what do you mean by only the doctor can manipulate emotions? Now Kyoza frowned again. I feel emotions, whether I want to or not. It's a curse. All because of that damn doctor. The one I want to tear to pieces. He asked curiously, you hate him that much? But Kusa replied angrily. Do you think that one weak word is enough to describe my rage? While she stood beside him, silently marveling. He's continuing the questions so smoothly. Zay had already posed another problem for him. So why do you still follow him? He had just finished speaking when a burst of power suddenly exploded. This time, Kyoza was truly angry. If I could, I would have killed him right away. If it weren't for his damn ability. After speaking, he said with rare seriousness, that's why I'll smell you when I see you. Your emotions are abnormal. It's almost like you feel nothing. Next, Kyoza spoke in a low, dark tone. And when you controlled the mana in the air, I saw you amplify the desires of others. Now Zay didn't bother to hide it anymore. I'm also searching for the rainbow somewhere. Then he asked repeatedly, how can I meet the doctor? Is the doctor a mage? How many rings are there? Kusa, hearing this, said with a bored tone, what are you talking about? Even if you meet the doctor, manipulating emotions. Suddenly, he froze for a second, as if he had just discovered something strange. Kyoza looked at him and thought, this brat, he doesn't feel any emotions at all. While Zay was still speaking, you understand. I don't feel emotions. And even if I did, I could extinguish them in an instant. This statement seemed to have accidentally hit his funny bone. For some reason, after that, Kusa agreed to his proposal. All right, I'll tell you how to meet the doctor. Kyoza smiled coldly, his tone contemptuous. That professor. If he didn't have the ability to control other people's emotions and force them to do his bidding, he's so weak that a single light touch could kill him. He shrugged lightly and continued. So, stealing the rainbow fragment from him is child's play. Zay maintained a calm gaze and asked directly. So where can I find him? Kyoza let out a light laugh, his eyes glinting as he prepared to use his ability. You won't find him. In a moment of carelessness, he quickly acted and took the ring from him. Kusa held up the ring, his voice low as if performing a ritual. I will adjust the ring's binding magic for you. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and a faint light emanated from the metal surface. Kyoza looked at Zay, continuing to explain the new function. Now you can use it to find the location of other executives. Of course, the others, whether they are executives or assassins, will not be able to find you. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the mana spreading from the ring. I can feel for other rings, besides Kyoza's. Zay continued to concentrate, pinpointing the locations of the remaining targets. All the remaining rings are located along the Eden River. He opened his eyes, his voice low as he understood what he had to do next. You mean, I have to take down all the other executives? He smiled with a hidden meaning, as if he had been waiting for this question. That's right. When they fall one by one, the professor will be forced to show himself. Well then, I've told you how to meet the professor. Kyoza tilted his head, his eyes sharp as he turned to his question for Zay. It's my turn to ask a question. How can you control other people's emotions? As soon as the question was finished, his expression immediately changed, becoming heavier. Zay looked straight at him, his voice cold as if he was keeping an important secret. I can't tell you that. Kyoza frowned, clearly not satisfied with the blunt refusal. What? Veronica was startled. Zay. He closed his eyes, his voice low and full of suspicion. What did you just say? He stood there calmly, his cold eyes replying. When we agreed to exchange questions, I never said I would answer all of your questions. Zay's voice was firm as if to end the whole thing. Besides, this exchange is over. I have no more questions. At this moment, a series of questions still appeared in his mind, but Zay held them back. Actually, I have a lot I want to ask. He was silently on guard, his eyes darkening slightly as he thought, but I don't know how Kyoza will act when his curiosity is satisfied. He gritted his teeth, his expression becoming annoyed. You arrogant brat. Kyoza raised his hand, and mana began to gather around it, signaling an attack. I'll tear you to pieces. Zay stood still, his sharp eyes noticing something unusual in his opponent's expression. A lie. His body shows he's more curious than angry. Veronica took a step forward, cleverly interjecting before the situation became dangerous. You should save what you're most curious about for last. That way, you can keep the anticipation. She tried to keep her voice calm, offering a simple example. That's why I always save the strawberry on the strawberry cake to eat last. As soon as the words were out, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Both sides were silent. Veronica was flustered, realizing she had just said something rather odd. She lamented silently in her head, her face slightly red. Why did I get involved in this? He smirked slightly, seemingly convinced by the unexpected explanation. That makes sense. Hyoza stared at Zay, his eyes glinting with an unreadable interest. The white child, huh? I'll keep an eye on you. His voice carried a strange anticipation and excitement. As the red child said, I'll save the greatest pleasure for last. Hyoza smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with excitement as he thought of what lay ahead. I'm looking forward to you. The space around him began to swirl, and his body gradually dissolved into the strange vortex. Well then, see you later, you arrogant child. The space returned to silence as Hyoza vanished, leaving the two of them standing there, bewildered. Veronica panted, her hand on her chest, still not completely calm. I thought I was really going to die. But, are we going to be okay? She frowned in thought, her gaze still fixed on the spot where he had just disappeared. We didn't answer what he was most curious about. Zay held out his hand, his gaze steady. Take my hand. He explained briefly, his voice even. I intentionally didn't answer because that's what he's most curious about. That way, I can continue to use him. Zay continued. Well then, let's go back to the inn and rest. He looked at her and thought. Veronica maintained the barrier throughout the battle. She needs to rest. She forced a smile, her body trembling slightly from exhaustion. Understood. To be honest, I'm about to pass out too. The two of them quickly moved, getting into the car and leaving that place with their minds still tense. Zay focused on driving, his eyes on the road ahead, while Veronica stared blankly outside. Suddenly, she flinched, her eyes widening as she spotted something in the distance. Zay. Veronica pointed ahead, her voice urgent as if she had just discovered something important. Zay, look. He followed her finger, tilting his head slightly to look into the distance with a guarded expression. On the high mountain peak ahead, a herd of stone deer stood still, as if waiting. Leading the herd was the familiar blue stone deer, and beside it was the little fawn. It cried out happily, its eyes shining brightly when it saw the two of them below. She smiled softly, emotions swelling as she saw that fawn was still safe. I thought you had already left with your family. Veronica tilted her head, her voice gentle as if speaking to a close friend. Did you come back to say goodbye? The mother stone deer looked down, her eyes gentle as if understanding their feelings. It slowly closed its eyes and bowed its head, a sincere thank you sent to the two of them. Zay froze, feeling the sincerity radiating from the creature before him. He gently closed his eyes, as if returning that silent greeting and gratitude. She waved her hand, smiling softly as she said her final goodbye. Goodbye? Make sure you grow up strong and healthy. After speaking, Veronica sat back down in her seat, her body gradually relaxing after the emotional moment. She smiled softly, her voice carrying a sense of relief. It's such a relief to see Fawn happy with its family. We even got to say goodbye. Veronica turned to Zay, her eyes becoming more serious as she wanted to ask something. But hey, Zay. She hesitated slightly, but still decided to ask. I have something to ask. Do you mind? Veronica paused, her eyes anxious as she prepared to ask the sensitive question. She took a deep breath, then directly asked what she still didn't clearly understand. What he said about controlling emotions, what did that mean? After asking, Veronica looked at him, her eyes expectant but also full of worry. Zay remained silent for a moment, his gaze lowering as if weighing something. It seems it's time. He kept his voice calm, his eyes looking straight ahead. I'll explain everything when we get back to the district. The waiter approached the table, setting the food down with a friendly smile. Here's your food. Phillip nodded slightly, reaching out to take the meal with a polite attitude. Thank you. He smiled, pushing a plate of food toward Zay while introducing the diner. This place is famous for its good food. Here, have some more. You must be tired after today. Eat up. Phillip suddenly remembered something important, looking up to ask with curiosity. All right, what about John and Kale? Did the plan go smoothly? He placed his hands on the table, his eyes serious as he prepared to say something important. First of all, there's something I need to tell you guys. Zay paused for a moment, as if considering the best way to say it. He looked straight at the two of them, his voice lowering as he revealed his ability. I can see other people's emotions. Zay placed his hands on the table, his voice calm as he explained clearly. All mana has a color, and I can see those colors with my eyes. He continued, his gaze slowing down as he described how emotions worked. When a person feels a certain emotion, the mana carrying the corresponding color will begin to move. And I can tell what they're feeling by looking at the color of the mana gathering in the vessel near their heart. Phillip widened his eyes and asked, so that means you're seeing our emotions? Right now. Zay nodded slightly, confirming it without hesitation and with a very natural attitude. That's right. Veronica lowered her head in thought. Mana has color? If that's true, the entire academic world would be turned upside down. She shook her head, still unable to fully believe the absurd thing he had just said. I find that hard to believe. Emotions have colors, and you can see them? Zay looked straight at the two of them, his voice even as he began to describe what he saw. When I look at your vessel, I see dark blue mana. That's usually the color of confusion. Zay shifted his gaze to her, observing more closely before saying, when I look closely at Veronica's vessel, I see embarrassment, disappointment, resentment, and a slight sense of disorientation. Veronica immediately blushed, hurriedly speaking up to stop him out of sheer embarrassment. I believe you. Can you stop now? Phillip chuckled softly, chiming in half-jokingly. Besides, you're not the type to lie. What a surprise. He wiped his face, his voice dropping as he revealed more of his abilities. Furthermore, I can control other people's emotions. Zay turned to call the waiter, his voice as normal as if nothing special had happened. Excuse me. She flinched and asked, what? He frowned, repeating the important word with a tone of questioning surprise. Control. The waiter approached the table, bowing slightly with a polite demeanor. Do you need something? He took out some money, his voice calm. I forgot to tip you. Zay placed the coin on the table, pushing it gently toward the waiter. Your tip. The waiter's eyes lit up, his voice full of surprise and joy upon receiving the money. Thank you so much. A whole shilling. How generous. Veronica panicked. Phillip tilted his head, and Zay muttered in astonishment. It's just 1 shilling. The man bowed repeatedly, clearly grateful for the seemingly small gesture. Thank you. Thank you so much. He waved his hand slightly, his voice light as if signaling the end of the exchange. All right, I get it. You can go. Zay continued explaining. It's simply that. I can inject an emotion into someone else's vessel. He continued, his voice more serious. Of course, I can only do it when that emotion already exists in their vessel. He replied, truly amazing. Phillip suddenly remembered something important and asked immediately with a slightly wary look. Have you ever injected emotions into us? Zay shook his head slightly, answering frankly. Some people can't have their emotions manipulated, including you guys. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Phillip leaned back in his chair, nodding in realization. Anyway, this is definitely a huge advantage for our future journeys. Veronica softly called his name, her eyes serious. Zay. She looked straight at him, her voice slowing down as if probing for the truth. Are you hiding anything else from us? Zay looked straight at her, his voice slowing down as if probing for the truth behind it. I also. Zay paused for a moment, his eyes darkening slightly before he continued to speak. Cannot feel emotions. Veronica and Phillip froze, their eyes widening upon hearing the unexpected revelation. He continued to explain, his voice even as if speaking of a familiar truth. More accurately, my emotional range is very narrow. Zay continued to explain, his voice even as if speaking of a familiar truth. Even if I can feel a few types if I focus to the utmost, they only last for a fleeting moment. In his mind, an imagined reaction appeared. His voice rang out full of insecurity. What? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. That's a bit scary. She chimed in, pretty creepy. Zay sat still, his eyes distant as the imagined thoughts gradually became clear in his head. But the reality was different. Phillip just nodded slightly as if he understood. So that's how it is. She looked at him, her voice gentle and completely devoid of any fear. I already thought you were weird from the start. She let out a soft laugh. Yeah, everything makes sense now. Veronica nodded along. Her expression relaxed as if a long-held question had just been answered. That's right. Zay looked up, his eyes wavering as he realized their reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. Why? Why aren't you guys scared? Don't you find it weird? She smiled, tilting her head to look at him. Come on, we're friends. Phillip rested his elbows on the table, speaking in a natural tone as if it were obvious. Friends naturally understand each other. Veronica suddenly changed her attitude, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Say, you have to say it too. Say that Veronica and Phillip are my friends, and Veronica is the most beautiful person in the world. He immediately turned to retort, looking helpless in the face of that excessive confidence. Veronica, have you ever heard of something called a conscience? Watching the two of them bicker, he felt a new emotion welling up in his heart. Zay gently closed his eyes, as if he had just realized something important about this relationship. Friends. I understand now. We are friends. The next day, Phillip walked beside the two of them and said, Really? So that's what happened with John and Kale. The stone deer had the blue gem, and even a manager of red, Kyosa. He continued to think, his voice dropping. Maybe we have to look out for the managers of red from now on. They're getting more and more dangerous. Zay kept walking steadily, his eyes looking straight ahead as he replied in a calm voice. Well, we're already going upstream the El River anyway. The plan hasn't changed much. Veronica frowned, showing doubt when thinking about the accuracy of the information they received. But is that information reliable? That kid lied. The three of them suddenly stopped in front of an old, dilapidated house. The surrounding space fell silent. She looked around, her eyes flashing with surprise as she realized. I didn't expect there to be clues about the black rain in this place. Phillip stepped forward, reached out to knock on the door, and called out politely. Is anyone here? Hello. He waited a moment, then spoke when he didn't hear any response. Is there no one inside? Zay stood behind, his eyes focused as he sensed something. There's someone inside. Zay looked straight ahead, using his ability to detect signs of mana inside the house. A faint image appeared in his mind. I see a vessel with black mana behind the door. Phillip didn't hesitate, pushing the door open and stepping inside with a look of curiosity and slight wariness. He began to look around and said, There really is no one. Veronica stood outside, calling after him when she saw him step inside too. Zay. He approached a large wooden barrel placed in the corner of the room, his eyes becoming serious. Zay called out, his voice calm but firm as if he already knew the identity of the person. Uncle Hander. He continued, his eyes still fixed on the wooden barrel. I want to talk to you about the black rain. Phillip stood behind and said, So there really is someone. Meanwhile, she stared at the chest, whispering softly. Inside a chest? He breathed a sigh of relief when he finally escaped from being stuck. Thanks for pulling me out. Hander scratched his head awkwardly, explaining the reason he ended up in that bizarre situation. I hid because I thought you guys were debt collectors. I didn't expect to get stuck. He looked at him, a hint of sympathy rising in his mind at the ironic situation. Poor guy? Veronica frowned slightly, complaining inwardly. And the strong smell of alcohol. Hander steadied himself, his eyes gradually becoming more serious when the important topic was brought up. Anyway, you said you came to ask about the black rain? He stared at Zay, his eyes looking a bit unusual, as if he realized something. Aren't you? Hander's eyes were glued to the bottle of wine in his hand, his pupils trembling slightly in shock. Flaw number 3. The Black Label 2. Upon realizing the true value of that rare bottle of wine, he immediately lunged forward to snatch it. Zay remained calm, his eyes sharp and cold as if forcing the other party to cooperate. Can you tell me the details? Hander clenched his jaw, his hands trembling slightly out of both regret and annoyance at not being able to get the wine. He slowly recounted. Those sprouts, they aren't normal sprouts. They didn't die even when hit by the black rain. They sprouted even in this polluted soil. I didn't water them at all, yet they still grew on their own. Veronica intently observed the strange sprouts with a look of curiosity mixed with amazement. It really is strange. I've never seen this type of plant in any botany book. This is the first time I've felt this kind of sprout. He crossed his arms in thought, linking the details together before asking. You said it grew from a seed you received and planted, right? He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he recalled the incident. Actually, it's more accurate to say someone dropped it. Hander let out a sigh, his eyes gradually becoming distant as he reminisced. About 3 months ago, I saw a traveler collapsed in the desert. He shrugged, his voice carrying a bit of shame, but still very frank as he confessed his initial thoughts. I thought he was about to die, so I figured I'd search him to see if there was anything worth taking. Just as Hander reached out to search him, the man who seemed dead suddenly sat up and grabbed his wrist tightly, startling him. Lucas's voice was weak, as if he was about to breathe his last, reaching out his hand toward him, begging in despair. Give me food. Lucas took the food handed to him and, without hesitation, began to devour it immediately. Lucas wiped his mouth and let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. It tastes terrible, but at least it's edible. I'm still a bit hungry. Hander gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. That madman just ate 16 cans of food. Lucas's eyes became more serious when talking about repaying the favor. I can't leave this debt unpaid. Lucas reached into his pocket, took out a small object, and tossed it lightly toward him, his eyes calm. Take this. Hander caught it, his mind immediately jumping to its value rather than its meaning. Is this a rare seed? How much can I sell it for? He asked back, what kind of seed is this? Lucas had no intention of explaining further, only gesturing for Hander to try planting it. Just try planting it. Lucas's voice rang out one last time in the sandy wind, light but clear. When the time comes, you'll know. Hander's eyes were still filled with annoyance as he recalled that bizarre encounter from the other day, and he spoke up in frustration. Yeah, that's all he said. It was obvious he was just messing with me. He sighed, his expression a mix of irritation and a hint of interest as he recalled it. Even though I was really annoyed, I was also quite curious. Hander began to wave his hands around, trying to describe it. Not only could the seed grow without water and not be affected by the black rain, but he also showed me a strange thing called magic. And that's not all, he was also ridiculously handsome. His eyes became distant, as if recalling the image of that traveler, his voice lowering in doubt. It felt like I was looking at something that wasn't human. Hander shook his head repeatedly, seemingly still unable to comprehend that strange person. He ate an insane amount, but he gave off a very mysterious vibe. Phillip, standing nearby and listening, couldn't stop analyzing in his head. A mage? And not human? Zay shifted his gaze to her, his eyes serious. Veronica, what do you think? Do we need that seed? She hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. I think it will help in finding a cure for mana poisoning. He turned back to look at him, his voice more decisive. Hander, how many seeds do you have left? He frowned in thought. They're stuffed somewhere in the corner of my house. Probably about 4 seeds. But why? Zay didn't hesitate at all, his eyes calm as if making a very normal offer. We'll buy them all. 10,000 shillings per seed. Hander blinked a few times, clearly surprised by the number he'd just heard. Seeds? Let's see. His mind quickly calculated, a flash of greed appearing in his eyes. Isn't this a huge opportunity? He really looks like a kid from a wealthy family. If I play this right, I can drain him of all his money. He pretended to grimace, acting unsatisfied. Don't you think that price is too low? He maintained his calm gaze. Then how about 12,000 shillings? Hander crossed his arms, his eyes sly. Think carefully. Zay didn't change his expression, his voice becoming more decisive. 15,000. I won't pay higher. He pouted, showing his dissatisfaction. So rich, yet so stingy. Hander emphasized, drawing out his words as if making a reasonable offer. If you pay 30,000 shillings, I'll consider it. A total of 120,000 shillings. Otherwise, I'll have to refuse. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out from behind, interrupting the negotiation. Found you. His murderous gaze was fixed on him like a predator that had found its prey. Hander, you bastard. You finally showed your face. Do you remember what I said last time? He gripped the hammer in his hand tightly, taking a step closer with a cold smile, his voice dropping. Next time you don't pay your debt, I'll hunt you down and beat you to a pulp. Hiding here, huh? Today is the day you die. Without hesitating for another second, The man raised his hammer high, his eyes flashing with cruelty before bringing it down. You're dead. He backed away in panic, his whole body trembling, his hands hurriedly raised to cover his face. Zay stood still, observing for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Let me help you." The mana circulated around his body, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the descending blow. Hander widened his eyes in shock, stammering, unable to hide his fear and astonishment. "Magic?" he thought as he. Zay glanced slightly at him, his voice calm. "I can use it too." He swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his forehead, the thoughts in his head becoming even more chaotic. "A mage?" Hander immediately bowed down and begged, his voice trembling with despair. "Please, I beg you, please save me." He turned his head to look at him, his eyes cold. 120 shillings. Think carefully. After all, it's your life. Hander's voice cracked in panic. What? In his head, he cursed nonstop. That damn brat. Zay still stood blocking the front, his eyes unwavering. "This isn't the time to hesitate." Hander trembled and said, "But..." He tilted his head slightly, his voice calm, but carrying an invisible pressure. "The fee will go up. 130.40. Finally, with no other choice, he screamed in despair. "All right, 120,000. I'll pay." After resolving the trouble, the three of them quickly got back into the car and left the area immediately. Veronica leaned back in her seat, her voice gentle but carrying a hint of curiosity. "Speaking of which, I wonder what kind of person that traveler was." Zay stayed focused on driving, his eyes calm as he replied. "Definitely someone traveling through many areas to study the Black Rain. Right now, that's the most likely possibility." Her eyes sparkled with a bit of hope upon hearing that deduction, as if she had just found a clearer direction. "Really? If so, that's great." He noticed Philip's unusual expression as he sat in silence, so he spoke up and asked directly, "Is something bothering you?" Zay continued to observe, his eyes sharp as if he had seen through his emotions. "I can tell just by looking that you're sad." He gave a forced smile, lowering his eyes, no longer trying to hide it. "Yeah, I really can't hide anything from you." Philip let out a soft sigh, his voice dropping. "It's just, in District 48, I couldn't find any information about my mother." He clenched his hands slightly, his eyes revealing clear disappointment despite trying to stay calm. "I didn't expect to find her immediately, but I thought there would at least be some clues." He stayed silent for a moment, then spoke up with a firm voice. "I'm sure your mother didn't go too far. A person has a limit to how far they can travel." Zay continued, his eyes still looking ahead, but his voice carrying clear reassurance. "I believe in the next district, we'll find some clues." Philip nodded, his eyes softening slightly upon hearing those words of encouragement. "Yeah, I hope so too." The car gradually slowed down and came to a complete stop. He immediately opened the door and stepped out. Zay's voice was brief but clearly signaled their next destination. "We're here." He looked up ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly as he confirmed the location on the map in his head. District 47. In his head, Zay quickly recalculated the distance and travel time. This time it took 8 days. Each district takes less than a day. Veronica ran after him, asking worriedly, "Zay?" She turned to look at him, her voice carrying confusion. "Why did you tell us to change clothes? Maybe the gangs will target us." Zay shrugged slightly, his eyes calm as if he had calculated all potential risks beforehand. "It's fine." Philip, not understanding, repeated, "It's fine." He turned his back, his voice dropping as if reaffirming his decision one more time before acting. "Yeah." Zay's eyes became sharp and cold, his aura completely changing as mana began to circulate around his body. His voice carried a distinct murderous intent. "That was my goal in the first place." The sky gradually turned a dark gray, and a light breeze swept through the empty street, making the air feel colder. A thug was pinned down by him in the blink of an eye, slammed hard against the cracked wall before he could even react. Zay stepped forward, stomping his foot hard on the wall right next to the guy's head. "Answer me." He leaned down slightly, his voice low but full of pressure. "Who is the boss of your gang?" Veronica stood behind watching, sighing inwardly. This is already the 26th time. The thug trembled, his eyes panicked, his voice stuttering as he tried to answer to save his life. "Milam." She frowned slightly upon hearing the familiar name repeated once again. Milam again. He stood next to her and nodded, adding, "Before that, it was Donin, right?" Zay pulled his foot back, his voice cold as he gave an order. "Go tell your boss. I have business to discuss. Tell him to come to Street 16. The thug hurriedly nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay for another second. He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes thoughtful as he began to analyze the situation in this district. "It seems two gangs are dividing this district," Phillip continued, his voice even but carrying clear analytical reasoning. "With a district this large, there should be at least 5 gangs, maybe even dozens. But so far, only those 2 names have appeared." He nodded slightly at his own deduction. That means they are capable of controlling that many people. Phillip took a light breath, delivering his final conclusion with a somewhat tense expression. With this scale, they definitely have at least 200 people. He thought to himself, 200 people. He walked forward in silence, his mind quickly shifting to a more advantageous line of thought. Then that's good news. The more manpower, the easier it is to gather information. Walking a bit further, she suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up as she spotted a bookstore along the street. Veronica pointed toward it, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Zay, look." Her eyes were full of anticipation as she made the suggestion, clearly not wanting to miss this opportunity. "Can we stop in here for a bit? I want to see if they have any materials on the Black Ring." He didn't object and replied, "Sure." As soon as she stepped inside, Veronica was immediately overwhelmed by the scale of the place. "It's so big." She quickly walked deeper inside, her eyes regaining focus, her voice full of determination. "Then I'll look for research materials." Phillip also turned in another direction, his eyes showing interest. "I'll go this way. I want to learn more about finance. See you later." He stood still for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the entire vast space of the library. Zay's gaze stopped on a woman standing nearby. Her familiar figure made him unconsciously pay more attention than usual. He looked up at the bookshelf in front of him, his eyes resting on a row of colorful illustrated books. A simple thought flashed through his mind. Picture books. Memories suddenly flooded back. The image of a woman telling stories to children echoed in Zay's mind, bringing a vague, hard-to-name feeling. Come to think of it, Ms. Viola used to tell us a lot of interesting stories. He paused slightly, his gaze lingering longer on those books, as if searching for something familiar from the past. I wonder if any of these books have those stories. Just as Zay reached out to touch a book on the shelf, it unexpectedly slipped from its place and fell to the floor. The woman nearby turned around, bent down to pick up the book, and handed it back to him with a gentle smile. "Oh, you dropped this book." Lena held the book out to him, her eyes friendly but also carrying a bit of curiosity as she observed Zay. "Here you go." He took the book, but his eyes suddenly changed when he looked closely at the face of the woman in front of him. She tilted her head slightly, noticing the strangeness in his gaze, and spoke up to ask, her tone still calm. "Is something wrong?" Lena continued to look straight into Zay's eyes, this time her voice carrying a bit of probing when she didn't get an immediate reaction. "Is there a problem?" Zay's eyes briefly scanned the surroundings, then stopped at the empty space in front of him, and he replied. In his mind, cold deductions flashed as he observed the energy radiating from the other person's body. A Circle 2 mage with a red gem. Zay lightly clenched his hand, feeling the ring, but didn't notice any reaction. Walter's ring isn't reacting, so she's not an executive. His gaze lowered, as if tracing the chaotic streams of emotion. But the strange thing is, in his thoughts, Zay quickly analyzed, his eyes becoming sharp. Her body contains an unusually high amount of negative emotions. She should be suffering from mana poisoning, yet she looks perfectly normal. Is she controlling her own emotions? I should investigate this. From behind, Phillip's voice rang out, breaking his train of thought and pulling Zay back to reality. There you are. He approached with a stack of books in his arms, looking a bit tired but still smiling slightly. Great. Could you help me carry some of these? He paused for a brief moment, his eyes still holding a lingering trace of thought. He suddenly stood frozen. Zay wondered in his head, his gaze still following the woman's figure. Is there something so surprising? A strange association suddenly flashed in his mind as he compared the facial features of the two people. Then he thought, she looks like Phillip. Lena smiled softly, her eyes briefly passing over both of them before speaking with good intentions. He must be your traveling companion. He looked a bit bewildered by the unexpected remark. She looked at the stack of books in Philip's arms, her eyes carrying a bit of surprise and curiosity. It's truly amazing. You look so young, yet you're already reading such difficult books. He awkwardly tried to say something, his lips parting, but the words didn't have time to form. Excuse me, could I? Lena nodded slightly, turning to leave, her gentle voice echoing behind her. Well then, I'll be going now. Her footsteps gradually faded, leaving behind a passing greeting that seemed full of hidden meaning. I hope we'll meet again. The two of them stood still, watching Lena's back disappear into the library and vanish. Zay turned around, his eyes turning serious, his voice dropping as he raised an important question. Do you think that woman could be your mother? He froze slightly, his eyes wavering. I don't know either. Philip lowered his head slightly, his voice slowing down as he tried to make sense of the situation in his heart. I'm not sure. If she were my mother, wouldn't she have recognized me? Another possibility flashed through his mind, making him look down, his eyes becoming troubled. But what if she's intentionally pretending not to recognize me? He narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Philip's expression, a vague guess flashing in his mind. Is he scared? The fact that he was abandoned by his mother. Zay spoke up calmly, his voice steady as if trying to pull his thoughts back to reality. I don't think so. She's a mage. Her necklace also has a red gem. Philip paused for a moment, as if he had just remembered an important detail he had overlooked. Necklace. Now that I think about it. His eyes still held a calculating look, his voice decisive. Let's just investigate to be sure. He nodded slightly, quickly regaining his spirit. I'll add her to the information gathering team's list. Philip glanced around the bookshelf, then turned back and asked, By the way, Zay, have you picked out a book yet? Zay answered quickly, Not yet. Right at that moment, Veronica walked over and said, Are you two both here? He was just about to explain when she quickly caught up with the conversation, looking excited. What? Someone who looks like Philip's mom came here. Philip waved his hand slightly, acting unsure, his voice somewhat awkward. Just a little bit similar. Veronica tilted her head in thought, her eyes flashing with a bit of hope. But you never know. She smiled softly, as if wanting to cheer him up in the middle of their long journey. Maybe you'll be the first of us to achieve your goal. A strange voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the conversation. What did you just say? Donan stepped forward, his tone a mix of warning and annoyance. I told you not to cause trouble in Milam's territory. Do you have a problem? Milam immediately fired back, his eyes sharp and cold, his voice full of murderous intent. Do you want to die, Donan? He took a step back, speaking in a low voice to Veronica. Those two are Milam and Donan, right? She looked back and forth between the two sides, her eyes becoming wary. It seems they came looking for us. Veronica frowned, not understanding why those two had turned to arguing. But why are they arguing? Donan stepped forward, pointing straight at Zay's group, his voice carrying anger. So you're the ones who dared to touch our people. Did you think you could mess with my gang and get away with it? He glared at Milam, clearly showing his contempt and annoyance. Milam, step aside. Don't interfere, you weakling. He glared back at him, his voice lowering provocatively. What? You're the one who should step aside. You want to fight. Donan didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Bring it on. Philip stood behind, frowning as he observed the situation, muttering softly. Their relationship is worse than I thought. Veronica looked worriedly at both sides and said, If this keeps up, won't they actually start fighting? Zay watched in silence, his eyes calm, but in his head, he had already begun to analyze the situation. Maybe. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the fluctuation of mana, noticing the abnormality in their emotions. But instead of anger, they look full of hesitation. It seems they're just trying to intimidate each other. Zay let out a soft sigh, making a decision when he saw the situation could spiral out of control. Even so, if this continues, it could escalate into a major problem. Since I'm here, I might as well resolve it. He slightly raised his hand, his eyes cold as he secretly activated his ability. An invisible stream of energy slipped through, gently seeping into Milam's body without anyone noticing. The power continued to spread, slowly invading Donan's body in a discreet manner. Both of them suddenly froze, a feeling of discomfort rising up that they themselves didn't understand. In their minds, an annoying thought simultaneously appeared, an abnormal surge of frustration. Why is he making me so mad today? He gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming fiercer. This bastard. He clenched his fists, the negative emotions surging up, distorting his thoughts. Have I always hated him this much? Both of them paused for a beat, as if pushed to their limits by their own emotions. The final restraint shattered, and both of them almost lost control in the face of the surging wave of emotions. I can't take this anymore. Donan roared, his voice full of murderous intent, ordering his subordinates without hesitation. Kill them all. A panicked subordinate hurriedly spoke up to remind him. Boss, you said no matter what, we shouldn't fight. Milam whipped around, shouting loudly, no longer able to keep his calm as before. What are you standing there for? Fight. The subordinate stammered, his voice trembling. But you said if we fight, we'll suffer losses. He growled, his eyes cold as ice, directly threatening his own subordinate. Shut up and kill them all. I'll personally deal with anyone who stands still. The subordinates on both sides looked at each other for a moment, then charged forward in unison. The atmosphere instantly descended into chaos, shouts ringing out. One subordinate swung his weapon and charged with clear killing intent. Die, you bastards. Amidst the melee, another guy screamed in pain as he was struck by a surprise attack. My arm. My arm. Zay, Phillip, and Veronica stood silently amidst the chaotic scene, their eyes following the battle unfolding before them. He slightly lowered his gaze, beginning to analyze the rules of movement in his head. Emotions only have two paths. Either they fade away, or they grow stronger. Zay continued to observe, noticing the clear change in the flow of emotions of the two opposing leaders. In the second case, if the accumulated emotions exceed the critical point, his eyes became sharper as he visualized the inevitable consequence. They will explode outward through action. Zay watched quietly, understanding that the actions before him were merely the result of a loss of control. Such emotions that break all balance will lead to unpredictable actions. But once those emotions are consumed, by whatever means, she let out a soft breath, her eyes softening as she realized the rule of balance was gradually returning. The vessel that once shattered will also return to a state of balance. Zay looked at the two people fighting, as if confirming his own deduction. Just like now. His eyes shifted slightly as he thought. Their anger has clearly subsided. Even though they're still fighting, it's probably out of pride. In their heads, amidst the chaos, both Donan and Milam suddenly had an exhausted thought. I don't want to fight anymore. He paused for a brief moment, his eyes wavering as he began to doubt his own actions. Why am I even fighting? Milam shouted. You bastard. He pointed straight at him, his voice full of anger mixed with the suspicion of being betrayed. Did you think I didn't know you kidnapped our people? Donan immediately fired back, his eyes flashing with indignation at being blamed. Bullshit. You're the ones who suddenly. Milam gritted his teeth, continuing to press him, throwing out an even heavier accusation. You sold them to another organization. He couldn't hold back anymore, his anger flaring up once again. Damn it. I'll kill you. Just as the two sides were about to clash again, Zay suddenly stepped forward to intervene. Donan whipped around, his eyes full of anger at being hindered. You. He also immediately turned, his voice full of annoyance. Who do you think you are? Milam growled a warning, refusing to accept interference from an outsider. Don't you dare enter. He didn't say anything, only gently raising his hand. An invisible force immediately pressed down on the two of them. He suddenly felt a wave of pain spread throughout his body, his mind filled with panic. What the hell is this? What is this absurd power? Donan cried out. My arm. He also trembled, his eyes full of shock as he realized the terrifying gap in strength. Is this really the strength of a human? Milam swallowed hard, his eyes wavering as he realized the massive gap in power between the two sides. Was I really planning to fight someone like this? Zay slightly relaxed his hand, and the invisible pressure vanished along with it. Returning their freedom to them, he looked at both of them with a calm gaze, his voice not loud but enough to grab their attention. Have you two vented all your anger? Donan and he both froze. What? Zay didn't give them time to react further, continuing to speak in a decisive tone. Then let's talk. He crossed his arms, his eyes turning serious as he began to ask. So, Children in this district keep going missing? He nodded, his expression turning heavy when the topic was brought up. That's right. Donan clenched his fists, his voice full of indignation as he blamed the other side. It's definitely his doing. I can't believe you'd sell your fellow orphans just because you're short on cash. Milam immediately fired back, his eyes equally fierce. You're the one kidnapping them. He frowned, his expression a mix of annoyance and surprise at the absurd accusation. What? Since when did I? Zay asked further. While searching for the missing children, didn't you find any clues? Donan shook his head, his eyes showing a flash of helplessness as he recalled. Nothing at all. They just suddenly disappeared. He paused, as if remembering something important. Now that I think about it, Milam frowned, beginning to recount a detail he hadn't paid close attention to before. Because the kids kept disappearing, we started patrolling in pairs. Then another kid went missing. His eyes darkened as he recalled the abnormal moment that occurred. The kid who was with him immediately looked for traces. But when he reached a dead end, the other kid was gone. Milam clenched his fists, his voice dropping as he mentioned the most terrifying detail. There was only a patch of red light left behind. Hearing that, Zay's eyes flickered, his mind immediately linking the information he just heard. A patch of red light. He pondered for a moment, his rapid deduction leading to a familiar possibility. If it's a red light, it's highly likely related to red. Zay looked down, his eyes becoming serious as he looked straight at the two leaders. You want to find the kids, right? He didn't hesitate at all, his voice firm. Of course. They're our family. He nodded slightly, his voice dropping, carrying determination. Then from now on, do as I say. Zay stood straight in the middle of the street, his eyes resolute. I will save those kids. Right after that, he slightly raised his hand, activating his magic and leaving an invisible mark on their bodies, and said. Zay looked around once, his voice calm, but carrying a clear command. Now, all of you disperse. He crossed his arms, his eyes sharp, continuing to give instructions. Just do what you normally do out on the streets. Now go. The subordinates quickly nodded. Donan took a step forward, calling Zay back with a serious yet worried look. Zay. He looked straight at him, his voice dropping as he asked an important question. Can we really find the missing children this way? He didn't answer immediately, his eyes quietly observing the surroundings, his mind beginning to calculate. I wonder if they're suspecting anything. After a moment of silence, Zay spoke up, his calm voice making the listeners freeze. Today, a child will go missing here. Donan flinched, his eyes widening. What? What did you say? In his mind, the pieces of information quickly pieced together into a logical chain. According to their testimonies, someone goes missing every 2 to 3 days. Zay continued to analyze, his eyes gradually becoming more focused. And the last disappearance was 3 days ago. I'm certain the red light will appear on the street again. If the red light they mentioned is truly magic. His train of thought went deeper into the nature of magic. Magic is simply the gathering of mana. It's the combination of discrete parts. Zay gently closed his eyes for a moment, as if reconstructing the entire operational process in his head. If the structural components retain even a little bit of their original shape, I can pinpoint the moment the magic is activated and its subsequent operational process. He opened his eyes, his voice becoming decisive. Don't worry. Just protect me. From now on, I have to focus. He and Milam looked at each other for a moment, then nodded in unison. Understood. Zay slightly curled his lips in a calm smile, letting the flow of mana spread throughout the surrounding space. He closed his eyes, focusing his entire consciousness on tracking the slightest movements. Amidst the expanding wave of hazy energy, Zay frowned slightly. I can feel it. His thoughts became sharp, analyzing every detail of the magic structure, the position and shape of each element, as well as their density and trajectory. Let's try expanding the sensory range. Zay slightly shifted his hand, controlling the mana to spread further, surpassing its initial limits. In his invisible vision, he spotted a group of subordinates gathering at Pub 182. In another direction, the tracking mark of another person was still clear within his sensory range. At that exact moment, a surge of murderous intent suddenly closed in from behind him. He jolted his eyes open, his breathing momentarily becoming rapid before quickly stabilizing. He approached, his voice low and full of anticipation. Did you find it? Veronica also asked, Did you find it? Before he could answer, Zay sprang up, his eyes locked onto a distant direction. She called out in alarm, Zay. In his mind, the sensory map gradually became clear, leading him through each street. Street 182. I'm sure it's this direction. When he stopped at the destination, Zay saw a red light covering the area. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as he recognized its true nature. A patch of red light. The light suddenly tore through the wind, flashing past Zay's eyes in a split second. Without hesitation, he immediately utilized his power, his body bursting with speed to give chase. Zay dashed through the space, the distance quickly closing bit by bit. In his mind, all the data gradually pieced together into a clear conclusion. I'm certain now. His train of thought continued to guide him, like an unerring compass. At the end of this light, Zay's eyes grew colder as he reached his final conclusion. I will find the source of the disappearances. When he stopped, he frowned slightly, observing his surroundings. An abandoned house. He thought, a quick analysis appearing in his mind. I can feel binding magic. Did that light spit the child out? Phillip spoke up first, his voice tinged with urgency. Zay, we finally caught up. He stopped and asked, Are all the missing children here? Zay answered with a firm voice, highly likely. Veronica stepped forward, reaching out to feel the barrier, her expression gradually turning serious. There's a very strong ceiling barrier here. I'm not skilled enough to break it. She turned to the two of them, offering a temporary solution with a bit of hesitation. Should we stack some stuff to climb over the wall? Zay shook his head. Going straight in would be too dangerous. We don't know who the enemy is. Veronica suddenly had another idea, her eyes lighting up. Then how about this? She pointed down at the black cat, smiling as she introduced it. This is Nero. I mentioned him before. He narrowed his eyes at the familiar cat. He remembered. Is that the stray cat that was wandering outside the inn? Since when did you get so close to it? Veronica stroked its soft fur. Animals have always liked me since I was little. She began to explain her plan. I'll share my senses with Nero as his contractor. That way, I can see, hear, and feel everything Nero feels. Phillip crossed his arms in thought, then nodded. That will ensure our safety. We can use the cat to observe the inside of the mansion. Veronica turned to him, her eyes carrying a bit of expectation. Zay, do you want to try sharing senses? She tilted her head, gently instructing him. Sharing senses requires a strong bond, so try greeting him with all your heart. Veronica smiled, trying to illustrate it in the simplest way possible. Like, nice to meet you. The cat suddenly bristled, baring its teeth and letting out an annoyed yowl. She let out a soft sigh, shrugging slightly as if the reaction wasn't too surprising. As expected, it didn't work. Zay looked at it and thought, makes sense. Not only is it a difficult technique to perform, but it also requires a strong emotional bond. Veronica suddenly blinked, as if remembering another, more feasible option. Then try this method. She handed him some complex notes with various magic formulas. I tried improving the sense-sharing formula. Even if the bond is weak, it can still be executed. Zay glanced at the intricate symbols, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. There are so many formulas. Did she really prepare all of these for me? Veronica waved her hand slightly, as if to ease the pressure on him. We can't try them all today. Take your time. Zay shook his head, his eyes calm as if he had already made his own decision. No need. He took a step forward, his voice dropping as if full of certainty. I can try them all at once. She froze for a moment, her eyes clearly showing astonishment at that bold intention. Is he planning to try all these magic formulas at the same time? Zay looked at the cat backing away, clearly sensing the fluctuation in its emotions. Is it scared? He slowly crouched down, reaching out to gently stroke the trembling cat's head. In his heart, Zay transmitted a clear and undisguised thought. Nice to meet you. I won't hurt you. He closed his eyes, letting his entire consciousness merge into the flow of mana connecting with the small creature. A few seconds later, Zay opened his eyes, his gaze having changed significantly. Phillip leaned in, unable to hide the curiosity in his voice. Did it work? Veronica immediately asked. Zay, can you see? In his new vision, he recognized his own reflection through the cat's eyes. Zay let out a soft exclamation upon seeing himself from a different perspective for the first time. So this is what my face looks like. He nodded slightly, his voice calm, but containing a clear confirmation. It worked. She and he almost spoke in unison, unable to hide their surprise. Really? Veronica breathed a sigh of relief, clutching her chest as if a huge burden had been lifted. It worked. Thank goodness. I wasn't sure if any of them would actually work. Zay turned his head to look toward the mansion, his eyes returning to their familiar cold state. Now then, let's investigate. He gave a slight signal, simultaneously controlling Nero to start moving forward. Let's enter the mansion. It nimbly approached the large doors of the mansion, its small body slipping into the darkness. Inside, it was pitch black. The space was suspiciously silent, even though the place still looked clean. A faint red aura brushed past its paws, cold and uncomfortable. Through the link, Zay observed every detail around him with intense focus. It's really clean and tidy. His thoughts continued to analyze the abnormality of the scene before him. This place should have been abandoned a long time ago. The cat stopped in front of a door, where a soft laugh echoed out. Zay narrowed his eyes within the link, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It sounds like children laughing. Suddenly, he flinched. His vision still didn't show him anyone inside. I can't see anything. Right at that moment, Lena's voice rang out right in front of him, gentle yet full of hidden meaning. Oh my, what a lovely guest we have here. Lena was still holding the black cat in her arms, her eyes revealing a look of disdain. You shouldn't be here. Lena probed Zay, her eyes showing unprecedented surprise. How did you get in? Glancing at Lena, Zay quickly searched his memories for her. This woman, she's the one from the bookstore. The mage I suspected of belonging to Red. Zay continued to immerse himself in his thoughts. He watched Lena's back. Did she kidnap the children and bring them here? Lena whipped around. She held the cat, intending to leave the place. I'll have to show you out. Zay's mind was still filled with countless thoughts about Lena. He kept asking himself, for what purpose? Right then, Lena continued speaking. She walked slowly in her high heels. Actually, it's quite surprising. Lena closed her eyes, seemingly recalling something. I didn't expect the young man I met at the bookstore to be a mage. Lena lifted the black cat in her hands. As human eyes met cat eyes, she revealed an enigmatic smile. You really are an interesting mage. After a moment, Lena gently set the black cat down. She spoke slowly. You must have been in a hurry to use control magic like that. Lena crouched down, and the black cat settled on the doorway. Lena looked at the cat and asked, if so, how about you come play with me? Lena looked at the cat. In the cat's yellow eyes, a small spark of fire appeared. You'll have a fun time with the other children too. With that, Lena stood up. The wind from outside made her dress flutter slightly. Well then, I'll be waiting. Zay looked a bit pensive, seemingly pondering something. At this moment, Zay was sitting on the bed. Veronica kindly came to check on him. Zay, are you okay? Phillip also came to check on Zay, immediately following up on Veronica's question. Was anyone there? Was it dangerous? Zay answered slowly, to the surprise and astonishment of Veronica and Phillip. The master of the mansion. I think it's fine if we meet her in person. A new day had arrived. Lena, with a bright, radiant smile, opened the door to welcome her guests. The next morning, welcome. These guests turned out to be Zay, Veronica, and Phillip. Both Veronica and Phillip had worried expressions on their faces. Zay alone looked incredibly resolute. Lena welcomed them, the young mage, and your friends. After the greetings, Lena led Zay's group to tour her mansion. Not long after walking, Veronica noticed something strange. She asked her friends, all the lights are off. Phillip also noticed this, his face showing more and more concern. Even though it's daytime, they're all off. Zay didn't answer, as he was busy piecing the events together. Right before coming here, I received a report that Donan had disappeared. Zay's hands seemed to feel something, making him even more certain of his deduction. I can feel the binding magic I placed on him in here. I'm sure he's somewhere in this mansion. Lena led Zay's group into the dining room, where the children had already prepared the food and were waiting for her. Ma'am, hurry up. We've been waiting for you. A boy holding a plate of food called out, inviting Lena to eat with them. Let's eat together. A little girl also smiled happily, taking the opportunity to show off the good deed she had just done. We set the knives and forks exactly like you taught us. Seeing the scene before her, Veronica couldn't help but be amazed. She whispered to Phillip. Were they really kidnapped? Zay didn't seem to pay attention to this detail. Instead, he wanted to quickly find Donan. I don't see Donan. At this moment, Lena finally spoke up. She introduced Zay's group to the children in front of her. Before we eat, I brought some guests today. As soon as Lena finished speaking, the children's faces suddenly changed color. They will be eating with us, so please treat them well. However, in less than a moment, their faces lit up again. They smiled brightly and warmly welcomed them. Hello, nice to meet you. The children around also came over to greet Zay's group. They seemed very hospitable. Which street are you guys from? You're really handsome. Since you're the master's guests, sit over here. At the dining table, everyone was talking and laughing happily. A little boy asked Phillip, is it to your liking? However, Phillip was still a bit unaccustomed to this enthusiasm. He was a bit apprehensive. It's delicious. Hearing that, the children felt relieved. On the other side, Zay was still calmly observing. That's great then. Zay looked at Lena, silently predicting what would happen in the future. The negative emotions within her are still overflowing. It wouldn't be surprising if she exploded at any moment. Zay looked closer at Lena's neck. The necklace radiated a pure light that contrasted with Lena. Is that necklace suppressing her emotions? Right after finishing his observation, Zay spoke up. He looked at Lena and asked, we came here to find our missing friends. Zay continued, we followed that light to this mansion. Hearing that, Lena touched her cheek, not looking surprised at all. Oh my, I was being so careful too. Lena didn't answer Zay's question immediately. Instead, she placed a hand on her chest and said, perhaps I should introduce myself first. I am Lena. I came here to recuperate. Lena, the master of the mansion. Lena continued the story of her life. Both Zay and Phillip listened attentively. I had an unfortunate accident 10 years ago. Lena went on to recount the tragic past of that year. It was an image of a woman in a dark room. It felt like my whole world was collapsing, and I found I couldn't step outside, not even for a single step. At that time, Lena cried a lot. She seemed to be in immense pain. But recently, I found a way to overcome that sorrow. Lena shifted the story to the present. She looked at the children. Now I take in and live with street children. Lena's face was full of happiness, but deep down, she was filled with a different kind of emotion. We lived together very happily. Zay had noticed this. He thought to himself and tried to piece the events together. That's the kind of emotion I saw yesterday. Zay searched his knowledge of mana. He knew what kind of mana this was. Pale orange mana. This is what people call maternal love. Suddenly, Lena's hand on the table clenched tightly. Zay quickly noticed. Zay looked at Phillip. He realized that in Phillip's heart, there was a type of mana linking with Lena's mana. Does he feel some sort of connection to her because of what happened 10 years ago? Phillip must have also been separated from his mother around that time. Veronica had noticed a few anomalies in Lena's story. She spoke up indignantly. You say you're saving them, but did you ask for their opinion? Lena didn't care at all about Veronica's question. She turned to ask Zay, when did you start learning magic, young mage? Lena suddenly became unusually enthusiastic. She bombarded Zay with questions. Do you have a favorite food? I'm quite curious about how you've lived until now. Isn't living on the streets difficult? Zay astutely noticed this abnormality in Lena. He thought to himself, she's asking me too many questions. And Zay looked deep into Lena's heart. He noticed another type of mana. Every time she looks at me, a specific emotion grows. Zay continued to analyze the situation. He seemed to have a lot of questions in his head. Resentment and obsession. Why is she reacting to me like this? What makes me different from the other children? While Zay was lost in thought, Veronica next to him whispered, calling him. Hey Zay. Veronica looked at the children eating and drinking their fill while voicing her concerns. But don't you feel the residual mana from the other children? She said she didn't use magic to control their minds. Zay also looked at the children. While listening to Veronica, Zay pondered. But do you really think they're here voluntarily? Then, Zay gave his answer without any hesitation. I don't think so. Zay looked at the children. Although these children were still laughing and talking happily, they seemed devoid of emotion. None of them have any emotions in their vessels. Hearing this, Veronica was also very shocked. What? The children were eating, laughing, and talking. Although they were very happy, their minds were completely undisturbed. Zay realized, their vessels are empty, just like mine normally is. Zay looked at the children smiling brightly on the other side and commented, "But they act as if they have emotions." Zay coldly assessed the situation. Is this also an ability of Red? Seeing that Zay didn't seem very focused, Lena stood up and drew attention. "Oh my, look at me." Lena left her seat and walked straight to the door. She smiled. "I forgot to bring out the dessert. Wait here for a moment, okay?" Hearing that, the children were very polite to Lena. They stopped eating. "Yes, ma'am." The moment Lena left, the children seemed to become different people, completely different from before. One child spoke up, his tone displeased about the presence of Zay's group. "You guys came to take us back, didn't you?" Seeing the attitude of the person opposite her, Veronica quickly explained, "Yeah, Donan and Milam are looking for you." Hearing that, the child not only didn't thank her, but also rejected Veronica's good intentions. "No need. So you guys should just go back." Hearing the boy's words, Veronica was extremely surprised. "What?" Baston was very resolute. "We don't plan on going back." Pale also chimed in, "That's right. We like it here." Pale continued to talk about what Lena had done for him. He seemed very grateful to Lena. "Ms. Lena treats us very well. She gives us delicious food, warm clothes, and even taught us how to read. Life on the streets can't compare to here." A little girl timidly spoke up. She rubbed her small hands and added to Pale's words, "The master is a good person. I don't want to disappoint her." The other children also voiced their support in unison. "Me too. I want to make her happy. I'll do everything I can to keep living here." Gradually, the children became hostile towards Zay's group. "So if you plan to stop us, we'll do whatever it takes to stop you." Lena had returned. She brought in a cart full of desserts. "Did I keep you waiting long?" The children looked at the dessert cart with excitement. They all shouted over each other, "Not at all, ma'am. I want dessert." Lena slowly placed each cake on the table. They were cakes that looked very appetizing. After setting everything up, Lena said a few words to the children and Zay's group. "I prepared a special treat for all of you." Lena warmly invited them. "Please, try some." As soon as Zay looked at the dish, he noticed something was wrong. This dessert. The cake was drizzled with bright red syrup, and on top was a small cherry. Zay touched it with his fork. "It's laced with a narcotic." The children smiled, but it was incredibly fake. They urged Zay's group to eat the dish quickly. "Hurry up. Try it." "Yeah, the master made it for you." Seeing Zay's group still hesitating, the children spoke up reproachfully. Veronica suddenly didn't know what to do. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Are you going to ignore her kindness?" Not knowing the proper way to behave, Zay's group finally ate the cake. Seeing this, Lena was extremely satisfied. She revealed an enigmatic smile. Suddenly, a fork covered in syrup fell to the floor. It seemed something unexpected had happened. Lena still stood at the head of the table. She was witnessing the scene she had always desired. The children had all passed out. Seemingly having achieved her goal, Lena now revealed a clear, sinister smile. One morning, in a room filled with summer sunlight, a group of children was carrying a boy on a stretcher, led by Baston. The unconscious child on the stretcher was none other than Zay. It seemed Zay was pretending to be unconscious, as he could still move slightly. Indeed, Zay had opened his eyes wide, seemingly observing the situation around him. Before this, as a precaution, Zay had given 3 pills to his friends. "Take these." As soon as Veronica saw them, she immediately recognized what they were. She asked in surprise, "These are fever reducers." Zay explained the reason he thought the group should take the fever reducers. "I think it's best we take these before entering the mansion." Zay recalled his past experience, trying to piece the events together. When Nero entered the mansion, in the corner of the garden near the entrance, I saw a familiar herb. In his mind, Zay visualized a plant with red berries that he had seen that day. "It looks very appetizing." It's called breakout. It's not very well known because if consumed directly, it has no effect. But if processed in a certain way, it becomes a powerful anesthetic. Zay recalled his past experiences, back when Niles helped him a lot. "When I was in District 50, Niles taught me how to use herbs." Zay held the small fever reducer pill in his hand and stared at it. "Thanks to that, I also know how to counter them. I just need to use a medicine that counteracts its effects." Veronica and Phillip were taking the fever reducers, while Zay was still questioning himself. The current question is, how did that woman know about and use it? Dark herbs are usually only used in the back alleys of District 50. At this time, Zay had been taken to another room. He lay on a bed, surrounded by books and toys. After finishing their task, the children's duty was done. They left the room, leaving Zay behind. Now, Zay opened his eyes to observe the situation around him. Relying on his ability, Zay pinpointed the locations of Veronica and Phillip. I can feel Phillip and Veronica not far from here. It seems we're all in separate rooms. Zay touched a small teddy bear on the bed. He couldn't help but be surprised. Now Zay had his own space to take a good look at the room he was in. Looking closely, the furniture in this room is quite small. It's like a child's room. While Zay was busy observing, he heard the sound of someone. He turned toward the sound. It turned out the person calling for help was Donan. Zay immediately recognized it was Donan. Zay was about to rescue Donan when he noticed movement at the door. It turned out to be Lena. Lena threw the door wide open. Facing Lena, Donan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lena walked past the bed where Zay was lying. Fortunately, Zay managed to lie back down and pretend to be unconscious. As soon as Donan saw Lena, he was terrified. He thrashed about. Seeing this, Lena comforted him. "Oh my, there's no need to be so scared. In just a moment, you'll feel much better." Zay opened his eyes slightly. He also wanted to observe the situation outside. What is she planning to do? Lena took out the necklace she usually wore around her neck. She held it in her hand, an enigmatic smile on her face. The necklace was sucking away all of Donan's emotions. He looked like he was in excruciating pain. Zay had witnessed too much. He was confident in his assessment. His emotions. After absorbing Donan's emotions, Lena held the gem up and smiled in satisfaction. Zay, on the other side, was still thinking, are being sucked into that gem. After having his emotions drained, Donan's vessel became empty. He also stopped resisting. Lena, right across from Donan, was also satisfied. She held the gem firmly in her hand. Then, Lena walked toward the bed where Zay was lying. She was about to carry out some scheme. Lena looked at Zay's tightly shut eyes. She poured out the feelings she had hidden for so long. "Mom really wanted to see you, my son. This time, Mom will protect you." After saying a few affectionate words, Lena continued to hold the necklace, intending to take Zay's emotions. But it seemed this trick didn't work on Zay. Because of this, Lena's expression showed a hint of disappointment. Seeing her plan fail, Lena was extremely confused. Why isn't it working? Zay thought to himself, it's useless. Right at this moment, Zay sat up abruptly. He used his ability. From the very beginning, I didn't have any emotions for it to absorb anyway. Seeing this, Lena was extremely panicked. It seemed she hadn't anticipated this move. Zay planned to use his magic to attack Lena. He threw it straight at her. However, Lena quickly used magic to dodge Zay's attack. Teleportation magic. After using the magic, Lena's body lost some strength. She panted. Zay asked, "So you used that necklace to turn the other children into dolls?" Zay unleashed his power to intimidate her, and he also had a few things he wanted to ask Lena. "That necklace, where did you get it?" Lena saw Zay's power and seemed a bit terrified. She questioned Zay, "How did you?" Zay didn't answer Lena's question at all. Instead, Zay got straight to the point he had been wondering about for so long. "What were you planning to do by controlling the children?" Hearing that, Lena immediately denied it. "I didn't mean to." Lena had seen Zay's powerful magic. She kept insisting, "I didn't have any intentions." Zay looked at the necklace Lena was holding in her hand. He sighed. That necklace is keeping Ms. Lena's emotions from exploding. Even so, it still has a limit. Zay quickly came up with a plan of action. "First, I have to release those emotions." Lena was scared and kept backing away. "I just wanted my son." Zay heard this and immediately denied it. However, before he could finish his sentence, something happened. "No, you're wrong." Both Zay and Lena realized there was a noise coming from the floor above. The lights in the room flickered. Lena stared up at the ceiling. Gradually, Lena revealed an unprecedented look of fear. At this moment, Zay and Lena were still facing each other in that room. Lena looked straight ahead. At this moment, memories of a massacre suddenly rushed back. Lena suddenly heard the mournful cries of her children ringing in her ears. The cries calling for Mom grew more and more frequent. Lena's face changed color. The emotions in her vessel lost control. Lena's emotions grew stronger and stronger. It looked just like a dark red tornado. When everything reached its limit, her emotions reached their breaking point. Everything exploded. At this moment, Lena clutched her head in agony. She fell to her knees. It seemed her world had collapsed. Zay witnessed Lena's entire loss of control. But he also noticed something else. At this moment, the ceiling and floor were both about to crumble. Lena used magic. Then, relying on magic, Lena disappeared, leaving only Zay in this room. Zay quickly grasped the situation. He had thought of a way to track Lena. I have to go after her. I've identified the color she used. Zay thought he could use colorless mana. If I use colorless mana in the air. Just as he thought of this, Zay suddenly stopped. He remembered what Veronica had warned him about. Zay, you shouldn't use air mana. At that time, Veronica had been very caring and worried about Zay. And Zay didn't want Veronica to worry. If you overuse it, you'll get mana poisoning. I don't want you to go crazy again. Thinking of Veronica, Zay didn't use that dangerous power anymore. He switched to another plan. Zay switched to plan B. He would look for clues first. For now, let's find out why Ms. Lena suddenly snapped. Zay decided to search the surroundings for more clues before looking for Lena. The answer is probably somewhere in this room. While searching, he found a photo. It lay right at his feet. This photo caught Zay's attention. Zay picked up the photo and couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed he had realized something. In that broken photo, there was a woman and a boy. The mother was Lena, and the child was a handsome boy. Zay paid more and more attention to this boy. He made an observation. He really looks like me. Zay reasoned inwardly. While reasoning, it seemed he discovered a new clue. Is that why she was interested in me? What is their relationship? Zay opened the desk drawer. Inside was a blue notebook. It seemed to be a child's diary. At the top was a drawing, and below were words. Today, I cooked with Mom. It was so much fun. Mom taught me magic. Mom is the best. Today, I took a family photo with Mom. Zay flipped through the pages and skimmed them. There are no more entries. It seemed Zay was increasingly piecing the events together. He widened his eyes in surprise. If the last day was 10 years ago, then he should be about my age now. I've never seen a child like that. On the last page, it wasn't a child's diary entry anymore. Instead, it was Lena's handwriting. Mom couldn't protect you. Mom is sorry. While focused on reading the diary, Zay suddenly noticed something unusual. Zay quickly put himself on high alert. He whipped around in one direction. Donan seemed to have lost his consciousness. He grabbed a chair and intended to throw it at Zay. Donan was extremely angry. However, there wasn't a single shred of emotion in his heart. How dare you put Lady Lena in danger? Zay immediately recognized the problem. He analyzed the situation. Donan, that shell doesn't have any emotions. Zay looked at the furious Donan and questioned himself. Yet he's acting as if he's angry. Why is that? Zay stood rooted to the spot, watching Donan charge at him. He was still bewildered. How can this be so illogical? Zay's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. He became more and more curious about that thing. What exactly is that thing? Donan was right next to Zay. He held the chair, his face full of murderous intent. Die. However, Zay quickly dodged Donan's attack. Despite missing, Donan didn't lose his spirit. He questioned Zay's actions. How dare you touch Lady Lena? Then, Donan threw a punch at Zay, his face clearly showing anger. I won't forgive you. Donan punched Zay very hard. Zay used both hands to block the blow. His whole body was completely fine. While Donan was fiercely attacking, Zay calmly observed the situation. His whole body is covered in enhancement magic. After assessing the situation, Zay realized that Donan wasn't a threat either. Even so, he only got stronger, not exactly skilled. While fighting, Donan stopped because the ground and floor shook once again. Donan suddenly screamed loudly, as if he was losing control. Get out. Get out of here now. Seeing the situation, Zay thought to himself, it seems I can't stall for time anymore. Zay grabbed tightly onto Donan's body, intending to hold him back. At this moment, Donan was extremely surprised. Then, Zay immediately used magic to suppress Donan. Donan screamed in excruciating pain. Not long after, Donan was completely subdued. He collapsed onto the floor. Having finished his task, Zay quickly opened the door to go outside. He wanted to find Phillip and Veronica. I have to go find Phillip and Veronica. The group of children from earlier appeared again, as if they knew Zay would come out. Over there. There he is. Pale led this group. He showed an angry attitude. Then, he ordered the other children behind him. How dare you attack the lady? Catch him. Pale pointed straight at Zay and demanded the other children catch him. Over there. Kill him. But these tricks were nothing to Zay. He quickly used magic and vanished without a trace. Zay dashed behind Pale's group so fast that they didn't even have time to notice. Seeing this, Pale was extremely annoyed. He urgently ordered the other children. "What are you doing? Catch him. Hurry up and chase him." Zay relied on his magic to pinpoint Phillip and Veronica's locations. They seemed to be around here. Finding Phillip wasn't difficult at all. Soon, Zay spotted Phillip standing out from a distance. "Get away. Damn this crowd." Phillip climbed on top of a tall bookshelf. He held a broom to shoo the children below away. "Don't touch me." The children below wanted to drag Phillip down at any cost. Reach a little further. Grab his leg. Pull him down and kill him. Soon enough, one child managed to grab Phillip's ankle. They thought they had caught Phillip, but no. Zay would never let that happen. He struck the child's neck. "Got him." Another child noticed someone intervening. It groaned. Phillip stood there and witnessed everything. This kid. Phillip was still standing up high. He was extremely happy to meet Zay, and Zay had already taken care of everything. Zay. Once it was safe, Phillip finally dared to climb down. As he climbed down, he asked slowly, "What happened?" Zay didn't wait long. He turned to leave immediately. He wanted to quickly go rescue his friend. "I'll explain when we find Veronica." On the way to rescue Veronica, both of them heard a strange sound. Phillip spoke up to ask, "That voice?" Both of them quickly ran toward the sound. It turned out to be Veronica's voice. Phillip ran over and shouted, "Veronica!" Phillip was about to ask if Veronica was okay when he was frozen by the scene before him. "Are you okay?" Veronica was using magic to suppress the children. They were crying out, "What is this? I'm scared. Let me down." Veronica didn't look very happy having to do this. "You guys." After seeing the current situation, Phillip seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He said, "It seems you're still fine. You are a mage, after all." Veronica was also very happy to see her teammates intact. "Thank goodness, you guys are still safe." Veronica naturally felt that something was wrong. She worriedly asked Phillip and Zay, "What happened?" The mansion suddenly shook, and then they rushed at me. Hearing this, Zay stood still. He answered slowly, "You see." Zay recounted the situation from earlier, as if wanting to confirm something from Veronica. After the lights came on, she ran away. "And that's the reason why." Veronica confirmed, "That's right." Phillip felt very confused about this point. He rubbed his chin and asked Zay, "But why did she run away when she saw the lights?" Hearing this, Zay took something out of his pocket and intended to show it to Phillip and Veronica. Probably because of this, Zay showed the photo to Phillip. As soon as he saw the photo, Phillip's expression suddenly changed. "I found it in that room. It's probably a family photo of Ms. Lena and a child's diary." Veronica stood right behind Phillip. Both of them read the diary. Veronica showed a look of pity. Veronica still had countless questions. She asked further, but Phillip's expression suddenly darkened. Meanwhile, Zay was observing. "This boy must be Ms. Lena's son. Could it be he's dead?" Veronica rubbed her chin. She remembered what she had been taught. Her tone held a bit of sympathy for Lena. "Grandpa once told me about this. He called it psychological trauma. Perhaps when the lights came on, her painful memories resurfaced." After talking about the theory, Veronica returned to the most pressing matter at hand. "But first, we need to save the children in the mansion too. Zay, what do you think?" Zay didn't answer Veronica's question immediately. Instead, he turned to Phillip and asked him, "Phillip, what do you think?" Phillip felt a bit surprised. He was a bit flustered when Zay asked for his opinion. "Me? You're asking for my opinion?" In response, Zay acted nonchalant. "Yeah." Phillip looked at Zay's actions, coupled with his inherent intelligence. Zay must have figured something out. I'm sure he knows. Phillip thought to himself. This was a denial of his own. Based on what's written in the diary, there's no way Lena is my mother. Phillip looked at the current situation again. He saw that it was very dangerous right now. Moreover, the whole mansion is collapsing very fast. If we don't leave here right away, it will be very dangerous. Phillip looked at Zay, thinking to himself. It seemed he was growing more and more fond of Zay. Yet, he still asked for my opinion. Because he respects my decision. After a period of thought, Phillip began to speak with difficulty. Phillip placed his hand over his chest. He spoke his truest thoughts. I want to save Ms. Lena. That's my honest thought. Hearing that, Zay didn't hesitate to follow Phillip's wishes. Veronica also seemed very happy. All right, let's go save her. Zay gave an order to Veronica. You get the children out. Phillip and I will go to Ms. Lena. Veronica quickly replied. All three of them proceeded to carry out this dangerous mission in a rush against time. Hurry up. We don't have time. Phillip and Zay both ran very fast up the stairs. At this moment, the building was about to collapse. On the upper floor, Phillip heard a desperate scream. He looked toward the sound. Both Zay and Phillip followed the sound and arrived at a room with a tightly closed door. Get away. Get out of here right now. Phillip wasn't very sure, so he asked, Is Miss Lena in here? Suddenly, a powerful burst of magic shot out from the door where Zay and Phillip were standing. Phillip saw the scene before him and the power from earlier and didn't know what was going on anymore. Because right in front of Zay and Phillip was Lena. She was surrounded by a massive aura of magic. A storm? Lena screamed desperately. It seemed she was completely unable to control herself. Phillip saw the scene before him and felt extremely concerned. He stood rooted to the spot. Lena was losing control. The space around her was being destroyed. Phillip intended to take another step forward to stop Lena. Right at that moment, Lena screamed, No, my son. Lena continued to release a massive burst of magic, sending everything around her flying in all directions. Don't come any closer. A large cabinet flew straight toward Phillip. Zay quickly blocked it to protect Phillip. Lena was still screaming loudly. On the other side, Zay was struggling to protect Phillip. Don't you dare hurt my son. You monsters. Phillip relied on what Veronica had said, then explained, It must be because of the psychological trauma Veronica mentioned. She thinks we're the enemy. Zay didn't reply after hearing Phillip speak. In his mind, he was thinking about the ring and the massive amount of mana. The amount of mana she's emitting has exceeded the limit her magic circle can withstand. The mana in her ring has lost control, triggered by the explosion of emotions from its vessel. Zay explained the current situation to Phillip. Her vessel won't be able to withstand these emotions. If this continues, it will shatter. Hearing this, Phillip was terrified. What? Phillip continued hesitantly. Then if we want to stop this from happening. Zay replied concisely. We have to calm her down. Zay turned to ask Phillip amidst the chaotic situation. Do you know any way to help someone calm down? Phillip rested his chin in thought. Not long after, he came up with a solution. You can empathize with them. Taking the opportunity to speak, Phillip clenched his fists and said everything he was thinking. While reassuring her, you can share the burden of those emotions. It seems Zay didn't quite understand this. So he asked Phillip again, empathize? Phillip explained Lena's situation, along with how to help Lena escape this predicament. Lady Lena didn't have anyone to share her feelings with before. You just need to listen to her. Hug her, pat her back gently, empathize with her, and let her know that you understand. Phillip further explained what he had just said for Zay to hear. After all, emotions can be contagious. Hearing this, Zay seemed to realize something. He had an epiphany. He thought to himself, contagious. Is that why I also started crying back then? Zay remembered that day. He had hugged Veronica. Their emotions had truly exchanged with each other. After hearing Phillip's advice, Zay decided what he needed to do. He said, If I want to do as you say, I have to get close to her first. Zay planned to go there to reach Lena. Because he was worried about Phillip. I'm not good at feeling or empathizing with others. But if I let Phillip, who has no magic power, step into that storm. However, Phillip volunteered, I'll do it. Phillip placed his hand over his chest. At this moment, Phillip's heart suddenly burned brightly. I can understand the pain that comes from the emptiness of losing a family. In a fleeting moment, Zay saw a very warm type of mana. He was extremely surprised. Seeing Phillip so resolute, Zay decided to help him. He enveloped Phillip in a barrier. All right, then I'll shrink the barrier and focus all my mana on protecting you. Zay didn't forget to add an extra layer of protection for his friend. He was very thoughtful. I've also added reinforcement magic. Phillip saw Zay using magic so proficiently and couldn't help but marvel. So magic can be used this way too. Finally, Zay gave Phillip a few reminders before Phillip undertook this difficult task. I used too much mana on the first floor, so I can't reinforce it any further now. Be careful. Hearing Zay's instructions, Phillip thanked his friend. All right, thank you. Then, Phillip quickly advanced into the chaotic mana zone where Lena was. I'll be back. Phillip struggled to walk into such a chaotic mana zone. He used his hands to shield himself from the strong wind. This wind is insane. Objects in the room were flying everywhere. Phillip felt like he couldn't hold on much longer. I feel like my strength is being drained away. At this time, Zay was still trying his best to keep Phillip safe. A large cabinet was about to hit Phillip. Zay used magic to warn Phillip, so Phillip dodged it. Watch out. Phillip found the voice, just now very strange. He was also a bit surprised. Zay's voice is still echoing in my head. Is this magic too? By the way, Zay reminded Phillip to complete this difficult task quickly. Phillip, you have to hurry. Hearing this, Phillip seemed to wake up from a daze. Sorry. By this point, Zay was gradually feeling exhausted. He struggled to maintain the barrier. My mana is draining very fast. Zay looked at the situation now. He assessed the current predicament. Before him was a massive storm. This is no ordinary storm. The main component of this mana is weakness and exhaustion. Zay's hands trembled gradually. He was finding it very difficult to control the magic. The closer Phillip gets to Lady Lena, the harder it is for me to focus my mana on him. If this keeps up. On the other side, Phillip was also struggling. He was panting and sweating profusely. Phillip struggled to walk in the storm. He clutched his head, feeling like he was about to collapse. I don't have any strength left. While having negative thoughts, Phillip suddenly heard a loud noise right in front of him. At this rate, I'm going to collapse. Phillip had almost reached Lena. Lena was screaming desperately very close to Phillip. Phillip saw the scene before him and felt incredibly heartbroken. Lena was screaming amidst the dark red mana storm, unable to control her chaotic emotions. Those screams. She couldn't overcome the pain of losing her family, and now she's crying out as her heart is being torn apart. Phillip suddenly remembered the past, when his mother kissed his forehead and told him, "Wait for Mom here, okay? Mom loves you, my son." And then, Phillip's mother left, not knowing when she would return to him. The image of his mother in Phillip's mind gradually faded into the past. He couldn't even remember his mother's face anymore. Phillip communicated with Zay. He wanted Zay to do this. It seemed he had some sort of plan. Zay, shrink the barrier around me to the absolute minimum. Instead, use your mana to enhance. Zay saw this and immediately felt worried for Phillip. You'll get hurt. Phillip was already injured. However, his expression didn't change at all. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Phillip stepped even closer to Lena. Lena had seen Phillip. Her eyes were a bit scared. Phillip resolutely advanced to where Lena was. He was incredibly determined. His eyes even showed a look of sorrow. Seeing this, Lena backed away. It seemed she didn't want Phillip to get closer. Don't come near here. Get away. Lena continuously avoided Phillip. Phillip reached out his hand, intending to do something. Get away. Phillip hugged Lena tightly. It seemed he wanted to comfort this grieving mother who had lost her child. Phillip was covered in scratches. He hugged Lena while comforting her. It's okay. It's okay now. Lena seemed to have remembered something. Tears kept streaming down her cheeks. She called out a name. Phillip was no exception. He also cried, but he still spoke up to comfort Lena. I'm sure you want to see him too. Lena was still crying, but in her eyes, a glimmer of light had appeared. At this moment, Lena hugged Phillip tightly and sobbed. When Lena hugged Phillip and cried, the surrounding space gradually returned to its original state. The storm had dissipated. When the red storm completely vanished, all that was left before Zay's eyes was the sight of Phillip and Lena hugging and comforting each other. Seeing Phillip hugging Lena tightly, Zay felt a strange sensation that he hadn't encountered in a long time. It's strange. Zay looked, and a tear gradually rolled down the corner of his eye. A corner of his heart suddenly grew warm. Zay cried, right in this ruined, destroyed space. I think I've felt this way before. Zay recalled his own experience in the past. It was a not-so-happy experience. I felt it for the first time under that bridge. Zay remembered the times he wanted to avoid problems alone. Since then, I've always been running away from it. Back then, were there any tears like the ones he had now? I've always been running away from it. Zay's tears were still falling, but it seemed he didn't hate this feeling. But now, it's welling up from deep within my heart. Zay suddenly remembered the beautiful fragments of his past with his loved ones. Then Zay remembered the painful memories of the past. Zay, run, come here. Zay remembered. In the past, he had also shed tears like today. I can't. Zay touched his own emotions in the past. He unconsciously shed tears. So, Zay looked at himself in the reflection. He saw a person shedding tears, but possessing real emotions. I have to face it. A massive surge of magic was enveloping Zay's heart. This pain. At this moment, alongside the tears, there was truly strength in Zay's heart. There were emotions. Zay placed his hand over his heart, clutching it tightly. He seemed to have realized something. In Zay's heart, there were now emotions. That emotion was a very beautiful one. It's complete. At this moment, before Zay's eyes was a black vortex. It gradually appeared in the room where Zay and Lena were. Zay was extremely surprised by this strange phenomenon. It seemed he knew what this thing was. Zay could name this entity. Kyosa appeared before Lena and Phillip. Kyosa. Kyosa raised his bandaged hand. It seemed he was planning to do something next. Then, Kyosa immediately lunged forward. However, Zay used magic to block Kyosa's attack. This made it extremely difficult for him. He couldn't move. This is weakening magic? Kyosa fell to the ground. He propped himself up, struggling to speak. Besides binding magic, he also learned weakening magic? This damn brat. Zay stood before Kyosa, threatening him and warning him not to do anything. Don't even think about touching them, not even a single finger. Zay's eyes now held emotions. So did his heart. If you want to die, just try it.